The fallen genius in the realm of Tai, in the southern frontier, the Qingyun Sect has been enveloped in a jubilant atmosphere these past few days. Even the reclusive elders, who typically remain in seclusion, have emerged from their abodes, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. This excitement stems from the impending grand ceremony for the recruitment of disciples, held once every millennium. What remarkable talents will this cohort of disciples possess? It has come to my attention that the Qingyun Sect recently acquired a disciple with celestial roots, whose influence is unparalleled. I have heard whispers, however, that this disciple is merely an honorary member of the Qingyun Sect, hailing instead from another realm of prodigies. The Qingyun Sect, having relocated to our Tai realm thousands of years ago, lacks a solid foundation and resorts to such petty tricks. Mind your words. They are a formidable sect from the boundless realm, whose ancestors once produced immortals. And yet, what of it? Are they not still? At this moment, a group of elders gathered in the sect's ancestral hall, engaged in fervent discussions. Suddenly, they fell silent, turning their gazes toward a graceful figure approaching from outside the hall. The figure exuded an air of elegance and haughty majesty, evoking a sense of cold authority that seemed to keep others at bay. With each step she took, it was as if she tread upon the very veins of the universe, manifesting an ethereal presence, making her appear as the very center of this realm. She was none other than Yun Yaohong, the sect leader of Qingyun and a transcendent being of tribulation. The elders regarded Yun Yaohong with utmost respect as she entered the ancestral hall, remaining silent. What piqued their curiosity was the singular tablet enshrined within the expansive hall, dedicated solely to the revered master, Zhang Sword Sovereign. The elders knew little of this esteemed figure, only that he was the master of their leader, and had seldom spoken of him in detail. The reason for the solitary tablet was that Qingyun Sect had only existed for a few millennia, and Yun Yaohong herself was the founding ancestor. Over the course of these millennia, she had elevated the Qingyun Sect from obscurity to a prominent power in the southern frontier of the Tai realm, a feat for which she received immense admiration from the elders. This reverence, however, was not solely due to her unparalleled status as a transcendent being beneath the immortals. With a flick of her wrist, Yun Yaohong ignited 3 incense sticks and respectfully bowed before the tablet of the Zhang Sword Sovereign, her movements meticulous and reverent. The assembly followed suit, bowing in solemn tribute. Master, Yun Yaohong rose, placing the incense before the tablet, her gaze lingering on it as she whispered softly, nostalgia evident in her eyes. The Zhang Sword Sovereign, a paragon of swordsmanship from hundreds of thousands of years ago, possessed a talent in the sword arts unmatched by any before or after. An immortal once proclaimed that among the sword arts of the world, the Zhang Sword Sovereign claimed 8 parts of it. Yet, upon hearing this, the sovereign retorted, asserting that he claimed 13 parts, leaving the world indebted to him by 3. Heaven did not give birth to me, Zhang. The sword arts endure like a long night through the ages. Such audacious words left no room for rebuttal. Particularly, this statement was a direct challenge to the immortal's assertion, yet the immortal merely smiled and shook his head, choosing not to pursue the matter further. It can be said that during that era, the Zhang Sword Sovereign was a towering figure in the realm of sword cultivators, casting a shadow that left all others unable to lift their heads. Yet, it is a tragic irony that such a genius of swordsmanship met his demise beneath the tribulation of immortality. A generation of brilliance has thus fallen, leaving countless souls to lament the cruel hand of fate that seems to conspire against the gifted. As time flows and the world transforms, the name of the Zhang Sword Sovereign has long been submerged in the annals of history, scarcely mentioned by anyone. Perhaps only a few ancient powers still possess fragmented records regarding the Zhang Sword Sovereign. Master, have you truly fallen? Yun Yaohong gazed at the tablet before her, unable to believe this truth, even after the passage of several 100,000 years. Initially, she had thought her master had perished during the tribulation of immortality, but upon surviving her own trials, she realized the matter was far from simple. If she could endure the tribulation, how could her master have succumbed? Though her master possessed extraordinary talent, far surpassing the common perceptions of tribulations, It was inconceivable that such an adept could fall to mere celestial trials. There must be secrets here that I am unaware of. A cold glimmer flashed in Yun Yao's eyes, her heart simmering with disdain. Although her master had few enemies, many harbored jealousy towards his prodigious abilities. There were countless who wished for her master to fail the tribulation, and any one of them could have intervened. Thus, over the years, Yun Yao had never abandoned her investigation into the events of that fateful day. Her inquiries had indeed yielded some revelations. The boundless realm, a murderous intent flickered in her eyes, but was quickly concealed, unnoticed by those in the ancestral hall. She turned her gaze back to the tablet, her resolve unwavering, silently vowing, "Master, rest assured, I shall seek justice for you regarding the events of that year. I will not spare any of the forces that plotted against you. Yet, Master, have you truly perished?" Yun Yao remained reluctant to accept the demise of her beloved teacher, holding on to a glimmer of hope deep within her heart. Perhaps her master had not truly died, but had instead been forced into hiding for some reason, or had encountered unforeseen circumstances. Therefore, in addition to investigating the events of Ur, she had been secretly searching for the Songming Sword Sovereign. Unfortunately, her efforts had yielded little in the way of tangible leads. Zhongzhu? Suddenly, the call of an elder brought Yun Yao back to the present. Regaining her composure, she adopted an air of aloofness and addressed the gathered crowd. The memorial service was complete, and it was time to hold the disciple recruitment ceremony. "Yes, Zhongzhu," the crowd responded with respectful gestures, subsequently departing the ancestral hall with light-hearted chatter. The previous atmosphere had been solemn, and they dared not speak freely. However, such events were not new, and all had grown accustomed to it. Yun Yao observed them, a flicker of hope igniting in her eyes. The establishment of Qingyun Sect was her endeavor to ensure that her master's swordsmanship would endure. Once she ventured into the boundless realm to settle the matters of the past, the ensuing upheaval would undoubtedly be significant. Therefore, it was imperative to properly arrange affairs within Qingyun Sect to prevent any disruption to her master's legacy. At that very moment, beneath the gates of Qingyun Sect, Zhang Xuan stepped boldly into the sect, surveying the throngs of people before him with a confident smile. "Qingyun Sect, here I come." Recently, numerous readers have been engaging in discussions regarding the protagonist character. They question why, despite undergoing countless reincarnations, the protagonist maintains this particular disposition and mindset. Allow me to clarify that this narrative is intended to be lighthearted and humorous, rather than following the conventional tropes found in tales of a returning Dragon King. I do not wish to test the patience of esteemed readers by asserting that there are reasons behind the protagonist's personality. It is merely prudent to present this in the first chapter to mitigate any potential discontent from discerning readers, who may wish to approach the story with caution. Furthermore, concerning the issue raised by some regarding the uncovering of hidden identities, the first volume necessitates the establishment of the world building and the introduction of certain recurring characters. As a result, certain plot lines may initially appear to have little connection to the unveiling of these identities. I have endeavored to enhance the narrative. My writing skills may not be flawless. I ask for your understanding. The forthcoming plot will primarily revolve around the protagonist's various personas. However, as the predominant perspective remains that of the protagonist, some aspects may still seem loosely connected. I shall make every effort to render the story engaging while returning to the protagonist's identities. In addition, I aspire to craft supporting characters that will resonate with esteemed readers. With so many identities and characters, it would be tedious if the revelations were all too similar. I, too, find repetitive narratives uninteresting. That is all for now. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all the readers who support my work. Your commitment to following the updates is the motivation behind my writing. Thank you. If only there were daily opportunities to create freely out of love. How wonderful that would be. Chapter 2. The Final Mission. The most confident shine brightest. Zhang Xuan stood at the gates of the Qingyun Sect, appearing somewhat travel-worn. Behind him stood a young man, his countenance as refined as jade, adorned in exquisite garments that contrasted sharply with Zhang Xuan's appearance. Notably, the unabashed aura of his cultivation was palpable. He was at the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage. Is this the Qingyun Sect? It looks rather impressive. The young man spoke with a tone that suggested a sense of superiority, as if no top-tier sect could possibly earn his admiration. Indeed, he possessed the pedigree to look down upon the Qingyun Sect. Hailing from the Zhang family in the central region of the Tai realm, known as Jiuyou, onlookers cast curious glances at the duo, wondering which young master from a cultivation family had brought a servant along. Noticing the gazes of the crowd, Zhang Xuan perceived their thoughts with a fair degree of accuracy, and his expression towards the young man behind him became somewhat displeased. "You're stealing my thunder," he thought. "I say, brother, could you refrain from always acting so aloof? It's quite challenging to fit in, you know. If it weren't for my appearance surpassing yours by a fraction, you would have overshadowed me entirely." Jiuyou merely chuckled in response. "Apologies, Zhang Xuan. It has become a habit." Zhang Xuan was at a loss for words. What a poor habit that needs to be changed, you know. Cultivation is not merely about attaining a higher realm. One must also navigate the intricacies of human relationships. If you persist in this haughty demeanor, who would wish to be your friend apart from me? The irony of a mere mortal like Zhang Xuan imparting wisdom to a cultivator at the foundation establishment stage was indeed remarkable. What was even more astonishing was that Jiuyou, upon hearing this, actually pondered the words seriously and nodded sincerely. "I have learned much from you, Zhang Xuan. I shall certainly amend my ways." Zhang Xuan nodded in satisfaction, his expression one of encouragement. It seemed that the young man was indeed teachable. As for Jiuyou's cultivation level, Zhang Xuan was fully aware. He merely chose to feign ignorance. He even had his suspicions about the hidden guardians accompanying the young man and the powerful family backing him. Yet he continued to act as if he were oblivious. After all, it was no simple feat for an ordinary mortal to traverse mountains and rivers to reach the Qingyun Sect. Were it not for this extravagant benefactor offering him a ride, he would still be walking for ages. As for the compensation, merely offering a bit of guidance would be more than sufficient for Jiuyou to benefit for a lifetime, wouldn't it? Look, he is even grateful for my presence. As for why Zhang Xuan was so confident, that tale is quite lengthy. He was a transmigrator. Like many others of his kind, he possessed a golden finger system. Albeit his was somewhat unique, it was called the reincarnation system. This system required him to undergo 100 lifetimes, with each incarnation presenting corresponding tasks. Upon completing the tasks of 100 reincarnations, Zhang Xuan would be rewarded with unparalleled cultivation, transcending all and achieving immortality. Now, he was in the midst of his 100th reincarnation. As long as he fulfilled the mission of this life, he would attain transcendence. Reincarnation system. Host. Zhang Xuan. Identity for this reincarnation. Talent. Inferior grade of 5-element spiritual roots. Current reincarnation count. 100. Current reincarnation task. Join the Qingyun Sect of the southern region in the Tai world and die while guarding the sect as a disciple. Assistance for this task. None. Note. During the reincarnation task, if the past identity is exposed, the task will be deemed a failure. Current exposure rate. 0. Gazing at the system panel before him, Zhang Xuan could not help but feel a surge of excitement. At last, he was on the verge of completing all his tasks. This particular mission seemed rather straightforward. He merely needed to join the Qingyun Sect and perish in its defense. Compared to his previous assignments, this task was akin to a trivial matter. As for who Jiuyou was, he was a little brother from one of Zhang Xuan's past reincarnations. A member of the demon race, albeit with a significantly larger form. Of course, in comparison to Zhang Xuan, he was still somewhat lesser. Nevertheless, being well aware of the system's nature, Zhang Xuan did not dare to underestimate this task. The previous assignments had often pushed him to become the foremost sword master in the world or to lead the demon and monster races. Although the system typically offered some assistance, such as innate sword bodies, bodies of heavenly demons, or ancestral bloodlines, some tasks required more than mere talent and strength in cultivation. As he had previously remarked to a foundation-building youth, the realm of cultivation was not devoid of human sentiments and societal intricacies. To achieve certain objectives, one inevitably had to interact with numerous individuals. Some cultivators could be quite obstinate. Even if one possessed far superior strength, they might refuse to heed your counsel. Zhang Xuan recalled a past task that required him to become the foremost alchemist, which hinged upon obtaining a certain immortal's legacy. Yet that immortal was exceedingly stubborn, insisting that Zhang Xuan marry his daughter before he would grant the inheritance. Absurd. Was Zhang Xuan the kind to compromise his principles? Thus, in order to fulfill certain tasks, Zhang Xuan had employed every conceivable means. The simplicity of this current task left him somewhat disconcerted. Well, if he was to embark on this journey, he would embrace it fully. If it truly required only his demise, he had 1,000 ways to achieve that, with an expression of unwavering confidence. A confidence born from his 99 reincarnations of experience, Zhang Xuan felt assured. In each of his previous lives, he had amassed countless strategies to ensure his survival after completing his missions. Though his initial methods of demise may have been somewhat crude, he had refined his expertise through continuous cycles of reincarnation and had consequently become a master in this regard. So much so that at times, as soon as a reincarnation task commenced, he would already be devising his final moments. When it came to death, no one was more authoritative than he. Zhang Xuan's sudden confidence caused Jiuyou, who stood behind him, to momentarily pause. This kind of self-assurance was something he had only witnessed in certain esteemed ancestors within his family, individuals who had accumulated wisdom over countless years. Such absolute confidence stemmed from a profound belief in one's past experiences, a transcendent self-assurance. This confidence manifested in a mere mortal youth, barely in his teens, left him momentarily bewildered. What was happening? Had I misjudged the situation? Or was my perception askew? Initially, he had chosen to follow Zhang Xuan due to an elusive quality that subtly emanated from him, an essence reminiscent of the cryptic teachings occasionally shared by his family's ancestral immortal. Returning to simplicity, remaining true to one's origins. He had thoroughly investigated Zhang Xuan's background, discovering him to be an ordinary individual, orphaned and struggling, much like the majority of mortals. Yet, it was precisely this juxtaposition that piqued his curiosity regarding Zhang Xuan. Thus, he accompanied him on their journey. Even when Zhang Xuan urged him to hasten their pace, he refrained from voicing any objections. As for joining this so-called Qingyun Sect, Jiuyou Yaohong had never entertained such a notion. He, a direct descendant of a long-standing family of immortals, joining a mere sect that only had a heavenly sovereign as its leader? Absurd. Zhang Xuan, meanwhile, noticed the astonishment in Jiuyou Yaohong's eyes, but paid it little mind. There was nothing to be done. His own brilliance was simply too resplendent to conceal. Even with this lifetime's rather mediocre talents, his essence could not be overshadowed. Time to move on, he called out, making his way toward the mountain of the sect. Jiuyou Yaohong cast a lingering gaze at Zhang Xuan before following suit. Before long, the two arrived at the expansive plaza of the Qingyun Sect. The square spanned a vast area, and even with thousands standing within, it did not feel cramped. At that moment, attendees gathered in small clusters, engaging in lively conversation for the sect's disciple recruitment ceremony. Towering at the forefront of the plaza was a stone monument, 10 zhang high, an essential fixture for every cultivation sect, the spirit testing monument, designed to assess the innate talents of prospective disciples. Upon arriving at the plaza, Zhang Xuan's gaze immediately fell upon the monument. Though it appeared to be an utterly commonplace object, it stirred something within him, evoking a sense of uncanny familiarity. Strange. Is this merely an illusion? Simultaneously, within the sect's ancestral hall, Yun Yaohong furrowed her brow, experiencing a sudden surge of intuition. Could it be that something significant is about to transpire? Yun Yaohong was perplexed, yet the sixth sense of a cultivator never arises without reason. Yet, she could not discern the source of this feeling. After much contemplation, she turned her gaze toward the plaza, where the recruitment ceremony was underway. Very well. I shall go and see for myself. Chapter 3. The fall plan. Zhang Xuan furrowed his brow, retreating behind a crowd. As soon as he and his companions arrived at the Qingyun Sect's main square, they immediately attracted considerable attention. It was unavoidable. Gu Yufangzhang's peak foundation establishment cultivation was simply too striking to overlook. Even some of the elders from the Qingyun Sect at the front of the square turned their gaze toward him. Greetings, my friend. I am Wang Taizhu. May I ask for your esteemed name? Sir, I am Tian Erniu. Might I inquire about your name? I am Wang Yang. Care to make an acquaintance, my lord? Before long, a throng of men and women encircled Jiuyou Fangzang, effectively sidelining Zhang Xuan. To the onlookers, Jiuyou Fangzang's peak foundation establishment cultivation made his joining the Qingyun Sect almost a foregone conclusion. They mingled to establish connections for future support within the sect. Some individuals had even grander aspirations. To nurture such a young peak foundation establishment cultivator undoubtedly indicated a formidable cultivation lineage behind him, and fostering good relations would be wise. As for Zhang Xuan, the crowd regarded him merely as Jiuyou Fangzang's servant, completely disregarding him. Fuming internally, he thought, a bunch of superficial beings. Do they only value cultivation levels? Here I stand, a celestial gentleman, and yet no one pays me any mind. Zhang Xuan remained speechless, observing Jiuyou Fangzang engaging confidently with the crowd, and he let out a cold snort. I just said I wouldn't steal the spotlight. This lad is beyond saving. He dismissed the peculiar familiarity he felt toward the spirit testing stone earlier, reasoning that all such stones were fundamentally alike. Was it not normal to be familiar with them? Just as the number of people surrounding Jiuyou Fangzang continued to swell, a middle-aged man suddenly appeared at the front of the square and called out in a resonant voice. Silence. Though his voice was not loud, it clearly reached every ear, invigorating many in the crowd. It was indeed a nascent soul cultivator. Such was the Qingyun Sect that, even for an apprenticeship ceremony, a nascent soul elder emerged to preside. This would be regarded as an esteemed elder in many other sects. Do you think I might have the chance to catch the eye of a nascent soul elder and be accepted as a disciple? The crowd fell silent, their faces filled with reverence as they gazed at the middle-aged man. Zhang Xuan, however, focused on the depths of the sect behind the square, his eyes narrowing. Although he was merely a mortal at present, the keen insight honed over 99 lifetimes remained intact. He sensed that powerful figures were undoubtedly watching from within the sect, eliciting an unsettling awareness within him. Of course, he felt no fear. He had heard that the strongest leader of the Qingyun Sect was merely at the tribulation transcendent stage, a cultivation level he had encountered countless times across his lifetimes. Turning his gaze back to Jiuyou Fangzang, he noticed that the latter was also peering into the depths of the sect, indicating that he too had sensed something. Impressed by his perceptiveness, Zhang Xuan silently praised him, his eyes reflecting a hint of nostalgia. He recalled a past life where he too was born into a prominent cultivation family. At the front of the square, after the nascent soul elder announced the commencement of the talent testing, the crowd began to queue, and Zhang Xuan joined the long line. As for Jiuyou Fangzang, he too had followed along, seemingly quite intrigued by the proceedings. Zhang Xuan paid him no heed, instead beginning to contemplate in his heart how he might sacrifice himself for the protection of the sect after joining the Qingyun Sect. The issue of entering the sect should pose no significant challenge. Although his innate talents in this life were rather mediocre, this could be advantageous, allowing him to remain inconspicuous and free from excessive scrutiny. Thus, all he needed to do was quietly meet his demise when the sect faced peril. Yes, this plan was utterly flawless. Zhang Xuan's thoughts whirled as he meticulously devised a perfect scheme in his mind. He had already outlined the realm of the adversary he would confront, the manner in which he would perish, and even the position in which he would lie down in his final moments. All that remained was to pass the assessment and gain entry to the sect, thereby completing half of his task. It could be said that having subpar talents in this life was, ironically, a blessing. Although this was contrary to Zhang Xuan's long-standing principle of living and acting with ostentation and flair, he reasoned that since this was ultimately his last mission, the sooner it was accomplished, the sooner he could attain liberation. Once liberated, he could indulge in the pleasures of existence. Zhang Xuan believed that it would be most fitting for the Qingyun Sect to assign him the role of a servant disciple. This way, if he encountered a bully outside who insulted the sect, he could rise to defend its honor and subsequently be killed in the process. While the scenario was somewhat cliché, it was undeniably convenient, straightforward, and effective. Perfect. Medium-grade spiritual roots of the 3 systems. Next, upper-grade spiritual roots of the 4 systems. Next. Now it's your turn. As Zhang Xuan mused, a disciple of the outer sect of Qingyun called out to him in Jiuyou Fangzang. In an instant, All eyes around were drawn to Zhang Xuan and his companion, particularly fixating on Jiuyou Fangzheng. Even the elder of the Yuanning, who was overseeing the proceedings, glanced over. As the most accomplished disciple present, everyone was keenly curious about Jiuyou Fangzheng's innate talents. Zhang Xuan's heart sank at this moment. As he found himself positioned right before Jiuyou Fangzheng, he was fully aware of his own circumstances, having low-grade spiritual roots across 5 systems. His innate talents were undeniably the worst. Being scrutinized for his aptitude amidst such attention would be an utter embarrassment. Not only could he not afford to show off in this life, but he also could not allow himself to be humiliated. This was an eventuality he simply could not permit. As they drew ever closer to the spiritual testing steel, an unsettling sensation began to creep into Zhang Xuan's heart. Was there truly something amiss? With furrowed brows, he stepped back to position himself behind Jiuyou. "Brother Jiuyou, please go ahead." Upon witnessing this, many people's expressions shifted. Some elders even cast admiring glances at Zhang Xuan. This young man is quite considerate. Jiuyou Fangzheng, not one to stand on ceremony, acknowledged the gesture, understanding it was merely a matter of sequence. "Brother Zhang, I shall proceed to the test now." Zhang Xuan nodded, exhaling in relief as he watched Jiuyou Fangzheng approach the spiritual testing steel. Let this fellow take the lead in the assessment, he observed as Jiuyou Fangzheng extended his hand towards the steel, and the onlookers collectively held their breath, their focus unwavering on the impending revelation. While even the elders maintained their keen attention on the testing steel. Deep within the sect, the esteemed elders of the Qingyun Sect, who resided in the lofty heights, were likewise observing the unfolding events. Suddenly, a beam of azure and violet light soared into the heavens, emanating a sacred aura that surged wildly in all directions, akin to tumultuous ocean waves breaking through the clouds above. In an instant, the clouds within a radius of several dozen miles above the Qingyun Sect were violently dispersed, leaving the lower-ranked disciples in a state of inexplicable trepidation. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd, while the elders of the Qingyun Sect narrowed their eyes in disbelief. A dual elemental root of wind and thunder. Yet, the spectacle did not conclude there. Following the azure and violet radiance, a golden streak akin to a celestial swan ascended amidst the vibrant hues, overpowering the previous light and scattering the clouds within a 100-mile radius above the Qingyun Sect. A sacred body of wind and thunder? However, in the face of such an extraordinary phenomenon, Jiuyou Fangzheng remained remarkably composed, turning to Zhang Xuan. "Brother Zhang, it is your turn." Chapter 4. The crisis of the sect arises? Boom! The extraordinary phenomenon erupted, leaving everyone astounded. An elder at the nascent soul stage immediately rose, his expression one of shock. Zhang Xuan subtly nodded, seemingly unsurprised by the event. Generally, mutated spiritual roots are exceedingly rare, but those comparable to celestial spiritual roots are even more so. A double mutated spiritual root is virtually 1 in a million, akin to a divine spiritual root. Coupled with a thunder and wind sacred body, such talent would surely be exceptional even among the Longsheng aristocracy. This individual is undoubtedly a promising candidate for immortality. Zhang Xuan speculated that the protector behind this young man must be a cultivator at the beginning stages of the Great Ascension. Although the protector had not revealed themselves during their journey to the Qingyun Sect, it did not hinder Zhang Xuan's analysis. However, his gaze was primarily drawn to the spiritual testing stone. Jiuyou Fangzheng had undergone the test. There should be no issues, right? As for the surrounding crowd, some initially struggled to comprehend the significance of the phenomenon, but after explanations from those in the know, a wave of astonishment surged forth, comparable to celestial spiritual roots. In a sacred body? Good heavens, how extraordinary must this be? No wonder this young man carries himself with such confidence. He truly is remarkable. Having heard that the Ziki sect recently accepted a disciple with a celestial spiritual root, now Qingyun Sect boasts a disciple with double mutated spiritual roots and a sacred body. Let's see how they can still boast about their accomplishments. The crowd was filled with exclamations of awe, and some gazed at Jiuyou Fangzheng with eyes brimming with envy. With such talent, his admission to the Qingyun Sect seemed like a foregone conclusion. Even the elder at the nascent soul stage appeared visibly tempted, with a significant chance of accepting him as a disciple. In truth, the nascent soul elder was indeed greatly moved. Such talent is truly indicative of a potential immortal. Yet, because Jiuyou Fangjing's gifts were so prodigious, it was unlikely that a mere nascent soul cultivator would have the opportunity to take him as a disciple. Once the elder considered this, he cast a glance toward the depths of the sect and sighed. Surely, the inner elders were also paying attention to this matter. Indeed, at the moment the golden phoenix appeared, someone could no longer remain seated. Boom! Suddenly, an elder materialized out of thin air, standing majestically in the sky. Though he did not exude any oppressive aura, his mere presence felt like a heavy stone pressing upon the hearts of those present. This sensation caused Zhang Xuan to stir. At the very least, he was a harmonization stage cultivator. As anticipated, the melodrama unfolded. Zhang Xuan stood unobtrusively to the side, appearing as a mere spectator. After the elder manifested, he turned to Jiuyou Fangjing and spoke in a calm tone. "Young friend, do you wish to take me as your master?" Upon finishing, the elder seemed to feel it insufficient, as if fearing someone might vie for the opportunity, and hastily added, "I am Wang Defa, an inner elder of the Qingyun Sect, at the pinnacle of the harmonization stage." At these words, the surrounding disciples widened their eyes in disbelief. A harmonization stage powerhouse. This was a true figure of significance. Stepping forth to accept disciples? My goodness, this is a meteoric rise. There was no denying that the young man's talent was simply extraordinary. The crowd was filled with gasps of admiration and envy, echoing their sentiments. Some individuals even flushed with embarrassment, as though the gaze of the multitude was fixed solely upon them. Yet this was merely the beginning. After Wang Defa concluded his words, several figures emerged moments later, their auras varying in strength relative to his. "Young friend, I am an elder of the inner sect of the Qingyun Sect, at the late stage of harmonization. Would you care to become my disciple?" "Young friend, I'm an old man from the law enforcement hall of the Qingyun Sect, at the early stage of ascendancy. Would you care to become my disciple?" "I am at the mid-stage of ascendancy. Should you choose to become my disciple, I shall provide you with all the resources for your cultivation." In an astonishing turn of events, all the elders of the inner sect of the Qingyun Sect had emerged, eager to take Jiuyou Fangjing as their apprentice. The crowd gasped in astonishment. How could powerful ascendancy masters have come forward? The focus of attention was palpable. How infuriating it was that one of them was not chosen, as they witnessed the fervent promises made to Jiuyou Fangjing by the elders. Fear of losing him to another surged within the crowd, leaving them wide-eyed in wonder. The outer sect elders, who had initially presided over the disciple selection ceremony, exchanged wry smiles, equally taken aback, for they had never witnessed the inner sect elders competing so fervently. Simultaneously, all eyes turned curiously towards Jiuyou Fangjing. To whom would he choose to pledge his allegiance? Amidst the collective scrutiny, Jiuyou Fangjing remained composed, a faint smile gracing his lips, exuding an air of nonchalance. Zhang Xuan, observing the spectacle, was certain that this individual would not join the Qingyun Sect. A scion of the Chongqing family could hardly be expected to affiliate with a minor sect under the dominion of a mere transcendent. Surely, he would gravitate towards ancient sacred grounds or supreme academies. What piqued Zhang Xuan's curiosity, however, was the conspicuous absence of the Qingyun Sect's transcendent leader. Jiuyou Fangjing's reaction was indeed as Zhang Xuan had anticipated. With a respectful gesture, he addressed the elders. "I am grateful for your kind intentions, but to join the Qingyun Sect, I find it insufficient." Yet, his next words elicited a twitch at the corner of Zhang Xuan's mouth. "I am merely accompanying a friend here. Zhang Xuan, it is now your turn to demonstrate your talents." This statement sent a ripple of astonishment through the crowd, and many turned their gazes towards Zhang Xuan. Inside, he was frantically lamenting. "What the hell, are you setting me up? I never intended to show off." He mentally noted Jiuyou Fangjing's audacity. "Young friend, do you understand the implications of your words?" Fortunately, the elder from the inner sect above spoke again, redirecting the attention of those who had turned towards Zhang Xuan. Jiuyou Fangjing remained unshaken, even in the presence of ascendancy masters. "I am merely accompanying a friend. For me to join the Qingyun Sect, it truly is insufficient. While his words were honest, they were undeniably blunt, coupled with his nonchalant demeanor. It came off as quite audacious. Is he truly that brazen? The Qingyun Sect was a prominent force in the southern wilderness. Did he fear no repercussions in uttering such words? Had he always possessed such courage? The onlookers were taken aback. The expressions of the inner sect elders darkened considerably. Clearly incensed, the atmosphere turned tense. Zhang Xuan felt a stirring in his heart. The crisis within the sect has unexpectedly arrived. How splendid! If the Qingyun Sect truly confronts the Changshan Jiuyou family, then my task would be effortlessly fulfilled. All it would take is for an elder of the Qingyun Sect to act in a fit of rage against Jiuyou Fangzhong, and then I could perish while opposing the Jiuyou family as a disciple, thus bringing the matter to a splendid conclusion. Of course, Jiuyou Fangzhong is unlikely to meet his demise. After all, there are protectors lurking in the shadows. The Qingyun Sect will undoubtedly find a way to manage the aftermath, ultimately resulting in the demise of merely a small fry like myself. Thus, Zhang Xuan boldly stepped forward to stoke the flames. How dare you speak in such a manner? Are you not striking a blow to the face of the Qingyun Sect? The Qingyun Sect is, after all, a first-rate power in the southern wilderness. Your words will cast this grand sect into what depths of disgrace? You are looking down upon my Qingyun Sect. Zhang Xuan pointed an indignant finger at Jiuyou Fangzhong, his demeanor suggesting that the Qingyun Sect was akin to his own household, even more so than its own disciples. Upon hearing these words, the expressions of several disciples of the Qingyun Sect indeed grew even more unsightly. The elders' gazes towards Jiuyou Fangzhong also became increasingly malevolent. Jiuyou Fangzhong furrowed his brow, seriously contemplating whether his earlier words had been somewhat inappropriate. However, Zhang Xuan was indifferent to such matters, fervently urging within his heart, let the fighting commence, quickly. Yet, it seemed there were discerning individuals among the inner sect elders who hesitated upon hearing the name Jiuyou. Jiuyou? Could it be the Jiuyou of the central continent? Upon this revelation, many were momentarily taken aback. What Jiuyou of the central continent? Some elders, previously oblivious, suddenly appeared startled, as if they had recalled something, their expressions shifting to one of uncertainty. Jiuyou Fangzhong calmly nodded, affirming, indeed, it is my family. Upon this declaration, the expressions of the elders above transformed dramatically, akin to chameleons. A descendant of the Changshan family. Why did you not mention this sooner? The Changshan family is not one that the Qingyun Sect, which has yet to produce a single immortal, can triflingly provoke. Furthermore, to entice them into joining the Qingyun Sect, the sect itself is certainly lacking. This left the elders momentarily in a quandary, unable to express their wrath or withdraw from the situation. They could only simmer in silent anger. Equally exasperated was Zhang Xuan. Where is the dignity of you powerful beings? Why do you fall silent now? It became evident that the reclusive cultivators who in novels are portrayed as indifferent to worldly matters and resolve issues solely through strength simply do not exist in reality. Among cultivators, there are no such fools. Zhang Xuan wore a look of regret, realizing that a conflict was unlikely to ensue, just as the atmosphere grew exceedingly awkward. Jiuyou Fangzhong turned his gaze back to Zhang Xuan. Thank you, Brother Zhang, for your guidance. My previous remarks were indeed somewhat rash. He then bowed to the elders above, stating, I was reckless earlier, and I wish to extend my apologies to the Qingyun Sect. Upon hearing these words, the faces of the elders brightened considerably. A descendant of the Changshan family had offered a verbal apology. If they were to cling to grievances now, it would only reflect their lack of discernment. Zhang Xuan, however, felt an increasing sense of disappointment. You, who were so full of bravado, now offer an apology. What does that even signify? And as for you elders, is merely accepting an apology sufficient? What is the purpose of an apology if not to involve the police? Brother Zhang, it seems your talents are about to be tested. After Jiuyou Fangzhong offered his sincere apology, he unexpectedly turned his gaze toward Zhang Xuan. Upon hearing this, the crowd also regained their focus, directing their attention to Zhang Xuan. Surely, someone who can befriend the descendants of the illustrious Jiuyou family must possess considerable talent. Particularly, Zhang Xuan's earlier defense of the Qingyun Sect had significantly increased the esteem of several elders toward him. In an instant, all eyes were upon Zhang Xuan. His face turned a pallid shade, realizing the gravity of the situation. This was careless. How had it come back to him? He mentally noted Guyu Fangzheng for future reckoning. He would undoubtedly deal with this insolent fellow. What is this unwavering insistence on having me tested? Indeed, let us see how this young friend fares in the assessment. The elders in the heavens seized the moment to shift the conversation, eagerly awaiting Zhang Xuan's response. With a forced smile, Zhang Xuan shot a fierce glare at Guyu Fangzheng before gradually making his way toward the spirit-testing steel. Chapter 5. What commotion? The sword intent that shakes the world emerges. Zhang Xuan slowly inched his way towards the spirit-testing steel. Though the distance was merely a few paces, it felt as if he had traversed a lifetime. Was this individual destined to be lost today? Standing before the steel, he surveyed the crowd, and upon seeing their expectant gazes, his lips quivered. Was his legacy of 99 lifetimes of brilliance to be extinguished in this one? A blend of melancholy, sorrow, and unwillingness danced across his countenance. He lifted his gaze to the heavens, his expression one of deep sorrow, his eyes brimming with dissatisfaction towards fate. The onlookers, witnessing Zhang Xuan's demeanor, exchanged glances filled with uncertainty. What was happening? Was testing one's talent truly such a dramatic affair? Strangely, this slow-motion spectacle imparted a unique sensation. This individual was undoubtedly extraordinary. I sense a tale woven within him. How melancholic, how handsome he is! The crowd murmured, and in that moment, a sense of reverence for Zhang Xuan began to take root. Guyu Fangzheng was also intently focused on Zhang Xuan, his gaze unwavering. He had initially followed Zhang Xuan due to an instinctual feeling of his uniqueness. Now, observing this display, his conviction only deepened. This fellow was certainly not as simple as he appeared. What kind of talent might he possess? Suddenly, Zhang Xuan let out a derisive laugh. That smile was infused with mockery towards fate. Since the situation had reached this point, so be it. Having arrived, he would simply fulfill his task as swiftly as possible. After all, no one would know of his past identity. This lifetime's humiliation bore no relevance to who he had been. Zhang Xuan continually reassured himself, then slowly extended his right hand towards the spirit-testing steel. Just then, an intersect elder in the heavens suddenly spoke. Zhang Xuan's heart leaped with joy. Was there an unexpected turn? He quickly looked up, recognizing the elder as the one who had initially stepped forward, wishing to take Guyu Fangzheng as his disciple. Zhang Xuan recalled his name. Wang Defa. A fine name indeed. Elder Wang, noticing the crowd's attention, spoke with an unhurried tone. Young friend, before testing your talent, may I inquire, do you possess any background? Upon hearing this, the expressions of the intersect elders grew somewhat awkward. Yet they understood Elder Wang's intent. If Zhang Xuan were to reveal a remarkable talent akin to Guyu Fangzheng's, only to state that the Qingyun Sect could not accommodate him, it would create quite the uproar. Thus, all eyes turned to Zhang Xuan in anticipation of his response. Zhang Xuan's lips twitched. Was he truly waiting for him? He shot a glare at Guyu Fangzheng. Then, with a bitter tone, replied, I have no background. My parents passed away before my birth. I am an orphan. Indeed, this incarnation of Zhang Xuan was a standard bearer of strength. Alas, this lifetime did not follow the path of pretense. Upon hearing his words, the elders breathed a collective sigh of relief. So that was the case. Young friend, you may proceed with the test. Zhang Xuan sighed, realizing he could not evade this fate. He extended his hand once more, reaching towards the spirit-testing steel. Slap! As Zhang Xuan's palm made contact with the stone tablet, a chilling sensation coursed through him, while a warm energy began to circulate throughout his body. This was the spiritual power of the measuring spirit tablet assessing Zhang Xuan's innate talents. The onlookers held their breath, fixated on the tablet. Yet no unusual signs emerged from it. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. After what felt like an eternity, a faint glow of the 5 elemental colors finally emanated from the tablet, but its brilliance was so feeble that it was nearly obscured by Zhang Xuan's palm, causing the crowd to initially overlook it. a low-grade spiritual root of the 5 elements. Silence. The air around them fell into a deathly stillness. All eyes widened in disbelief as they gazed at the faint light on the measuring spirit tablet, unable to trust their own sight. A low-grade 5-element spiritual root. This was the most inferior aptitude for cultivation. While it was indeed possible to cultivate, achieving the foundational realm would likely be a daunting challenge. Among the thousands gathered for the examination, such talent was exceedingly rare, especially amidst such a public display. Zhang Xuan felt the silence pressing down upon him like a thunderous roar. Cough, a low-grade 5-element spiritual root. How rare indeed. It is true. In my millennia of practice, encounters with such a talent are few and far between. What splendid weather we have today. The crowd began to realize that something had gone awry, and the atmosphere turned even more awkward than the earlier incident caused by Jiuyou. Zhang Xuan closed his eyes, veins throbbing on his forehead. Damn it. Are you all satisfied now? I must complete this task swiftly. Let all end. I am on the brink of death. Jiuyou also wore an expression of disbelief. The person he held in such high regard turned out to possess merely a low-grade 5-element spiritual root? How could this be? No, wait. Suddenly, a spark of realization ignited in Jiuyou's eyes as he intently scrutinized the measuring spirit tablet. The crowd continued to chatter amongst themselves, some unable to bear the sight. Zhang Xuan was ready to withdraw his hand, resigning himself to a tragic fate. Yet in the next moment, a flicker of hope surged within him. Zhang Xuan stared dazedly at the measuring spirit tablet before him. To his astonishment, intricate patterns began to emerge from the spot where his palm had touched, quickly spreading like a spider's web until they covered the entire tablet. At that moment, the crowd finally sensed something was amiss. What is that? How can there be patterns? No, those aren't patterns. They are fissures. Suddenly, someone gasped in shock. The inner gate elders in the sky snapped back to reality, gazing at the tablet in confusion. Crack! Crack! The fissures multiplied upon the measuring spirit tablet, growing denser, causing Zhang Xuan to widen his eyes in astonishment. What in the world is happening? Boom! In the next instant, the measuring spirit tablet exploded. A magnificent sword intent surged forth from the tablet, tearing through the heavens, instantly sweeping away the clouds within a 1,000,000-mile radius. Those elder figures who had stood in the sky were sent flying by this sword intent, vanishing without a trace. The disciples present felt an unparalleled, astonishing sword intent overwhelming them, causing their faces to turn pale as they fell to their knees. Jiuyou fixated intently on the sword intent in the heavens. His complexion wan, his eyes filled with bloodshot hues, trembling all over. He endeavored to resist the formidable sword intent, but within mere moments, he too knelt down. A resonant hum echoed as the extraordinary sword intent stood majestically in the firmament, unrivaled and unparalleled, as if the very heavens and earth would yield before it, with the great Tao retreating in its presence. In that instant, the entire Tai realm fell into an eerie silence. Zhang Xuan observed the sword intent above with a furrowed brow and a serious expression. How can my sword intent be here? At that moment, he finally comprehended the source of his inexplicable familiarity with the spirit-testing steel. It was indeed a fragment of his sword intent from his first life. Who on earth has concealed my sword intent here? Zhang Xuan mused, contemplating how to resolve this predicament. If not handled properly, it might lead others to draw certain conclusions. After all, he had been rather naive when orchestrating his downfall in his first life, leaving numerous vulnerabilities behind. Just as he was preparing to employ various means to dispel the sword intent suspended in the sky, a graceful figure suddenly descended, appearing before Zhang Xuan, coldly interrogating. Who are you? How can you invoke my master's sword intent? Chapter 6. What to do. The vest is about to be stripped off, urgently awaiting. Salutations to the sect master. Salutations to the sect master. As the ethereal woman appeared, the elders and disciples of the Qingyun Sect promptly bowed in respect. The inner sect elders, however, were swept away by the astonishing sword intent, lost to the winds. Her presence halted the flow of spiritual energy around, and the great Tao itself seemed to slow, as if she were the very nexus of the universe. This was none other than Yun Yaohong, the sect master of Qingyun, an immortal. Jiuyou, kneeling on the ground, widened his eyes in disbelief, unable to fathom that such a being could exist within the humble Qingyun Sect. Though he could not discern her precise realm, the aura she emanated mirrored that of the elusive ancestors from his clan. No, the pressure she exerted was even more formidable than that of those ancient beings. Undoubtedly, this woman was a powerhouse among immortals. Yet, Yun Yaohong paid no heed to the crowd. Her eyes, filled with a myriad of emotions, confusion, astonishment, disbelief, excitement, and bewilderment, were fixed intently upon Zhang Xuan. At that moment, Zhang Xuan found himself momentarily lost in reverie. Little Yao. He stood frozen, a cascade of memories from his past life flooding his mind. Master, little Yao can't move. The little girl was still putting on a show for me? Do you believe I won't spank you? Boo-hoo, master's mean. Is that so? Then I shan't buy you candied hawthorn. Master, I was wrong. You're the best. Hey, you little rascal. Once we enter the city, I'll buy you candied hawthorn. Hooray! By the ancient path, a young man clad in blue, sword in hand, led a grimy little girl. The two of them walking toward the horizon under the setting sun. The girl, her hair tied in two high pigtails, drooled at the corners of her mouth, her wise eyes brimming with a longing for candied hawthorn. Boo-hoo, master, the senior brothers in the academy snatched my candied hawthorn. The girl lamented to the young man in blue. Outrageous! How dare they bully my little Yao? I shall retrieve it for you. The young man soared into the sky. Sword raised. Moments later, two bruised figures appeared, clutching a bundle of candied hawthorn, while the sword in the young man's hand had vanished. Master, I am sorry. It was all my fault, causing you to be punished as well. What nonsense! Can't you keep your mouth shut, even while eating candied hawthorn? Master, was it because I couldn't fight back? What could I do when the ancestor appeared? Little Yao is fine. Wait until I train for another 2 years, and I shall beat that ancestor to a pulp. EW Master, you are so disgusting. Be quiet. Eat your candied hawthorn. Master, little Yao has never ceased to trouble you since childhood. This time, I fear I shall bring you trouble again. The woman stood elegantly, yet a trickle of blood seeped from the corner of her mouth as she gazed up at the myriad of formidable figures, her heart filled with despair. She had merely slain a scion of a powerful family who sought to violate her, never anticipating that it would draw forth so many formidable beings. She felt no regret, only a sense of sorrow, lamenting that she could no longer accompany her master and repay the gratitude for his nurturing and teachings. The grace of her revered master could only be repaid in a future life. As she gazed at the colossal hand descending from the heavens, despair enveloped her, and tears shimmered at the corners of her eyes. How dare they bully my dear Xiaoyao? Yet, in the next moment, a beam of sword light illuminated the world. The woman opened her eyes in astonishment to behold a figure clad in a blue robe, wielding a sword, alongside the bodies of fallen cultivators raining down like a storm. The sword-wielding figure turned slightly, revealing a sharply defined profile adorned with a playful smirk. Xiaoyao, do you think your master is being frivolous? The woman broke into a smile through her tears, nodding emphatically. Answer me. How could you provoke my master's sore intent? Yun Yaohong pressed Zhang Xuan, her voice trembling with emotion. Zhang Xuan, drawn back from his reverie by her tone, regarded Yun Yaohong with a gaze filled with complexity. Wasn't this the very girl who had once been his disciple during his first life as the Tsangming Sword Sovereign? He had never anticipated that years later, the little girl who had once caused him such worry would now be the leader of a sect and had ascended to immortality. Indeed, had she not achieved immortality, it was unlikely she could have survived for so long. Zhang Xuan was deeply moved. Seeing Zhang Xuan's expression, Yun Yaohong felt a powerful jolt within her, as if seized by an unseen force. That gaze was all too familiar. It was the very gaze she had dreamt of countless times in her sleep. Master! What? At this revelation, an uproar erupted around them. The elders and disciples of the Qingyun Sect widened their eyes in disbelief. This man is the master of the sect leader? Yun Yaohong's pupils constricted. Zhang Xuan is the master of an immortal? What is happening? The crowd could hardly believe their eyes, staring at the two figures still standing in the arena. Oh no! Zhang Xuan's heart sank, for at the moment Yun Yaohong had uttered master, a system notification echoed in his mind. Warning, the host is about to be recognized as the former Songming Sword Sovereign. This mission is on the verge of failure. Should the mission fail, in the next life, the host shall be reincarnated as a woman. Current exposure level of Songming Sword Sovereign Identity. 1. Passive activation of the host's first life talent, the chaotic, boundless sword body. Boom! In the next instant, a magnificent radiance surged from Zhang Xuan, a divine aura expanding wildly around him. Beneath that aura, the swords of the Qingyun Sect disciples sang in response. Bowing in reverence toward Zhang Xuan, all swords returned to their master. Such an astonishing phenomenon, terrifying in its magnitude, caused everyone to gasp in shock. Those cultivators whose swords reacted were left bewildered, desperately suppressing their blades. Jiuyou Yaohong felt an inexplicable pressure, as if sinking into a quagmire, making it difficult to breathe. His wind, thunder sacred body was unexpectedly restrained. He could discern that Zhang Xuan seemed to have activated some extraordinary physique, the specifics of which eluded him. However, it was undeniable that this physique surpassed even his own sacred body. Brother Zhang, Jiuyou Yaohong, forced a bitter smile, realizing that this individual was indeed remarkable. Yun Yaohong gazed at Zhang Xuan with a face brimming with joy and excitement, for she recognized this unique trait. It was none other than the unparalleled, unprecedented, chaotic, limitless sword body of her master. This physique could invoke her master's distinctive sword intent. Along with the chaotic, limitless sword body, and that gaze, tears shimmered in Yun Yao's reddened eyes as various thoughts led her to nearly ascertain that the person before her was most likely her master, the Songming Sword Sovereign. As for why her master appeared so different from before and had become immortal, Yun Yao speculated that her master might have encountered some misfortune. Now that she had ascended to immortality, she believed she could assist her master. As long as her master returned, all other issues could be resolved. With this thought, a captivating smile involuntarily graced Yun Yao's usually serene face. Conversely, Zhang Xuan, the person at the center of it all, wore an unpleasant expression, devoid of any sense of triumph. Especially when meeting Yun Yao's gaze, he felt utterly flustered. What to do? His disguise was on the verge of being unveiled, and he was anxiously awaiting assistance. The chaos supreme sword body. When heaven did not give birth to the vast abyss, the path of the sword remained eternal like the long night. Zhang Xuan's thoughts spiraled wildly as he fervently contemplated how to navigate the current predicament. It was impossible to acknowledge his true identity. Once revealed, not only would the mission fail, but he would also be doomed to reincarnate as a woman in the next life. Such a fate would utterly obliterate a century of brilliance. He would never allow that to transpire. At this moment, he finally grasped why this life's task was so deceptively simple. Damn it, the head of the Qingyun Sect is actually the female disciple from my first life? Isn't this just delivering goods right to my doorstep? As for the sword intent within the spirit testing tablet, Zhang Xuan began to comprehend. Before his fall in the first life, he had bestowed 3 defensive sword intents upon Yun Yao. Surely, she had concealed them within the spirit testing tablet to guard against formidable enemies of the sect. Damn it, system, you tricked me. Zhang Xuan cursed inwardly. Master. At this moment, the sword intent in the heavens dissipated as it failed to locate an enemy, and the surrounding crowd, no longer restrained, gradually rose to gaze at Yun Yao and Zhang Xuan. Just as Yun Yao was about to speak, Zhang Xuan abruptly interrupted. I pay my respects to the sect master, he declared with a respectful bow. This caused Yun Yao to furrow her brow, a hint of confusion in her eyes. Master, what is the matter with you? Zhang Xuan felt a jolt of panic and quickly lowered his head. Heavenly Sovereign, please do not belittle your junior. How could I possibly be the master of the Heavenly Sovereign? I am merely a mortal, unworthy of such a title. Zhang Xuan appeared genuinely terrified, as if he had been struck with fear. The disciples of the Qingyun Sect, now returning to their senses, wore expressions of bewilderment. What has happened to the sect master? Could this lad truly be the master of the sect master? How could that be? The sect master's ancestral tablet still in the sect's ancestral hall? It hardly seems plausible. The sect master is such a prominent figure. How could this mere mortal be related to her? The elders and disciples engaged in animated discussions, struggling to comprehend the unfolding events, especially linking this mortal, Zhang Xuan, to the master of the sect master seemed utterly impossible. Yun Yaohong, a transcendent being, the founding ancestor of the Qingyun Sect, an unparalleled sword cultivator of the southern wilderness. Each of her identities was something the crowd could only aspire to. They may not know the identity of the sect master's master, but surely they understood the stature of the sect master herself. Could her master truly be a mere mortal or a commoner with subpar spiritual roots? Such a notion was utterly absurd. Jiuyou also frowned, unable to grasp the situation. He did not know the specifics of Yun Yaohong's celestial identity, but Zhang Xuan, no matter how extraordinary, could not possibly be the master of an immortal. Could he? Their lifespans simply did not align. Zhang Xuan naturally overheard the discussions around him, yet he continued to keep his head bowed, appearing anxious and apprehensive. Damn it, what do you all mean by this? If it weren't for my need to remain incognito, I would surely leave you all dumbfounded. Master, you cannot deceive me, Yun Yaohong said, her brow slightly furrowed, her eyes reddening. The chaos supreme sword body. Only you possess it. No one else in this world could possibly have such a constitution. Yun Yaohong's gaze was unwavering and resolute as she fixed her eyes upon Zhang Xuan. At her words, Zhang Xuan could not help but shake his head internally. The system has misled me. The chaos infinite sword body is indeed unique to him, for it is a postnatal physique cultivated with the aid of the system, unlike the innate sacred bodies possessed by other prodigies. The chaos infinite sword body was formed through Zhang Xuan's relentless comprehension of the sword path in his first life. This extraordinary physique requires the support of the system. Others, no matter how deeply they understand the sword, cannot achieve it. Similarly, other extraordinary physiques and bloodlines were either comprehended or integrated by Zhang Xuan with the system's assistance throughout his past reincarnations. Thus, Yun Yaohong is so certain that Zhang Xuan is the Zhangming sword sovereign, although she remains unaware of the system's existence. She has never encountered anyone else capable of comprehending the chaos infinite sword body. The surrounding crowd was left in utter bewilderment upon hearing Yun Yaohong's declaration. Chaos infinite sword body? What is that? I have never heard of it. It sounds incredibly impressive, though. That brother from the Jiuyou family. You are the wind, thunder sacred body. Have you ever heard of this so-called sword body? Jiuyou, with his distinguished identity, had just garnered the respect of the inner sect elders, indicating his extensive knowledge. Thus, someone turned to Jiuyou, unreservedly seeking his insight. However, Jiuyou paid no heed to the inquiries, his pupils constricting as a tempest of emotions surged within him. He had encountered references to the chaos infinite sword body in some ancient family texts. It is the only supreme postnatal sword body throughout history, capable of overpowering all sacred bodies in existence. The records indicate that only one individual possessed such a physique, the Zhangming sword sovereign. Jiuyou's gaze shifted to Zhang Xuan, a mix of astonishment and uncertainty swirling within him. In that moment, the identity of Yun Yaohong became increasingly clear in his mind. She is the sole disciple of the Zhangming sword sovereign, the sword immortal Yun Yaohong. This female sword immortal hails from an era over 100,000 years ago, a veritable ancient being within the cultivation world. No wonder the aura she exudes imposes a greater sense of pressure than some of the ancestral immortals of his family. However, at this moment, Yun Yaohong is not the focal point. It is Zhang Xuan who commands attention. The sword immortal Yun Yaohong speaks the truth. The chaos infinite sword body is possessed solely by the Zhangming sword sovereign, and no one else in the world has ever been known to possess such a physique. A truly unparalleled existence, without predecessor or successor. Thus, the chaos infinite sword body, the supreme postnatal sword body, could never manifest within a mere mortal. Could it be that Brother Zhang is indeed the Zhangming sword sovereign? Jiuyou gasped at his own thoughts, unable to believe the unfolding reality, feeling as though he were trapped in a dream. The onlookers, witnessing his head shake, fell into a state of confusion. What is this? It sounds so impressive, yet it is not as formidable as the sacred body. How powerful could a physique that few even know about truly be? However, this seems to be the physique of the sect master's master. Is it really appropriate for you to speak in such a manner? The murmurs of the crowd persisted, yet at that moment, Yun Yao found herself devoid of the inclination to engage, her gaze fixed intently upon Zhang Xuan. Meanwhile, Zhang Xuan felt the veins on his forehead pulsating. What do you know about anything? He thought, his frustration mounting. And that Jiuyou Fangzhong, what did his shaking head signify? He raised his head, poised to defend the honor of his past life, when suddenly a system notification echoed in his ears. Warning, the identity of the host, Songming's swordmaster, has aroused suspicion in individuals other than Yun Yao, Jiuyou Fangzhong. Current exposure level, 10. Exposure level increased, triggering the passive activation of the host's sword intent from the first life. Note, due to the host's reincarnation, the sword intent will gradually restore to its peak from the first life. The host is advised to proceed with caution. Upon hearing the notification, Zhang Xuan's expression shifted dramatically. Jiuyou Fangzhong, how dare you boom? In the next instant, a surge of sword intent erupted from Zhang Xuan, radiating outward with tremendous force. The discussion surrounding him abruptly ceased, and Yun Yao's eyes narrowed, her expression filled with excitement. I knew you were my master. Chapter 8. Master, do you no longer care for Xiaoyao? Is this truly our sect leader? Zhang Xuan's unparalleled sword intent erupted, leaving all present in a state of astonishment. The swords of the assembly, previously under control, now went awry. Just as the chaotic Wuji sword body awakened, the swords of the crowd, which had merely bowed in reverence, suddenly broke free from their master's grasp, hurtling towards Zhang Xuan. In an instant, the entire collection of swords from the Qingyun Sect soared around him, encircling him as if to herald the return of their sovereign. Everyone stood agape, while some sword cultivators deep within the sect, who were in seclusion, erupted into exclamations of disbelief. What on earth is happening? My sword! One elder cursed vehemently. Who has stolen my sword? The multitude of swords yielded in submission. Yet, several elders discerned the unfolding reality, their pupils constricting in shock. Is that sword intent? One elder exclaimed in awe. Jiuyou Yaohong, also wide-eyed, involuntarily inhaled sharply. Indeed, it is sword intent. The notion of intent is profoundly enigmatic, intimately intertwining with the Tao. For a cultivator to reach the divine transformation realm, one must comprehend the laws of heaven and earth, and intent, along with certain unique physiques, serves as the most effective key. In fact, to some extent, the significance of intent supersedes that of even the most exceptional physiques. Possessing intent facilitates the understanding of laws and, subsequently, the realization of the great Tao, rendering such endeavors almost effortless, devoid of any bottlenecks. It could be said that innate spiritual roots and special physiques merely accelerate the cultivation process, granting cultivators the chance to grasp the laws of heaven and earth during the great ascension or tribulation phases. Intent, however, allows cultivators to comprehend laws and the great Tao with the ease of daily sustenance. A cultivator's extraordinary talent or unique physique does not necessarily make them a prodigy. Rather, those who can grasp intent undoubtedly are prodigies. For each form of intent signifies a path of the great Tao. Sword intent, in particular, epitomizes the sword path. Even Jiuyou Yaohong, a candidate for the position of the lesser clan leader of the ancient Gu family, found it a rare treasure to comprehend intent. Yet now, a mere mortal before him exhibited supreme sword intent. How could he not be taken aback? This was the true seed of an immortal. However, after the initial shock, Jiuyou Yaohong's expression shifted as he recalled something, leading to a peculiar look upon his face. Zhang Xuan possessed a low-grade, 5-element spiritual root, a type that absorbs spiritual energy at a painfully slow rate, making it exceedingly difficult to reach the foundation establishment stage. Jiuyou Yaohong found himself at a loss for words. It was a reminder that in this world, every event, no matter how trivial, is governed by fate. Meanwhile, Zhang Xuan, the central figure, had no time to ponder such matters, for at that moment, Yun Yao's gaze upon him seemed as if she would devour him whole. Master, this is your sword intent. Yun Yao's statement was not a question, but an affirmation. This supreme sword intent was also the emblem of the Songming sword sovereign. Zhang Xuan could only shake his head in resignation and replied to Yun Yao, "Very well, I confess. This is indeed the chaotic Wuji sword body and the unparalleled sword intent." Yun Yao's expression visibly brightened, her excitement spilling forth as she exclaimed, "Master, I knew it was you." As she spoke, she instantaneously appeared before Zhang Xuan, resembling a delicate young woman, ready to embrace him. The elders and disciples of the Qingyun Sect widened their eyes in disbelief. Had they ever witnessed the sect leader in such a manner? Could it be that this young man was indeed the master of their leader? But wait! Zhang Xuan quickly retreated a step, evading Yun Yao's affectionate advance. "Heavenly Lord, I have not acknowledged myself as your master," he said. Upon hearing this, Yun Yao furrowed her brow once more, her eyes brimming with tears. "What do you mean, master? The chaotic, endless sword body and supreme sword intent have manifested, yet you still refuse to acknowledge it? Do you no longer want Liu Yao?" Gasp! The elders and disciples of the Qingyun Sect felt a shiver run down their spines. Was this truly their decisive and formidable sect leader? Jiuyou Yaohong's eyelids twitched violently, cold sweat trickling down his back. Was this truly an immortal? Surely, witnessing an immortal in such a state would not bring misfortune upon him. Although the Jiuyou family was a superpower in the Tai realm, their intimidation factor against immortals was not as formidable as one might imagine. Immortals transcend the mundane, no longer defined by worldly standards. While the Jiuyou family had indeed achieved victories against immortals, engaging in battles with them was something any faction would prefer to avoid due to the immense cost involved. Zhang Xuan found himself somewhat overwhelmed by Yun Yao's demeanor, as if he was transported back to years gone by. However, he simply could not concede. He had no desire to be transformed into a woman in his next life. "Heavenly Lord, I can explain the chaotic, endless sword body and supreme sword intent. I truly am not your master. So I kindly ask that you refrain from addressing me as such. It is truly an embarrassment for me." Zhang Xuan spoke nervously, trembling slightly. Yun Yao sensed the deliberate distance in his tone, seemingly in disbelief. "Heavenly Lord, Master?" Her fists clenched tightly, a flicker of anger evident in her expression. "Very well. Then explain why your sword intent is identical to that of my master." Zhang Xuan could easily detect Yun Yao's ire, but he could only sigh inwardly. "Little Yao, my apologies. Once I fulfill my obligations in this lifetime, I shall surely acknowledge you." He then solemnly cupped his hands to Yun Yao and slowly spoke. "Heavenly Lord, my chaotic, endless sword body and supreme sword intent are inherited legacies. Just now, when I interacted with the spirit testing tablet, I was drawn into a peculiar space, where I encountered a senior clad in blue holding a sword. He proclaimed that I possess extraordinary talent, a swordsmanship prodigy among millions, and thus passed the chaotic, endless sword body and supreme sword intent to me." Zhang Xuan earnestly spun a tale, his fervor evident as he animatedly narrated the story. Yun Yao, upon hearing this, was momentarily entranced, a senior clad in blue holding a sword. Meanwhile, those around them gazed in astonishment, their eyes wide. Goodness, so that's how it is. There is actually a legacy within the spirit testing tablet. As a disciple of the Qingyun Sect, how come I was unaware of this? What extraordinary luck this is. Jiuyou Yaohong was also momentarily taken aback, feeling a mixture of astonishment and doubt. How could this sound somewhat implausible? Yet aside from this, it was indeed challenging to elucidate the current circumstances. After all, the esteemed Songming sword master was a figure from hundreds of thousands of years ago. How could he possibly be the mere mortal standing before them, who had just embarked upon the path of cultivation? When confronted with an utterly absurd situation, people typically exhibit disbelief. Thus, at such moments, providing a somewhat reasonable explanation, even if it too borders on the ridiculous, can foster trust as long as its absurdity does not exceed that of the initial claim. It's akin to persuading a crowd to consume Oreos. Few would be inclined. However, if Zhang Xuan were to suggest they drink from the Ganges, it would surely seem much more palatable. At least it wouldn't stick to their teeth. Naturally, Zhang Xuan did not expect anyone to genuinely believe him, for this was merely a story he had concocted in haste, without the luxury of refinement. Yet, As long as no one continued to question his identity as the Songming Swordmaster, it would suffice. Observing the expressions of the crowd, it was evident that they had indeed accepted his narrative to some extent. Zhang Xuan nodded in satisfaction, having successfully navigated the immediate crisis. However, upon finishing his tale, Yun Yaohong let out a cold laugh, her gaze still firmly fixed on Zhang Xuan. Clearly, she was not convinced. As a disciple, and now a celestial being, how could she fail to discern whether there was any true inheritance within that sword intent? Seeing her reaction, Zhang Xuan could only smile wryly within. The little girl had grown up. She was no longer easily deceived. Nevertheless, he had resolved that as long as he steadfastly denied his identity, what could she possibly do? Could Yun Yaohong really threaten to kill him? Thus, Zhang Xuan stood before her, exuding an air of nonchalance. He resembled him so closely. Observing Zhang Xuan's insouciant demeanor, Yun Yaohong's eyes reddened as she clenched her silver teeth. This expression, this infuriating visage, who could it possibly be if not her master, the Songming Swordmaster? She recognized that her master was reluctant to acknowledge his true identity. This left her feeling somewhat powerless. After all, she could not very well place a sword at her master's throat to compel him to confess. And indeed, her master valued his pride above all. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck Yun Yaohong. Gazing at Zhang Xuan's infuriating countenance, she felt a surge of determination. Master, since you refuse to acknowledge it, I shall have to force you to do so. Rest assured, I shall offer my sincerest apologies afterward. Chapter 9. The Inverted Heavenly Gang. Master, you surely do not wish for. I see now. I never would have guessed that the young friend has obtained the legacy of my esteemed master. At that moment, Yun Yaohong spoke with an expression of icy composure. Her words effectively clarified the earlier situation, and those around them quickly grasped the implications, accepting the revelation. I suspected as much. How could this individual possibly be the master of the sect? It turns out he has inherited a legacy. What remarkable luck to receive the teachings of the sect leader's master. The chaos infinite sword body, while perhaps not on par with the sacred body, is still formidable. Wouldn't you agree? Of course. The sect leader is a transcendent being. How could the teachings of their master be anything less? Whispers of admiration filled the air as gazes turned toward Zhang Xuan, tinged with envy. Some cultivators, more knowledgeable about the intricacies of the immortal realm, glared at Zhang Xuan with reddened eyes, fully aware of the significance such a legacy entailed. With the sect leader being a transcendent being, the master must be equally impressive. A legacy comparable to that of the transcendence realm is indeed a remarkable opportunity. Some elders of the Qingyun Sect perceived even more, for with the emergence of sword intent, Zhang Xuan could be likened to an immortal prodigy akin to Jiuyou. With the acquisition of the sect leader's master's teachings, he might as well be considered one of the Qingyun Sect. The sect was destined for ascendance. Yet, none understood the implications as deeply as Jiuyou himself, who was acutely aware of the stature of the Songming Sword Sovereign. The supremacy of the sword path is the true essence of an immortal. This was an immortal legacy, and it stirred a sense of envy within him. However, upon recalling Zhang Xuan's spiritual root, Jiuyou could only chuckle in exasperation. In an instant, it seemed as though everyone had moved past the earlier incident, save for Zhang Xuan, whose brow knitted in concern. Something is amiss. That girl was just skeptical, so how could she suddenly change her tune? Zhang Xuan sensed the undercurrents of scheme. Indeed, just then Yun Yaohong spoke again. Since the young friend has received my master's legacy, you are thus a member of my master's lineage. Furthermore, your presence here at the Qingyun Sect's disciple recruitment ceremony suggests a desire to join us. Why not? Yun Yaohong hesitated, her voice trailing off, as if caught in a moment of indecision. Zhang Xuan's heart raced, sensing an ominous turn of events. Master, you are forcing my hand. Observing Zhang Xuan's impassive demeanor, Yun Yaohong steeled herself and resolutely declared, then let it be. Young friend, why not take me as your master? I will impart to you the true essence of the sword path. In doing so, you will grasp my master's profound understanding of swordsmanship. At her proclamation, the crowd gasped in astonishment, their envy intensifying. A transcendent being is accepting a disciple. How can this be? The elders and disciples of the Qingyun Sect were equally taken aback. The sect leader had never expressed an intention to take on disciples in the 2 millennia since the sect's founding. Now, she was willing to accept a disciple, and a mere mortal without any cultivation at that. However, upon reflection, it is only natural for one to feel envious of another who has received the legacy of a revered master and possesses the chaos supreme sword body, along with the sword intent that would undoubtedly captivate the sect leader. Jiuyou Fangjung also harbored similar feelings of envy. The notion of an immortal accepting disciples is something he could scarcely dare to dream of at present. Typically, an immortal would only take on a disciple who has at least reached the divine transformation realm to be considered worthy. Yet, here stand Brother Zhang, merely a mortal, who has garnered the attention of an immortal, a truly meteoric rise, especially since this immortal is a disciple of the esteemed Sangming Sword Sovereign, a legendary figure of swordsmanship, a veritable ancient being within the realm of cultivation. At this moment, Zhang Xuan seemed to have genuinely captured Jiuyou Fangjung's attention. To be accepted under the tutelage of this sword immortal would render Zhang's mediocre 5-element spiritual root inconsequential. After all, spiritual root talent holds little weight in the eyes of an immortal. There are myriad ways to enhance one's spiritual root in this world. Jiuyou Fangjung contemplated, a spark of determination igniting in his gaze. Though he hails from the esteemed Jiuyou family, he is merely a candidate for the position of the minor clan leader. To truly ascend to that role, connections and relationships are as critical as innate talent and strength. At present, Zhang Xuan is undeniably a promising prospect, possessing the legacy of the Sangming Sword Sovereign and the mentorship of a sword immortal, an investment that surely guarantees returns. Furthermore, through Zhang Xuan, he could also forge a connection with that sword immortal. After this incident, it seems imperative to deepen his relationship with Brother Zhang. Jiuyou Fangjung had already resolved within himself. As for his earlier assertion that the Qingyun Sect was unworthy of him, he had long since forgotten. In this moment, everyone had already regarded Zhang Xuan as Yun Yao's disciple. With the celestial sovereign personally intervening, how could a mere mortal feel dissatisfied? Yet, the very individual at the center of this commotion, Zhang Xuan, took a step back, his body trembling, nearly gasping for breath. The heavens have turned upside down. This girl actually wishes to take him as her disciple. A rebellious disciple. Zhang Xuan lamented internally, caught completely off guard. After proclaiming her intention to accept a disciple, Yun Yao also exhaled, a hint of guilt flickering in her eyes. But upon witnessing Zhang Xuan's incredulous expression, her resolve solidified. Master, would you truly wish to acknowledge me as your disciple in front of everyone? If so, then please confirm it, Master. Yun Yao smiled faintly, seemingly confident of her victory. While this notion may seem audacious, it was a necessity. To deal with a dignified master, such measures were inevitable. As for Zhang Xuan's reaction, onlookers perceived it as a sign that he was overwhelmed by joy, so much so that he could hardly maintain his composure. So, young friend, would you be willing to take me as your master? Yun Yao inquired with a playful smile. Zhang Xuan fixed his gaze on Yun Yao, his hand trembling as he pointed towards her. Then he suddenly lost his breath, collapsing onto the ground. Goodness, he fainted from excitement? Who wouldn't be thrilled by the sect leader personally accepting a disciple? This lad's temperament seems a bit lacking. If you were a mere mortal faced with such a situation, how could you possibly fare any better? The crowd murmured among themselves, observing the unconscious Zhang Xuan. Yun Yao, with a cold smile in her heart, thought to herself, Master, evasion is futile. As a celestial being, she perceived at a glance that Zhang Xuan was feigning unconsciousness. With a mere wave of her hand, Zhang Xuan found himself uncontrollably rising to his feet, his eyes fluttering open. Truly worthy of being the sect master. She could restore someone in an instant. After all, what else could one expect from a sect leader? The acceptance of disciples is a grand affair, necessitating a lavish banquet. The crowd buzzed with excitement, fervently discussing the occasion. Zhang Xuan, however, wore a face of despair, lamenting, how could a rebellious disciple treat me, an elder, with such disdain. Banquet? Nonsense. Burp. Once more, Zhang Xuan failed to catch his breath and fainted again. Yun Yao smirked, still pretending. She waved her hand once more, lifting Zhang Xuan up. Burp. He collapsed again. Yun Yao gestured again. Burp. Zhang Xuan fell once more. Yun Yao waved her hand. The onlookers were left in utter disbelief at the extraordinary spectacle. Each time Yun Yao assisted Zhang Xuan to stand, he would immediately faint again. Are you not a brother? Is this the chaotic Wujidian body? You must possess a constitution prone to fainting. Yun Yao, undeterred by the farce, found herself reminiscing about her own youthful days of feigning fatigue during sword training, only to be effortlessly seen through by her master. It dawned on her how her master must have felt in those moments. After several exchanges, Yun Yao instinctively waved her hand again, only to realize something was amiss. Zhang Xuan had ceased the charade and stood quietly in place. Embarrassed, Yun Yao withdrew her hand and regarded him with an indifferent expression. Young friend, have you recovered? It is time to answer. Do you wish to take me as your master? Observing Yun Yao's unwavering determination, Zhang Xuan clenched his fists, as if resolving to make a significant decision. You are quite formidable, little girl. Is it merely a matter of apprenticeship? It is far preferable to being a woman in my next life. No one will ever know my past identity. With this thought, Zhang Xuan gritted his teeth and, with a resolute gesture, knelt to the ground. Disciple pays homage to the master. This time, it was Yun Yao who fell silent. Chapter 10. The young master of Qingyun Sect. Bound to remain in Qingyun Sect for a millennium, as Yun Yao gazed at Zhang Xuan, who knelt before her mind went blank. Could this truly be her master? Had she misjudged him, thinking he was her mentor? However, upon noticing the familiar expression on Zhang Xuan's face, a bittersweet feeling stirred within her heart. Since her master had returned and arrived at Qingyun Sect, why did he refuse to acknowledge her? Was he so unwilling to confess his identity, even choosing to publicly pay homage to her instead? With a melancholic countenance, Yun Yao discreetly averted her gaze from Zhang Xuan's bowing figure. Naturally, Zhang Xuan noticed her subtle movement and felt a sense of smug satisfaction. Little girl, you think you can play these games with your master? You are still too inexperienced. Yet, when he lifted his gaze and saw the sorrowful look in Yun Yao's eyes and the despondency etched on her face, his heart trembled. He opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. Little Yao, I am sorry. Once I complete my task in this life, I will certainly acknowledge you. He could only think to himself. After the formalities of homage were completed, Yun Yao waved her hand and swiftly helped Zhang Xuan to his feet. Given the circumstances, she realized that her master would not admit his identity at present. Although she was uncertain of the reasons, as long as her master remained in Qingyun Sect, she would find a way to eventually reconnect with him. Turning to address the assembly of Qingyun Sect disciples, she declared, from this day forth, Zhang Xuan shall be my esteemed disciple, the true heir of Qingyun Sect, and the young master. Upon hearing this proclamation, the disciples and elders of Qingyun Sect were taken aback. To be a true heir and the young master was a status comparable to that of an intersect elder. It must be noted that intersect elders were at the nascent stage of divine transformation, with the most powerful among them having reached the realm of great ascendance. From this moment on, a mere mortal like Zhang Xuan would stand on par with those great ascendants, a true leap to the heavens. Instantly, countless envious and jealous gazes were cast upon Zhang Xuan. If he were indeed an ordinary mortal, he would have crumbled under such pressure long ago. However, the elders and disciples did not truly underestimate him due to his mortal origins. With the resources available to the young master of Qingyun Sect, coupled with the inheritance he had obtained, reaching the same level of cultivation as those intersect elders would merely be a matter of time. Therefore, while the disciples were envious, the elders had more to consider. Having witnessed the finalization of this matter, Zhang Xuan could not help but sigh inwardly. Although the journey had been somewhat tumultuous, he had successfully joined Qingyun Sect. Yet, circumstances had changed, and he would need to devise a long-term strategy to complete his task in this life. Originally, he had planned to take on the identity of a mere servant disciple, quietly fading into the background. Given his lackluster talent, he believed the entire process would pose little difficulty. However, who could have foreseen the current situation? Now, as the young master of Qingyun Sect, if he were to plan his downfall poorly, it could easily invite unforeseen complications. With this thought, Zhang Xuan sighed once more. This final task was indeed not as simple as it seemed. After announcing Zhang Xuan's situation, Yun Yao turned her gaze towards Jiuyou Fangzheng. The Jiuyou family? Jiuyou Fangzheng respectfully clasped his hands in greeting towards Yun Yao, acknowledging her with the honorific title of esteemed celestial. At that moment, he understood her desire to conceal her celestial identity. Did you just imply that my Qingyun Sect is unworthy of accepting you? Yun Yao's voice suddenly turned frigid. As her words hung in the air, the atmosphere around them shifted dramatically. Was the sect master about to hold Jiuyou Fangzheng accountable? Indeed, Fangzheng's previous remarks had been laced with disdain for the Qingyun Sect, and it was only natural for the sect master, as the founding ancestor, to harbor discontent. Yet, could the Qingyun Sect truly afford to provoke a family renowned for their longevity? Elders aware of Jiuyou Fangzheng's background felt a surge of urgency, preparing to intervene with the sect master. Jiuyou Fangzheng felt a jolt of apprehension, a bitter smile creeping onto his face. This was a profound lesson in the dangers of reckless speech. Just then, two figures resembling soaring swans appeared in the distance, swiftly landing before Jiuyou Fangzheng, shielding him protectively. They were two great Ascension Realm protectors. As their auras emanated, the elders of the Qingyun Sect felt a chill of dread. Yet, upon their arrival, the two bowed solemnly to Yun Yao, saying, "Senior, our young master was unaware that the Qingyun Sect is under your esteemed lineage. Please forgive his indiscretion." Being members of a longevity family, they were acutely aware of Yun Yao's celestial presence, which made them exceedingly anxious. "How noisy," Yun Yao retorted, her voice laced with disdain. "Did I inquire of you?" The coldness in her demeanor, accompanied by a hint of murderous intent, sent shivers down the spines of the knowledgeable elders of the Qingyun Sect. "Sect Master, please tread carefully. Those are individuals from a longevity family." Zhang Xuan could only shake his head in silent resignation, realizing that Yun Yao was genuinely incensed. As for the reason behind her ire, it was likely due to him, with Jiuyou Fangzheng merely serving as the catalyst. He cast a sympathetic glance at Jiuyou Fangzheng, silently conveying his apologies. Of course, if Yun Yao truly intended to harm Fangzheng, he would intervene, for the young man had accompanied him on his journey and was not inherently malevolent. Sensing Yun Yao's murderous intent, the two Ascension Realm protectors began to sweat profusely. When a celestial being is enraged, it can herald a cataclysm. Gritting their teeth, they took a step back, positioning themselves behind Jiuyou Fangzheng. This scene left the onlookers momentarily stunned. What? Jiuyou Fangzheng, however, was not surprised. He could only smile wryly. The candidate for the young master was ultimately just that, a candidate. Moreover, he was still in the foundational stage of cultivation. Despite his exceptional talent and the potential of his sacred body, he had yet to mature and remained merely a foundational cultivator. The longevity family would never commit the folly of offending a celestial being, especially one as unique as Yun Yao, for the sake of an underdeveloped sacred body. The decision made by the two protectors would face no reproach upon their return to the Gu family. This exemplifies why longevity families endure through the ages. Without hesitation, Jiuyou Fangzheng knelt before Yun Yao. He understood that unless he demonstrated a modicum of respect, the events of the day would not conclude favorably. Just now, the younger generation spoke disrespectfully and failed to show proper respect to the Qingyun Sect. I hereby offer my sincerest apologies, although I am aware of my mistakes. The situation is irreparable, and thus I shall submit to the elder's judgment. Upon finishing his words, Jiuyou Fangzheng bowed deeply, pressing his forehead to the ground in utmost humility. This scene instantly sent tremors through the hearts of the elders of the Qingyun Sect. A scion of the Changshan family forced to kneel and apologize? If the Jiuyou family were to learn of this, the Qingyun Sect would be in grave danger. The sect master must not allow this. A portion of the knowledgeable elders was about to intervene and advise Yun Yao. However, Yun Yao spoke first, disregarding the elders entirely. "In that case, you shall remain in the Qingyun Sect for a millennium, and without my permission, you shall not leave." With that, Yun Yao vanished in the blink of an eye. The elders of the Qingyun Sect found themselves collapsing to the ground, their faces drained of color. To detain a descendant of the Chongqing family, the Qingyun Sect is doomed. Zhang Xuan raised an eyebrow, taken aback. Given Xiao Yao's temperament, she should not have been so lenient. Based on his understanding of Yun Yao, the former version of her would have either killed Guyu Fangzheng on the spot or rushed to the Guyu family to demand an explanation, followed by extortion. This would have aligned with her bold nature. Yet now, Zhang Xuan realized he was struggling to comprehend Xiao Yao. It seemed that the little girl from years past had indeed grown up. Chapter 11. A New Era. The 99 Prodigies in the Chronicles of Immortals. Guyu Fangzheng was somewhat taken aback by Yun Yao's decision, having prepared himself for the worst possible outcome. The current situation was indeed beyond his expectations, and he could only wonder what the female sword immortal was contemplating. Young master, two esteemed cultivators assisted Guyu Fangzheng to his feet. He waved his hand dismissively and said, "There is no need for concern. That senior has shown mercy by merely requiring a millennium's stay at the Qingyun Sect, which is hardly a burden." He had initially intended to remain at Qingyun Sect for a while to strengthen his bond with Zhang Xuan, so he did not perceive any impropriety in the matter. Every disciple of ancient powers would embark on journeys across the world to broaden their horizons, and he had merely stepped out during a relatively humble stage in his cultivation. Now, encountering that female, sword immortal, and being allowed to stay at Qingyun Sect could, from another perspective, be considered a fortuitous opportunity. Young master, the situation here. The esteemed cultivator hesitated. After a moment's contemplation, Guyu Fangzheng replied, "Just report the truth to the family. I trust they will understand." His gaze was profound, evidently reflecting myriad thoughts. The emergence of the Songming sword master's legacy and the manifestation of Yun Yao's sword lineage would undoubtedly stir significant ripples within the Tai realm. The female sword immortal showed no intention of keeping secrets, nor did she appear to wish to conceal her identity. As for why she presented herself at the tribulation transcend stage, Guyu Fangzheng could only admit to his inability to comprehend such depths. The machinations of immortals were beyond his current understanding. Subsequently, the two esteemed cultivators departed. One returned to the central state to report, while the other concealed himself outside Qingyun Sect. As for entering the sect, in the presence of the immortal S domain, he dared not intrude without permission. Zhang Xuan approached Guyu Fangzheng, teasingly remarking, "Brother Guyu, I trust you now understand the virtue of humility?" Guyu Fangzheng offered a wry smile and shook his head, appearing somewhat disheveled. However, Zhang Xuan was taken aback by Guyu's willingness to kneel. As many disciples from ancient powers he had encountered bore an air of arrogance and superiority. Yet, Guyu Fangzheng was remarkably down-to-earth. Zhang Xuan then turned to an elder of Qingyun Sect seated nearby and inquired, "Elder, as I am now a disciple of Qingyun Sect, where should I go?" An outer sect elder, regaining his composure, respectfully replied, "As a direct disciple of the sect master, you should proceed to the main peak where the sect master will personally instruct you." "Oh, where's the main peak?" Zhang Xuan asked. "Is over there," the elder indicated, pointing toward the highest mountain deep within Qingyun Sect. "Thank you." Zhang Xuan expressed his gratitude and prepared to make his way. Given the change in circumstances, he needed to contemplate his next course of action and could not afford to linger. However, after taking just a couple of steps, he halted and turned back to the elder who had pointed the way. Elder, could you accompany me? It seems a bit far." The elder, realizing that Zhang Xuan was still an ordinary mortal, finally grasped the situation. Although the Qingyun Sect is not particularly large, the journey from this place to the main peak would likely take Zhang Xuan several years. Logically, since the sect master has taken on disciples, the young master should have accompanied him upon departure. It is perplexing that he would leave his own disciples behind. The elder expressed some confusion. Zhang Xuan awkwardly touched his nose, realizing that the little girl was probably upset. Subsequently, the elder led Zhang Xuan away, while the disciple recruitment ceremony continued in place, with other elders bringing in a new spirit testing stone. However, many of the disciples who tested afterward merely touched the stone repeatedly, as if trying to elicit some revelation. "Guyu, I shall take my leave." Zhang Xuan called out to Guyu before following the elder. Guyu had other elders to attend to him. Although there was no immediate situation at the Qingyun Sect, the matter of Zhang Xuan awakening the supreme sword intent from the spirit testing stone was far from over. In the Tai realm, Central State. This locale is located at the heart of the Tai realm, its expanse surpassing the combined area of the southeastern, southwestern, northeastern, and northwestern regions. Central State is home to countless powerful beings and is a gathering place for celestial traditions, as well as many ancient forces. Yet, at the moment Zhang Xuan activated the supreme sword intent, countless celestial beings were stirred from their reverie. What is that? Such terrifying sword intent. It seems to emanate from the southern frontier. Has a sword cultivator achieved immortality there? The sword intent is astonishing, and this person's strength rivals my own. On that day, the celestial beings of Central State cast their gazes toward the southern frontier, rife with uncertainty. In such a remote location, a sword cultivator has actually attained immortality? It seems that Central State is destined to gain another Sword Dao sect in the future. The celestial beings engaged in fervent discussions, each curious about the identity of this individual. As for those below the celestial realm, even the tribulation transcenders could not sense the sword intent, as the distance was simply too great, resulting in a profound tranquility. While ordinary celestial beings were filled with curiosity, some ancient forces were predominantly puzzled. This sword intent felt eerily familiar, as if it had been described in some ancient tome. Such extreme sword intent does not suggest someone has achieved immortality. Rather, it resembles the awakening of a long-sealed sword intent. Investigate this. I must ascertain the origins of this sword intent. In an instant, many ancient forces dispatched their formidable members to the southern frontier to uncover the situation. When the news returned, the ancient forces were astounded. What? Is it truly that individual? That Songming's sword sovereign's legacy has emerged? The tradition resides in the southern frontier? The disciple of the sword sovereign is the sect master? The descendants of the Jiuyou family are detained at the Qingyun Sect in the southern frontier? A flurry of information spread rapidly among the upper echelons of Central State, bringing the Qingyun Sect into the spotlight of the highest circles. No one could afford to underestimate the name of the Songming sword sovereign, especially those forces with any historical records pertaining to celestial events. Although he was not a practitioner within the Tai realm, his name resonated throughout the 9 heavens and 10 domains during that era. While there have been many such figures throughout history, each one was a peerless prodigy capable of suppressing an entire epic. A celestial being from the boundless realm once calculated that over the past several 100,000 years, there have been a total of 99 such prodigies, each one deemed extraordinary beyond compare. Indeed, Zhang Xuan remained oblivious to the fact that others had meticulously calculated such matters. Were he to possess this knowledge and be willing to reveal his identity, he would surely exclaim, "Lo and behold, those 99 are all me." Surprised, aren't you? Over the span of countless millennia, prodigies have emerged like rain, streaking across the pages of celestial history like brilliant meteors, heralding the imminent arrival of a grand era. The number 99, signifying extremity, coupled with the emergence of its Songming sword sovereign's legacy, seems to indicate that a true epic is on the verge of unfolding. In this moment, ancient powers, having long sealed their extraordinary talents, awaken from their slumber, eager to vie for dominance in this burgeoning tide. These individuals were once suppressed by Zhang Xuan in bygone years. Unable to rival him, they had no choice but to seal their lifespans and enter a deep slumber. Now, one by one, they rise again. Some even hail from eras predating the Songming sword sovereign, now stepping forth from their secluded domains into this current age. In an instant, the central continent becomes a cauldron of excitement. Most factions remain unaware of the underlying causes, merely sensing a sudden surge of activity within the region. Such significant movements within the Tai realm could not escape the notice of other realms. However, the ancient powers of the central continent have exhibited an uncanny unity, collectively opting to shroud the matters concerning the Songming sword sovereign in Yun Yaohong in secrecy. In the contest for supremacy, the first step can often dictate the subsequent ones. Of course, This news cannot remain concealed for long. Sooner or later, the entire 9 heavens and 10 domains will be thrust into a fervent era. At this moment, within the Chongqing ancient moon clan of the central continent, the clan leader sits upon the family's esteemed throne, his expression dark and foreboding. Chapter 12. The destruction of the Qingyun Sect is imperative. The ancestors' journey is commended. Such audacity. A mere small sect in the southern frontier dares to detain our clan's youth. This must be rectified. It must be rectified. The barbarous lands of the southern frontier are utterly unaware of their place. They deserve to be shown a lesson. It seems the Jiuyou family has been overly discreet in recent years, allowing even the most insignificant to dare to bully our clan. In the Grand Hall, the elders of the Jiuyou clan were embroiled in heated discussions, their fervor palpable. Jiuyou, the current clan leader, sat in the main seat, his expression equally grim. They had already learned of Jiuyou Fangzheng's detention by the Qingyun Sect, an utter disgrace to the Chongqing family. A sect merely presided over by a tribulation-level cultivator dares to provoke the Chongqing family. This is preposterous. Should this matter be mishandled, the prestige of the Jiuyou family would surely diminish. The cause of the incident was of no concern to them. The dignity of the Chongqing family could not be challenged. However, Jiuyou refrained from voicing his opinion, for he possessed more information. He raised his hand gently, signaling for silence, and then spoke slowly. According to the protector of Jiuyou Fangzheng, the sect leader of Qingyun is not merely a tribulation-level cultivator, but an immortal who has lived for several 100,000 years. This matter requires careful consideration. Upon hearing this, the elders were momentarily taken aback, yet their anger remained undiminished. What of an immortal? The Jiuyou family has not hesitated to slay immortals in the past. Indeed, the dignity of the Jiuyou family must not be challenged. If the adversary is an immortal, then let the ancestor emerge from seclusion. Yes, let the ancestor emerge and eradicate this threat. It must be done. The elders remained resolute in their desire for battle. Undeterred by the fact that Yun Yaohong was an immortal, Jiuyou nodded slowly, agreeing with this course of action. They were well aware of the Zhangming sword sovereign and recognized that Yun Yaohong was a disciple of this esteemed figure. Yet what of it? The Zhangming sword sovereign had perished hundreds of thousands of years ago. Even if his disciple possessed immortal status, what could it truly signify? Could one defeat an immortal, and then 10 more? The depth of the Chongqing family's foundation could not be shaken by a single immortal. Moreover, the Jiuyou family had remained somewhat subdued in recent years. Those unaware might even think the Jiuyou family was no longer a part of the Chongqing lineage. Thus, it was decided that the ancestor should emerge from seclusion. Jiuyou made the decision, and the elders had no dissent. Their battle spirit ignited. They had been pent up for too long and were growing restless, especially in the current Taiyi realm where prodigies from various eras were emerging. They seemed unwilling to remain in obscurity. If Zhang Xuan were present, he would likely applaud, urging them to act swiftly to fulfill their mission. Just as the decision was solidified, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth suddenly stagnated, and the assembly felt as though they had sunk into a mire. Without warning, an elderly figure appeared in the hall. Salutations to the 13th ancestor. Salutations to the 13th ancestor. The crowd rose promptly, paying their respects, including Jiuyou. For the newcomer was indeed the immortal of the Jiuyou family, the former 13th clan leader, a being who had also lived for several 100,000 years. The ancient patriarch of the Jiuyou clan, with a serene nod, bore the weight of countless wrinkles upon his visage, presenting an appearance suggestive of imminent demise. Yet, all present were acutely aware that this venerable elder could easily endure for several more millennia, serving as the true cornerstone of the Jiuyou lineage. Concurrently, the assembly of elders turned their gazes toward Jiuyou. The timing of the patriarch's emergence from seclusion was fortuitous. Should he lend his strength, it would surely suffice to quell the Qingyun Sect. Jiuyou nodded in acknowledgement, preparing to voice his thoughts. However, it was the ancient patriarch who preemptively spoke. Do you seek to confront the Qingyun Sect? Taken aback, Jiuyou pondered whether the ancestor had already discerned their intentions. With a solemn bow, he fervently implored, "Yes, we beseech you, venerable ancestor, to take action." The other elders echoed his plea with respectful gestures, the atmosphere within the grand hall growing tense and foreboding. Yet, the patriarch merely shook his head, offering no response. Jiuyou and the others were momentarily perplexed. Did the ancestor refuse to intervene? No matter. There were other elders to solicit for aid. Indeed, the audacity of the Qingyun Sect warranted their downfall. Nevertheless, the patriarch interjected with a scornful snort, rebuking them. Have I not yet finished my words? What noise do you make? At this, Jiuyou and the others fell silent, their expressions shifting to one of discomfort. Their excitement had perhaps led them astray. The patriarch continued, speaking with measured calmness. To wage war against the Qingyun Sect would be profoundly unwise. Once such a conflict is ignited, it may jeopardize the very foundation of our Jiuyou clan. At these words, the faces of Jiuyou and his companions paled, disbelief etched upon their features. How could the destruction of a mere Qingyun Sect pose a threat to the Jiuyou lineage? It seemed implausible, observing their expressions. The patriarch sighed softly, shaking his head. I understand your skepticism, yet the truth remains. You young ones do not grasp the nature of that female sword immortal. She is no ordinary celestial being. The elders soon realized the implication. The patriarch had coexisted in the same era as this individual, suggesting that the sword immortal from Qingyun Sect possessed remarkable qualities. Patriarch, could it be that this immortal is extraordinarily powerful? Jiuyou inquired. The patriarch nodded, a glimmer of nostalgia in his eyes. While he was not intimately acquainted with the Tsangming swordmaster, as the rise and fall of such a figure occurred before his birth, he had indeed witnessed the ascent of Yun Yaohong. At that time, she was merely a practitioner at the Great Ascension stage, while Yun Yaohong had already achieved immortality, even boasting a record of slaying celestial beings. In those days, he had not fully comprehended the implications of this, only grasping the profound terror of it after attaining immortality himself. Every being capable of ascending to immortality is a paragon of excellence. Thus, when immortals engage in combat, determining victory is straightforward, yet discerning life from death is fraught with difficulty. To slay an immortal, one would require the combined efforts of at least 3 others of equal standing. Yet, that female sword immortal had, at one time, single-handedly vanquished an immortal. How could that not instill fear? While the Jiuyou clan boasted several immortals, should they truly confront Yun Yaohong, they must brace themselves for the potential loss of multiple immortals. To act out of momentary ire and risk such devastation would be sheer folly. Therefore, in response to the bewilderment of Jiuyou and the others, the patriarch simply uttered, should we endeavor to slay that sword immortal, the Jiuyou clan shall face annihilation. Upon the utterance of those words, Jiuyou and the others widened their eyes, rendered incredulous. The fallen immortal? Could it truly be that a single member of the Qingyun Sect wielded such terrifying might? At this moment, Jiuyou and his companions fell silent. It would be absurd to risk the lives of their immortal ancestors for the sake of fleeting pride. Surely, the immortal elders would be the first to strike them down. Concurrently, their thoughts drifted to even more alarming possibilities. If Yun Yaohong was already so formidable, how formidable must her master, the revered Tsangming sword sovereign, have been in his prime? Heaven did not give rise to Tsangming. The sword path stretches eternally like a long night. At this juncture, they began to grasp the profound significance of that phrase etched in the annals of celestial history. Was this truly the work of a mere mortal? Observing the astonishment of the crowd, the 13th ancestor let out a soft sigh. These younger generations, having not been born in such an era, could never fully comprehend the weight of those times. In his day, he too was merely one among many ordinary prodigies. Comparing himself to the Tsangming sword sovereign was unthinkable, let alone to Yun Yaohong. Nonetheless, this incident undeniably tarnished the prestige of the Jiuyou family, and it could not be overlooked. I shall personally visit the Qingyun Sect to seek an explanation from that individual. As for the rest, do not engage in excessive actions, the 13th ancestor declared solemnly. Jiuyou and his companions immediately stood in reverence. This was the essence of their immortal lineage. Even with the knowledge of their impending defeat, he still chose to confront the challenge head-on. Was it possible that the 13th ancestor had already prepared himself for the possibility of his own demise? Thus, they all solemnly clasped their hands in respect and bowed deeply. Safe travels, ancestor. Observing the reactions of Jiuyou and the others, the 13th ancestor felt a flicker of unease. What did this signify? If he were aware of their thoughts, he might have unleashed a torrent of curses. I am far from finished with life. He lingered not long, leaving behind further instructions before setting forth towards the southern region, to the Qingyun Sect. Meanwhile, within the confines of the Qingyun Sect, Zhang Xuan stood before a pavilion, his lips twitching uncontrollably. For this very pavilion was the residence of Yun Yaohong. Yet the door was firmly shut, clearly unwilling to grant him entry. He felt as though he had been cast aside. Chapter 13. Master, please let me in. A new discovery of a task. This little girl certainly has a fiery temper. Gazing at the firmly shut doors of the pavilion, Zhang Xuan shook his head. He was certain that Yun Yaohong was within, for the dwelling of an immortal is always imbued with an aura of the Tao. Though he was merely immortal at present, he possessed some insight. But what if Yun Yaohong refused to open the door? Zhang Xuan pondered, his eyes darting about. Suddenly, inspiration struck. He seated himself before the pavilion and began to wail loudly. Master, master, please open the door. Have you forsaken me? It is so cold outside, master. Can you bear to leave such an obedient disciple out here? Master, in an instant, the scene unfolded before the pavilion, filled with heart-wrenching cries that could move anyone to tears. Indeed, Yun Yaohong was meditating on the top floor of the pavilion. Upon hearing Zhang Xuan's lamentations, a dark line appeared on her forehead. She had intended to employ this method of silent resistance to compel her master to acknowledge her. Yet she never anticipated that her master would counter her with such a mischievous tactic. Truly, only he could conceive of such a strategy. Previously, her master had used this approach against others, and now that it was turned upon her, she fully grasped its formidable nature. Master, Xiaoyao wants to eat candied hawthorn again. Eat again. You've already drained my purse dry. But master, that treat is too sweet. Eating too much is bad for your teeth. No, no. Xiaoyao insists on having it. Do you dare I spank you? Even if you spank me, I still want to eat. I've gone 3 days without having candied hawthorn. The young man clad in blue, wielding a sword, found himself at a loss for words. Upon reflection, he realized that he indeed hadn't bought the girl any candied hawthorn in recent days. But what could he do without money? Suddenly, an idea struck him. He led the girl to a vendor selling candied hawthorn, remaining silent as they stood by, fixated on the vendor's wares. Are you here to buy candied hawthorn? The young man shook his head, and the girl followed suit, though saliva trickled from the corner of her mouth. The vendor, sensing something amiss, grew wary. He shifted positions, and the young man and girl followed suit. The vendor, feeling the pressure, abruptly left. The young man kept pace, remaining silent, his gaze locked on the candied hawthorn. After several hours, the vendor could no longer endure. Please stop following me. I still have business to attend to. How about I give you a skewer of candied hawthorn? The girl's eyes sparkled with delight as she accepted the treat, her face lighting up with joy. The vendor hastily made his escape. Well, what do you think? Is master impressive or what? The girl nodded fervently, her eyes brimming with admiration for the young man. Master is the best. Hey, hey, hey. Master, it is so cold outside, and I am so hungry. I beseech you to let me in. Master, I must depart, and your only disciple will be lost. The voice of Zhang Xuan from outside abruptly interrupted Yun Yao's reverie, causing the warmth in her eyes to vanish in an instant. She closed her eyes, furrowing her brow in exasperation. How could Master's ploy unsettle her heart, which had remained steadfast for countless millennia? Master, if you refuse to acknowledge it, do not even think of entering. Yun Yaohong scoffed inwardly, resolutely sealing her senses. Outside, Zhang Xuan lamented for several hours, and upon receiving no response, his voice grew hoarse, eventually ceasing his wails. This little girl is truly difficult to appease. He gazed at the still-closed door of the pavilion, feeling somewhat helpless. If she chooses not to let me in, so be it. I wonder how long she can withstand this silence. Zhang Xuan set aside his frustrations and pondered the current situation. System, what is the nature of this exposure value? He inquired within his mind. During the disciple selection ceremony, the doubts raised by Yun Yaohong and Jiuyou Yaohong had inexplicably triggered the appearance of this exposure value, a situation he had not encountered before, and now he had the time to clarify it. In past reincarnation tasks, he had typically avoided familiar faces to prevent his identity from being revealed. This time, he truly did not expect to deliver goods to his door. The exposure value indicates the extent to which the host's past identity has been revealed. The more individuals who suspect the host's identity, the higher the exposure value will be. As the exposure value increases, the host will passively awaken certain special abilities corresponding to that identity, which will heighten the risk of further exposure. Therefore, the host is advised to proceed with caution. Once the past identity is fully exposed and the exposure value reaches 100%, this reincarnation task will be deemed a failure. Upon hearing the system's explanation, Zhang Xuan began to comprehend. If someone harbored doubts about his identity, the exposure value would manifest. The exposure value correlated with the degree of identity exposure. However, mere suspicion could not lead to complete exposure. For instance, even though Yun Yaohong had already confirmed his identity, her refusal to acknowledge it meant that she could not fully expose him. Only when the identity was entirely unveiled to the public would it be considered complete exposure. As for the increase in exposure value awakening corresponding abilities, Zhang Xuan harbored grave suspicions that the system was meddling. Damn it, what does awakening abilities even mean? I already faced the risk of exposure. Now you want to throw more complications into the mix? Isn't that tantamount to delivering incriminating evidence into someone else's hands? Zhang Xuan raged silently against the system, but ultimately, it remained unresponsive. After a moment of cursing, he was left to contemplate his next course of action. Now that he was the young master of Qingyun Sect, he could not afford to fall too recklessly. Otherwise, it could lead to significant issues. At this juncture, Zhang Xuan was suddenly struck by a thought. Wait, since this is my final task, what does it matter if I fall recklessly? As long as I complete the task, isn't that sufficient? Zhang Xuan felt as if he had stumbled upon a brilliant insight. In this last task, as long as he met his demise, he could transcend. Why fear anything? Once he transcended, his past identity would be of no consequence to him. Whoever wished to uncover it could do so at their leisure. Even if they fail to recognize me, I shall boldly declare my identity. In that moment, Zhang Xuan felt an exhilarating sense of liberation, as if the vast expanse of the sky had opened before him. The previous cycle of tasks had instilled in him a cognitive inertia, a fear of falling and the complications that might arise in future endeavors. He recalled his past life as the god of medicine, where his betrothed, refusing to believe in his demise, relentlessly searched for him, nearly leading to encounters in subsequent lives. Now, such concerns were non-existent. As long as he concealed his identity during his current mission, he could embrace any demise that came his way. To hasten his end, he would need to stir up trouble. Although the task dictated that he should perish while safeguarding his sect, the avenues for manipulation were indeed abundant. Zhang Xuan narrowed his eyes, a sinister grin spreading across his face. When it came to causing chaos, who in this world could rival him? In that moment, he eagerly awaited the arrival of a prodigy or an ancient monster at Qingyun Sect, ready to confront them head-on. Simultaneously, the venerable Jiuyou, the 13th ancestor, felt an unsettling chill creeping up his spine. Is there a scheme afoot? Yet, it seemed not to target him alone. Furrowing his brow, Jiuyou sensed the swift arrival and departure of the sixth sense, leaving him unable to discern much. After contemplating in vain, he shook his head and continued his journey towards the southern frontier. Chapter 14. Living Indifferently. The Sect Competition. As the seasons transitioned from spring to autumn, a year swiftly elapsed. On the summit of Qingyun Sect, echoes of lamentation filled the air. Master, please open the door. It has been a year. Allow me to enter. My esteemed master, come and behold your dashing and obedient disciple. After an hour of wailing, Zhang Xuan finally ceased, as if he had accomplished a certain task. Yet, gazing at the still-closed door of the loft, he could not help but shake his head. Throughout the year, he had lamented at the entrance for an hour each day to coax Yun Yaohong, but the results appeared rather lackluster. Zhang Xuan understood that the young girl had been waiting for him to acknowledge his identity, which was why she was sulking. However, he truly could not confess his identity, thus entangling himself in a vicious cycle. "Well then, master, I shall descend the mountain to have some fun." Zhang Xuan called out to the loft, and then soared down the mountain. At this moment, he had successfully cultivated his qi and entered the qi refinement stage, having reached the second level. This was not due to his active cultivation, but rather the result of consuming various spiritual fruits found on the summit. In his words, if he were to actively train, what if he became too powerful and could not be defeated by others? Especially now, with the awakening of the chaotic, limitless sword body and the resurgence of the supreme sword intent. The sword intent and sword qi within him were constantly condensing and strengthening. Thus, despite being merely at the second level of qi refinement, if he truly unleashed his full power, with the combat experience from his past 99 lives and the extraordinary supreme sword intent, defeating a foundation establishment cultivator would be as effortless as sprinkling water. This was still under the condition that he consciously suppressed the chaotic, limitless sword body. If he were to stop suppressing it, the revival of the sword intent would be even more terrifying. His inferior, five-element spiritual root limited the speed of his cultivation advancement, which Zhang Xuan could only deem as a fortunate restriction. Were it not for the concern that a mortal's lifespan of 100 years might not suffice to complete his task, he would prefer not to advance at all. Presently, he indulged in spiritual fruits and sipped from the spiritual spring, gradually enhancing his cultivation and extending his lifespan, content to live indifferently. He had calculated that consuming the spiritual fruits on the summit daily, even with his inferior five-element spiritual root, would eventually allow him to accumulate enough to reach the golden core stage. With a lifespan of 500 years in the golden core stage, that should be sufficient time to accomplish his mission, he mused. Of course, he could not simply wait for opportunities to arise. What if no one came to challenge him for 500 years? Therefore, he needed to devise ways to create opportunities to see how he might instigate trouble. During this year, he had also gained a general understanding of the situation within Qingyun Sect. Qingyun Sect, while not vast, was certainly not insignificant, for it was reputed to be a sect overseen by a transcendent figure, ranking among the notable sects of the southern wilderness. Within Qingyun Sect, the outer disciples and elders numbered in the thousands, with cultivators ranging from qi refinement to golden core. Most of the outer elders possessed Yuan-Ing level cultivation. As for the inner sect, there were merely a few hundred disciples and elders, but this faction comprised the backbone of Qingyun Sect strength, with cultivations varying from transformation to ascension. The inner disciples predominantly engage in seclusion for cultivation, only emerging occasionally to fulfill sect duties. The inner elders are responsible for overseeing various matters within the sect. This structure is emblematic of most cultivation sects, and Zhang Xuan has witnessed it numerous times. Presently, he is soaring from the main peak deep within the sect towards the outer gate, encountering a mere handful of inner disciples along the way. However, as he arrives at the outer disciples' quarters, the number of people increases significantly. "Greetings, young master," the outer disciples exclaim upon spotting Zhang Xuan, all offering their respects. Zhang Xuan, with hands clasped behind him and a smile upon his face, nods in acknowledgement, embodying the demeanor of an elder regarding his juniors, which elicits peculiar expressions from many of those who greet him. As soon as Zhang Xuan flies away, they immediately begin to whisper among themselves. How is it that the young master has only reached the second layer of qi refinement? Are you not aware? The young master possesses a low-grade spirit root of the five elements. For him to advance to the second layer of qi refinement so swiftly, one can only imagine the resources the sect leader has invested. Goodness, even a low-grade five-element spirit root can warrant the sect leader taking on an apprentice? What kind of fortune has this lad stumbled upon? Indeed, I can scarcely fathom how many cultivation resources he has consumed in just a year. Zhang Xuan remains oblivious to their discussions, as his spiritual awareness at the second layer of qi refinement is not yet robust enough. Nevertheless, he is acutely aware that he is a topic of considerable conversation within the sect. Despite his multiple attempts to clarify his situation, he finds himself at a loss for words, ultimately resigning to the thought that these individuals know nothing of the true circumstances. After an hour of flight, Zhang Xuan finally arrives at the foot of a mountain. There stands a humble cottage, starkly contrasting with the residences of the outer disciples. This is the dwelling of Jiuyou Fangzheng. It is worth noting that Jiuyou Fangzheng finds himself in a rather awkward position within the Qingyun Sect. While he is technically a guest, he cannot leave the sect, and the cottage is one he constructed himself. On the other hand, if one were to claim he is confined, it is evident that no one within the sect dares to impose restrictions on his freedom. Upon the return of the inner elders, who had been sent flying by Zhang Xuan's sword intent, they were horrified to learn of Jiuyou Fangzheng's detention and sought out Yun Yaohong numerous times. However, Yun Yaohong refused even to meet with him, let alone the inner elders. Consequently, the inner elders now live in constant trepidation, fearing that at any moment, the Changshan Jiuyou family from Zhongzhou might descend upon them. As a result, they dare not impose any further restrictions on Jiuyou Fangzheng, treating him as if he were invisible. Zhang Xuan cannot help but feel that their concerns are unwarranted. Should a significant force of cultivators be dispatched to assault a sect from Zhongzhou to Nanjing, even traveling at the utmost speed, it would take at least a decade to arrive. The world is vast indeed. Of course, if it were an immortal, that would be a different matter, as they could arrive in a year or two. Furthermore, Zhang Xuan would welcome such an arrival, as he could then utilize his status as the young master of Qingyun Sect to atone for his misdeeds, completing his task effortlessly. Brother Jiuyou, Zhang Xuan calls out upon witnessing Jiuyou Fangzheng seated in meditation before the cottage. This young man is diligent. Even under the circumstances of being retained in the Qingyun Sect, he does not neglect his cultivation. Currently, the aura emanating from him at the peak of the foundation establishment stage has grown increasingly profound, indicating that he could break through to the golden core stage at any moment should he so desire. At times, Zhang Xuan pondered whether his daily visits were perhaps unwelcome. "I hope I haven't interrupted your cultivation," he inquired with a smile as he descended to the ground. Hearing the familiar voice, Jiuyou Yaohong opened his eyes, concluding his meditation with a wry smile. "Zhang Xuan, you come again. Why toil so hard in your training? The pursuit of longevity is meant for savoring life and reveling in the world, not merely for the sake of practice," Zhang Xuan remarked, tossing a spirit fruit to Jiuyou Yaohong. Jiuyou Yaohong received the fruit, only managing a bitter smile and a shake of his head. He had heard Zhang Xuan express such sentiments on numerous occasions, yet he found it impossible to adopt Zhang Xuan's carefree disposition. His lineage dictated a different path. As for the spirit fruit, he did not refuse it, for that single fruit could sustain 3 days of his cultivation. Even within his family, he could not indulge in such fruits as casually as Zhang Xuan did. These fruits could only be cultivated in lands infused with the essence of immortal Tao. At times, he couldn't help but wonder just how inferior his low-grade, 5-element spiritual root truly was. That female sword immortal had invested such a cost in Zhang Xuan. Yet it took him an entire year to reach merely the 2nd level of qi refinement. He was unaware that, over the past year, Yun Yaohong had scarcely attended to Zhang Xuan. He had harvested those fruits by his own efforts. After all, one need only be aware of their own circumstances, without the necessity of divulging details to others. As for why he visited Jiuyou Yaohong daily, the first reason was that apart from Yun Yaohong, Jiuyou Yaohong was the one he was most familiar with at Qingyun Sect. With nothing to occupy his time, he could only come here to pass the hours. The second reason was that Jiuyou Yaohong, as a scion of an esteemed family, had a better understanding of the current state of the Taiyi realm, even if not exhaustive. Having not originated from the Taiyi realm in his previous life, he needed to grasp the contemporary situation and consolidate information to discern how to stir trouble. By the way, Zhang Xuan, I have heard that the millennia-old sect competition in the southern wilderness is about to commence. Are you interested in participating? Jiuyou Yaohong suddenly inquired. The sect competition? Zhang Xuan raised an eyebrow. Chapter 15. Uninvited intrusion into my Qingyun Sect. Where do you come from, old man? Regarding the sect competition, Zhang Xuan had certainly heard of it, as many newly initiated disciples were engaged in fervent discussions. This so-called sect competition is akin to a transformed variant of an arms race, where all the prominent sects in the southern wilderness showcase their newly recruited disciples over the past century, competing to demonstrate whose disciples possess greater potential, thereby expanding their sect's influence and authority in the region. However, this grand contest is not merely a matter of proclaiming one's talents. If that were the case, those of lesser aptitude would need not cultivate at all, and resources would solely be allocated to those with superior spiritual roots. Thus, the competition assesses the overall capabilities of the disciples. It is understood that during each sect competition, all sects in the southern wilderness send forth a selection of disciples they deem to possess exceptional potential to partake in survival explorations within a secret realm. The ultimate ranking is determined by the number of surviving disciples and the resources they bring back, a rather brutal and merciless affair. Consequently, each sect is permitted to send a fixed contingent of 100 disciples, and currently, many within the Qingyun Sect are covertly vying for this coveted quota. This presents a considerable inequity for smaller sects, as they may struggle to muster even 100 disciples, placing them at a significant disadvantage from the outset. Some smaller sects might manage to assemble a few disciples, yet their survival upon return is by no means guaranteed. However, in the world of cultivation, where the strong perpetually dominate, the notion of an underdog uprising is almost non-existent. As Zhang Xuan might have articulated prior to his transmigration, after a lifetime of tribulations, how could one possibly rival the descendants of 3 generations of immortals? Of course, this is not an absolute truth. In his previous 99 lifetimes, he often found himself more than a match, even for those hailing from 30 generations of immortals. Nevertheless, the overarching reality remains that the weak must adhere to established rules, while the strong have the privilege of crafting them. Yet, these rules predominantly serve to protect the weak, as the strong also have descendants who must start from humble beginnings. But that is a discussion for another time. Returning to the sect competition, the participating disciples typically range in cultivation from chi refinement to golden core, mostly consisting of outer disciples from major sects or exceptionally talented true heirs, as this contest primarily showcases the new generation of disciples. However, the aforementioned dilemma persists. Some smaller sects may not even possess a sufficient number of foundation stage disciples, whereas those from the larger sects nearly all commence from that level. One might question the rationale behind smaller sects participating in such a competition. The answer lies in the resources available within the secret realm. While these may seem trivial to larger sects, they're invaluable treasures for smaller ones. Each time the sect competition occurs, the resources collected by the disciples are returned to their respective sects, which is the primary allure for the smaller sections. In summary, this sect competition can be likened to a playground for larger sects, while simultaneously representing a beacon of hope for the ascendants of smaller sections. Within this arena, larger sects seek vengeance and relentlessly undermine their rivals, while smaller sects frantically seize every opportunity to benefit. In the previous sect competition, although the Qingyun Sect ranked among the upper echelon, it barely secured a position within the top 10. After all, the Qingyun Sect had only been established for a little over 20,000 years, a mere fraction compared to those sects boasting histories that extend into the hundreds of thousands. Achieving a 10th place ranking is commendable under such circumstances. In this current sect competition, Zhang Xuan, as a representative of the new generation of disciples, naturally qualified to participate. Whether he would participate or not, he remained non-committal, contemplating the situation. Initially, upon hearing about the sect competition, Zhang Xuan felt a surge of excitement. Recognizing it as an opportunity he had long awaited. However, the system clarified that if Zhang Xuan were to perish during this competition, it would not fulfill his mission. The mission mandated the protection of the sect. Thus, this competition merely constituted a contest. Even if he were to die in the process, it would only be deemed as safeguarding the sect's interests and would not equate to true protection. Infuriated by this verbal gamesmanship, Zhang Xuan cursed vehemently, realizing that his final task was indeed more complex than anticipated. He understood that only when the sect faced a formidable foe and he sacrificed himself could he claim to have completed his mission. Trivial matters that bore little impact on the sect did not count. Nonetheless, Zhang Xuan did not abandon hope, for this was a rare opportunity to stir up some trouble. Lacking enemies, he could simply create them. If adversaries did not come, he would draw them in himself. Of course, he must ensure that the Qingyun Sect did not face utter destruction, as it was founded by his dear Xiaoyao. Thus, the aftermath required careful consideration. Upon hearing Zhang Xuan's response, Jiuyou Fangzhang remarked, "If Brother Zhang wishes to participate, it seems you must hasten to elevate your cultivation level. The sect competition is set to commence in just 10 years. Zhang Xuan was taken aback, pondering the implication that his current level was being underestimated. Cultivation was a minor concern. If he desired, he could establish his foundation by tomorrow and attain the golden core by the following day. He responded with an air of indifference. Jiuyou Fangzhang simply shook his head with a smile, seemingly accustomed to Zhang Xuan's demeanor. Zhang Xuan raised an eyebrow and inquired, "You appear quite interested in the sect competition?" Jiuyou Fangzhang, unabashed, nodded with a glimmer of battle intent in his eyes. "Indeed, I am very interested. Brother Zhang should already know that I hail from the central continent and have traveled to the southern wilderness. During my years of exploration in the southern wilderness, I have yet to encounter its prodigies. Such a grand event, if the opportunity arises, I naturally wish to witness it. Alas, I am not a disciple of a sect in the southern wilderness, making it difficult for me to leave the Qingyun Sect." As he spoke, regret filled Jiuyou Fangzhang's gaze. Zhang Xuan nodded in understanding. Being a prodigy of the Jiuyou family, he naturally desired to compete with his peers, unlike Zhang Xuan, whose focus lay solely on the system's tasks. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Xuan suggested, "How about I help you devise a plan to allow you to participate?" Jiuyou Fangzhang's eyes brightened. "Brother Zhang, truly? Leave it to me. I'll speak to my master about it," Zhang Xuan declared, throwing an arm around Jiuyou Fangzhang's shoulders and patting his chest in assurance. Though Xiaoyao was currently reluctant to meet him, such a trivial matter would only require a nod from him. It was hardly a concern. "However, dear brother, while I am willing to assist you, I do have one condition." Zhang Xuan suddenly shifted the conversation. Jiuyou Fangzhang did not ponder for long and readily replied, "Brother Zhang, feel free to speak. As long as it is within my capabilities, I shall undoubtedly fulfill it without hesitation." In his eyes, he had previously angered the celestial being, and now, while it seemed that Zhang Xuan was devising a plan to help him participate in the sect competition, he was, in fact, alleviating his transgressions. Thus, he did not hesitate to agree to Zhang Xuan's request. Zhang Xuan, satisfied, nodded appreciatively, acknowledging his younger companion's understanding. "Rest assured, dear brother, it is not a difficult task. When the time comes for the sect gathering, simply heed my instructions. Of course, should you wish to engage with those prodigies, I shall not hinder you. Rather, I will assist in creating opportunities for you." Zhang Xuan's eyes crinkled with a harmless smile. With Jiuyou Fangzhang's involvement, he would have greater latitude to maneuver during his schemes. Jiuyou Fangzhang, however, did not dwell on that matter and instead inquired, "Brother Zhang, have you also decided to participate?" Zhang Xuan nodded, "Certainly. Since you are participating, how could I allow you to face the fray alone?" Jiuyou Fangzhang felt a surge of gratitude. "Brother Zhang, your loyalty is commendable. I shall ensure that you encounter no peril. With your assurance, I feel at ease." The two shared a moment of profound brotherly affection, nearly sealing their bond in brotherhood. Zhang Xuan couldn't help but reflect on the naivety of youth. He had found his first little brother in this life. Just as they were engrossed in their lively conversation, an elderly figure appeared without warning. Upon the elder's arrival, Jiuyou Fangzhang was momentarily taken aback, sensing a profound bloodline connection. "Jiuyou Fangzhang?" The elder spoke in a calm tone. Jiuyou Fangzhang's expression turned serious as he hastily rose to pay his respects. "Indeed, I am a junior. May I inquire as to your esteemed identity?" "I am Jiuyou Shanin." Suddenly, Jiuyou Fangzhang's demeanor shifted to one of astonishment. The 13th ancestor? This name was familiar to him. It belonged to the celestial being of his family. The family's celestial being had personally descended. What could this mean? However, before he could contemplate further, Zhang Xuan abruptly interjected. Bold intruder, what business do you have trespassing upon my Qingyun Sect, old man? Where do you hail from? Jiuyou Fangjing's face instantly drained of color. Chapter 16. If you wish to bring harm to the Qingyun Sect, you must first step over my dead body. Old man. Jiuyou Shizong could scarcely believe his ears. How audacious was it for someone to address him in such a manner? What are you staring at? Yes, I'm speaking to you, old man. You dare to intrude upon my Qingyun Sect without reason. What is your intent? Zhang Xuan bellowed, striking a combative stance. Jiuyou Fangjing hastily restrained Zhang Xuan, whispering an explanation. Zhang, brother Zhang, this is my ancestor from the Jiuyou family. He is an immortal. He then respectfully clarified to Jiuyou Shizong. Ancestor, brother Zhang is unaware of your esteemed identity, and his words were disrespectful. I implore your understanding. After saying this, he felt it insufficient and added, Brother Zhang is a disciple of the Sword Sovereign, the apprentice of the renowned female Sword Immortal. At this moment, Jiuyou Fangjing could only hope that the ancestor, considering Zhang Xuan's status, would not be too harsh on him. Zhang Xuan, however, was fully aware that the venerable figure before him was indeed an immortal. He had discerned this the moment the old man appeared. But so what? An immortal is merely that. He had encountered many in the past, and he had vanquished quite a few. It was precisely because the old man was an immortal that Zhang Xuan felt compelled to confront him. The sudden appearance of this immortal at the Qingyun Sect, especially as an ancestor of the Jiuyou family, was undoubtedly linked to the affairs concerning Jiuyou Fangjing. Was this not an opportunity presented to him? The task must be completed today. An immortal? Do they possess such arrogance? My Qingyun Sect is, after all, a prominent force in the southern region, old man. Your unannounced arrival gives me every reason to believe you intend to undermine my sect. Speak. Are you here to strike against the Qingyun Sect? Zhang Xuan, undeterred, assumed a fearless demeanor. I am the young master of the Qingyun Sect, sworn to protect it. Even against an immortal, I shall draw my sword. He glanced around, picked up a wooden stick, and pointed it directly at Jiuyou Shizong. If you wish to bring harm to the Qingyun Sect, you must first step over my dead body. He silently urged himself to be struck down. Jiuyou Fangjing turned pale instantly. Brother Zhang, you advised me to keep a low profile, yet you exhibit such boldness? He cannot comprehend how Zhang Xuan dared to act so defiantly. Seeing the darkened expression on Jiuyou Shizong's face, Jiuyou Fangjing hesitated for a moment, but decided to step forward. Brother Zhang is a good person, even if not for the sake of friendship, considering that if Brother Zhang were to be struck dead by the ancestor, that female sword immortal would likely come into conflict with the Jiuyou family. Although he was uncertain of the extent of her power, it was undoubtedly unwise to make an enemy of an immortal, so Jiuyou Fangjing prepared to speak. Ancestor, such courage. However, before he could finish, Jiuyou Shizong let out a cold laugh. Even as an immortal, you dare draw your sword? In that instant, the surrounding spiritual energy became stagnant. The flow of the Tao gradually slowed. A dreadful aura pervaded the air, as if the very heavens and earth were trembling. Jiuyou Shizong was evidently enraged. Of course. Is being an immortal so impressive? Upon entering my Qingyun Sect, if you are a dragon, you must coil. If you're a tiger, you must crouch. If you wish to bring harm to the Qingyun Sect, you must first step over my dead body. Zhang Xuan stood resolute, unwavering. The wooden stick unwaveringly aimed at Jiuyou Shizong. As he pondered, he wondered if this fellow would directly target the entire Qingyun Sect. Surely, Xiaoyao would be able to withstand such an attack. Wen Tishi, although his current cultivation level was insufficient to discern the old man's true strength. He had personally trained Xiaoyao, and she should be more than capable of dealing with an ordinary celestial being. Thus, if the opponent were to strike him down, Xiaoyao would surely protect the Qingyun Sect. It seemed foolproof. With a condescending gaze, Zhang Xuan looked down upon the 13th ancestor of the Jiuyou clan. Come on, old man. Make your move. Jiuyou Fangjing was already engulfed in despair. The ancestor's fury had reached its peak. When a celestial being is enraged, the heavens tremble. Zhang Xuan, my friend, he lamented inwardly, I cannot save you this time. However, as he observed Zhang Xuan standing firm beneath the overwhelming presence of his ancestral celestial, he couldn't help but feel a surge of admiration. to remain unyielding in the face of such celestial pressure. This is how a cultivator should be. Yet, despite Zhang Xuan's fearless demeanor, it seemed that even deities would find it difficult to intervene. As anticipated, the 13th ancestor extended his withered hand, slowly descending upon Zhang Xuan. In that moment, it felt as if the very fabric of the universe was bearing down upon him. Though he stood tall, he appeared utterly insignificant. The wrath of the celestial, the wrath of heaven and earth. Guiyue sighed deeply. Farewell, Zhang Xuan. However, Zhang Xuan's eyes sparkled with excitement, and he laughed inwardly. I shall accomplish my mission. Old man, strike with all your might. Do not hold back. Come on, baby. Yet in the next moment, the anticipated scene of Zhang Xuan being struck down did not unfold. Instead, the 13th ancestor's hand gently landed on Zhang Xuan's shoulder. Cultivators fear neither life nor death, placing the dignity of their sect above all else. Indeed, quite commendable. To everyone's astonishment, a smile of appreciation appeared on the ancestor's previously grim face as he lightly patted Zhang Xuan's shoulder. Upon hearing this, Guiyue Fangzheng was left stunned, as was Zhang Xuan. Ancestor Yu. Fangzheng, as a member of the Guiyue clan, you must learn from this young friend. Remember, there are things worth defending with one's life. Sometimes, even in the face of certain defeat, one must dare to draw their sword. This courage is what the Guiyue clan currently lacks. As the 13th ancestor concluded, his expression turned complex, filled with emotion. Guiyue Fangzheng's demeanor shifted, and he solemnly clasped his hands. I shall heed the ancestor's teachings. His heart surged with joy. Zhang Xuan was safe. He had not anticipated that the ancestor would be such a reasonable person, particularly in his support of Zhang Xuan. Zhang Xuan, however, was left bewildered. What does this mean? Old man, strike me down. I am in this predicament, and you still refrain from acting? Panic surged within him, and just as he was about to speak again, a radiant figure suddenly appeared before him. Yun Yaohong had arrived. Greetings, sword immortal of Qingyun. The 13th ancestor said with great courtesy. Yun Yaohong nodded faintly, not even glancing at Zhang Xuan behind her, yet he instantly comprehended the situation. It seemed Xiao Yao had been attentive to this matter all along. She must have had her sights set on this old man, which was why he dared not make a move. Realizing this, Zhang Xuan couldn't help but curse inwardly coward. In truth, it was indeed the case that the ancient ancestor Guiyou had contemplated taking action, even if it meant merely intimidating Zhang Xuan rather than striking him down. After all, he was an immortal. Did he truly believe himself to be made of clay? However, as soon as he unleashed his aura, he found himself ensnared by a formidable presence, evoking a chilling sensation deep within him. In that fleeting moment, he harbored no doubts. Should he dare to act, death would surely follow. Otherwise, how could an immortal be so accommodating? Zhang Xuan, brimming with reluctance, was unwilling to relinquish such a fortuitous opportunity. He understood that with Yun Yaohong present, his chances of survival were slim, yet he was determined to stir the pot, ensuring that the old man would contemplate the prospect of eliminating him in the future. Thus, he persisted in his audacious provocation, brimming with bravado, while cleverly intertwining the name of the Qingyun Sect into his taunts. Old man, my master has arrived. Have you yet to disclose your intentions for coming to my Qingyun Sect? Speak. Do you harbor ill will towards us? Chapter 17. Is this not bullying the innocent? Bandit master and apprentice. Arrogant, truly arrogant. Zhang Xuan's current demeanor incited a desire in everyone to strike him down, including the esteemed ancient moon 13th ancestor. Has this fellow's audacity exceeded all bounds? Yun Yaohong furrowed her brow. Although her master had once been exceedingly proud, he had never displayed such behavior. What could be the cause of this? Nonetheless, she was intrigued by the purpose of the ancient moon family's immortal visiting Qingyun Sect. Thus Yun Yaohong spoke. Might I inquire what brings you to my Qingyun Sect? I recall that there seems to be no connection between our sect and the ancient moon clan. The ancient moon 13th ancestor dismissed Zhang Xuan with indifference, deeming him somewhat disturbed in his faculties. He turned to Yun Yaohong and said amiably, I have come on behalf of the disciples of the ancient moon family. Then why did you not knock? I have long heard of the Qingyun Sword Immortal. Seeing you today, I have finally grasped the essence of the Sword Immortal's grace, truly worthy of being the disciple of the Sword Sovereign. Spare me your flattery. I am asking why you failed to knock. Your praise is undeserved. I have long held the ancient Moon family in high esteem. Am I invisible? Observing the two engaged in their conversation, Zhang Xuan felt like a fool. Frustrated, he could no longer restrain himself and continued to bombard the ancient Moon 13th ancestor with taunts, relentlessly hurling insults as if daring him to retaliate. The veins on the 13th ancestor's forehead throbbed, and Yun Yao's brow remained tightly knit. What on earth did her master intend? Was it possible he simply found the ancient Moon 13th ancestor disagreeable? Yun Yao's thoughts raced as she pondered this. Meanwhile, ancient Moon Fangzheng appeared utterly dazed. Brother Zhang, are you out of your mind? Since you claim to be here for Fangzheng, does that imply you represent the ancient Moon family to offer an apology? Suddenly, Yun Yao's tone shifted. The ancient Moon 13th ancestor was taken aback. Apology? What apology? Zhang Xuan's eyes lit up as if he had seized an opportunity. Indeed, old man, you assert that you came for Brother Fangzheng, so you must be here to apologize on behalf of the ancient Moon family, correct? The ancient Moon 13th ancestor, realizing the absurdity of the situation, was both enraged and amused. He had come seeking an explanation from Yun Yao, yet now he found himself being asked to apologize for detaining a disciple of the ancient Moon family. Was this not bullying the innocent? Do you not find your words laughable? The 13th ancestor scoffed, now representing the ancient Moon family and unwilling to concede. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xuan became incensed. What is there to find amusing? If a wrong has been committed, it must be acknowledged. Does Brother Fangzheng not owe an apology for showing disrespect to my Qingyun Sect? Although he is my half-brother, right is right. An apology is due. Zhang Xuan argued passionately. Yun Yao remained silent. Since her master disdained this elder, she resolved to see this through. Ancient Moon Fangzheng, on the other hand, chose to remain quiet, unlike Zhang Xuan, who dared to interject in a conversation with an immortal. My young friend, if that is your reasoning, then how should we address your prior disrespect towards me? The ancient Moon 13th ancestor countered, engaging Zhang Xuan in a debate. Zhang Xuan paused, then adopted a contemplative expression. That does seem to be a valid point. Jiuyou let out a cold snort, remarking that had it not been for his master's presence, he would not have tolerated such insolence. However, in the next moment, Zhang Xuan unexpectedly bowed at a 90-degree angle and exclaimed, "My sincerest apologies, old man. I may have spoken too loudly earlier, and I now offer my apologies along with this token of compensation." After completing his bow, he tossed a spiritual fruit towards Jiuyou. Instinctively, Jiuyou caught the fruit, momentarily taken aback. Was he truly apologizing? Yet, what significance did a mere spiritual fruit hold as recompense? Before he could gather his thoughts, Zhang Xuan continued, "Well, old man, I've apologized and offer my gift. Now, is it not time for the Jiuyou family to reciprocate? No need for formality. Just a few celestial artifacts or materials will suffice. Nothing too ceremonious." Crack! Jiuyou inadvertently crushed the spiritual fruit in his hand, his heart stirring with unrest. Celestial artifacts and materials. Did he truly dare to make such demands? No, this was not merely about celestial artifacts. The very notion of compensation was utterly inappropriate. Jiuyou turned to Yun Yao, his voice low and serious. Does my friend share this sentiment? Seeing that the situation had reached a pivotal point, Yun Yao responded coolly, "There is no need for compensation. Young friend Fangzheng has already offered his apologies in the past. Remaining a Qingyun Sect for a millennium should suffice." Upon hearing this, Jiuyou's expression softened slightly. He found some reason in her words. However, Yun Yao's subsequent statement threw him back into turmoil. Yet young friend Fangzheng must also cultivate within our Qingyun Sect. Our sect is relatively new and lacks resources. What we possess is barely enough for our own disciples. As for young friend Fangzheng, who is still in the foundation establishment stage, it is unlikely he will live a millennium. Thus, this matter must be borne by the Jiuyou family. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xuan could not help but give Yun Yao a thumbs up in admiration. A true disciple indeed. Their synergy was remarkable. Jiuyou's countenance darkened. It was evident that they intended to extort his family. Yet, he found himself unable to counter Yun Yao's words. Would they truly let Jiuyou Fangzheng perish at Qingyun Sect? Talents like Jiuyou Fangzheng were rare within the Jiuyou clan, each one a potential heir or even a future immortal. To let go of such a promising individual felt wasteful. However, to agree outright felt equally unpleasant. He glanced at Zhang Xuan and Yun Yao, observing Zhang Xuan's lecherous grin and Yun Yao's composed smile. They seemed cut from the same cloth. Truly a master and disciple duo, perhaps even bandits at heart? Had Zhang Xuan been privy to his thoughts, he would likely have given a thumbs up, exclaiming, "What keen insight!" In their early years, they had both come from humble beginnings and had resorted to robbery and extortion for cultivation resources. Jiuyou Shizong turned to Yun Yao and stated earnestly, "This matter can certainly be discussed, but I have long heard of the illustrious Qingyun Sword Immortal, yet I have never had the honor of witnessing it firsthand. Today, I would like to experience it." Upon hearing this, Zhang Xuan narrowed his eyes, realizing that they indeed intended to engage in combat. He had suspected that their visit to Qingyun Sect was not simply a formality, and thus he stepped forward decisively. "If you wish to lay a hand on my master, you must first step over my corpse." However, before he could finish, Yun Yao raised her hand and interjected, "Please." In the next moment, the two vanished from their location, transcending to realms beyond. Zhang Xuan's lips twitched in frustration. Once again, he felt ignored. He gazed up at the sky, a hint of concern flickering in his eyes. His current limitations left him unable to discern who was more formidable, Xiao Yao or that old man. Although he held faith in Xiao Yao's abilities, he couldn't shake the worry of potential harm. What if that old fellow harbored ulterior motives? What if celestial beings lay in ambush beyond the mortal realm? The experiences of his 99 lifetimes compelled him to ponder such matters. For the world of cultivation had never been a tranquil one. The ancient figure's repeated tolerance towards Zhang Xuan stemmed from a fear of Xiao Yao's power. How would they respond if the old man sought to probe Xiao Yao's situation and intended harm upon the Qingyun Sect? While the legacy of the Sword Sovereign was but a myth, his utterance of it could attract covetous eyes, necessitating vigilance against various threats. With a heavy heart, Zhang Xuan lamented that Xiao Yao's life in the Qingyun Sect had been peaceful until his arrival disrupted it. This damned system was truly infuriating. This final task was evidently more complex than anticipated. Zhang Xuan cursed the system furiously within. "Brother Zhang, there is no need for concern," Jiuyou Fangzheng remarked, observing Zhang Xuan's troubled expression. "The ancestor is a reasonable person. Their discussion is merely a philosophical exchange and should not lead to any unforeseen incidents." At this, Zhang Xuan merely shook his head, thinking how naive the youth was. Yet, after a moment's hesitation, he turned to Jiuyou Fangzheng and spoke. "Fangzheng, my younger brother, there's a question I have long wished to pose. May I inquire if you have a brother by the name of Jiuyou Fangyuan?" Chapter 18. The sword intent grows independently, and I am helpless. In the past, I could suppress them, and so I can now. Jiuyou Fangyuan? Jiuyou Fangzheng pondered seriously upon hearing this, then shook his head, indicating that he had never encountered such a person and had not heard that name within the family. "What is the matter, Brother Zhang?" Zhang Xuan sighed in relief, grateful that was not the case. "However, you must remember this. If such a person appears, you must eliminate him at the earliest opportunity. Understand? Furthermore, if he attempts to recite poetry, you must immediately silence him." Upon hearing this, Jiuyou Fangzheng looked utterly perplexed. Is there a particular reason for Brother Zhang's words? Zhang Xuan did not elaborate, for this matter was not easily explained. It's of no consequence. Just remember it. Regarding this issue, Zhang Xuan had wanted to inquire about Jiuyou Fangzheng's name since he first heard it. This world indeed harbors goo cultivators, with some exaggerated goo worms reaching the level of immortal goo. Yet, he had never heard of anything like the spring and autumn cicada. However, should such a person truly exist, Zhang Xuan felt a sense of trepidation. He indeed possessed connections, but that individual would undoubtedly be formidable. There is an adage that states one may be a benevolent immortal, but one must never allow another benevolent immortal to be near. Noticing Zhang Xuan's vague responses, Jiuyou Fangzheng grew increasingly bewildered, particularly observing Zhang Xuan's apprehensive demeanor. Yet, since Brother Zhang was reluctant to elaborate, he dared not pry further, only committing the name to memory. Soon, Yun Yaohong and the Jiuyou 13th ancestor returned. Yun Yaohong maintained a gentle smile, appearing as serene as before. In contrast, the Jiuyou 13th ancestor's complexion had paled, his gaze toward Yun Yaohong brimming with apprehension. Her strength exceeded his expectations by considerable margin. At that moment, he felt that the Jiuyou clan's decision not to oppose the Qingyun Sect was indeed wise. Although their encounter was brief, he was nearly certain that to besiege Yun Yaohong would require at least 10 fellow immortal beings of the same realm, and they must be prepared for the possibility of losing more than 2 immortals, an utterly inconceivable notion, especially when considering that she was merely a disciple of the Tsang sword master. One could only wonder how powerful the master himself must have been. It was said that the Tsang sword master perished under the tribulations of immortality, cursed by heaven, but could this truly be the case? The Jiuyou 13th ancestor harbored doubts. Ancestor, observing the evident distress on Jiuyou Shanyun's face, Jiuyou Fangzheng stepped forward anxiously. The Jiuyou 13th ancestor waved his hand, indicating that all was well. It was merely that the exchange had been somewhat taxing. Jiuyou Fangzheng felt a wave of relief upon hearing this. Truly remarkable. The Qingyun sword immortal has opened my eyes. The Jiuyou 13th ancestor solemnly saluted Yun Yaohong. Yun Yaohong returned the gesture with a gentle smile, replying, "You are too kind, my friend. Master, are you all right?" Zhang Xuan rushed forward to inquire about Yun Yaohong's well-being. In his haste, he nearly let slip a word, but fortunately, he corrected himself in time. Yet, how could Yun Yaohong not discern his intent? A subtle smile graced her lips as she regarded Zhang Xuan. Has the master finally revealed a hint of vulnerability? "I am fine," Yun Yaohong responded, her heart warmed. After all, her master remained the same, ever concerned for her well-being, especially when she was absent earlier. The master faced the immortal of the Jiuyou family, embodying a determination to protect the Qingyun Sect at all costs. She naturally noticed this. It resembled the way he once safeguarded her. Now, it is my turn to protect my master, Yun Yaohong contemplated within her heart. Alas, Zhang Xuan, oblivious to Yun Yaohong's thoughts, was internally berating himself for exposing his identity further. Detected an intensification of Yun Yaohong's affirmation of the host's identity. Exposure value increased by 1. Current exposure value of the Tsang sword master identity is 11. With the increase in exposure value, the sword intent awakens. Boom! In the next moment, an unparalleled sword intent erupted from Zhang Xuan, leaving everyone present momentarily stunned. This is the 13th ancestor of Jiuyou widened his eyes, gazing at Zhang Xuan with a mixture of astonishment and suspicion. Sword intent? He only knew that Zhang Xuan seemed to have inherited the legacy of the Tsang sword master, but was unaware of the specifics of that legacy. Witnessing the eruption of sword intent left him utterly bewildered. This was something that pointed directly to the path of the great Tao. Possessing it meant that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, ascending to the realm of immortals was a certainty. Even though he had already become an immortal, he had yet to comprehend any sword intent. And the existence of sword intent within Yun Yaohong was one reason for their significant disparity in strength. The presence or absence of intent delineated the distinction between the immortal and the mortal, serving as a true watershed for the prodigies. Yet now, to find sword intent within a practitioner of the second layer of qi refinement was utterly astounding. Seeing his ancestor in such a state of shock, Jiuyou Fangzheng could only offer a wry smile, for he himself had not fared much better in the past. Zhang Xuan's mouth twitched in exasperation. In his first life, the chaos-boundless sword body and sword intent had gradually accumulated with the aid of the system, akin to storing water. Now, with the awakening of the sword body and the resurgence of sword intent, it was as if the floodgates had opened, especially with the system's revival, which he could not control. While he found some amusement in the 13th ancestor's astonishment, he truly did not desire this outcome. Hence, he explained, this is a legacy. The chaos-boundless sword body will autonomously cultivate sword intent. I have no control over it. His words, once spoken, left the others in a state of disbelief. Did he truly believe what he was saying? He had no control over it. The 13th ancestor of Jiuyou exhaled deeply, feeling that this fellow was truly infuriating, capable of affecting even an immortal state of mind. Jiuyou Fangzheng sighed inwardly. Zhang Xuan, while advising others to be discreet, had no inclination to remain low-key himself. Yun Yaohong, on the other hand, covered her mouth, struggling to suppress her laughter. Truly, he was her master. However, the 13th ancestor of Jiuyou did not dwell on Zhang Xuan's words, instead earnestly sensing the sword intent emanating from him. The chaos-boundless sword body, as legend had it, could autonomously coalesce sword intent and accumulate sword energy. Supreme sword intent, supreme sword path. Indeed, it was the legacy of the Tsang Ming sword master. It was a pity the old man had been born too late to witness that era. The 13th ancestor of Jiuyou felt a wave of nostalgia, his mind conjuring images of the Tsang Ming sword master overwhelming all sword cultivators across the realm. Merely envisioning such a scene stirred one's blood. Zhang Xuan raised an eyebrow at this remark. Oh, so he had a fan? Had I known, I would have refrained from scolding that old fellow a few moments ago. Soon, the revival of the sword intent concluded, and Zhang Xuan regained his tranquility, while the 13th ancestor of Jiuyou also came back to his senses. However, he continued to gaze at Zhang Xuan, sighing as he remarked, "Your progression in cultivation appears to have slowed, which is rather concerning." Upon hearing this, Zhang Xuan felt displeased. Who does he look down upon? Why does everyone seem to think this way? What is wrong with my cultivation? Do you believe I won't establish my foundation tomorrow and attain the golden core the day after, eventually becoming an immortal? Zhang Xuan retorted. The 13th ancestor of Jiuyou chuckled and shook his head, seemingly having come to understand Zhang Xuan's disposition, and continued. The news of the emergence of the Tsangming sword sovereign's legacy has nearly spread throughout the Tai realm. Many prodigies from central continent have emerged, traversing the world, and there are even rumors of ancient prodigies awakening. At this point, the 13th ancestor cast a meaningful glance at Zhang Xuan. Many of these prodigies hailed from the era of the Tsangming sword sovereign. They had once been suppressed by him, and now that they have awakened, they are unlikely to be particularly amicable towards the heir of the sword sovereign. Upon hearing this, Yun Yaohong narrowed her eyes, lost in thought. Zhang Xuan, however, remained indifferent. They are merely a group of insignificant figures. I could suppress them back then, and I can do so again now. But soon, Zhang Xuan realized with a sinking feeling that this was troubling. If those individuals truly were from back then, would they not recognize me? What on earth? Why are there so many complications with this final task? Especially considering what the old man, Jiuyou, mentioned. The awakened ancient prodigies are evidently not limited to just the era of Tsangming, but from other times as well. Could it be that my other identities are at risk of exposure too? Zhang Xuan was instantly engulfed by a sense of despair. Chapter 19. The quest of the sword is challenging, and laying down the sword is equally difficult. Should one simply renounce their identity? Observing Zhang Xuan's despondent expression, the 13th ancestor of Jiuyou assumed he had absorbed the gravity of the situation and continued. This is but one aspect. The second is that the legacy of the Tsangming sword sovereign is profoundly captivating. While I am not privy to the specific details of the inheritance, the mere existence of a chaos Wujisword body could attract countless covetous glances. At this point, the 13th ancestor of Jiuyou paused before continuing. The cultivation physique, especially one of such an acquired nature, is susceptible to being usurped. Although our Jiuyou clan does not practice such malevolent arts, other ancient powers may not be as scrupulous. The news of the sword sovereign's legacy has already begun to circulate. While it has been temporarily suppressed by the ancient forces of the Tai realm for various reasons, it cannot remain concealed from other realms for long. A prodigy that has not yet matured is merely a prodigy. Upon hearing this, both Zhang Xuan and Yun Yao's expressions darkened. In his previous life, Zhang Xuan's chaos Wujisword body was cultivated gradually, and by the time it reached its zenith, he stood among the ranks of formidable beings, drawing no envy. However, awakening his sword body in this vulnerable stage poses a significant risk. Though rules are established to protect the weak, and it is customary for peers to compete, these rules are ultimately dictated by the strong. under such a tantalizing physique. It is difficult to guarantee that some would not resort to unscrupulous means. Though Yun Yao is formidable, the adage holds true. A thief may thrive for 1,000 days. But can one truly defend against a thief for 1,000 days? What complicates matters further is that the threat is directed specifically at Zhang Xuan, rendering his demise independent of the protection of Qingyun Sect, thus failing the quest. Cursed be the system. Why must it compel me to awaken my sword body? Zhang Xuan cursed inwardly once more. Now, the situation is dire. Should he strive to enhance his power, he risks being killed by others when the opportunity to fulfill the quest arises. Conversely, if he refrains from improving, he may perish due to unforeseen circumstances, rendering the quest impossible to complete. Indeed, it is a conundrum. To wield the sword makes the quest challenging, yet to set it down proves equally arduous. Yun Yao, meanwhile, regarded Zhang Xuan with a profound gaze, lost in thought. The 13th ancestor of Jiuyou suddenly chuckled. This is merely my conjecture. It need not be the absolute truth. Zhang Xuan shot him a glare, thinking, then what the hell are you saying? Are you here merely to spread negativity? Nevertheless, he only grumbled internally, for he had anticipated such scenarios. It was merely that the 13th ancestor of Jiuyou had now articulated them directly. Zhang Xuan had originally intended to complete the quest before such circumstances arose, thereby avoiding any complications. Yet now, with the 13th ancestor acknowledging these matters, it seemed that the situation would not unfold as favorably as he had hoped. I must take my leave, the 13th ancestor of Jiuyou stated once more, turning his gaze toward Jiuyou Fangzheng. You shall remain in Qingyun Sect for a millennium, diligently cultivating. Do not tarnish the reputation of our Jiuyou clan. Jiuyou Fangzheng solemnly nodded in agreement. Yes, ancestor. The 13th ancestor then looked at Yun Yao, saying, Dao's friend Yun Yao, should you require assistance in the future, please do not hesitate to inform me. The Jiuyou clan shall extend its aid within its capabilities. Thank you, esteemed friend, Yun Yao replied with a graceful bow. Regarding the goodwill of the ancient Moon clan, Zhang Xuan and Yun Yao did not pay much heed. The stakes placed by the other party were moderate, and within their means, thereby granting them the authority over the interpretation of the situation, which significantly expanded their maneuvering space. However, the virtue of the Eternal Life clan was as it was. Expecting them to bet everything was an impossibility, as the relationship between the two parties had not reached that level. The 13th ancestor of the ancient Moon clan nodded and turned his attention back to Jiuyou Fangzheng, stating, Come, I have more to discuss with you. Jiuyou Fangzheng's heart filled with joy. Was the ancestor offering him guidance? He hurriedly approached, following the 13th ancestor of the ancient Moon clan as they strolled away into the distance. Zhang Xuan narrowed his eyes, wondering what secretive conversation the grandfather and grandson were engaging in. Yun Yao then turned to Zhang Xuan, saying, Master, it is time for us to have a conversation as well. Zhang Xuan's expression shifted. Had the little girl finally ceased to be angry? After playing coldly with him, she could no longer contain herself. He felt a sense of pride, but maintained a facade of trepidation. Correcting himself, Master, do not belittle your disciple. You are my master. Yun Yao's eyelids fluttered as she fixed her gaze upon Zhang Xuan, inquiring, Master, what exactly do you intend to do? Since you have returned, why are you reluctant to acknowledge me? Do you have some hidden troubles? Just as Zhang Xuan was about to continue correcting Yun Yao, he noticed her eyes reddening once more. He let out a soft sigh within, tempering his earlier irreverence, and spoke in a somber tone. Master is jesting. What hidden troubles could I possibly have? I am merely an ordinary person. Observing Zhang Xuan's continued reluctance to acknowledge his identity, Yun Yao slowly closed her eyes, seemingly suppressing her emotions, and exhaled deeply. If Master refused to acknowledge it, so be it. As long as Master remained, that was enough. Hearing these words, Zhang Xuan felt a pang of discomfort in his heart. He often pondered how much hardship little Yao had endured over the countless years. When he had fallen during the celestial tribulation, how heartbroken must she have been? The once innocent and obedient little girl had grown into the formidable celestial sword immortal. A journey undoubtedly fraught with challenges. This was also one of the reasons Zhang Xuan arranged his affairs meticulously in each lifetime, as he traversed through existence. There were always some individuals he could not let go of. Ensuring the well-being of those around him served as a form of solace for himself. However, little Yao was his first disciple, and he had been lacking in many aspects during that time. Aside from imparting her skills and leaving behind 3 protective sword intents, he had nothing substantial to offer. In hindsight, it was clear that he owed her far too much. Thus, Zhang Xuan sometimes found himself tempted to forego acknowledging his identity altogether. Yet, the mere thought of failing his mission and having to be reborn as a woman in the next life sent shivers down his spine. Master, Yun Yaohong reopened her eyes. Her expression now regained its cool composure. She produced a sword tassel from her sleeve, her eyes brimming with memories as she remarked, "This is what you bestowed upon me long ago. Whether you're my master or Zhang Xuan, I now present it to you." The moment Zhang Xuan beheld the sword tassel, he was taken aback, for it was a trinket that had once adorned his sword. Although the tassel itself was made of ordinary material, the unique companionship it had experienced, coupled with the patina of time, rendered it far from mundane. He recollected the 3 sword intents he had bestowed upon Xiao Yao in the past, now concealed within. Yet, upon his recent perception, he discovered them to be void. This indicated that the sword intent previously sensed within the spirit measuring monument was indeed the final one, while the other 2 had already been utilized. Xiao Yao had undoubtedly endured at least 2 life-and-death crises. A shiver coursed through Zhang Xuan as he slowly extended his hand towards the sword tassel. The tassel, imbued with spirit, seemed to sense its former master, swaying slightly towards Zhang Xuan despite the absence of wind. Witnessing this, Yun Yao's gaze sharpened. Only her master could provoke such a response from the tassel. "Indeed, you are my master." Warning: detection of Yun Yao's deepened affirmation of the host's identity. Exposure value increased by 10. Current exposure value of the identity of Songming Sword Sovereign stands at 21. Exposure value heightened. Sword intent awakened. Damn, I've fallen into a trap. In the next moment, the sword intent erupted from Zhang Xuan, as weighty as a mountain, surging like the sea. Nearby, Ancestor Jiuyou and Jiuyou Fangzheng, who were strolling, turned their heads in surprise. The chaotic, infinite sword body is indeed terrifying. Chapter 20. Regardless, you are my master. Xiao Yao, please wait for me. Feeling the surge in Zhang Xuan's sword intent, Jiuyou could not help but express his admiration. While others sought to cultivate their comprehension, which was often elusive, the chaotic, infinite sword body could accumulate it autonomously. An astonishing feat indeed. Such a constitution might even captivate certain celestial beings. Although the esteemed Qingyun Sword Immortal was formidable, he could not perpetually safeguard the young lad's growth. Noticing Jiuyou Fangzheng's astonished and somewhat envious expression, Jiuyou cautioned, "Do not let envy cloud your judgment. Such a prodigious inheritance may not necessarily be a blessing." Jiuyou Fangzheng was taken aback, grasping the elder's implication, but puzzled. "Did you not express a willingness to assist the Qingyun Sect?" With a gentle shake of his head and a smile, Jiuyou replied, "If only my Jiuyou clan were the sole custodians of this extraordinary constitution, I would undoubtedly offer my utmost support, even considering the possibility of his joining our lineage. The emergence of another Songming Sword Sovereign would be an unparalleled fortune. However, now that it is known to the world, our clan may lack the capacity to protect him, regardless of the power at hand. Even the most ancient of factions tend to conceal their exceptionally gifted disciples until they are firmly on the path of cultivation. The appearance of the chaotic, infinite sword body in a chi refinement stage cultivator could incite an uproar of monumental proportions. Upon hearing this, Jiuyou Fangzheng's expression shifted. Though he hailed from the Jiuyou clan, he was still a youth and had not anticipated the gravity of the situation. Observing Fangzheng's demeanor, Jiuyou understood the turmoil within his thoughts and reminded him, "Do not underestimate the factions of this world. The Chongqing clan is merely one among many ancient powers. The true depth of other ancient factions remains shrouded in mystery." He refrained from mentioning that the relationship between their clans was not as amicable as it might seem. Should the Jiuyou clan extend their assistance, it might not be received with gratitude. The current balance was, in fact, quite suitable. However, there was no need to burden the younger generation with such complexities, as it would only serve to reveal the elders' worldly wisdom, which the youth might fail to appreciate. Thank you for your guidance, Elder. Jiuyou Fangzheng said earnestly, bowing respectfully. The elder's words had indeed broadened his horizons, revealing perspectives that were difficult to encounter in his worldly travels. Jiuyou Shixi nodded before shifting the conversation. Regarding Zhang Xuan, do not draw too close. Yet, do not deliberately distance yourself. Maintain a personal rapport. Upon hearing this, Jiuyou Fangzheng understood that the elder wished to keep their familial ties separate from his friendship with Zhang Xuan. Yet, he found himself perplexed by the elder's desire to invest while simultaneously advising him to remain detached. He voiced his confusion directly, with a smile. Jiuyou Shixi patted Jiuyou Fangzheng on the shoulder, seemingly optimistic about this junior. In the face of a celestial's commands, other clan members dared not question the rationale. Yet Jiuyou Fangzheng was an exception. Unbeknownst to them, he had been influenced by Zhang Xuan, leading him to perceive the immortal as a being not so distant, thus somewhat dispelling the mystique surrounding them. Had he been aware of this, it might have unsettled his state of mind. The 13th ancestor of Jiuyou smiled and spoke once more, offering guidance. The reason for your actions is that the young lad may have some issues with his intellect. Disrespecting the immortals will inevitably lead to significant troubles. Although the Changshan family does not fear repercussions, it is prudent to avoid unnecessary entanglements. Upon hearing this, Jiuyou Fangzheng understood and could not help but let out a wry smile. Ancestor, you did not say this earlier. However, given Brother Zhang's temperament, it is indeed likely he will attract considerable trouble in the future. As for the ancestors' simultaneous encouragement for him to befriend Zhang Xuan while expressing concern about family involvement, Jiuyou Fangzheng harbored no grievances. The family had provided him with a platform and resources for cultivation, and it was entirely reasonable for him to give back. Moreover, on a personal level, he was eager to befriend Brother Zhang, who was genuinely loyal, seeing that Jiuyou Fangzheng had taken his words to heart. The 13th ancestor nodded in satisfaction, increasingly optimistic about this descendant. Yet, he soon realized that he had come seeking an explanation. Nevertheless, allowing Jiuyou Fangzheng to stay at the Qingyun Sect for a while might also present a unique opportunity. That is about all. Today is a rare occasion. If you have any questions regarding your cultivation, feel free to voice them, the 13th ancestor said with a mild smile. Jiuyou Fangzheng felt a surge of joy in his heart and promptly began to inquire. Meanwhile, Zhang Xuan remained oblivious to the old man's covert remarks. Had he known, he would surely have sent the elder some affectionate greetings. However, he was currently overwhelmed. Master, I knew it was you. It wasn't me. Master, stop making baseless claims. This is clearly you. Master, cease your pretense. It is not me. Master, stop the nonsense. Then how do you explain this sword tassel? Yun Yaohong pressed, glaring at Zhang Xuan, who was visibly distressed as he watched the tassel sway in her hand, veins pulsating on his forehead. Be still, for heaven's sake, he silently roared, glaring at the tassel. In the next moment, the tassel indeed ceased its movement. Zhang Xuan, elated, pointed at it and declared, see, it's not moving anymore. It was merely the wind. It had nothing to do with me. Huh? Yun Yaohong scoffed. Was there wind just now? Yes. Did Master not feel the strong wind earlier? Oh, I see. Master is so powerful that he is impervious to the elements, Zhang Xuan said, admiration written all over his face. Yun Yaohong, upon hearing this, fell silent, continuing to stare at Zhang Xuan intently. He, too, held her gaze, and after a moment, Yun Yaohong ultimately relented. What could she do against a master who could lie with a straight face? She could see that he would never admit to his identity. Master, I do not understand why you are reluctant to acknowledge your identity, but regardless, you are still my master. Zhang Xuan quickly corrected her. Please do not say that. I cannot bear such a title. But before he could finish, Yun Yaohong interjected. What the ancestor of Jiuyou said earlier must resonate with you. The current situation is complex, and I have noticed that you have not cultivated this past year, perhaps due to the limitations of your 5 elemental low-grade spiritual roots. Zhang Xuan waved his hand, reassuring his master. Master, do not worry. The spiritual root is not a significant issue. As long as I desire it, my cultivation can ascend in an instant. Yun Yao exhaled in relief, believing this would not trouble her esteemed master. That is good. If you require any assistance, please do not hesitate to ask. I shall do my utmost to aid you. Zhang Xuan chuckled. Rest assured, master, what problems could I possibly have? You need not concern yourself too much. He dared not ask Yun Yao for anything, for fear of revealing evidence regarding his true identity, which would lead to disastrous consequences. The two shared a tacit understanding, each engrossed in their own thoughts, presenting a facade of a benevolent master and devoted disciple. Yun Yao nodded and decided not to linger any longer. The words spoken by Jiuyou Shan weighed on her mind, as she had many matters to address. Suddenly, Zhang Xuan recalled something and promptly spoke. By the way, master, I plan to participate in the Sect competition with that fellow Jiuyou Fangzheng. Should we not arrange for him to have the identity of a disciple of Qingyun Sect? It is up to you to decide, master. Zhang Xuan smiled at this, feeling satisfied. As Yun Yao began to take her leave, she hesitated for a moment and, with a hint of reluctance, asked, Master, can you truly not recognize me? Zhang Xuan fell silent for a moment before responding with a wry smile. I am truly not the Tsaming Sword Sovereign. Disappointment washed over Yun Yao as she departed. Zhang Xuan remained standing, his heart a tumultuous whirl of emotions. As for the sword tassel, it was left behind by Yun Yao. After a long while, he finally picked it up and whispered softly to it, Do not worry, Xiao Yao. Once I complete my mission in the next life, I will certainly recognize you. Please wait for me. Wait for me. Chapter 21. Will the young master attend the Sect competition? An opportunity for rapid advancement. After a considerable time, Zhang Xuan regained his senses and gazed at the sword tassel in his hand. Originally an unremarkable object, the tassel had transformed into something extraordinary after accompanying him, and later Yun Yao, through the passage of several 100,000 years. Initially, the sword tassel merely served as an ornament, but after Zhang Xuan had refined it, it acquired the capability to store sword intent. Now, as Zhang Xuan observed it once more, he discovered that the tassel not only retained the ability to store sword intent, but also possessed a spatial dimension, allowing it to hold items. In the realm of cultivation, storage devices primarily include storage bags and storage rings. Typically, storage bags are utilized by low-tier cultivators, while storage rings, being more costly and offering greater capacity, are predominantly employed by higher-tier cultivators. Beyond these, there exist various other storage devices, yet they are beyond the reach of ordinary cultivators. At present, this sword tassel functioned similarly to such a storage device, yet its capacity surpassed that of a storage ring by a staggering 10,000 times, ample enough to contain the entirety of the Qingyun Sect. Just how vast is the Qingyun Sect? A mere mortal, traversing from one entrance to the other, would take over a decade without pause. In other words, before Zhang Xuan's transmigration, the storage space within this sword tassel could accommodate several Earths, rendering it akin to a miniature world. Naturally, an artifact that could be carried by an immortal is no ordinary item. Nonetheless, this object held a more profound significance for both him and Yun Yao. However, at this moment, it was entirely empty, devoid of any contents. Upon realizing this, Zhang Xuan's lips twitched. Surely, Xiao Yao would not have done this intentionally? Yet, having boasted earlier, he felt rather awkward about asking her for cultivation resources outright. Reluctantly, Zhang Xuan shook his head and carefully secured the sword tassel to his waist. As for whether to elevate his cultivation level, he had already made a decision. He would advance. Otherwise, should an unforeseen demise occur, it would be quite the predicament. When the opportunity to accomplish his task arose, he would assess whether to show leniency towards adversaries or take other actions. Possessing a low-grade, 5-element spiritual root, Zhang Xuan did not place much weight on it. He had numerous methods to enhance his cultivation. It was merely a matter of speed. Just as these thoughts occupied his mind, Jiuyou Fangzheng returned. Brother Zhang, Jiuyou Fangzheng called out. Fangzheng, you're back. Zhang Xuan replied with a smile, dismissing earlier concerns. I have good news to share. My master has agreed to let you participate in the Sect competition. We can now help you obtain the identity of an outer Sect disciple. Immediately, Guyu Fangzheng's eyes brightened, and he solemnly clasped his hands in gratitude. Thank you, Brother Zhang. There is no need for such formalities between us. Let us go and get you that identity right away. Zhang Xuan waved his hand dismissively. Nodding in understanding, Guyu Fangzheng, now familiar with Zhang Xuan's character, felt no need for further politeness. The two of them then swiftly made their way toward the outer sect disciple office. Before long, they arrived at a pavilion, which was indeed the outer sect disciple office. This is the place where outer sect disciples accept tasks from the sect and receive their rewards. At this moment, the area is bustling with activity, with disciples ranging from Qi refinement to Golden Dance stages, though the majority are still in the Qi refinement and foundation establishment phases. Some disciples appear to have just returned from their excursions, exuding an air of determination and competence. The arrival of Zhang Xuan and Guyu Yaohong instantly draws numerous gazes. Greetings, young master. Greetings, young master. Ah, splendid. Zhang Xuan, with his hands clasped behind him, assumes an air of inspection, responding nonchalantly to the greetings of those around him. Guyu Yaohong follows behind, shaking his head with a smile, realizing that his companion is not one to shy away from the spotlight. They enter the pavilion, where the elder on duty at the outer sect office is a Golden Dan elder. Upon seeing Zhang Xuan, the elder bows respectfully, for the status of a sect young master is equivalent to that of an inner sect elder. Greetings, young master. Ah, I have brought Brother Fong here to handle some matters, to arrange an identity for him as an outer sect disciple, Zhang Xuan states casually, displaying a certain arrogance. However, to avoid complications, he adds, my master has already given his consent. Both Brother Fong and I will participate in the sect's grand competition. Upon hearing this, the Golden Dan elder is momentarily taken aback. He certainly does not suspect Zhang Xuan of falsely conveying the sect master's orders and feels a sense of relief. The elders are already aware of Guyu Yaohong's background. His detention at Qingyun Sect had been a source of concern. Now that he is to become a disciple of Qingyun Sect, it is indeed a positive development, alleviating their previous worries. The elder's surprise stems from Zhang Xuan's intention to participate in the sect's grand competition. To have a Qi refinement disciple compete in such an event seems absurd, as historically, only foundation establishment disciples have partaken. Is there a problem? Zhang Xuan inquires, noticing the elder's stunned expression. The Golden Dan elder's demeanor becomes serious as he shakes his head. No problem at all. I shall attend to this matter immediately. He does not question the sect master's decisions and turns to organize the necessary arrangements. However, the surrounding disciples are in an uproar upon hearing this news. The young master is going to participate in the grand competition. Is it a jest? The young master has only reached the second level of Qi refinement in a year, although the grand competition is still 10 years away. Will he be able to break through to foundation establishment by then? There is a possibility of breakthrough, but it would require an immense amount of resources. How fortunate must the sect master be? Everyone is aware of Zhang Xuan's 5-element low-grade spiritual root talent. Thus, their gazes towards him are filled with envy and jealousy. They do not believe that Zhang Xuan's participation in the grand competition is akin to courting death. Rather, it is expected that the sect master would invest resources to elevate his cultivation. Just how many resources would it take to rapidly advance a disciple with a 5-element low-grade spiritual root to foundation establishment? This thought makes some disciples green with envy. Zhang Xuan hears these murmurs and feels a sense of helplessness. He has not received any substantial resources from Xiaoyao, aside from the abundant wild fruits scattered throughout the mountains. Soon after, the Golden Dan elder approaches with a pile of items placed before the two of them. This is the identity token of an outer sect disciple. Simply infuse a trace of your aura into it. This attire also serves as proof of your identity. You need not wear it at all times, but when you venture outside, donning it will signify your status. This is a storage pouch. The Golden Core elder meticulously introduced each item. After listening attentively, Guyu Fangzheng graciously accepted them and expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, elder." The Golden Core elder nodded in satisfaction, appreciating the upbringing of the young scion from a prominent family. He then added, by the way, "May I ask if you are a sword cultivator? If so, the sect provides swords as well. However, the swords issued by the sect are rather ordinary. it is best to forge your own. Alternatively, you may seek a sword from Sword Mountain, where many swords left by the predecessors of our sect reside, as well as some fine swords acquired by the sect's leader during his travels. However, be cautious, for the sword energy there is overwhelming, and remnants of the sect leader's sword intent linger. Many sword cultivators train themselves there, but one must be wary to avoid injury from the sword intent and energy. Upon hearing this, Jiuyou Fangjung smiled and replied, "Thank you for your kind offer, Elder, but I am not a sword cultivator." The Golden Core Elder understood and refrained from further comment. Meanwhile, Zhang Xuan's eyes brightened at the Elder's words. According to the Elder, Sword Mountain was rife with sword energy, which would be advantageous for him, potentially accelerating his cultivation. He hastily inquired, "Where's Sword Mountain?" The Golden Core Elder was taken aback. "Does the young master wish to go?" "Surely, the young master does not possess a sword?" The Elder was perplexed. How could the sect's heir not have been provided with a sword? Zhang Xuan's expression turned awkward. "Well, my master intended to prepare one for me, but my exceptional talent renders ordinary swords unworthy, so I have yet to acquire one." The Golden Core Elder's lips twitched, unsure whether to believe him, but he stated, "That Sword Mountain is somewhat perilous. Given your current cultivation level, it may not be wise to venture there. Just tell me where it is. I can handle any dangers myself," Zhang Xuan insisted. What a joke. Under the chaos, limitless sword body, can mere sword energy even harm me? However, he refrained from elaborating. Knowing some truths might not be readily accepted by others. Proving it directly would be far more effective. The Golden Core Elder wore a troubled expression and cautioned, "Young master, it is not that I wish to deter you, but that Sword Mountain requires at least foundational level cultivation to ascend. It would be wise to wait until you reach that stage." Jiuyou Fangjung also urged, "Brother Zhang, based on what has been said, it would indeed be unwise for you to go now. Perhaps it would be better to wait until you achieve foundational level." Zhang Xuan furrowed his brow. With his inferior five-element spiritual root, rapidly advancing his cultivation was indeed challenging, and Sword Mountain might just be the opportunity he needed. So he was determined to investigate. "Never mind. If you want tea, tell me. I will seek out others. I will go myself." The Golden Core Elder sighed in resignation. What if the young master encounters trouble by going alone? Thus, he reluctantly conceded, "I can accompany you to Sword Mountain, but you must promise me that if you cannot ascend, you will return and wait until you reach foundational level." "Understood, understood. Lead the way." Zhang Xuan waved his hand dismissively. The venerable Elder Jin Dan sighed and shook his head, leading Zhang Xuan and his companion towards Sword Mountain. Chapter 22. The Sacred Ground of the Sect. Courage, my friend. The news of Zhang Xuan's intent to ascend Sword Mountain rapidly spread, as there were many disciples attending to affairs at the outer sect, even rousing the curiosity of some inner sect disciples in seclusion. "Quick, let's witness this. The young master is about to ascend Sword Mountain." "The young master? Which young master? Have you been in seclusion for several years?" "The sect master took on a disciple a year ago, rumored to have inherited the teachings of the sect's venerable master, possessing a low-grade spiritual root of all five elements, and is currently at the second level of Qi refinement." "What? A low-grade spiritual root of all five elements can truly be passed down? What sheer luck! What? Ascending Sword Mountain during the Qi refinement stage? This must be a jest." Countless disciples from both the inner and outer sects hurried towards Sword Mountain, eager to glimpse this fortuitous young master and discern his true nature. Meanwhile, some inner sect elders, having received the news, were filled with indignation. "This is absurd. A Qi refinement disciple attempting to ascend Sword Mountain is nothing short of folly. The sword energy there is fearsome. Even those in the Great Ascension stage must evade its sharpness. Why is no one stopping the young master? They tried, but he cannot be deterred. Let us hasten to see. Come, the young master must not be harmed." The inner sect elders were also stirred, rushing towards Sword Mountain. Compared to ordinary disciples, the elders understood Zhang Xuan's significance far better. Possessing sword intent marks him as a potential immortal, although Zhang Xuan has a low-grade spiritual root of all five elements. If he can endure the initial phase of absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, He will smoothly navigate the path of comprehending the laws and principles of the universe. In their eyes, Zhang Xuan was the one most likely to achieve immortality, second only to the sect master, and thus must not be allowed to suffer any misfortune. In a moment, nearly the entire Qingyun Sect was in an uproar, converging towards Sword Mountain. At the foot of the mountain, Zhang Xuan gazed up at Sword Mountain, his curiosity piqued. Along the way, he had heard numerous tales regarding this mountain, renowned throughout the southern territories. Before him stood a barren peak, merely 100 zhang high, compared to the surrounding mountains, which soared thousands or even 10,000 zhang high. It could only be deemed a small mound. Yet, this barren little hill was adorned with an array of swords, densely clustered like a verdant forest. When the wind blew, the swords rippled like waves, a truly magnificent sight. Above Sword Mountain, there was not a trace of cloud or mist, as if the very vapor avoided this mountain. This was the Sword Mountain established by Yun Yaohong, intended to hone the sword practitioners within the sect, serving as a sacred ground for Qingyun Sect. Zhang Xuan could surmise the inspiration behind this mountain's creation. It was likely modeled after the boundless sword tomb, though it fell considerably short in comparison. He reflected on his past life, having been reborn in the boundless realm, where he, as a sword practitioner, had encountered the ancient forces of the boundless realm and the revered boundless sword tomb, far grander than the Sword Mountain before him. Of course, given that Qingyun Sect had only existed for slightly over 20,000 years, it was only natural that it could not rival those ancient powers. The accomplishments of Little Yao were already commendable. At this moment, numerous cultivators were seated atop Sword Mountain, enduring the trial of sword energy, while others seemed intent on comprehending sword intent. As for the foot of the mountain, it was crowded with inner and outer disciples, along with several elders, engaged in animated discussions. Is that the young master? What a ridiculous appearance. I feel an overwhelming urge to give him a good thrashing. Don't say that. Isn't the young master quite handsome? Huh, he may have a slight edge in looks, but there's no discernible extraordinary quality about him. Countless eyes were fixated on Zhang Xuan, who remained unfazed. Such trivial matters were beneath him. He had weathered far more intense scrutiny. Today was not for any other purpose but to vindicate himself. He, Zhang Xuan, was exceptional. This was the Sword Mountain, where the sword aura was exceptionally formidable. Upon ascending the mountain, one would be constantly assailed by the piercing sword energy. Yet it also served to temper the body. Furthermore, the oppressive sword intent of the sect leader lingered above, capable of honing a cultivator's will. With every step taken upward, the pressure from the sword energy and intent intensified, to the point where even those of the great ascension stage would find it prudent to retreat. As for the summit, it was the exclusive domain of the sect leader. No one else could reach it. The Golden Core elder beside Zhang Xuan was elaborating on the Sword Mountain, seemingly hoping to dissuade him from the endeavor. However, Guyu Fangzheng, standing nearby, was visibly excited. To think it can refine a cultivator's will. What a remarkable place. It surely lives up to its reputation as a location established by immortals. Although my Guyu family possesses something similar, the significance is entirely different. Initially, he had merely accompanied Zhang Xuan, but now he too wished to ascend and explore. Noticing the spark of determination in Guyu Fangzheng's eyes, Zhang Xuan smiled and inquired, "Fangzheng, would you care to join me in climbing?" "That is precisely my intention," Guyu Fangzheng replied with a grin. The Golden Core elder's eyelids twitched. Were the youth of today so audacious? Given Guyu Fangzheng's unique status, any mishap could lead to complications. He was about to voice his concerns when Guyu Fangzheng preempted him, stating, "Elder, there is no need for worry. Should any danger arise, I shall retreat at once." The elder was left speechless. It seemed he could not dissuade them, so he relented. If they only remained at the mountain's base, it would be manageable. He could intervene if necessary. However, he had never considered the possibility of them actually ascending the Sword Mountain. Zhang Xuan and Guyu Fangzheng exchanged a knowing smile, after which Guyu Fangzheng took the lead and stepped towards the mountain. Yet, as soon as he set foot upon the Sword Mountain, his expression drastically changed. The turbulent sword energy surged towards him, causing him to stagger precariously, nearly losing his footing. That was still the least of his troubles. The sword energy infiltrated his very being, penetrating through the pores of his skin. Almost immediately, beads of blood surfaced on his skin. This was merely the sword energy. At the peak, a heavy sword intent descended upon him like an overwhelming celestial decree, sending shockwaves through his mind, as though he were confronting the vast expanse of the heavens. Under the onslaught of sword energy and intent, he felt as fragile as a leaf caught in a tempest, on the verge of being torn asunder. The sword mountain was indeed terrifying. Jiuyou stood frozen, desperately attempting to acclimate himself without employing any magical power to resist. As the sword energy refined his body, the intent of the sword tempered his will. The moment he ascended the sword mountain, many cultivators meditating atop it opened their eyes, their gaze fixated on Jiuyou, who exuded a flash of brilliance. Some elders and disciples below furrowed their brows, taken aback. This was his first ascent of the sword mountain, yet he was not instantly subdued. Is this truly a descendant of the Jiuyou family? Indeed, one can see the formidable talent stemming from such a prestigious lineage. What a pity, however, I have heard that he is not a sword cultivator. Otherwise, he would be considered a promising prospect. How high do you think he can ascend? I wager he will reach 7 or 8 zhang. I estimate he will have to descend after 5 or 6 zhang. Observing Jiuyou's reaction to the ascent, admiration gleamed in the eyes of the onlookers, many of whom began to speculate on how high he could climb. As for the droplets of blood emerging from his body, no one paid them any mind. Merely superficial wounds, nothing unusual. As for Jiuyou, after acclimating to the overwhelming sensations, he finally exhaled deeply, regaining his composure. He gazed toward the summit, particularly at the sword cultivators meditating there, and a flicker of enlightenment crossed his eyes. The 100 zhang sword mountain must delineate significant realms every 10 zhang. The first 10 zhang are insurmountable without a foundation. Within 20 zhang lies the golden core stage. Within 30 zhang is the Yaohong stage, and so forth. Thus, to ascend beyond 80 to 90 zhang, only those with celestial cultivation could reach the pinnacle. One extraordinary sword mountain. Jiuyou marveled, then turned to Zhang Xuan. Brother Zhang, this sword mountain delineates significant realms every 10 zhang. It would be truly challenging for those in the qi refining stage to ascend. He spoke in a tone intended to dissuade Zhang Xuan from attempting the climb. However, upon hearing this, Zhang Xuan could only chuckle in amusement. You think you could just show off while leaving me here? Ignoring his companion, he instead addressed the crowd. Everyone. Upon hearing Zhang Xuan's voice, the crowd turned their attention, their expressions laced with mockery. Could it be that the young master was hesitant to ascend after witnessing Jiuyou's experience? Yet Zhang Xuan boldly declared, "Watch closely. I am about to make my own spectacle." With that, he dashed towards the sword mountain, singing loudly, providing his own background music. Brave, brave, my friend, even if tomorrow brings no rainbow. The crowd momentarily stood in shock before panic set in. Wait, why is he running? Young master, you mustn't run. You can't run. A chorus of exclamations erupted as disciples and elders stared wide-eyed, horrified. The sword energy of the sword mountain was fearsome. Charging headlong was akin to hurling oneself against a blade. This was not a feat one could achieve simply by gaining momentum. Jiuyou also widened his eyes in disbelief, urgently shouting, "Brother Zhang, do not run." However, Zhang Xuan acted with such suddenness that no one had the chance to stop him, and in the next moment, he had set foot upon the sword mountain. A collective gasp echoed in the hearts of the onlookers, silently lamenting the impending disaster. Chapter 23. You who do not practice your swordsmanship see me as a frog at the bottom of a well gazing at the bright moon. All present are insignificant. Where's the young master? Quickly stop him. He is merely at the qi refining stage, unprepared to ascend sword mountain. A group of inner sect elders arrived late, filled with urgency. However, just as they arrived, they witnessed Zhang Xuan sprinting towards sword mountain. What? Is that the young master? Is he truly attempting to ascend a mountain? What madness is this? Regardless of the madness, we must halt him. How can he even have a running start? The inner sect elders shouted in panic, their hearts racing in terror. Yet, Zhang Xuan's actions were so sudden that no one could react in time to stop him. In the next moment, he had surged up the holy mountain. Contrary to expectations, Zhang Xuan did not suffer instant grievous injury, instead propelled by his momentum. He ascended to heights of 7 or 8 zhang. This scene left everyone wide-eyed in astonishment. What is happening? The young master is unharmed? How splendid. What if he had been injured by the sword's aura and compromised his foundation? A collective sigh of relief swept through the elders and disciples, though confusion soon followed. How could the young master remain unscathed? Did he truly ascend Sword Mountain? This defies logic. Could it be that the sword aura and intent atop the mountain have dissipated? Some disciples were left bewildered, and the elders too were filled with uncertainty. Even a Qi-refining disciple, witnessing Zhang Xuan's ascent, felt compelled to try for himself. Seizing an opportunity when others were distracted, he made a reckless dash towards Sword Mountain. Thud! The next moment, the Qi-refining disciple spewed blood, hurtling back down. His blood and body tracing a perfect parabolic arc through the air before crashing heavily to the ground, bouncing twice. Ah, what the hell? The Qi-refining disciple managed to utter this with all his remaining strength before losing consciousness. Hiss! The other eager disciples gasped in shock, instantly abandoning their ambitions. Quickly, take him away. The elders hastily ordered for the severely injured disciple to be carried off for treatment, momentarily at a loss for words. Subsequently, everyone's gaze shifted towards Zhang Xuan, filled with questions, confusion, astonishment, and disbelief. Meanwhile, some cultivators on the mountain who had been meditating upon witnessing this spectacle felt their eyelids twitch. Guyu Fangjing also looked towards Zhang Xuan, equally perplexed. Brother Zhang, Zhang Xuan, observing the injured disciple being taken away, marveled inwardly. What a courageous lad! Hearing Guyu Fangjing's words, he snapped back to reality, waving his hand dismissively. Do not be enamored with me. I am but a legend. No, Brother Zhang, I meant to ask if you did not feel the invasion of the sword aura and the pressure of sword intent. Guyu Fangjing inquired. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xuan understood. Sword aura and sword intent. Of course, he felt them, but so what? The chaotic infinity sword body. Do you think I jest? The physique of this body transcends merely accumulating sword intent and sword energy. It possesses the ability to absorb sword energy as well. Otherwise, how could it exert pressure upon the sacred body, forcing the sword cultivators of the same era to bow their heads? As for the sword intent, little Yao's sword intent was comprehended under his guidance. To dare to pressure him would surely invite calamity. Zhang Xuan gazed towards the mountain peak, with a sword intent seemed to shy away from him, parting to grant him a clear path. The sword energy, in its docility, flowed around him as gently as a spring breeze, causing him not discomfort, but rather a profound sense of ease. While others endure the agonizing erosion of sword energy to temper their physiques, he was here simply to bathe in it. Brother Fangjing, you still fail to comprehend the true nature of the chaos and limitless sword body. Zhang Xuan stood with his back to Guyu Fangjing, hands clasped behind him, and spoke nonchalantly. If you do not practice the sword, you perceive me as a frog at the bottom of a well gazing at the bright moon. Should you wield the sword, you would see me as a mere ant before the vast sky. His voice resonated, ensuring all present heard his declaration. The crowd widened their eyes, a sensation of prickling unease washing over them. One audacious proclamation. Those sword cultivators meditating atop the mountain opened their eyes, including several inner disciples, all of whom had at least achieved the transformation stage. Yet, at this moment, all gazes were fixed upon the figure at the mountain's base, a presence exuding fierce battle intent. Sword cultivators are known for their unparalleled lethality among all practitioners. Thus, they are inherently combative. How could these sword cultivators remain unshaken by Zhang Xuan's words? This was tantamount to belittling all sword cultivators. The elders and disciples at the foot of the mountain marveled at Zhang Xuan's arrogance, while the inner sect elders shook their heads in disapproval. The young master is too ostentatious. A tree that stands tall in the forest will inevitably be uprooted by the wind, and this is far from advantageous. Ha! I beg to differ. Is a young person truly young if they lack ambition? A sharp sword, forged to be invincible. I believe the young master is indeed on the right path. The expressions of the inner sect elders varied, as some among them were sword cultivators themselves, casting unfriendly glances at Zhang Xuan. Standing not far behind Zhang Xuan, Jiuyou gazed at the figure on the heights, lost in thought. It was as if he beheld a young man clad in azure, sword in hand, striding across heaven and earth, looking down upon all beings, as though there were no issue that could not be resolved with a single stroke of his sword. That figure slowly began to overlap with Zhang Xuan. Brother Zhang Zhang's gaze was complex, his thoughts a mystery. Zhang Xuan remained oblivious to Fang Zheng's intricate emotions and merely exchanged glances with the sword cultivators atop the mountain. What are you staring at? I am not targeting anyone specifically. I am merely stating that all present are worthless. At this proclamation, the sword cultivators on the mountain erupted in fury, with some rising to their feet. Among the elders and disciples at the foot of the mountain, certain sword cultivators tightened their grips on their swords. This is utterly outrageous. I wish to strike him down. Hold on, he is merely at the Qi refinement stage. If you truly engage him, you might inadvertently kill him. The disciples buzzed with discussion, while the sword elder's glares intensified. If Zhang Xuan's previous remarks were merely arrogant, then his current words have escalated to an audacious provocation. It is as if he is defiantly asserting dominance over everyone. Naturally, should the other cultivators become aware of the sentiments held by this group of sword cultivators, they would hastily distance themselves, claiming that the master's words pertain solely to the sword cultivators and do not concern them. Nonetheless, it is undeniable that at this moment, every sword cultivator gazes at Zhang Xuan with fierce determination. Among sword cultivators, the only way to establish superiority is through combat. What a proud cultivator! Suddenly, a voice resonated from the mountain's peak. There, at an elevation exceeding 70 feet, a young man seated in meditation slowly opened his eyes, directing his gaze toward Zhang Xuan. His eyes gleamed like blades, and he appeared as a sharp, resplendent sword, radiating an undeniable aura of prowess. It is none other than Brother Wang Xiaohu. It turns out he has been cultivating on Sword Mountain. No wonder I haven't seen him in these past years. Brother Wang has ascended to such a height, a place only accessible to those of the great ascension stage. I recall that he had only recently broken through to the harmonization stage, hadn't he? As the young man spoke, disciples below recognized his identity, leading to a flurry of discussions. Some disciples even remarked that he is the strongest sword cultivator in the Qingyun Sect, second only to the sect master, who had once declined his request to become a disciple. Now, it seems Brother Wang is poised to confront the master. Chapter 24. I can satisfy you right now. Would you like to learn? I shall teach you. Elder Wang Defa, among the inner sect elders, wore a proud expression, for Wang Xiaohu was indeed his son. He had reached the peak of the harmonization stage, while Wang Xiaohu was at the initial stage of harmonization, thus bestowing both father and son a prominent status within the Qingyun Sect. At this moment, as Wang Xiaohu spoke, several inner sect elders cast curious glances toward Wang Defa. Elder Wang, if I recall correctly, did Xiaohu not just break through to the harmonization stage? To have ascended to the 70-foot height of the Sword Mountain is truly remarkable talent. I remember when Xiaohu barely broke through to the foundation stage. He already reached the 20-foot limit, which only golden core cultivators could achieve. I have always believed in this child, and he is certainly not disappointed. The inner sect elders showered him with flattery, as if the young man on the Sword Mountain were their own child. Wang Defa beamed with joy, his eyes narrowing into slits from his smile. I am grateful to all of you for your recognition of my son. I assure you, he shall not let you down. Meanwhile, Zhang Xuan, standing at the foot of the mountain, overheard their discussions and looked up at the young man atop the peak with an understanding gaze. It turned out to be someone whom Xiao Yao disdained. He shook his head with a smile, not taking the opponent seriously. How could one who lacked even the essence of sword intent dare to compare themselves to him? Sensing Zhang Xuan's indifference, Wang Xiaohu, seated at the summit, furrowed his brow and declared in a deep voice, to dare ascend the Sword Mountain at the Qi refinement stage demonstrates considerable audacity. Unfortunately, your cultivation is too low. You are unworthy of being my opponent. Should you ever reach my level, I shall permit you to battle me." Wang Xiaohu gazed at Zhang Xuan. His own fighting spirit ignited. He had also heard the murmurs below and learned that Zhang Xuan was a disciple of the sect leader. In the past, he had been confident in his unparalleled talent for swordsmanship and desired to become Yun Yao's disciple. In his eyes, only the sect leader, who could dominate all of southern Jiang with a single sword, was worthy to guide him in the ways of the sword. Though he was merely at the foundation stage at that time, he was already invincible within that realm. However, upon learning of his aspirations, the sect leader merely instructed him to ascend the Sword Mountain. Wang Xiaohu interpreted this as a test for discipleship, and without hesitation, he ascended to the 20-foot pinnacle, a height achievable only by golden core cultivators. Yet, the sect leader did not even glance at him before turning away. Everyone knew that the sect leader had dismissed him, but he refused to believe it. He thought that not gaining the sect leader's attention at that moment was merely a temporary setback. He would never give up. Thus, in the days that followed, with each breakthrough he achieved, he returned to the Sword Mountain to prove himself, consistently surpassing the limits of his own realm. Unfortunately, the sect leader still showed no intention of accepting him as a disciple. Now, witnessing that lad at the foot of the mountain, who had managed to attract the sect leader's attention despite being at the Qi refinement stage, he felt a surge of resentment. However, as a fellow disciple of the Qingyun Sect, he felt it inappropriate to use realms to belittle others. As he stated, once Zhang Xuan reached the same realm as he would allow him to battle. He too yearned to prove himself. Yet, it seemed he had chosen the wrong opponent. "You permit me to battle you? Ah ha. Ha ha ha. Oh dear, I can hardly bear it. Ha ha ha." Upon hearing the words of the other party, Zhang Xuan could not help but laugh, clutching his stomach as though he might roll on the ground. Observing Zhang Xuan's demeanor, the sword cultivators below the mountain instantly wore displeased expressions. What does the young master mean by this? Although he has managed to ascend the Sword Mountain, his cultivation level is merely at the Qi refining stage, which pales in comparison to senior brother Wang. I fail to comprehend what the young master finds so amusing. Is this truly so funny? The impression of Zhang Xuan among the sword cultivators diminished significantly, for in the hearts of Qingyun Sect sword cultivators, the status of Yun Yao and Wang Xiaohu is unquestionably paramount. This is tantamount to mocking their idol. Wang Xiaohu's expression darkened as he asked, "What are you laughing at? Is there something wrong with what I said?" "There is nothing wrong, merely that it has been ages since a sword cultivator dared to speak to me in such a manner." Zhang Xuan restrained his laughter somewhat and cast an encouraging glance towards Wang Xiaohu. "Brother, you are quite impressive, displaying remarkable courage. I have great faith in you." However, these words of praise were received with great discomfort by Wang Xiaohu, and the other sword cultivators wore grim expressions. What does this mean? Has the young master lost his senses? He can't be more than 20 years old, right? Is he truly in his right mind? What qualifications does a Qi refining cultivator have to speak thus to a Dao integration expert? The sword cultivators were filled with righteous indignation, eager to rush forward and silence the arrogant fellow. Gui Weifeng shook his head in amusement, though he was not particularly surprised. Brother Zhang does not show reverence even to immortals. What is a Dao integration genius in comparison? Moreover, while Wang Xiaohu may be considered a top-tier genius within Qingyun Sect or even the entire southern wilderness in the central continent, he is merely one of many. In the next moment, he regarded Zhang Xuan with a more solemn gaze, for he could discern that Brother Zhang seemed to be genuinely serious this time. When it came to the path of the sword, Brother Zhang appeared to be a different person altogether. Zhang Xuan too reined in his smile, cursing himself inwardly. Damn, I have become too complacent. Fortunately, Yun Yao is not here, or my exposure level would undoubtedly soar. You. Wang Xiaohu's face darkened, ready to speak. However, Zhang Xuan directly interrupted him. If you wish to contest me on the path of the sword, there is no need to wait for the future. I can fulfill your request right now. With that, Zhang Xuan strode towards the summit of the mountain. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Before anyone could react, Zhang Xuan had ascended to a height of over 10 zhang. This place is reserved for golden core cultivators. What does the young master mean by this? Goodness, The young master is actually climbing higher. 15 zhang. No, 20 zhang. And still ascending. What is happening? Could it be that the young master intends to confront senior brother Wang directly? As Zhang Xuan ascended the sword mountain step by step, everyone was left in stunned silence. They could not fathom how Zhang Xuan was accomplishing this. It defied all logic. Wang Xiaohu gazed incredulously at Zhang Xuan, who was approaching him step by step. Is he truly challenging me in the sword arts, here on this sword mountain? A mere chi refining, second layer. This seems utterly absurd. Yet the reality is that a cultivator at the second layer of chi refinement is steadily ascending to heights that do not belong to him, approaching with each deliberate step. Wang Xiaohu appears momentarily stunned. Meanwhile, Zhang Xuan strides upward with poise, each step seemingly effortless. The so-called intensifying sword energy and oppressive sword intent with every upward movement do not exist for him. Instead, he feels increasingly at ease as he ascends. As he continues his ascent, the sword cultivators meditating around him rise to their feet upon his arrival at their level, watching as he leaves them behind. The dissatisfaction etched on their faces vanishes in an instant the moment Zhang Xuan surpasses them, replaced by a profound sense of loss. A mere chi refinement cultivator has outstripped them? Is the opponent's talent in swordsmanship truly that formidable? They turn to gaze at Zhang Xuan's retreating figure, their expressions a complex tapestry of emotions. As more and more sword cultivators find themselves surpassed, it signifies that an increasing number can merely look up in awe at Zhang Xuan's silhouette. He continues to ascend, 30 zhang, 40 zhang, 50 zhang. He walks with an unhurried grace, as if traversing his own garden, his speed unwavering and his demeanor relaxed. Finally, he reaches the 70 zhang mark, standing before Wang Xiaohu. In that moment, Wang Xiaohu seems to regain his composure, instinctively rising to his feet. You, little brother, you still need to practice. Yet, Zhang Xuan merely pats his shoulder and leaves him behind as he continues his ascent. He has never regarded Wang Xiaohu as his equal in swordsmanship. His earlier words were merely to showcase what true talent looks like to certain observers. Wang Xiaohu's face is a mask of disbelief as he hears the footsteps behind him receding into the distance, leaving him in a daze. Particularly, the sensation of Zhang Xuan's almost imperceptible disregard leaves him feeling flustered. Equally bewildered are the group of sword cultivators below the mountain. The young master surpassed Brother Wang. How is that possible? The young master is merely at the chi refinement stage. It must be a dream, or perhaps they are still asleep. The crowd stares in disbelief. Unable to accept their own eyes, Zhang Xuan, at the second layer of chi refinement, has indeed outstripped Wang Xiaohu. This exceeds their understanding. Look, the young master is still ascending. Could he actually reach the summit? Someone exclaimed, as all eyes fixated on the figure still climbing, curiosity ablaze within them. Can the young master truly reach the pinnacle? It is said that the peak of Sword Mountain is a domain only attainable by immortals. The inner gate elders standing atop the celestial expanse also fixate on Zhang Xuan's form, their expressions tinged with intrigue. They are unaware of how the sect leader, a transcendent being, crafted Sword Mountain, yet they have long speculated that only immortals could tread its summit. Now, apart from the sect leader, it appears that the young master, too, is poised to reach the top. Are they witnessing this moment in history? Zhang Xuan senses the collective gaze upon him. He seems to relish this sensation. When heaven bestows its gifts without reciprocation, it invites calamity, and when one feigns strength, the cosmic order cannot abide. Thus he did not look back, but resolutely pressed forward. For a true man never retraces his steps. 70 zhang, 80 zhang, 90 zhang. Finally, at the last 10 zhang, Zhang Xuan showed no signs of slowing down. Step by step, he ascended to the pinnacle of the Sword Mountain. Surrounding the mountain was an eerie silence. At this moment, all eyes were wide open. Gazing at the figure atop the peak rendered speechless. The young master had truly reached the summit. Wang Xiaohu stood at 70 zhang, staring at the silhouette on the peak, his face a mask of disbelief. Though there's only a mere 30 zhang separating them, insignificant for a cultivator of the harmonious path, it now seemed an insurmountable chasm. How? How did you accomplish this? Upon hearing Wang Xiaohu's inquiry, Zhang Xuan slightly turned his head, offering him an aloof silhouette and a sharply defined profile. A hint of a smile gracing his lips, a touch of indifference in his demeanor, and a casual air about him as he replied, "Do you wish to learn? I can teach you." Chapter 25, You're Dreaming. Deep within the mountain summit, the young master has astonishingly reached the pinnacle. Does this not imply that his swordsmanship talent surpasses even that of Brother Wang? Is this merely a question of strength? This is a defiance of the heavens. After all, the mountain's peak is a place only accessible to the sect master. The young master is truly magnificent. I shall become his devoted follower. I wish to be the young master's loyal companion. At the foot of the Sword Mountain, after a brief silence, an intense discussion erupted. The crowd gazed at the silhouette atop the peak, exhilarated. This is the young master of their Qingyun Sect, a true prodigy of swordsmanship. Some female cultivators blushed, their hearts aflutter, eagerly expressing their admiration. Meanwhile, the sword cultivators appeared despondent, their spirits clouded. Compared to ordinary practitioners, they grasped more profoundly the significance of standing atop the Sword Mountain, yet they remained baffled at how Zhang Xuan achieved it. It seemed that the only explanation was an innate talent for swordsmanship. However, some sword cultivators, observing Zhang Xuan's figure, felt their resolve solidifying, as if they had found a target to pursue. When Zhang Xuan surpassed Wang Xiaohu, they perceived the twilight of one sword genius while witnessing the rise of another. Among the inner sect elders, Wang Defa wore an expression of deep complexity. He bore no resentment towards Zhang Xuan for eclipsing his son. They were all members of the Qingyun Sect, and the more powerful, the better. His only concern was that Wang Xiaohu might lose his composure and hinder his future cultivation. Who would have imagined the young master's swordsmanship talent to be this formidable? To ascend the Sword Mountain during the Qi refinement stage is nothing short of miraculous. Could it be that the sect master's legacy is truly so extraordinary? The chaotic infinite sword body is unfamiliar to me, yet the distinction between sword cultivators who possess sword intent and those who do not is indeed the existence of two separate realms. The inner sect elders began to speak, and among them, the sword cultivators discerned even more. However, most attributed Zhang Xuan's extraordinary achievements to the sect master's legacy, which did not diminish their faith in him. Luck, at times, is indeed a facet of strength. This sentiment was not solely held by the inner sect elders, but also echoed among those who felt begrudged. They merely believed that Zhang Xuan was fortunate to have acquired an extraordinary legacy. Zhang Xuan remained oblivious to these thoughts, as he lacked the ability to read minds. Even if he were aware, he would not offer explanations, for there was simply no way to clarify. Should he claim that there was no legacy, and that both sword body and sword intent were innately his? Would that not be self-sabotage? At that moment, after leaving a statement for Wang Xiao, he prepared to explore what lay at the summit of the Sword Mountain. Wang Xiaohu finally came to his senses, glaring at Zhang Xuan and saying through clenched teeth, "You want me to become your disciple?" "Absolutely not." Upon hearing this, Zhang Xuan paused, feeling somewhat speechless. What kind of fanciful dreams was this young man entertaining? "I'm sorry, but I do not take disciples. My earlier words may have led to some misunderstanding, so allow me to clarify. What I meant was, if you wish to learn from me, I can offer you some guidance. But as for taking you as a disciple, you're indeed dreaming." Upon hearing those words, not only was Wang Xiaohu taken aback, but the group of cultivators at the foot of the mountain was equally stunned. "You might as well have said you were taking on disciples." Wang Xiaohu's chest heaved violently, clearly infuriated. At the foot of the mountain, Gui Weifang felt a hint of amusement, but was hesitant to express it. Brother Zhang truly possessed an exceptional talent for provoking others. Indeed, even the immortal ancestor could be swayed by him, while Wang Xiaohu's composure was evidently lacking. "Do you not wish for guidance? Well then, my insights are coveted by many sword cultivators who would go to great lengths to obtain them. It is rare for me to be in a good mood today. Yet you, young man, fail to appreciate it?" Zhang Xuan shook his head, unwilling to engage with this fellow. Meanwhile, Wang Xiaohu had completely lost his composure. "Do you even hear yourself? A Qi refining stage cultivator offering me guidance as a Taoist true monarch. Do you think this is a novel?" "Zhang Xuan, what on earth are you doing?" Once your realm matches mine, I shall engage you in battle, wagering the honor of sword cultivators. Wang Xiaohu's eyes were bloodshot as he glared intensely at Zhang Xuan. The corner of Zhang Xuan's mouth twitched. This young man was indeed quite defiant. Lacking even a trace of sword intent, perhaps it would be better to refrain from confronting him. I fear it may crush your spirit. You merely had the fortune to inherit a legacy. What gives you the right to say such things? This thought lingered unspoken in Wang Xiaohu's mind, as he suddenly lost his breath and fainted. Heavens, someone save him quickly! The inner sect elder in the sky gasped, while Wang Defa, with remarkable agility, rushed up the sword mountain to bring Wang Xiaohu back. Observing this scene, Zhang Xuan couldn't help but twitch his lips. This young man's resolve was rather lacking. Yet, he had not intended to provoke the other. He merely spoke the truth. When his unparalleled sword intent emerged, few sword cultivators could still wield their swords, let alone Wang Xiaohu, who lacked any sword intent. His intentions were genuinely for the other's benefit. However, the young man had indeed fainted from the sheer pressure, prompting Zhang Xuan to glance at Wang Defa with an awkward yet polite smile. Old Elder Wang, young whose state of mind requires further cultivation. Wang Defa had anticipated some words of apology from Zhang Xuan, only to be met with this remark instead. The young man had fainted, and you dare utter such words? Are you even human? Wang Defa's mouth twitched, but he could only respond, Thank you for your reminder, young master. I will ensure to guide Xiaohu. Zhang Xuan nodded, choosing to leave the matter at that, and turned his gaze toward the summit of the sword mountain. As he ascended, an inexplicable sense of familiarity washed over him, reminiscent of a previous encounter. The last time he felt this way was a year ago when he came across the spirit testing steel that contained his sword intent. Intrigued, Zhang Xuan ventured forward to explore. The surrounding elders and disciples watched as Zhang Xuan entered the depths of the sword mountain, subsequently withdrawing their gazes. While curiosity lingered about what lay within, they understood that they lacked the qualifications to inquire further. As for the cultivators at the foot of the mountain, after some discussion, they dispersed to pursue their own cultivation or tasks for the sect. However, the events of the day had finally allowed them to witness Zhang Xuan's formidable talent in the sword path, and no one dared to belittle him any longer. Undoubtedly, the most memorable aspect was Zhang Xuan's arrogant demeanor and his infuriating manner of speech. At the foot of the mountain, the ancient figure of Yun Yaohong, Zhang, shook his head in amusement, remarking on Zhang's utter lack of modesty. He had been positioned just a yard below the sword mountain, but at this moment, he finally resumed his ascent. However, due to Zhang Xuan's extraordinary prowess, few were left to pay him any heed. As for Zhang Xuan, he ventured deeper into the heart of the mountain's peak. Above him, a myriad of swords floated, resembling a dense forest, obscuring the depths of the summit. This phenomenon explained why, despite the mountain's modest height, cultivators could gaze upon it from afar, yet remain oblivious to the conditions at its apex. As Zhang Xuan walked forward, he marveled at the sword forest overhead, silently acknowledging that Xiao Yao had done a commendable job. He felt a sense of relief that she was not present, for his ascent to the peak would undoubtedly have raised his exposure level. He pressed onward into the depths of the sword forest, and after a brief moment, he finally beheld the scene at its center. There was nothing extraordinary there, only a solitary sword encircled by countless others. These swords seemed to fortify their emperor, but the blade, both in its sheath and the exposed hilt, was riddled with countless cracks, as though it might shatter at the slightest touch, appearing as if it were assembled from myriad fragments. Upon seeing the sword, Zhang Xuan stood frozen in place, for it was indeed his own blade. Chapter 26. Spiritual energy is Qi. Sword Qi is also Qi. Another function of the system? Caution. At the moment Zhang Xuan laid eyes on the sword, he could not help but exclaim. It was not a warning to anyone, but rather a recognition of the sword's name, caution. This was the sword that had accompanied him throughout his first life. Although he had sold it several times to buy candied hawthorns for Xiao Yao and had even lost it on a few occasions, he had ultimately managed to retrieve it each time. The name he had bestowed upon the sword had certainly misled numerous adversaries during battles. Regrettably, as more individuals became aware of its name, its effectiveness waned. Who would have thought I would see you again? Zhang Xuan approached cautiously, inching closer to caution. The sword was enveloped by the ethereal sword intent of Yun Yaohong, swirling around it like mist, as if nurturing it. Upon Zhang Xuan's approach, the sword intent parted to grant him passage without obstruction. He slowly extended his hand to grasp caution, drawing it forth, and gently caressed the scabbard and handle. His expression, a complex tapestry of emotions, predominantly surprise. He distinctly remembered that when he fell in his first life, caution had been destroyed alongside him during the celestial tribulation. Now, tracing the cracks on the sword's surface, Zhang Xuan could not help but understand. This was the result of Xiao Yao collecting the fragments of caution, painstakingly reassembling them, and nurturing it with sword intent for hundreds of thousands of years until it was restored. Yet, the fissures remained. His hand trembled slightly as he held the sword, his eyes reddening, and his heart brimming with unuttered sentiments. Ultimately, gazing at the sword in his hand, he could only utter one phrase. Caution, rest assured. This time I shall not forsake you. And to Xiao Yao, I will surely return. Caution was originally a celestial sword, inherently possessing spirit, and had even held the potential to cultivate a sword spirit. However, due to the celestial tribulation, it now offered no response to Zhang Xuan's words, clearly indicating that its essence had perished. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Xuan's gaze hardened with determination. He resolved to complete the tasks of this life swiftly, transcend entirely, and reunite with Xiao Yao. He thought to himself, for his own sake, for Xiao Yao, and for caution, with unwavering resolve. He gripped the sword hilt and suddenly drew forth the unparalleled celestial sword that once belonged to him. Caution, let us battle once more. Clang! As the celestial sword was unsheathed, there was no earth-shattering sound. Instead, fragments scattered across the ground. Zhang Xuan was instantly petrified. What? He quickly crouched down, staring helplessly at the shards. Damn it, it turns out it wasn't repaired. His eyelids twitched uncontrollably as he cautiously picked up the pieces, attempting to reassemble them. If Xiao Yao found out, it would be disastrous. At this thought, a shiver ran through him, and he hurriedly buried himself in the task of puzzle-making. This piece should be here, right? Surely? Damn, no. How come there's a piece missing here? What the hell? This doesn't fit either. How do I piece this together? Zhang Xuan felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. Had he known, he shouldn't have recklessly drawn the sword. But he had no idea it was still in disrepair. Fortunately, after a month of effort, Zhang Xuan finally managed to reassemble the sword. It should be about right now, right? Looking at the sword in his hand, Zhang Xuan's tone was somewhat lacking in confidence. At this moment, the crack on the sword had been reinforced by his sword intent, yet the blade remained uneven and jagged, resembling a saw rather than a sword. Nevertheless, he dismissed such concerns. Once sheathed, its appearance would be concealed. Without further hesitation, he returned the sword to its scabbard, nurturing it with his supreme sword intent. Zhang Xuan began to comprehend that although Xiao Excaian was indeed his sword, and despite Xiao Yao nurturing it with sword intent for countless years, the essence of sword intent differed, rendering complete restoration impossible. Yet, if he were to nurture it with his own sword intent, one day it could be entirely mended. As for the temporary inability to wield Xiao Excaian, he had no intention of seeking another sword, for the absence of Xiao Excaian was acceptable. What difference would it make to use another sword now that Xiao Excaian had returned? After all, given his prowess in swordsmanship, the lack of a blade made little difference. With a sigh of relief, he gazed upon Xiao Excaian, now restored to its former glory. As long as he did not draw the sword, who could discern its true condition? He set Xiao Excaian aside and retrieved the tassel from his waist, adorning the sword's hilt. The tassel swayed gently in the absence of wind, as if the celestial sword had come to life. A warm smile graced Zhang Xuan's face, his eyes radiating warmth. Then, he lifted his gaze with determination. It was time to cultivate. His journey to Sword Mountain was not solely to prove himself. He had another purpose, to absorb the sword qi present here. For ordinary cultivators, the sword qi of Sword Mountain served merely to temper the body, but for Zhang Xuan, it was much more. Possessing a low-grade spiritual root of the 5 elements, His absorption of spiritual energy was slow and arduous, presenting a significant challenge. While he had numerous methods to address this, most were conventional, involving the search for rare materials to enhance his aptitude. He was aware of various elixirs that could improve one's qualifications and even knew where to find them, yet the process of searching would still be too slow. Other alternatives also proved difficult to achieve in the short term. He truly wished to escape the disdainful existence of being underestimated due to his cultivation level. Thus, he resolved to absorb sword qi for his cultivation. Spiritual energy is a form of qi, and so is sword qi. Why not use it for cultivation? A confident smile spread across Zhang Xuan's face. Were this notion to become known, it might very well upend the entire realm of cultivation. For sword qi, cultivated by sword practitioners, is conventionally understood to be solely for combat and cannot be equated with spiritual energy. Yet, what is impossible for others is entirely feasible for Zhang Xuan, who possesses the chaos infinite sword body. This unique physique allows for the absorption of sword qi. Albeit his previous endeavors focused on nurturing his sword body with sword qi to enhance its capacity for accumulating sword intent. Now, he aimed to employ it directly for cultivation. Of course, while the concept was simple, the challenges in execution were manifold, for sword qi and spiritual energy are inherently different. Nevertheless, Zhang Xuan was confident, for he had the system at his disposal. System, begin to devise a plan. I intend to cultivate with sword qi. Zhang Xuan communicated inwardly to the system. Please input the information needed for the simulation. Host. Zhang Xuan proposed his own concept, presenting various hypotheses on how to utilize sword energy for cultivation, likening the absorption of sword energy to that of spiritual energy. Subsequently, he consolidated diverse information, integrating various techniques and submitting them for system analysis. Before him, a luminous screen materialized, displaying an anatomical diagram of the human body during cultivation. Within this diagram, sword energy circulated through the meridians, continually operating according to Zhang Xuan's intentions. This capability of the system, beyond facilitating his reincarnation, represented its most formidable power, simulation. However, it would be more accurate to describe it as validation, for the system could not simply fulfill any random idea Zhang Xuan proposed. He was required to furnish the operational data. For instance, after sword energy entered the body, how could it be ensured to achieve the effects of spiritual energy, traversing the meridians to ultimately transform into magical power? Moreover, how should the sword energy circulate within the body to avoid damaging the meridians? These inquiries necessitated Zhang Xuan to propose solutions, which the system would then validate. In essence, the system functioned as a supercomputer, enabling Zhang Xuan to verify any hypothesis or theory without incurring any cost, provided the information was sufficiently comprehensive. This was the reason he reached the pinnacle in every lifetime, whether it was alchemy, bloodline purification, or the creation of extraordinary physiques. Zhang Xuan could amalgamate his insights and known information, allowing the system to assist in verification. At first glance, this functionality might seem somewhat superfluous, yet Zhang Xuan, having utilized it countless times, found it to be extraordinary. The system's validation occurred instantaneously, requiring no expenditures. It is important to note that the creation of techniques or the compilation of alchemical recipes demands considerable human and material resources, not to mention the lengthy periods required for validation, especially after failures necessitating repeated verifications. In contrast, the system could yield results almost instantaneously, allowing Zhang Xuan to engage in successive simulations, ultimately leading him to an assured path to follow. This indeed epitomized his remarkable talent. At this moment, although Zhang Xuan's aspiration to cultivate using sword energy seemed far-fetched, the amalgamation of his insights from 99 lifetimes and his understanding of the chaos infinite sword body rendered it seemingly possible at this juncture. Perhaps, in several 100,000 years, the chaos infinite sword body would attain new heights. Chapter 27. Wang Xiaohu descends the mountain with the resounding clash of a myriad of swords. A day of foundation building dawned. As spring transitioned to autumn, a year slipped by unnoticed. For cultivators, a year is but a fleeting moment. Even a foundational disciple may spend several years in seclusion. Within the Qingyun Sect, life continued as usual. Disciples engaged in their practices and completed their tasks, with no significant event unfolding, though there was no shortage of lively happenings. The first notable occurrence was the awakening of the Taoist true monarch Wang Xiao, who resolved to leave the sect and explore the world. When he proposed this idea, many elders and disciples urged him against it, but he remained resolute, seemingly affected by Zhang Xuan's previous remarks. Wang Xiao boldly proclaimed, "I shall not return unless I comprehend the essence of the sword." The elders and disciples were taken aback, for Wang Xiao was a prominent figure among the Qingyun disciples. If he departed, who would uphold the banner? While the young master possessed remarkable talent, he had yet to fully mature. Among the elders, Wang Defo was the most concerned, appearing aged overnight, embodying the anxiety of a father whose son embarks on a long journey. Although Wang Xiao had left the sect before, he had never prepared to depart with no intention of returning. Indeed, in the eyes of many elders and disciples, Wang Xiao's declaration left them uncertain of when he would return. After all, can one truly grasp the essence of the sword merely by wishing to do so? Countless sword cultivators roamed the south, yet how many could claim such understanding? What if he were unable to comprehend it throughout his lifetime and never returned? Amidst the chorus of voices, only a handful of sword cultivators and former admirers of Wang Xiao expressed their support. "Brother Wang, you are commendable. We believe in you," they exclaimed. "The young master's sword essence is merely an inheritance. We trust that Brother Wang's talent is equally formidable." They encouraged him, eagerly awaiting the day he would return to challenge the young master. Thus, Wang Xiao resolutely departed from the Qingyun Sect, leaving Wang Defa in the solitude of an empty nest. Notably, Wang Defa harbored no resentment towards Zhang Xuan, believing he had not driven Wang Xiao away. After all, a young man's aspirations lie in distant lands, and Wang Xiao had his own path to tread. Yet on the day of Wang Xiao's farewell, it seemed that Wang Defa discreetly wiped away tears. Aside from Wang Xiao's departure, much discussion among the elders and disciples of Qingyun Sect revolved around Jiuyou. After Zhang Xuan ascended the Sword Mountain, Jiuyou chose to remain, continuing his ascent for 6 months until he reached a height of 10 zhang, a pinnacle attainable only by foundational cultivators. Unfortunately, he was not a sword cultivator, and thus could ascend no further. Many sword elders within the sect expressed their regret, lamenting that Jiuyou did not practice swordsmanship. During this period, several sword elders inquired if Jiuyou intended to switch to the sword path, to which he graciously declined. "I appreciate your kindness, esteemed elders, but with talents like Brother Zhang's in the sword path, my modest abilities would only invite ridicule," he responded. No one could find fault in his words. For who among the Qingyun Sect did not recognize Zhang Xuan's extraordinary swordsmanship? Only the elders of the sword cultivators were somewhat at a loss for words. Did they imply that just because the young master possessed formidable talent in swordsmanship, they should cease their own practice? However, given the unique status of Jiuyou, who had explicitly declined, they felt it inappropriate to voice further opinions. As for Zhang Xuan, he was undoubtedly the subject of the most discussion among the disciples and elders. After all, Zhang Xuan had remained on Sword Mountain for a full year. It is noteworthy that foundation-building cultivators typically spend no more than a month on Sword Mountain, while golden core cultivators may practice for up to 6 months, and only nascent soul cultivators have the potential to remain for a year. Yet here was Zhang Xuan, merely at the qi refining stage, astonishingly lingering at the summit for an entire year, showing no signs of descending. This sparked considerable curiosity among many disciples and elders regarding just how long the young master could continue his cultivation up there. Today, Jiuyou rose from a height of 10 zhang on Sword Mountain, exhaling deeply as he concluded his practice. His eyes sparkled with brilliance, clearly indicating substantial gains. He could now prepare for a breakthrough to the golden core. As Jiuyou contemplated this, he could not help but turn his gaze toward the peak. Was Zhang Xuan still not planning to come down? Jiuyou shook his head, convinced that the latter was indeed an extraordinary talent. His own foundation-building cultivation had reached its limit after half a year at Tianzhong, and staying any longer would be counterproductive. Yet, Zhang Xuan had already spent a year at the summit. His talent in swordsmanship was likely far beyond Gu Yufengzang's imagination. He recalled the sword cultivators from his central continent, those prodigies of swordsmanship who would undoubtedly pale in comparison to Zhang Xuan. If, one day, Zhang Xuan were to venture into the central continent, it would surely be an interesting spectacle. With this thought, Gu Yufengzang couldn't help but smile. As for comparing himself to Zhang Xuan, he had indeed done so, considering himself a genius not inferior to anyone. Zhang Xuan's prowess lay in swordsmanship, while his own path diverged. The measure of superiority would only be revealed through a battle at the same realm. Gu Yufengzang squinted slightly at the summit, a glimmer of battle intent flashing in his eyes. With a sense of anticipation, he turned and began his descent down the mountain. Suddenly, at that moment, an explosive surge of sword energy erupted from the peak of Sword Mountain. The sword energy from the entire mountain converged, forming what appeared to be a magnificent sword suspended high above. The swords upon the mountain emitted resounding cries, creating an atmosphere of restlessness. The commotion was so intense that it reverberated throughout the entire Qingyun Sect, prompting many elders to swiftly arrive at Sword Mountain, filled with uncertainty. What was happening? Why had the sword energy of Sword Mountain become so tumultuous? Was it the young master at the summit who caused this? Surely not. The young master was merely at the qi refining stage, and even with extraordinary talent, it was implausible for him to provoke the sword energy of the entire mountain. The elders exchanged glances. Their expressions varied as they engaged in animated discussions, while the disciples gazed at the mountain in astonishment. No one believed that Zhang Xuan could have been the catalyst, for even a great ascension master would struggle to evoke the sword energy of the entire mountain, let alone a tribulation transcending venerable. Amidst the crowd, Gu Yufengzang furrowed his brow, puzzled. Zhang Xuan could be you? But in the next moment, he shook his head, deeming it impossible. He had spent nearly a year on Sword Mountain and understood well that without the cultivation of an immortal, it was utterly inconceivable to disturb the mountain's foundations. After all, the creator of Sword Mountain was none other than the esteemed Qingyun Sword Immortal, a figure who commanded profound respect even from his own ancestors. How could it be that Brother Zhang would incite such turmoil with his sword energy? Guyu's expression was filled with confusion. Unbeknownst to them, deep within the pinnacle of Sword Mountain, the jubilant laughter of Zhang Xuan echoed. "Ha, I have succeeded. I have truly succeeded." Zhang Xuan beheld the luminous interface of the system before him, his spirits soaring. He had finally deduced a technique for cultivating sword energy. This technique, forged from the amassed wisdom of his 99 lifetimes and countless innovative ideas, validated through the system's rigorous assessments, had finally come into existence at this moment. It was a method potent enough to revolutionize the entire realm of cultivation. However, Zhang Xuan had no intention of disseminating it, for others would find it impossible to practice. The crux of this technique lay in the chaos infinite sword body. Without this foundation, cultivation was unattainable, while the chaos infinite sword body could be cultivated postnatally. Achieving its full potential would require one to transcend to immortality, who would willingly forsake their cultivation to start new. Thus, this technique was tailored specifically for Zhang Xuan. Let us give it a try. A gleam of determination sparkled in Zhang Xuan's eyes as he wasted no time, settling into a meditative posture to commence his cultivation. He held no doubts about the system's verified outcomes, for the system's simulations had already proven successful. Now, as he practiced, he merely had to follow the established principles. Closing his eyes, he felt the sword energy around him converge violently, surging into his body. The influx of external sword energy was potent enough to shatter the meridians and dantian of any cultivator, especially given the chaotic nature of the energy atop Sword Mountain. A veritable emlang of various forms. If the disciples and elders of the Qingyun Sect below were to witness this scene, they would likely be struck with terror. Such a tumultuous influx of sword energy could severely injure even a cultivator at the Great Ascension stage, potentially leaving indelible wounds on their path. Even a celestial tribulation master would be left aghast. Yet, Zhang Xuan remained undeterred, accepting it all without hesitation. Had it been the previous Chaos Infinite Sword, he might have hesitated to absorb such an overwhelming amount of sword energy, instead allowing his body to absorb it passively. But this concern was now obsolete. As long as he guided the absorbed sword energy according to the principles of the deduced technique, there would be no issue. Soon, the sword energy circulated within him, completing a full cycle and transforming into the first strand of spiritual power. This strand was extraordinarily pure, imbued with a sharpness reminiscent of sword energy, causing Zhang Xuan to raise an eyebrow in surprise. It worked. His heart swelled with joy, and without a moment's delay, he continued to operate the technique. Gradually, the second strand of spiritual power formed, followed by the third and fourth. In no time, his dantian was brimming. However, despite his eyes being tightly shut, a slight frown creased his brow, indicating his dissatisfaction. The speed at which he absorbed sword energy was akin to that of a spirit root absorbing spiritual energy. It still felt somewhat sluggish. The primary issue lay in the efficiency of converting sword energy into spiritual power, which required optimization. If those with spirit roots were to hear Zhang Xuan's grievances, they would likely be driven to despair. And you find this unsatisfactory? They would lament. After all, spirit roots were renowned for their unparalleled cultivation speed. But for Zhang Xuan, slow was still slow. He is indeed facing a reincarnation, and this marks his 100th attempt at transcending realms, all while retaining a familiar constitution. Such sluggishness would surely invite ridicule from other traversers. Zhang Xuan noted the various inadequacies of the cultivation technique in his mind, diligently recording them one by one. These were mere trifles. The technique had already been deduced, and subsequent optimizations would be considerably simpler, thus he paid little heed to them. At this moment, he was simply reveling in the exhilaration of his rising cultivation. Having spent a year on Sword Mountain, the sword aura continuously tempered his body, while the Qi refinement stage was also a phase where one absorbed Qi to refine their physique. Consequently, when the sword aura could be successfully harnessed for cultivation, his progress surged with the velocity akin to a flying sword. Originally at the second level of Qi refinement, after merely circulating the technique for a few cycles, he abruptly ascended to the third level. Yet this was not the end. His aura continued to swell, reaching the fourth level, the fifth level, the 10th level of Qi refinement, culminating in the foundation establishment. Boom! At the instant Zhang Xuan crossed the threshold of foundation establishment, the entire sword mountain erupted in a frenzy of sword aura, converging towards the summit, as the myriad swords on the mountain emitted a symphony of resonant chimes. As he had cultivated using sword aura, his successful breakthrough resonated with the sword aura of Sword Mountain, giving rise to an enchanting harmony. At this moment, it seemed as though the entire Sword Mountain rejoiced in Zhang Xuan's breakthrough. The myriad swords sang in unison. A single day to establish the foundation. Chapter 28. The Ascension of the Chaotic Limitless Sword Body. A decade's golden core. Zhang Xuan gradually opened his eyes, his expression remarkably tranquil. As the saying goes, it takes a decade to establish one's foundation and a century to attain the golden core. Such is the mark of a prodigy. Yet, Zhang Xuan's one-day foundation establishment, when revealed, would undoubtedly astonish many, casting a shadow over numerous talents. However, he remained unfazed, for everything transpired naturally in due course. During the Qi refinement stage, one draws energy into the body, utilizing spiritual essence to temper a practitioner's physique, cleansing the sinews and marrow to transcend mortal limitations. The sword aura at the pinnacle of Sword Mountain surpassed imagination, its body-tempering effects magnitudes stronger than the spiritual essence below. Having spent a full year atop the mountain, it would indeed be peculiar if he did not advance to foundation establishment. As for the speed of his progress, Zhang Xuan did not perceive it as particularly swift. In this lifetime, he had devoted a mere 2 years to cultivation, with hardly any serious practice in between. Thus, achieving foundation establishment within this time frame felt rather ordinary to him. Some disciples of ancient sects are born with foundational prowess. That is the true mark of a celestial prodigy. Moreover, in his 99 reincarnations, his fastest record for entering foundation establishment was a mere fortnight, rendering his current situation less than exhilarating. What truly captured his attention were the insights derived from the newly developed techniques and their subsequent effects. After progressing to foundation establishment through sword aura cultivation, it seemed the chaotic, limitless sword body had undergone a remarkable transformation. Previously, it passively absorbed sword aura to enhance its constitution and accumulated sword intent. Now, it could actively absorb sword aura for cultivation. Additionally, the sword body appeared to exert a unique suppression over sword cultivators. As Zhang Xuan meticulously contemplated the changes within his body, he found himself pleasantly surprised, for the chaotic, limitless sword body seemed to have evolved. Originally capable of overpowering all sacred bodies, its enhanced state raised questions about the extent of its newfound prowess. The emergence of a new technique elevated the sword body's potential, and although he had merely reached foundation establishment, he had yet to touch the limits of this enhancement. The future held great promise. Concerning the sword body's suppression of sword cultivators, Zhang Xuan sensed a resemblance to the bloodline suppression of demonic or beastly kin, which was quite extraordinary. This was the true essence of the sword body. Zhang Xuan felt invigorated not by the breakthrough in his realm, but by the transformation of his sword body. Initially, he had only aimed to create a technique that would facilitate his cultivation in this lifetime. Yet unexpectedly, he had managed to upgrade his sword body, a delightful surprise indeed. Moreover, the transformations of the sword body did not cease here. The sword body, capable of autonomously accumulating sword aura, especially during combat when one's magical energy continuously manifests sword aura, now allowed him to cultivate through sword aura, achieving a form of self-sufficiency. He could release sword aura and subsequently absorb it for cultivation, a phenomenon bordering on the miraculous. Of course, a perpetual motion machine was unattainable, as there would always be some loss of magical energy during the conversion into sword aura. The efficiency of absorbing sword aura for cultivation could never reach perfection. Thus, complete self-sufficiency was impossible. Restoring magical energy still required spiritual essence. Even so, the remarkable achievement is nothing short of extraordinary as the newly derived technique, in conjunction with the chaos infinite sword body, has entirely resolved the shortcomings of the inferior five-element spiritual roots, allowing for a cultivation speed that can rival that of celestial spiritual roots. Although Zhang Xuan remains somewhat dissatisfied with this pace, he is confident that gradual improvements can be made if one were to rely solely on self-sustenance. The rate of cultivation would depend on the absorption of spiritual energy to restore mana, thus necessitating a method to enhance the quality of one's spiritual roots. However, if the quality of the roots were to be elevated, why would he still need to cultivate through sword energy? Pondering potential solutions, Zhang Xuan suddenly realized he seemed to have hit a dead end. Yet, he did not dwell on it. If clarity eluded him now, he would set it aside for the moment, trusting that inspiration might strike him later. Moreover, if he were to cultivate in a place as rich in sword energy as Sword Mountain, such issues would be rendered moot, allowing for direct absorption of sword energy for cultivation. He decided to elevate his cultivation further, knowing that the speed of advancement would slow somewhat post-foundation establishment. With only 9 years remaining until the sect competition, the thought of being looked down upon for his cultivation rank made Zhang Xuan grimace. Resolving not to waste any more time, he swiftly closed his eyes again after breaking through to the foundation establishment stage, entering a meditative state to cultivate. The foundation establishment stage, where the Dantian transforms into an ocean to forge the foundation of one's cultivation path, is an exceedingly crucial step on the journey of immortality. If one were to tread this path without guidance, it could lead to far-reaching consequences. Many cultivators falter at the foundation establishment stage, which adversely affects their subsequent cultivation levels, necessitating that numerous higher-tier cultivators return to solidify their foundations. However, such issues are non-existent for Zhang Xuan, for he has traversed this path 99 times. He is well-versed in how to forge an unparalleled foundation. While he may claim that his progress is slow, it is merely a relative perception, as his cultivation speed, akin to that of celestial spiritual roots, has already surpassed that of 99% of cultivators in the world. Furthermore, the sword energy atop Sword Mountain not only fortifies the body, but also refines the foundational aspect of one's path, making it an exceptional place for cultivation. Even Gu Yufeng spent 6 months on Sword Mountain, solidifying his foundation before choosing to break through to the Golden Core stage. Thus, Zhang Xuan's cultivation at the summit of Sword Mountain would only accelerate. As time swiftly passes, another year slips by unnoticed. The upheaval caused by Zhang Xuan's breakthrough at the foundation establishment stage had prompted the disciples of Qingyun Sect to seek the cause, but upon finding no answers, they dispersed to attend to their own affairs. Yet, unbeknownst to them, atop the mountain, Zhang Xuan has already advanced to the mid-foundation stage. This time, however, his breakthrough did not provoke any extraordinary phenomena. Everything remained tranquil. 2 years later, at the outer sect of Qingyun Sect, dark clouds suddenly gathered over a mountain peak. Thunder flashing, capturing the attention of numerous disciples and elders. The thunder clouds expanded within moments, spanning several dozen miles, instilling a sense of trepidation among many Qingyun Sect disciples. A golden core tribulation? How could the range be so vast? An elder recognized the origin of the thunderclouds, unable to suppress his astonishment. In the realm of cultivation, one must align with the heavenly path. Thus, a cultivator seeking to break through to the golden core stage must gain the recognition of heaven and earth, which results in the descent of heavenly tribulation. Having successfully transcended the heavenly tribulation and gained the recognition of the heavens, one may either emerge victorious or face dire consequences. Failures can lead to severe injuries, rendering further progress impossible, or in the worst cases, result in death. Typically, when a cultivator breaks through to the golden core stage, the tribulation clouds cover a mere 10 miles. However, the current clouds sprawl across dozens of miles, indicating that the individual undergoing the trial possesses strength far exceeding that of their peers. Are there such foundational disciples in our Qingyun sect? As the elders pondered, Gu Yufeng suddenly appeared, stepping upon the void, a resplendent golden core shimmering above his head as he confronted the heavenly tribulation head-on. It was he, the elders realized. If it were Gu Yufeng facing the tribulation, it would indeed be expected. As a scion of an esteemed family, blessed with the rare dual-elemental roots of wind and thunder, along with the sacred body of wind and thunder, it would be unusual for his golden core tribulation to be anything but subdued. Standing beneath the heavenly tribulation, Gu Yufeng appeared diminutive, akin to a mere insect amidst a tempest. Yet, he bore no trace of fear. Rather, his countenance reflected an eagerness for the path of cultivation that lay ahead post-breakthrough, as if the tribulation before him were scarcely a challenge. Boom! 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 Soon, the 9 heavenly tribulations descended, unleashing a total of 27 bolts of thunder, each thicker than the last, instilling terror in the hearts of many disciples of the Qingyun Sect. Some elders felt their eyelids twitch. Had they faced such a tribulation in their time, they doubted they would have survived. However, Gu Yufeng exhibited remarkable resilience. The lightning merely staggered him without inflicting true harm. Before long, the tribulation subsided, the skies clearing once more. Though Gu Yufeng's robes lay tattered and his complexion paled, he remained a figure of respect. Some elders discerned that he had not sustained any injuries and could not help but express their admiration. Truly, as a descendant of a long-lived family, his future was boundless. Gu Yufeng humbly acknowledged those around him with a bow before departing to consolidate his newfound power. The crowd marveled at his strength, engaging in discussions for some time before dispersing. Unbeknownst to them, Zhang Xuan was immersed in his own training. A year after Gu Yufeng's breakthrough, Zhang Xuan ascended Sword Mountain, and after 5 years, he successfully reached the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage. This time, however, his breakthrough elicited no unusual phenomena. It was merely a minor advancement. He did not relent in his training, his eyes remaining shut, as if oblivious to the passage of time. 3 years later, after 8 years on Sword Mountain, Zhang Xuan had reached the peak of the foundation establishment stage. He continued his practice, showing no signs of stopping, appearing to have completely forgotten the world beyond. In the mountains, time stood still. A decade had elapsed since Zhang Xuan's ascent. On this day, Zhang Xuan finally opened his eyes, a glint of sword light flashing within them, radiating brilliance. Above his head, a perfectly rounded and dazzling golden core slowly revolved, with hints of sword light flickering, emanating an aura of sharpness. A decade of seclusion, a decade to forge his golden core. Chapter 29. For the growth of the young master, everything else can be postponed. A single sword strikes back, the heavenly tribulation. On this day, numerous disciples of the Qingyun Sect gathered beneath the Sword Mountain, accompanied by several elders from the inner sect. The time for the grand competition of the southern sects was fast approaching, to be held at the Ziki Sect in the southern region, and they needed to set off for the journey. Presently, all disciples intending to participate in the sect competition were prepared, save for Zhang Xuan. A decade prior, Zhang Xuan had declared his intent to join the sect competition before ascending the Sword Mountain. Yet now he showed no inclination to descend, causing a wave of uncertainty among many. Would the young master still attend? Had he lost track of time in his cultivation? With his inferior 5-element spiritual roots, even should he cultivate at the summit of Sword Mountain, a decade would likely yield little advancement. Perhaps it would be best to forego his participation. The outer disciples awaiting the competition gazed at the Sword Mountain, engaged in lively discussions, all the while maintaining a respectful regard for Zhang Xuan, for he had already proven his worth a decade ago by reaching the pinnacle of Sword Mountain. However, the limitations of his inferior spiritual roots were indeed a considerable hindrance to his advancement. Among the waiting crowd was Yun Yaohong, also a participant in the sect competition. Accompanying him were over 10 outer disciples at the Golden Core stage, some even at the late Golden Core stage. Behind them stood the foundational disciples, the weakest among them being at the mid-foundation stage, showcasing the formidable lineage of a top-tier southern sect. While they may not rival ancient powers, selecting 100 disciples at the foundation and Golden Core stages was certainly within their capabilities. The elder responsible for leading the team to the sect competition was Elder Wang Defa from the inner sect. Hearing the murmurs of the disciples, he couldn't help but furrow his brow. The time allotted for the young master was indeed too brief, and his cultivation phase was not yet ripe. He gazed at the Sword Mountain, shaking his head, before addressing the participating disciples. We shall wait here for 1 day. If after a day, the young master has not descended, we will proceed. Upon hearing these words, the disciples nodded in agreement without dissent. Just as Elder Wang concluded his statement, he abruptly shifted his tone and added, "There is one more matter. Should the young master indeed descend, it is imperative that you all ensure his safety during the sect competition. You are aware of his innate talent, which is currently hampered by his spiritual roots, resulting in a slow progression in cultivation. However, his potential in the sword arts is boundless. The young master's participation in this competition was decreed by the sect leader, and we have no choice in the matter, but we must not allow any harm to befall him." Upon hearing this, the foundation stage disciples nodded in agreement, while the group of Golden Core disciples furrowed their brows, displaying their discontent. They had no objections to protecting the young master, having witnessed his talent firsthand. However, the sect competition was no trivial affair. It was a place where lives could be lost, were they to act as caretakers for a Qi refinement stage cultivator. What would become of the sect's reputation? They were there to bring glory to the sect, not to indulge in leisure. Elder Wang Defa, noticing the dissatisfaction among the Golden Core disciples, spoke again. This time, do not concern yourselves with the sect's ranking. The young master's safety is our foremost priority. The young master, exuberant and brimming with ambition, should be regarded as an opportunity to accompany him in broadening his horizons. Once he matures, the significance of a mere ranking in the grand sect competition will fade into obscurity. This decision comes from all the elders, who are willing to defer everything in anticipation of Zhang Xuan's growth. Upon hearing this, the Golden Core disciples had little to say. Any dissatisfaction they harbored was buried deep within, and they merely nodded in agreement. Very well. It appears they are indeed destined to play the role of caretakers. Of course, if the young master does not descend the mountain, then there will be no issue at all. Such thoughts circulated among the disciples. Seeing that the disciples had acquiesced, Elder Wang nodded and turned his gaze back to Sword Mountain. In truth, he hoped Zhang Xuan would remain on the mountain, especially after witnessing his extraordinary talents. Over the years, the elders had frequently visited the main peak to implore the sect leader to rescind the order allowing Zhang Xuan to participate in the sect competition. However, it seemed the sect leader was rarely present at Qingyun Sect, leaving them powerless to act. For now, they could only wish that the young master would lose track of time and miss this competition altogether. Gui Weifeng, observing Sword Mountain, furrowed his brow, wondering if Brother Zhang had indeed lost track of time. As everyone pondered their thoughts, dark clouds suddenly gathered above Sword Mountain, crackling with lightning. The ominous clouds swiftly spread, enveloping a radius of 10 miles, emanating a formidable celestial might that struck awe into the hearts of onlookers. Witnessing this, Elder Wang raised an eyebrow. Could it be the golden core tribulation? Is someone attempting to condense their core on Sword Mountain? The crowd turned their eyes towards the foot of the mountain, where the Foundation establishment cultivators, who were diligently cultivating, wore expressions of utter bewilderment. "It's not us," they exclaimed in confusion. Who else could possibly break through to the golden core on Sword Mountain? As the crowd pondered this mystery, the tribulation clouds expanded to encompass a radius of 100 miles and continued to spread outward. Noticing this development, Elder Wang's eyes widened in shock. Was this truly a golden core tribulation? Typically, the tribulation clouds for a regular cultivator would cover merely a radius of 10 miles, and even Gui Weifeng, with his extraordinary talent, only had clouds that enveloped several dozen miles. Yet the clouds before them now extended over 500 miles and showed no signs of stopping. "Look, is that the young master?" Suddenly, someone pointed towards the summit of Sword Mountain in astonishment. The crowd turned their gaze, and indeed, they saw Zhang Xuan emerging from the depths of the mountain, clutching a long sword riddled with cracks in his hand. A perfectly formed golden core radiated above his head, shimmering with sword light that was almost blinding. Could it truly be that the young master is undergoing the golden core tribulation? Elder Wang could scarcely believe his eyes. The young master had only attained the second layer of qi training a decade ago, yet now he had condensed his core? Was this truly the cultivation speed of a low-grade, 5-element spiritual root? Surely, even a celestial spiritual root would not cultivate at such an astonishing pace. However, this was not the crux of the matter. What was even more astonishing was that the tribulation clouds had expanded to a radius of 500 miles and showed no signs of cessation. The expansion of the clouds naturally drew the attention of other disciples and elders of Qingyun Sect, all of whom were roused and turned their gazes skyward. The clouds surged with frenetic energy, extending to 800 miles until they finally settled over a 1,000-mile radius. At this moment, all the elders of the Qingyun Sect gasped in astonishment, as if they had encountered a ghost. They had never witnessed such an exaggerated golden core tribulation, which could rival the fourth 9 tribulation of the nascent soul stage. Was the young master's talent truly that extraordinary? Among the disciples, the astute Jiuyou felt a tremor in his eyelids as he gazed at the ominous clouds in the sky, his heart filled with dread. He was acutely aware of what the breadth of the tribulation clouds signified. He had thought his own golden core tribulation, which enveloped a radius of several dozen miles, was impressive, only to find Zhang Xuan's tribulation clouds to be so remarkably expansive. Did this imply that Zhang Xuan's strength equated to 100-fold of the same rank? No. With such a terrifying tribulation, could the young master truly endure it? Suddenly, an inner door elder who had rushed over recalled something. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the disciples and elders changed dramatically, their hearts sinking. This tribulation had already reached a level comparable to that of the nascent soul. How could a golden core cultivator possibly endure it? It was over, it was over. This was the heavens punishing exceptional talent. The young master was defying the natural order. and such a thing could not be tolerated. The elders lamented, their faces clouded with despair. Wang Defa and the other inner door elders exchanged knowing glances, silently agreeing. No matter what, they must protect the young master. In a cultivator's tribulation, outsiders must not interfere. Otherwise, the tribulation would become even more formidable. However, given the young master's exceptional talent, they could no longer afford to be cautious. They had to safeguard him. As the person in question, Zhang Xuan gazed at the tribulation with an air of nonchalance. He had faced such tribulations numerous times before. What others did not know was that the expansion of the tribulation clouds to 1,000 miles was not his limit, but rather the threshold of the tribulation itself. The cosmos operates under its own set of rules. Golden core tribulations cannot exceed those of the nascent soul. Thus, the upper limit is designated as 1,000 miles of tribulation clouds. If it were to expand further, it would surpass even the nascent soul tribulation, defying the natural order. As for his current strength, he was somewhat uncertain. In his first life, he had practiced the sword path, starting from humble beginnings and gradually achieving zenith mastery in the later stages. However, now he had directly awakened the sword body and sword intent from his first life. Alongside the profound understanding of the sword path from his peak period, even enhancing his sword body. Therefore, he was unsure of just how formidable he was among his peers. In any case, defeating 100 opponents posed no challenge. If they were sword cultivators, it would be even simpler. Suddenly, one elder expressed confusion as he observed the tribulation clouds that had yet to descend. It seemed they were still brewing. How much more formidable could this tribulation possibly be? The elder's heart sank. Just how terrifying was the young master's talent and strength that the tribulation required further preparation? Was it intending to obliterate the young master without hesitation? Wang Defa and the other inner door elders wore solemn expressions, for this tribulation likely exceeded their wildest imaginations. If they intervened, the tribulation could escalate to the level of the harmonious Tao or even the great ascension. Could they truly save the young master? Standing at the summit of the Sword Mountain, Zhang Xuan, noticing the delay of the tribulation, slapped his forehead in realization. He was currently on Sword Mountain, where the ethereal sword intent of Yun Yaohong resided. Naturally, this mere golden core tribulation would not dare to descend. The immortal is not a being that can be trifled with by mere tribulations. The tribulations faced by immortals are known as heavenly tribulations. However, once he steps out of the Sword Mountain, he shall be enveloped in thunderous wrath. Zhang Xuan has never contemplated undergoing tribulation. For the process of a cultivator, transcending tribulation is merely a means to attain the acknowledgement of the heavens. The nature of this process holds little significance. What truly matters is to gain recognition of one's prowess from the celestial realm. Thus, he shall not allow the heavenly tribulation to reduce him to a mere shadow of his former self. Disperse. With a low command, Zhang Xuan formed his fingers into a sword-like gesture and slashed towards the ominous clouds above. An unparalleled sword intent erupted, and a resplendent beam of sword light ascended toward the heavens from the peak of the Sword Mountain. The sword energy emanating from the mountain seemed to be drawn by this brilliant light, following its trajectory as it surged toward the heavenly tribulation clouds, cleaving the sky. Boom! As the sword light swept through, the tumultuous clouds of tribulation were cleaved in two. The rumbling of thunder echoed from within the clouds, reminiscent of celestial fury. Yet, after the tumult, no lightning struck down, and the ominous clouds began to dissipate slowly. Moments later, the once divided clouds of tribulation vanished entirely, as if nothing had transpired. Beneath the Sword Mountain, an eerie silence prevailed, leaving everyone in a state of shock. What had they just witnessed? The young master had repelled the heavenly tribulation with a single sword strike. Chapter 30. Invincible in the Golden Core Stage. 1 for 1 above the nascent soul. With me in the Qingyun Sect, victory is assured. The members of the Qingyun Sect were left astonished, unable to believe their eyes. To repel the heavenly tribulation was an act that transcended their understanding, particularly for the elders like Wang Defa, who had just been pondering how to preserve Zhang Xuan's life amidst the tribulation. only to witness him severing it in the next moment. Such a colossal heavenly trial. And it was simply eradicated? The crowd was momentarily at a loss. Jiuyou Yaohong was equally astounded, never having imagined that one could transcend the tribulation in such a manner. Yet, this was not entirely surprising. Zhang Xuan's extraordinary feat was likely something even the ancient celestial ancestors of the Jiuyou clan had never encountered, and certainly beyond the grasp of ordinary individuals. Even in the annals of celestial history, such events would remain unrecorded, as they were deemed disrespectful to the heavens by most cultivators. Only someone like Zhang Xuan, who had undergone reincarnation for 99 lifetimes, could execute such a maneuver, for he had long grasped the operational laws behind the cosmos. The concept of the heavenly Tao did not truly exist. The so-called heavenly principles were akin to an AI program, merely established to stabilize the operations of the universe. Were there a true heavenly Tao, a being like him, who had retained memories after 99 reincarnations, would have certainly attracted attention. Was he preparing for the sect competition? It seemed his timing was impeccable. Zhang Xuan swallowed the golden core and descended from the sword mountain, approaching the crowd. They were still processing the astonishing events, gazing at Zhang Xuan with a mix of disbelief and curiosity. What transpired? Observing their reactions, a peculiar smile graced Zhang Xuan's face as he reveled in their astonishment. Did this trick truly terrify you? Young master, you have attained your golden core? After a moment of bewilderment, Elder Wang Defa was the first to speak. Zhang Xuan turned to him, smiling as he replied, "You all witnessed that golden core and the heavenly tribulation, did you not? How could it be false?" The crowd's eyelids flickered. Indeed, there was no deception, but how had he cultivated so? Elder Wang Defa voiced the question that lingered in their minds. "Young master, are you not of inferior five-element spiritual roots?" To this, Zhang Xuan countered, "Indeed, what of it?" Elder Wang Defa's lips twitched. What of it? Could someone with inferior five-element roots truly achieve a golden core in just 10 years? Not even those with celestial spiritual roots could accomplish such a feat. However, the others began to discern that the young master was reluctant to elaborate on the matter, and they chose not to press further, respecting that everyone harbored their own secrets. Seeing the perplexed expressions on their faces, Zhang Xuan chuckled softly, having no intention of revealing his methods. After all, the technique he had derived could only be practiced in conjunction with the chaotic infinite sword body. Sharing it with others would be futile. As for the name of the technique, Zhang Xuan had no intention of spreading it, and thus found no need to christen it. "Young master, what that heavenly tribulation just now?" Elder Wang Defa inquired again. "What is your current strength?" All eyes turned to Zhang Xuan, filled with curiosity. That golden core tribulation had been comparable to a nascent soul tribulation. Such a trial indicated that the young master's power far surpassed their expectations, especially since he had repelled the tribulation with a single strike, which left them utterly awestruck. Many could not help but speculate. Could the young master's golden core now rival that of the nascent soul? Zhang Xuan did not conceal his confidence, proudly declaring, in the golden core stage, "I am invincible. As for the nascent soul stage, I can give it a try, but if it is an extraordinary genius at that level, only by testing myself will I truly know." A collective gasp echoed through the crowd upon hearing these words. Speculation is one thing, but hearing the young master's admission was entirely different. They had no doubt about his words, especially after witnessing the recent tribulation, which was comparable to that of a nascent soul. After the initial shock, a sense of exhilaration swept through them. They had anticipated that the young master's talent would only manifest later, but here he was showcasing his extraordinary prowess from the outset. "Our Qingyun Sect shall thrive," exclaimed an elder, tears of joy welling in his eyes. "The young master is invincible. The young master is amazing," shouted an excited disciple. The fervor spread among the loyal disciples and elders of Qingyun Sect, who were overwhelmed with pride at the young master's formidable strength. Zhang Xuan, too, felt the infectious spirit of the crowd and couldn't help but reflect. This feels exhilarating. Elder Wang Defa and the intersect elders were similarly elated, yet a sigh escaped their lips. They were acutely aware that the sword strike with which Zhang Xuan had repelled the tribulation far surpassed the strength expected of a nascent soul. It seemed that the young master was deliberately downplaying his abilities. They wondered whether he was still unfamiliar with the nuances of strength classification due to his novice status, or if he felt a lack of belonging to the Qingyun Sect. The former was manageable, as he would surely learn over time. The latter, however, was more concerning. Yet, given that the young master had only joined the sect for about a decade, there was no need for immediate concern, they collectively thought. Then, Elder Wang Defa, after the initial excitement, suddenly spoke, "Relay my orders. Regarding the young master's breakthrough to the Golden Core, we must seal this information tightly and prevent outsiders from knowing." This declaration left many disciples and elders bewildered. Why would they conceal such a momentous occasion that could enhance the sect's reputation? Zhang Xuan raised an eyebrow, quickly grasping the underlying reason. Indeed, Elder Wang Defa smiled and explained to Zhang Xuan, "Young master, the sect's grand competition is approaching, and the other sects are unaware of your true strength. We can certainly surprise them." Upon hearing this, the crowd understood, and a mischievous smile spread throughout the Qingyun Sect. Zhang Xuan pointed playfully at Elder Wang. "Ah, you rascal." However, this aligned perfectly with his intentions. Revealing his strength too soon could complicate matters. Moreover, he had indeed understated his capabilities earlier, as he himself was uncertain of his true power. After all, what if exposing his full strength led to unforeseen complications that could hinder his completion of the system tasks? Thus, with their decision made, they finally set off to participate in the sect competition. While the elders had hoped Zhang Xuan would take time to solidify his cultivation, he insisted that it was unnecessary. He was no novice to cultivation. Stabilizing one's realm was vital for others, but for him, it was not a concern. However, unable to withstand the elders' insistence, Zhang Xuan reluctantly took a step back and conceded, suggesting they solidify their plans on the journey. The elders, unable to counter his reasoning, had no choice but to agree. Before departing, Zhang Xuan made a brief visit back to the main peak. He intended to bid farewell to Yun Yaohong, only to discover upon arrival that she was not a Qingyun Sect. Where has she gone? Observing the still closed doors of the pavilion, Zhang Xuan had no desire to intrude. As a parent, he believed that children, especially as they grow older, deserve a measure of privacy. Of course, that would be a different matter if it were a boy. With Yun Yaohong absent, Zhang Xuan chose not to linger, and accompanied by Elder Wang and others, they commenced their journey towards Ziki's sect. All disciples and elders of Qingyun Sect gathered to bid them farewell. May the young master return victorious. May all senior brothers and junior brothers return triumphantly. The elders and disciples stood at the mountain gate, bowing towards Zhang Xuan and his companions aboard their flying vessel, their voices resounding like thunder. On the vessel, the disciples and elders beside Zhang Xuan reciprocated the gesture, their faces flushed with excitement. Even Jiuyou was caught up in the fervor. Such an exhilarating scene was rarely witnessed in the Changshan family, as ancient powers had long since passed that era. If one were to envision Qingyun Sect as a single entity, it was currently in its youthful phase, fiery and unyielding. All disciples of Qingyun Sect participating in the sect's grand competition, even knowing the possibility of peril, did not falter. Those who could not partake lamented their insufficient cultivation and strength, wishing they could bring glory to the sect. In this moment, Zhang Xuan felt a surge of excitement and raised his sword, proclaiming with fervor, "Qingyun Sect, with me, victory is assured." The disciples aboard the vessel echoed passionately, "Qingyun Sect, with me, victory is assured. Qingyun Sect, with me, victory is assured." Chapter 31. The Significance of Qingyun Sect, a sect from the boundless realm. As the disciples bid farewell to the sect, they gathered their thoughts and dispersed on the flying vessel. Each disciple was provided with a room on board, allowing them to calmly adjust their states in preparation for the grand sect competition. However, a few remained on the deck, curiously gazing at the surrounding scenery. Among them was Zhang Xuan, accompanied by Jiuyou, who also chose not to retreat to his quarters. At the forefront of the vessel stood Elder Wang Defa and two other inner sect elders, ever vigilant of their surroundings. "Brother Zhang," Jiuyou suddenly spoke up. Zhang Xuan turned to him, inquiring, "What is it? You seemed hesitant just now. Feel free to speak your mind." Jiuyou Weifang smiled, no longer hesitating, and asked Brother Zhang, "How did you manage to fend off the heavenly tribulation with that sword strike on Sword Mountain yesterday?" Initially, he had intended to wait for a duel with Zhang Xuan at the same level, but after witnessing that sword strike, he completely abandoned that thought. Such a strike was beyond the capabilities of a mere golden core cultivator. Even an average nascent soul practitioner could not achieve it. Upon hearing Jiuyou Weifang's inquiry, the inner sect elders at the front of the vessel perked up, listening intently. Of course, if Brother Zhang finds it inconvenient to share, you need not disclose anything. Jiuyou Weifang added. Zhang Xuan waved his hand, assuring him that there was nothing to hide. Actually, that sword strike was closely related to the environment at the time. I chose to conceal part of my strength, not out of distrust for Qingyun Sect, but because I still have faith in the sect established by Xiaoyao. However, I must reiterate, if my true strength were to be overly exposed, it might inadvertently affect my ability to complete my system tasks. At that moment, on Sword Mountain, my sword intent stirred the sword energy present, which is how I achieved such might. Otherwise, as a golden core cultivator, how could I possibly be so formidable? Zhang Xuan chuckled. Upon hearing this, not only did Jiuyou Weifang breathe a sigh of relief, but even Wang Defa and the others in the distance felt reassured. It turned out that the young master had no intent to conceal his abilities. "Ah, I see," Jiuyou Weifang smiled, a weight lifting from his heart. He had nearly believed the gap between himself and Zhang Xuan to be insurmountably vast. "Brother, I have an earnest request," Jiuyou Weifang said solemnly. Zhang Xuan replied with a smile. "Do not hesitate. Speak freely. There is no need for formality." Jiuyou Weifang stated, after this sect competition, "I wish to engage in a battle with you." Previously, he thought the disparity was too great to warrant a duel, but now, having learned the truth, he was reignited with the desire to fight. Although there remained a difference in their strengths, a confrontation would at least clarify the extent of that difference, making Jiuyou Weifang appear quite earnest. Zhang Xuan did not decline, understanding the nature of these ancient sect talents, and nodded in agreement. Jiuyou Weifang was elated and bowed to Zhang Xuan once more. Zhang Xuan shook his head, but then a thought struck him, and he suddenly transmitted, "Brother Fangzheng, how much do you know about my master's past?" Jiuyou Fangzheng was taken aback, realizing that the members of the Qingyun Sect were unaware of the true identity of the immortal Yun Yao. He then responded through voice transmission. "I do not possess much knowledge either, only having seen some records in our family's chronicles of immortals. According to these records, the sect leader is a disciple of the Tsangming Sword Sovereign, known as the Qingyun Sword Immortal, who rose to prominence in the Boundless Realm. Beyond that, there is little additional information." Upon hearing this, Zhang Xuan nodded, his heart stirred. The reason he had inquired about this was that he had not forgotten the two instances in which the life-preserving sword intent he had left for Xiaoyao had been utilized. This indicated that Xiaoyao had faced at least 2 life-and-death crises. How could he remain indifferent? However, he felt it inappropriate to directly question Xiaoyao, so he sought to gather information from Jiuyou Fangzheng instead. Unfortunately, Jiuyou Fangzheng had little to offer, suggesting he would need to devise other means of inquiry. The names Qingyun, Sword Immortal, Qin Shan, and Yun Yao echoed in his mind. Qingyun Sect. Zhang Xuan felt as though he had grasped the purpose behind Xiaoyao's establishment of the Qingyun Sect. He turned his gaze toward the direction of the sect, a smile gracing his lips. "Rest assured, Xiaoyao, I shall protect the Qingyun Sect," he murmured to himself. In this moment, his resolve to safeguard the Qingyun Sect stemmed not from any system task, but from the depths of his heart. Zhang Xuan continued to converse with Jiuyou Fangzheng about Xiaoyao, yet the latter truly knew little. It seemed that to uncover the truth of past events, he would need to explore further on his own. Soon after, Elder Wang Defa and other elders approached, urging Zhang Xuan to stabilize his realm diligently. Unable to resist the insistence of these elderly figures, he retreated to his own chamber. A month later, Zhang Xuan and his companions finally arrived at the location of the Ziki sect. In the distance, they beheld a magnificent celestial gate soaring into the clouds. Behind the gate lay the peaks of the Ziki sect, shrouded in mist, suffused with purple light, and teeming with spiritual birds. The spiritual energy here was significantly denser than that of the outside world, presenting an unmistakable image of a sanctified realm for cultivation. Many disciples of the Qingyun Sect stood in awe at such a sight. Surrounding the Qingyun Sect's flying vessels were those from other sects, all arriving to participate in the grand sect competition. The cultivators aboard those vessels, upon witnessing the Zhang Sect's splendor, wore expressions of astonishment. All they do is indulge in such flashy displays. The disciples of cultivation sects are the true essence. What use is such ostentation? It is mere pandering. Elder Wang Defa scoffed disdainfully. Another inner sect elder chimed in with a smile. I have heard that the Zhang Sect relocated from the boundless realm. Perhaps this is simply their original form. Zhang Xuan, narrowing his eyes, recalled hearing this news on the way. The Zhang Sect had once produced immortals, but unfortunately, it had since declined, with no cultivators achieving immortality, leading them to migrate to the southern region of the Tai realm. During his time in the boundless realm, he had not heard of the Zhang Sect, suggesting it was indeed rather obscure. However, what concerned Zhang Xuan was not this aspect. Being from the boundless realm, perhaps they might possess some knowledge regarding Xiaoyao. His heart stirred with anticipation, believing there might be an opportunity to peruse the immortal records held by the Zhang Sect. Several elders conversed before turning their gaze towards Zhang Xuan. Young master, not long ago, the Zhang Sect received a disciple with celestial roots, who has now attained the golden core stage. The specifics of their cultivation remain unknown, so one must exercise caution, Wang Defa advised. Zhang Xuan nodded in resignation, having heard this warning several times during their journey. Soon, the flying vessel of the Qingyun Sect descended into the Zhang Sect. Wang Defa led Zhang Xuan and the others off the vessel, arriving at the bustling square of the Zhang Sect. The square was already filled with disciples and elders from various sects of the southern wilderness, engaged in lively conversations. Wang Daoyu, it has been a long time. A venerable elder clad in a yellow and purple Taoist robe approached gracefully and saluted Wang Defa. Masterly, Wang Defa reciprocated the gesture and turned to introduce Zhang Xuan and the others. This is Li Yuanzhao, the sect master of the Zhang Sect. Zhang Xuan and his companions returned the salutation, opting for a low profile, knowing it would be more advantageous to make their moves once the grand competition commenced. Li Yuanzhou, observing Zhang Xuan and his companions with a smile, inquired, I have heard that your esteemed sect has a disciple who received the inheritance from the master of the Cloud Sect, as well as another from the ancient Jiuyou family. Pray tell, which two prodigies might they be? His curiosity was palpable as he scrutinized Zhang Xuan and the others. Chapter 32. The 10th level of Qi refinement? Has it been discovered? In light of the significant events occurring within the Qingyun Sect, it is inconceivable that Li Yuanzhao remained oblivious to the news. Not only is he aware, but he possesses knowledge that surpasses that of the average individual, particularly given that the Zhang Sect once thrived in the boundless realm. Initially, when the Zhang Sect first arrived in the southern region of the Tai realm, they regarded the Qingyun Sect with disdain, considering it a mere establishment of about a millennium in age, hardly worthy of their attention. However, following the incident involving Zhang Xuan, they uncovered an abundance of information that left many within the Zhang Sect astounded. The leader of the Qingyun Sect is, astonishingly, an immortal and a disciple of the illustrious Songming Swordmaster, and revelation that truly shocked them. With the lineage of the Songming Swordmaster now emerging, they are understandably attentive to the matter. Regrettably, while the sect master's legacy has manifested, our young master, although having received this inheritance, possesses rather ordinary talents, which might amuse sect masterly, Wang Defa remarked, glancing at Zhang Xuan and Guyu Fengzang. The young master's participation in the sect competition is merely to broaden his horizons, and we hope that your esteemed disciples will show him leniency upon their encounter. Zhang Xuan and Guyu Fengzang both stepped forward to offer respectful greetings, while Zhang Xuan wore a somewhat embarrassed expression. The 10th level of Qi refinement? Li Yuanzhao turned his gaze toward Zhang Xuan, his eyelids flickering momentarily. Indeed, possessing a low-grade spirit root of the 5 elements. Zhang Xuan managed an awkward smile. Li Yuanzhao's lips twitched at a loss for words. Although he had already been informed of this news, He still could not fathom that the prestigious inheritance of the Zhangming Swordmaster would be bestowed upon such an individual. It was utterly bewildering. He initially anticipated a formidable opponent in the upcoming sect competition, only to be confronted with this. Li Yuanzhao's attention shifted primarily to Gu Yufangzang, who was at the early stage of the Golden Core realm, quite commendable. Moreover, being a scion of a long-lived family, his capabilities would likely be assessed even higher. Thus, it is indeed a twist of fate. Li Yuanzhao displayed an awkward yet polite smile. Wang Defa also sighed with regret, his performance quite on point. Zhang Xuan's cultivation at the 10th level of qi refinement was, of course, a facade, as everyone had previously conspired to surprise the other sects in the southern region. However, some Foundation establishment disciples in the back could hardly contain their laughter at Wang Defa and Zhang Xuan's earnest act. Fortunately, their fellow disciples discreetly silenced them, averting any exposure. Li Yuanzhao naturally noticed the subtle movements of the Qingyun Sect disciples, but did not dwell on them. Given Zhang Xuan's innate spirit root, achieving the 10th level of qi refinement within a mere decade is indeed remarkable. Such cultivation must be the result of considerable resources invested by the Qingyun Sect. It seems that the Qingyun Sect's main strength will still rest with the scion of the Jiuyou family. May I inquire why your esteemed sect's Master Yun is absent? Li Yuanzhao diverted the conversation, engaging Wang Defa in a discussion of other matters. Wang Defa, ever loquacious, expressed with a hint of regret, the sect master has been called away on urgent business, hence his inability to attend. Li Yuanzhao nodded in understanding, surmising that the sect master was likely seeking rare materials to enhance the young master's spirit root quality. Otherwise, what matter could possibly warrant the attention of an immortal? Subsequently, the two engaged in casual conversation before Li Yuanzhao bowed respectfully and took his leave. If Elder Wang has any instructions for his disciples, please convey them promptly. Once the various sects from the southern wilderness arrive, the grand competition will commence, and I must attend to the needs of the other sects. So I shall take my leave now. Wang Defa nodded, allowing Li Zongzhu to proceed as he wished. After Li Yuanzhao departed, Wang Defa turned to the group of disciples participating in the competition, his expression darkening as he admonished them in a hushed tone. Who among you could not contain yourselves? When we return to the sect, you shall face punishment at the law enforcement hall. Do you not realize you nearly exposed the young master's circumstances? The disciples fell silent, aware of Wang Defa's leniency towards Zhang Xuan due to his status as the young master, while the true monarch elder held a formidable presence in their eyes. Zhang Xuan merely shook his head, recognizing the need for the youth to cultivate discipline. Subsequently, a disciple from the Qingyun Sect led Zhang Xuan and the others to the designated resting area within the square. As the grand competition was imminent, no accommodations were arranged. During the wait, many sects became aware of the situation concerning the Qingyun Sect, casting glances in their direction, eager to discern the identity of the one who had inherited the sword sovereign's legacy. However, upon witnessing Zhang Xuan's cultivation at the qi refining stage, they were left speechless. The disciples from major sects participating in the competition all possessed foundational cultivation in the foundation establishment stage. Yet here was the young master of the Qingyun Sect at the qi refining stage. Thus, they paid him little heed, focusing instead on Guyu Fangzheng. Zhang Xuan relished this low profile, appreciating the rarity of remaining inconspicuous. At long last, the various sects from the southern wilderness converged upon the Qingyun Sect, and all were present. The square was now filled with hundreds of renowned sects, comprising tens of thousands of cultivators. Li Yuanzhao, the sect leader of Qingyun, led the disciples participating in the competition to the forefront of the square, channeling his spiritual energy as he proclaimed, "Welcome, esteemed guests, to the Qingyun Sect. The grand competition of the southern wilderness, a millennium in the making, is indeed illuminated by your presence." While Li Yuanzhao uttered these formalities, few listened intently. Most gazes were directed towards the Qingyun disciples behind him, particularly the young swordsman clad in white at the forefront. It was evident that he was the disciple of exceptional spiritual roots from the Qingyun Sect. A glimmer of insight flashed in Wang Defa's eyes. He was in the late golden core stage, truly remarkable. In that moment, The disciples and elders of the Qingyun Sect wore solemn expressions, their hearts filled with trepidation. Could the young master handle this individual? Zhang Xuan, having also noticed the young swordsman, initially dismissed him as merely a sword cultivator. However, when the swordsman seemed to sense his gaze and turned to look, a thought flickered in Zhang Xuan's mind. Could this piercing gaze belong to someone from the Boundless Sword Tomb? Behind Li Yuanzhao, the young swordsman in white coldly questioned a Ziki elder beside him. Is that the one who inherited the legacy of the Songming sword sovereign? His words lacked any semblance of reverence, even when addressing an elder of a higher realm. This was not due to a lack of respect, but rather a reflection of the ruthless sword path he practiced. Li Xiaobai, a contender among this generation of sword practitioners from the Boundless Sword Tomb, was known for his unfeeling swordsmanship, which rendered him indifferent and aloof towards others. This is also the reason why Zhang Xuan was able to discern the origins of his opponent merely through a glance. Such an aura is not something an ordinary cultivator can feign. Indeed, it is this individual. Though it is said he possesses merely a low-grade 5-element spiritual root and has only reached the 10th level of Qi training, thus not warranting much attention. The elder of the Ziki sect shook his head, similarly dismissing Zhang Xuan. However, Li Xiaobai, upon hearing this, shook his head and spoke coldly. No, he is formidable. At this utterance, the elder's expression turned serious, for he did not doubt Li Xiaobai's words. It seemed that Qingyun Sect was concealing their true capabilities. Did Xiaobai possess the confidence to overcome his opponent? After a brief moment of contemplation, Li Xiaobai calmly replied, I do not know. Only after the battle will we understand. The elder of the Ziki sect was taken aback. The fact that this opponent could command such solemn regard from Li Xiaobai was noteworthy. It should be noted that although Li Xiaobai was only one of the candidates for the sword master from the Boundless Sword Tomb, his chances of being selected were quite high, were it not for the fact that the sect leader and Li Xiaobai hailed from the same family. He might not have come to assist the Ziki sect in this so-called sect competition. The reputation of the shadow of the person and the successor of the Songming sword sovereign was indeed formidable. At this moment, Zhang Xuan also raised an eyebrow, unexpectedly encountering the emotionless sword Dao practitioner here. It appeared he had been somewhat discerned. Zhang Xuan's gaze was filled with intrigue, yet he still did not take the opponent to heart. In previous years, the sword candidates from the Boundless Sword Tomb had also practiced the emotionless sword Dao, nearly shattering his sword heart. Yet this individual seemed to pale in comparison to those from that era. For any sword cultivator, before Zhang Xuan, they were truly insignificant. As for whether the opponent could discern his identity, Zhang Xuan was not concerned, as the individual evidently belonged to this generation. His identity was well concealed under the cloak of inheritance. Upon noting the opponent's identity, he found himself musing on other matters. The relationship between the Boundless Sword Tomb and myself was somewhat strained. I wonder if they have given Xiao Yao any trouble since my demise. If so, a cold glint flashed in Zhang Xuan's eyes, for he would undoubtedly ensure that they regretted it. Once inside, perhaps he could interrogate that fool for answers. Having said what needed to be said, the grand competition among the sects in the southern region is about to commence. At the forefront of the square, Li Yuanzhao concluded his opening remarks. With a wave of his hand, a spatial teleportation portal appeared in the sky above the square, evidently a preparation made by the Ziki sect in advance. Before the commencement, I would like to remind everyone once more that this sect competition will last for 6 months, with no restrictions on the acquisition of resources. After 6 months, the rankings will be determined based on the surviving disciples of each sect and the resources acquired. Each participating disciple will receive a teleportation jade slip. Shattering it will allow one to exit the secret realm, should any unforeseen circumstances arise. Prioritizing the preservation of one's life is paramount. Furthermore, upon entering the portal, disciples from each sect will be randomly dispersed throughout the periphery of the secret realm. So I urge everyone to exercise caution. Now, the disciples of each sect may enter the secret realm. Upon finishing his remarks with a smile, Li Yuanzhao stepped back, bowing towards the various sections. His words were subsequently echoed by disciples of the Purple Qi sect after the arrival of various sects, mirroring the circumstances of previous years. with the sole difference lying in the distinct secret realms. Consequently, no one raised any objections. As soon as he finished speaking, a number of cultivators soared away from the plaza and plunged into the teleportation portal, predominantly members of smaller sects seemingly there to procure goods. The elders of the larger sects, however, reiterated their instructions to their disciples, remaining unhurried. Master, Bai mentioned that the young master of the Qingyun Sect may not be as simple as he appears. The elder of the Purple Qi Sect promptly relayed the earlier situation to Li Yuanzhao. Oh, Li Yuanzhao furrowed his brow and turned to Li Bai, inquiring, "Do you possess confidence, Bai? All I seek is a battle." Li Bai replied with a cold demeanor, casting a glance in the direction of Zhang Xuan before directly soaring into the teleportation portal, followed closely by the disciples of the Purple Qi Sect. At the Qingyun Sect's location, Zhang Xuan naturally noticed Li Bai's gaze and regarded it with keen interest. This lad has set his sights on me? How splendid! Training a practitioner of the ruthless sword path could prove to be quite entertaining. Elder Wang Defa and the others also observed Li Bai's unusual demeanor, casting worried glances toward Zhang Xuan. Young master, could that lad have discerned something? Zhang Xuan waved dismissively, unperturbed. If he sees, he sees. It's merely a minor distraction. At this moment, the grand competition had commenced, and Elder Wang Defa refrained from saying more, simply cautioning, "Young master, please exercise utmost caution. Prioritizing your safety is paramount. As long as the Green Mountains remain, there will be no shortage of firewood." Understood, I'm off," Zhang Xuan replied helplessly, then ascended into the air, entering the teleportation portal with the excited group of Jiuyou and others trailing behind. Elder Wang Defa gazed after Zhang Xuan and the others, letting out a deep sigh. "I hope this journey proceeds smoothly." Meanwhile, within the secret realm, a group of dark-clad demonic cultivators suddenly materialized deep within the secret realm, their demonic aura surging, with the highest among them at the tribulation stage and the lowest at the golden core stage. Given that the secret realm was originally designated for the competition of those below the nascent soul stage, the moment the tribulation stage cultivators arrived, the stability of the space within the secret realm became precarious. As a multitude of demonic powerhouses descended, astonishingly, the leader was a golden core cultivator. "Stabilize this secret realm space. I shall pay a visit to the inheritor of the Tsangming Sword Master." The golden core cultivator of the demonic race licked his lips, revealing a bloodthirsty smile. The chaos infinite sword body must be seized at all costs. He commanded the other demonic powerhouses, who, upon hearing his words, displayed no signs of indignation. Even the tribulation stage cultivators showed utmost respect, clearly indicating the elevated status of the golden core cultivator within the demonic ranks. Yes, Lord Demonchild. Chapter 33. The Blood Pestilence Array. Just break through. The formidable entities of the demon clan observed the departure of the demon prince with not a shred of concern for his safety. They had thoroughly investigated this secret realm, finding that the greatest threats were merely some golden core beasts, posing no real danger to the esteemed demon prince. Their sole objective for this journey was to assist the demon prince in acquiring the chaos infinite sword body. Although the news of the emergence of the Tsangming Sword Master's legacy had been suppressed by certain ancient forces within the Tai realm, it had not escaped the notice of the demon clan. This was due to the powerful intelligence organizations known as the Crystal Palace Nightclub of the Demon Clan, the Heavenly Realm of the Human Alliance, and the Purple Capital City of the Demon Race, all of which were renowned as the most formidable intelligence networks across the 9 heavens and 10 domains. These organizations were ubiquitous, gathering information from various sources. No significant event could elude their scrutiny. As for the names of these intelligence organizations, they were undoubtedly derived from the fact that all 3 were established by Zhang Xuan. Now that the Demon Clan had received the news, they would naturally devise a series of plans targeting the inheritor of the Tsangming Swordmaster. In the 9 heavens and 10 domains, myriad races coexisted, each in competition, much like the various sects of the southern wilderness, all aspiring for supremacy. Thus, various races indulged in schemes that were detrimental to others yet beneficial to themselves. The absence of the demon race was merely due to the vast distance between the Taiya and Tai realms. The proximity of the demon clan's the Luo Tian realm to the Tai realm allowed them to arrive first. They set up the Blood Pestilence Array, ensuring that this operation would be foolproof. After the demon prince departed, a tribulation period demon cultivator spoke in a deep voice. Indeed, this Blood Pestilence Array was created by their blood prison demon lord. Those caught within the array, unless they possessed the bloodline of the demon clan, would succumb to a plague, gradually losing their cultivation until they became mere mortals. Since their cultivation in the secret realm exceeded the limits of the realm, they could not act freely and could only protect the demon prince at crucial moments. However, with the establishment of this blood pestilence array, they believed the demon prince would have no trouble dealing with these indigenous cultivators. The blood prison demon lord was once a supreme figure of their clan, and they trusted the formation he had devised. Yet, they remained unaware that this very blood pestilence array had been created by Zhang Xuan, as the blood prison demon lord was but one of his past incarnations. Meanwhile, Zhang Xuan, oblivious to the demon clan's arrival, had only just entered the secret realm. Is this the secret realm for the sect competition? In a dense forest, Zhang Xuan gazed up at the sky. The atmosphere was shrouded in gray, devoid of sun, moon, or stars. This secret realm resembled a miniature world. Although it contained spiritual energy and the rules of heaven and earth, it was evidently lacking in completeness. Brother Zhang, what a coincidence! Came a familiar voice as Jiuyou approached from the depths of the forest. Indeed, quite a coincidence, Zhang Xuan replied with a slight smile. The other disciples had been scattered, yet they had been fortunate enough to be teleported together. Jiuyou surveyed the surroundings, curiosity gleaming in his eyes. What shall we do now? He inquired, recalling his promise to follow Zhang Xuan's lead during the sect competition, a promise he was now poised to uphold. As we venture deeper into the secret realm, let us also converge with our fellow disciples, Zhang Xuan remarked, gazing at the heavens. This was the consensus reached before their entrance into the enigmatic territory, as the unpredictable nature of the realm rendered pinpoint rendezvous impossible. Thus, they would proceed inward and gradually unite. Moreover, the more valuable treasures of heaven and earth tend to reside in the depths of such realms, prompting Jiuyou Fangzheng to nod in agreement, harboring no objections. However, noticing Zhang Xuan's actions, Jiuyou Fangzheng curiously inquired, Brother Zhang, have you disowned something? After observing the sky for a moment, Zhang Xuan shook his head, nothing significant. Let us continue. Jiuyou Fangzheng refrained from pressing further, and the two companions advanced deeper into the forest. In truth, Zhang Xuan had felt an incessant sensation of being watched. Yet, given the circumstances, he could surmise that this feeling stemmed from the spectators outside, which did not deter him from his pursuits. On the contrary, it might even serve to their advantage to let those onlookers witness their exploits. Meanwhile, at the plaza of the Qingyun Sect, a colossal luminous screen indeed ascended into the air, fragmenting into thousands of segments that vividly displayed the scenes of various sect disciples within the secret realm, eliciting astonishment from the elders of each sect. Fascinating! Such visuals from the secret realm were previously unattainable. The Qingyun Sect is truly remarkable. No wonder they are a sect from the boundless domain. They know how to create a spectacle. Look, that is our sect's chief disciple. There, a confrontation among disciples. The elders of various sects fixated on the images of their own disciples, engaging in lively discussions. Li Yuan Zhao and other elders of the Qingyun Sect wore expressions of pride. This was a formation they had meticulously prepared, and it was indeed paying off. Of course, the most crucial aspect remained the outcome of the competition. Li Yuan Zhao had exerted considerable effort to bring Li Xiaobai to the Qingyun Sect, and it was only fitting to showcase the strength of their sect to the other factions. At the Qingyun Sect, elders such as Wang Defa also scrutinized the luminous screen, observing the situation of Zhang Xuan and his companions. Upon seeing Zhang Xuan and Jiuyou Fangzheng together, they collectively sighed in relief. With the young master alongside Jiuyou Fangzheng, their combined strength should shield them from any unforeseen troubles, Wang Defa remarked. On the luminous screen, Zhang Xuan and Jiuyou Fangzheng continued their journey into the depths of the forest, soon encountering other practitioners. However, these individuals were not disciples of the Qingyun Sect. Rather, they hailed from the Jiuyou Sect. The Jiuyou Sect, too, was one of the premier sects of the southern wilderness, albeit distinct from others, as its disciples were all female practitioners specializing in alluring techniques. At this moment, it appeared that Zhang Xuan and Guyu Fangzheng were taken aback, their expressions somewhat uneasy, which caused the previously relieved Wang Defa and others to suddenly turn grave. Brother Wang, it seems your sect's disciples are experiencing a stroke of misfortune. A voice dripped with sarcasm from the direction of the Jiuyou Sect, where the sect leader, Lu Aihua, had also taken note of Zhang Xuan and his companions on the luminous screen. Wang Defa let out a cold snort, offering no retort, his gaze remaining fixated on the unfolding events on the screen with a look of concern. Brother Zhang, do you sense it as well? Gu Yufang's face flushed with embarrassment as he inquired. Zhang Xuan, with a rosy complexion, nodded and remarked, have you also felt it? It appears that the cultivators of the Jiuyou Sect have concealed themselves, and their seductive techniques have directly provoked our bodily responses. He recalled the intelligence regarding various sects and was nearly certain of their origin. The adversaries lurked in the shadows. What could be done? Gu Yufang's expression darkened, clearly unaccustomed to such an ordeal, having been caught off guard right from the start. Presently, with the enemy concealed and influencing them, he feared that any sudden attack would be difficult to withstand, especially as a vigorous young man. In response, Zhang Xuan chuckled and said, it's simple, we just charge out. Upon hearing this, Gu Yufang was taken aback, seemingly in disbelief. Brother Zhang, are you serious? Meanwhile, at the Ziki Sect square, some onlookers who had noticed the situation surrounding Zhang Xuan were in an uproar. Wait, everyone is watching. Are you really going to provoke a confrontation right here? Chapter 34. The Body of the Dark Moon. Woman, are you playing with fire? Above the plaza of the Ziki Sect, thousands of luminous screens flickered incessantly, as many disciples engaged in fierce battles. However, at this moment, everyone was transfixed, their gaze fixed upon the luminous screen featuring Zhang Xuan and Gu Yuefang. Could it be that these two were truly serious? After all, it was a rare opportunity to witness the grand competition within the secret realm, and they commenced with such explosive antics. Some female elders within the sect gazed on with anticipation, for the two disciples on the screen were indeed quite striking. In the area of the Qingyun Sect, elders like Wang Defa clutched the armrests of their seats tightly, anxiety coursing through them. Surely, the young master would not act recklessly in front of so many spectators. It would be a disgrace for the Qingyun Sect. Within the luminous screen, Gu Yuefang appeared incredulous that Zhang Xuan would devise such a notion. Brother Zhang, I truly cannot do this, he declared, his face reddening, evidently struggling to suppress his discomfort. It was merely a jest, my dear brother. No need to take it to heart, Zhang Xuan replied with a smile. However, noticing Gu Yuefang's distressed demeanor, he found it rather amusing and pressed on. Are you truly unwilling to attempt this method? Holding it in is not a good thing. Gu Yuefang's countenance grew increasingly unnatural, yet he shook his head, forcibly calming his racing heart. Brother Zhang, perhaps you should consider other alternatives. Zhang Xuan ceased to tease him, realizing that they were likely being broadcast live, and if this lad would charge out, it would undoubtedly shatter his resolve. Thus, he shifted his tone. Actually, there is a simple solution to break the deadlock. Do you possess any large-scale magical abilities? I see. Gu Yuefang instantly grasped the implication. Although their hidden presence eluded their senses, the distance must be negligible, and by employing a large-scale spell, they could compel their adversary to reveal themselves. In the next moment, Gu Yuefang's expression stiffened, his eyes flickering with lightning, as countless tiny thunder serpents began to coalesce from the ground of the surrounding forest, converging towards him. Not only that, but a sudden gust of wind arose, causing the trees to sway and leaves to flutter, only to be instantaneously reduced to ash by the lightning serpents upon touching the ground. The wind and thunder's sacred body seemed poised to demonstrate its true might. Yet, before Gu Yuefang could unleash his formidable move, a graceful figure suddenly burst forth from the depths of the forest, charging towards Zhang Xuan. Clearly, the hidden disciple of the Jiuyou Sect was not prepared to remain passive. Are they intending to seize me, the soft target? Zhang Xuan mused, his expression peculiar as he observed the approaching figure. Finally, they have emerged. Gu Yuefeng's eyes sparkled with determination as he swiftly positioned himself before Zhang Xuan, delivering a powerful punch aimed at the oncoming female disciple of the Jiuyou sect. His entire right arm was enveloped in lightning, reminiscent of Kakashi's Chidori. However, just as his fist was about to connect with the female disciple's face, for reasons unknown, Gu Yuefeng abruptly altered his trajectory, striking behind her instead. The lightning grazed past her delicate visage, causing her to flinch in surprise, her pupils constricting, startled by Gu Yuefeng's swift reflexes. She swiftly turned over, her long leg delivering a powerful kick to Gu Yuefeng's chest, forcing him to stagger back a few steps before she quickly created distance. This all transpired in the blink of an eye, causing Zhang Xuan to involuntarily twitch his lips. He noticed that, in the final moment, Gu Yuefeng's eyes reflected a hint of reluctance, evidently influenced by the allure of his opponent. Otherwise, that punch infused with the essence of 1,000 birds would have undoubtedly shattered the opponent's skull. Gu Yuefeng, too, cast an irritable glance at the enchanting figure in the distance. If they were to confront each other directly, he would have easily overwhelmed her. Yet the enchantment rendered him unable to unleash his true strength, leaving him feeling utterly constrained. At this moment, the disciple of the Jiuyou sect no longer concealed herself, standing 100 feet away to observe Zhang Xuan and his companion. Jiuyou sect, Lu Ruyan. Lu Ruyan gracefully bowed to Zhang Xuan and his companion, her light, gauzy dress accentuating her slender figure, particularly her enchanting peach blossom eyes that sparkled with seduction, every movement exuding an irresistible allure. Hiss! Upon hearing her name, Zhang Xuan inhaled sharply. It was indeed the Empress of Smoke. No wonder she was so beguiling. Simultaneously, information about her flooded his mind. The chief disciple of the Jiuyou sect, at the mid-level of the Golden Core stage, and possessing the Yin Moon physique. It was no surprise that her charm could not only sway Gu Yuefeng's thunder and lightning sacred body, but also had a slight effect on Zhang Xuan's chaos and limitless soar body. For the Yin Moon physique was a naturally captivating form. Though it may not rival a sacred body, it was a field in which she excelled, demonstrating her remarkable expertise. Truly, she was a prodigy from a prestigious family, undeniably formidable. Lu Ruyan displayed a captivating smile, her sultry gaze directed at Zhang Xuan and his companion. Though she had nearly been struck down by Gu Yuefeng's punch moments before, she seemed unperturbed by the presence of the two. The current situation was such that although she could not defeat Gu Yuefeng, her charm coupled with the Yin Moon physique made it impossible for him to exert force against her. Prolonging the encounter would only serve to her advantage. Gu Yuefeng furrowed his brow, feeling an overwhelming sense of frustration. During the brief moment Lu Ruyan spoke, he had contemplated striking multiple times. Yet each time he caught sight of her enticing demeanor, the impulse to act was significantly diminished. How could he possibly engage her? Thus, Gu Yuefeng turned his gaze towards Zhang Xuan. Sensing that Zhang Xuan appeared to be the one in charge among the two, Lu Ruyan adopted a pitiful expression directed at him. This must be the young master of the Qingyun Sect, indeed an extraordinary youth of remarkable prowess. Could such a valiant and illustrious master bear to raise a hand against a mere woman? Observing her attempt to invoke her charm upon him, seemingly intensifying her efforts, Zhang Xuan revealed a sinister smile, his eyes glimmering with mischief. "Woman, you are playing with fire." In response to this scenario, Lu Ruyan calmly smiled, thinking to herself, "A mere practitioner at the 10th level of qi refinement will surely succumb to my allure. What a joke! The heir of the Tsangming Sword Master? Truly, he is no match for me." She planned to deal with this minor character first before devising a method to subdue Gu Yuefeng. Lu Ruyan's thoughts swirled, yet her expression remained that of a damsel in distress as she gazed at Zhang Xuan. Meanwhile, outside, the sect leader of Jiuyou, Lu Aihua, observed the scene with satisfaction, glancing at Wang Defa and others. "So this is the young master of your esteemed sect, the offspring of a long-lived lineage? Hardly impressive." Wang Defa and others wore somber expressions, disdainfully remarking on the underhanded tactics employed by some. If it came to a direct confrontation, how could the disciples of the Jiuyou sect possibly stand chance? Lu Aihua scoffed, asserting that all the disciples of the Jiuyou sect were adept in the art of charm, unlike the crude ways of men. Men are utterly useless. Wang Defa was taken aback by Lu Aihua's unexpected demeanor, resembling that of a celestial being, and an argument ensued. Fortunately, the other elders of the Qingyun Sect intervened just in time, their faces etched with concern as they gazed at the luminous screen. "Young master, please awaken. Young master, I acknowledge my mistakes. I implore you to show mercy." As Lu Ruoyan spoke, she intensified her charm, approaching Zhang Xuan with a demure demeanor. Strangely, both Zhang Xuan and Jiuyou appeared oblivious to her movements, allowing her to draw closer. Excitement surged within Lu Ruoyan. If she could close the distance, she might just launch a surprise attack on the two. In a swift motion, she traversed the 100-zhang gap, standing before Zhang Xuan, now less than a yard apart. Yet, Zhang Xuan and Jiuyou seemed entirely unaware of the looming danger. "Youth!" Lu Ruoyan's eyes gleamed with determination as she channeled her internal energy, aiming for Zhang Xuan's throat, poised to deliver a fatal strike. Suddenly, with a swift motion, Zhang Xuan seized her outstretched hand, leaving Lu momentarily stunned. "Woman, I have warned you. You are playing with fire." Chapter 35. Does the young master of Qingyun Sect prefer men? Strip her. Lu Ruoyan felt her hand gripped tightly. Unable to withdraw, her eyes filled with disbelief. Is this the strength that comes from the 10th level of Qi refinement? No. It seems the other party is unaffected by her charm technique. How could this be? You. Yet before she could speak again, Zhang Xuan pulled Lu Ruoyan's hand back and then delivered a swift kick to her pert backside. Though he did not exert much force, it was sufficient to send her flying, landing in a disheveled heap. In an instant, Lu Ruoyan was left in a state of utter disarray, her body covered in dirt, a far cry from her previous seductive demeanor. "Brother Zhang." Jiuyou finally regained his senses, cold sweat trickling down his back. He had truly failed to react in time. Had Lu Ruoyan attacked him, he would have either been gravely injured or worse. Never mind. Let us quickly apprehend this individual. Zhang Xuan waved his hand nonchalantly. It's merely a charm technique. While it had some effect, it did not disturb my mind. One could say that the allure in the cultivation world is rather conservative at times. Have you heard of the charms of the island's teachers, or the allure of Western styles? Compared to those, Lu Ruoyan's mere flirtation is utterly unremarkable. Moreover, he had encountered far more formidable charm practitioners, those who truly mastered the path to immortality through such arts, capable of ensnaring one's senses with just a glance. Jiuyou, no longer hesitating, seized the moment as Lu Ruoyan's charm had been disrupted and prepared to strike. However, Lu Ruoyan was quick on her feet, attempting to flee. Trying to escape? Jiuyou scoffed, transforming into a streak of lightning as he charged towards her, his speed so swift that he closed the distance in an instant. Lu Ruoyan's expression shifted dramatically, and she hastily unleashed her charm once more. "Young master." Jiuyou's gaze softened, his movements slowing. Lu Ruoyan smirked. A scion of the Changsheng family, and yet so lackluster. To her surprise, she did not retreat, but instead advanced, rushing towards Zhang Xuan, seemingly intent on ensnaring him as if he were an easy target. "Young master." She suddenly positioned herself before Zhang Xuan, as if to leap into his embrace. "Get away from me." Zhang Xuan shouted angrily, then swiftly struck her face with a resounding slap. The impact left one side of Lu Ruoyan's face swollen, spitting out saliva from the force of the blow. At that moment, she finally realized that Zhang Xuan was impervious to her charm. How is this possible? Lu Aihua, the leader of Jiuyou Sect, stood up, her face a mask of disbelief. She had never witnessed a cultivator immune to charm techniques. How had the young master of Qingyun Sect achieved this? Unless she does not prefer women? Lu Aihua voiced her speculation aloud. The surrounding cultivators from various sects were equally curious as to why Zhang Xuan remained unaffected, and upon hearing Lu Aihua's words, they were momentarily taken aback. The young master of Qingyun Sect does not favor women? Could it be that he prefers men? Indeed, his relationship with Jiuyou seemed rather amicable, Could it be? This is quite the scandal. Wang Defa and the others collectively breathed a sigh of relief. Originally, the young master seemed entirely unaffected, despite having frightened them moments ago. As for the speculation from the leader of the Jiuyou sect, could it possibly be true? Otherwise, it would be quite difficult to explain why the young master remained unscathed. At this moment, Zhang Xuan was oblivious to the rumors circulating outside about him. Otherwise, he would certainly engage in a thorough debate with the Jiuyou sect leader. The battle was shifting rapidly, and upon realizing that Zhang Xuan was impervious to her seductive arts, Lu Rian decisively altered her strategy, opting to confront him directly rather than relying on her allure. As a formidable cultivator in the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm, she could hardly believe she could not subdue a mere 10th-tier Qi refinement practitioner. With her swollen face, Lu Rian summoned her magical energy into her jade palm and charged towards Zhang Xuan, aiming to strike him on the crown of his head. Noticing her relentless pursuit, Zhang Xuan sighed and shook his head. He had not intended to reveal his true strength so soon, but it seemed he had no choice. Upon hearing his words, Lu Rian felt an ominous premonition. However, before she could act, Zhang Xuan flicked his finger, unleashing a sword chi. With a swift motion imperceptible to the naked eye, the sword chi struck Lu Rian, causing her to spew blood and be hurled backwards, crashing heavily to the ground in a state of serious injury. You are not in the Qi refinement stage. Lu Rian's eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. It was she who had attempted a sneak attack, only to find herself outmaneuvered. The sword Qi had demonstrated that he possessed the capability to eliminate her in an instant, yet he had toyed with her instead. As a result, Lu Rian fainted from the shock. At this moment, Gu Yufangzing finally approached Zhang Xuan, looking rather awkward. Brother Zhang, I apologize for not being able to assist you and inadvertently revealing your strength. Zhang Xuan waved his hand dismissively. No need to worry. It's only this one person who knows. Gu Yufangzing immediately understood. Shall we eliminate her then? Zhang Xuan's eyelids flickered. Are you truly devoid of compassion? There is no need. She may still be of use. Let us first remove her clothing. He had plans to execute. Upon hearing this, Gu Yufangzing nodded in agreement, preparing to act, but then hesitated, looking at Zhang Xuan with uncertainty. What did you just say? No need to kill her. She may still be of use. No, I meant the next part. Oh, remove her clothing. Meanwhile, the sect leaders and elders outside were astounded by Zhang Xuan's display of power. Though separated by a barrier, the assembled experts could easily discern that Zhang Xuan's sword Qi was no ordinary attack. The young master of Qingyun Sect had surprisingly concealed his true strength. That sword Qi had severely injured Lu Rian, who was in the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm. Zhang Xuan's prowess likely rivaled that of a late-stage Golden Core practitioner. I suspect even more, one elder remarked, observing Zhang Xuan's relaxed demeanor. His strength may even reach the peak of the Golden Core. The elders from various sects began speculating about Zhang Xuan's abilities, all the while deeply concerned for their own disciples. The young master of Qingyun Sect, a cunning individual who had deceived even them. What would happen if their own disciples encountered him? The elders of the Ziki sect wore serious expressions, clearly unsettled. The esteemed leader expressed concern about the formidable strength of the young master of the Qingyun Sect and its potential threat to Bai. An elder glanced at Li Yuanzhao with trepidation. However, Li Yuanzhao remained composed and serene, urging confidence in Bai. He believed that if the young master of the Qingyun Sect displayed only this level of prowess, he would not pose a challenge to Bai. Upon hearing these words, the elders of the Ziki sect finally felt reassured. In contrast, the elders of the Qingyun Sect, including Elder Wang Defa, wore expressions of joy. Although the young master had revealed his strength prematurely, it was known only to those outside. The disciples of various sects within the secret realm remained oblivious. Particularly, when Zhang Xuan effortlessly dispatched Lu Rian, who was in the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm, Wang Defa and the others were invigorated. A single strike had vanquished a mid-stage Golden Core cultivator. Indeed, the young master was exceptionally powerful. I recall the young master asserting his invincibility within the Golden Core realm. It appears his words were not mere bravado. This is promising. Our Qingyun Sect is certain to achieve an impressive ranking this time. The elders engaged in fervent discussions, inciting ire among other sections. The master of the Jiuyou sect, Lu Aihua, was particularly incensed, hurling insults. How dare he conceal his strength? This man is truly despicable, vile, shameless, and base. Her actions only made her appear as a mere buffoon in the eyes of other sections. After all, the Jiuyou sect's seductive techniques targeting male cultivators are hardly commendable. However, before anyone could react, Zhang Xuan's actions on the luminous screen left everyone utterly dumbfounded. As he audaciously stripped Lu Ruyan of her clothing, Lu Aihua was beside herself with rage, exclaiming, "Wretch, how dare you insult a cultivator of the Jiuyou sect?" Chapter 36. You wouldn't want the contents of the mirror stone to spread, would you? Is this what you call friendship? Within the mystical realm, Jiuyou Yaohong was still incapable of committing such a despicable act of taking advantage of another's misfortune, and thus he admonished Zhang Xuan. Brother Zhang, although this woman employs vile tactics, is it truly appropriate to exploit her vulnerability in such a manner? If you truly seek companionship, you may well visit a pleasure house once the grand competition concludes. Rest assured, I shall not divulge this to anyone. Upon hearing Jiuyou Yaohong's words, Zhang Xuan's expression darkened. What do you take me for? Am I so desperate? Jiuyou Yaohong was taken aback. Then why attempt to disrobe her? I have my reasons, which you shall soon comprehend. Zhang Xuan, sensing Jiuyou Yaohong's hesitance, flicked his fingers once more, unleashing a stream of sword energy that shattered all of Lu Ruyan's garments, leaving only a single piece of intimate attire. In an instant, the scene was laid bare. Though Lu Ruyan's face was swollen, her exquisite figure, coupled with her innate allure as a moon goddess, remained irresistibly captivating, especially as she lay there quietly, seemingly at the mercy of others. Jiuyou Yaohong found it difficult to bear the sight and quietly turned his head away. Zhang Xuan, observing the young man's reaction, could not help but shake his head. A mere child indeed. If you were to visit Earth and behold the multitude of bikini-clad beauties on the beach, would you not bury yourself in the sand? However, he refrained from voicing his thoughts, as the majority of the cultivation world still leaned towards conservatism. Zhang Xuan beckoned and directly retrieved Lu Ruyan's storage ring, which contained various medicinal pills, garments, and a teleportation jade slip, indicating that she had yet to gather her resources. He promptly accepted the storage ring. "All right, awaken her," Zhang Xuan commanded. Jiuyou Yaohong turned back, glanced at Lu Ruyan, and quickly averted his gaze. This, Zhang Xuan, increasingly speechless, internally berated the young man as he stepped forward and delivered 2 resounding slaps to Lu Ruyan, rousing her from her slumber. Now both sides of her face are symmetrical. Oomph. Lu Ruyan slowly opened her eyes, letting out a soft grunt, exuding an innate charm. However, upon sensing the alterations to her attire, her expression shifted dramatically, and she glared at Zhang Xuan and his companion with indignation. "Beasts, what have you done to me? Do not overthink it. We have no interest in your body and have done nothing to you," Zhang Xuan hastily replied. Lu Ruyan covered her chest with one hand and assessed her condition, realizing they had indeed not violated her, which only fueled her anger further. "You are worse than beasts," Zhang Xuan scoffed. "Do not give me your incessant complaints. You have 2 choices. Either you leave in this state or accompany us. You have 3 breaths to decide." "Very well, I shall accompany you," Lu Ruyan replied without hesitation. After all, in her current state, leaving would be utterly humiliating if she encountered other cultivators. With her storage ring now in Zhang Xuan's possession, the teleportation jade slip lost, and without any clothing, she had no choice but to agree to Zhang Xuan's terms, planning to bide her time for a more favorable opportunity. Indeed, Lu Xianzi is perceptive to the currents of the times. Let us wish for a fruitful collaboration. Zhang Xuan chuckled. Lu Ruyan remained silent, casting a gaze of indignation and embarrassment towards Zhang Xuan. Jiuyou Yaohong, upon hearing this, expressed his confusion. "Brother Zhang, why must we allow her to accompany us? Is it prudent to have such an individual by our side?" Zhang Xuan patted Jiuyou Yaohong's shoulder, saying, "My dear brother, it appears you still do not grasp the nuances of human relationships. In the realm of cultivation, it is vital to cultivate numerous friendships while minimizing adversaries. In light of the imminent sect competition, engaging in conflict serves little purpose. Strength lies in unity. Why not gather together to seek resources? This way, victory in the sect competition becomes a certainty. Jiuyou Yaohong understood. So, Brother Zhang wishes for her to assist us in resource procurement? At last, you comprehend. Zhang Xuan replied with a smile. Yet, Jiuyou Yaohong shook his head, but she is not a disciple of the Qingyun Sect. How can we trust her? Upon hearing this, Lu Rian quickly interjected. Rest assured, gentlemen, I am acutely aware that I am no match for you both and will harbor no ill intentions. As she spoke, she employed her charm technique, which, given the current context, elicited a noticeable reaction from Jiuyou Yaohong. Slap! Zhang Xuan delivered a sharp blow, exclaiming, "What nonsense is this?" Lu Rian, taken aback, shielded her face, bewildered as to why her allure seemed ineffective against him. Could it be that he simply lacked an interest in women? The realization sparked a wave of indignation within her. The humiliation of today shall surely be repaid in kind in the future. Unaware of her thoughts, Zhang Xuan noted her defiance and promptly retrieved a recording stone. This stone, akin to a camera in the cultivation world, possessed vast storage and recorded images in stunning 3D clarity. He captured the image of Lu Ruyan before him. What are you doing? Lu Ruyan's complexion changed drastically, and she attempted to snatch the stone away. Oomph! Zhang Xuan scoffed, unleashing a burst of sword energy that pushed her back. He cackled, Lu Xianzi, I presume you would not desire the contents of this recording to be made public, would you? As long as you heed my instructions during our time in the secret realm, I assure you that I shall return the recording stone upon our exit. You despicable wretch. Lu Ruyan's eyes brimmed with tears. The audacity of Zhang Xuan to capture such an image was utterly indecent. Flattery will get you nowhere. Those who achieve greatness do not concern themselves with trifles, lest I be unable to ensure your compliance. Zhang Xuan remained unfazed. After all, she had initially sought to harm them, and this was not a true, scandalous image. She was still clad in somewhat modest attire, merely a tasteful photograph. However, in the conservative context of the cultivation world, it bore little distinction from a scandalous depiction. Do you speak the truth? Lu Rian, left with no choice, opted for compromise. Once we exit the secret realm, you will truly return the recording stone to me? Naturally, I vow upon my inner demons. Zhang Xuan declared solemnly. Both Lu Rian and Jiuyou Yaohong were taken aback. The matter of inner demons was no triviality. After achieving the golden core, every significant breakthrough one encounters is accompanied by the tribulation of inner demons. Should Zhang Xuan betray his oath, he might find himself unable to transcend even to the nascent soul stage. Thus, Lu Rian naturally trusted Zhang Xuan. However, unbeknownst to her, he had cultivated through 99 lifetimes, rendering the trial of inner demons as trivial as returning home, certainly not a challenge for him. Very well, I believe you now. May I have my clothes back? Lu Rian inquired. Yet, to her surprise, Zhang Xuan replied, Find a way for yourself. Just gather some leaves to cover yourself. You. Lu Rian seethed with indignation. But upon noticing Zhang Xuan brandishing the recording stone, she found herself compelled to yield to his intimidation and turned to the forest to weave clothing from leaves. As she departed, Zhang Xuan let out a cold chuckle. Such a flirtatious creature deserved no kindness from him, lest she employ her charms to remind him of his place. Jiuyou Yaohong shook his head. While he acknowledged that Zhang Xuan's methods were somewhat unscrupulous, he recalled that Lu Ruyan initially intended to kill them. The Jiuyou family was not known for showing mercy to foes, as he had been raised with that principle in mind, and thus he refrained from further commentary. Brother Zhang, what shall we do now? Jiuyou Yaohong inquired. Zhang Xuan stowed away the recording stone and smiled. Did I not just say? We must gather as many friends as possible, so naturally, we shall recruit others to join our team. Upon hearing this, Jiuyou Yaohong's lips twitched. Is this what you call making friends? Chapter 37, Dragging Others Down. Zhang Xuan est unique secret technique. The square of the Purple Cheese Sect erupted in a cacophony of astonishment. While there was a tinge of regret for not witnessing any vile acts perpetrated by Zhang Xuan and his companion against Lu Ruyan, their methods still cast a pall over the expressions of the sect leaders and elders. The act of threatening others with photographs was a despicable tactic that even those of the demonic path would likely disdain. Yet, Zhang Xuan and Jiuyou wielded considerable power, rendering ordinary disciples helpless against them. With such tactics, they intended to continue drawing others into their fold. How many within the secret realm could withstand such pressure? Is this truly how the Qingyun Sect instructs its disciples? This is more nefarious than the demonic path itself. Lu Aihua, the leader of the Jiuyou sect, was utterly incensed, unleashing a torrent of invectives at Wang Defa and his cohorts. Though Wang Defa and others privately felt that the young master's methods were somewhat unsavory, they remained united against external criticism. It is evident that the disciples of your Jiuyou sect harbored murderous intent first. Now, having been outmatched, our young master's decision not to slay her is an act of extraordinary mercy. Do you dare to persist in your baseless accusations? Indeed, are the methods of your Jiuyou sect devoid of demonic traits? How can you accuse others while enticing men yourself? The competition within the secret realm is a matter of life and death. Our young master's restraint is virtuous, indeed noble. The elders from both sides engaged in a war of words, causing the square of the Purple Qi sect to become a scene of lively tumult. However, as the exchange grew increasingly vulgar, several sects could no longer bear to watch and stepped in to separate the two parties. Although some sects were wary of Zhang Xuan's methods, they retained confidence in their own disciples, as long as they did not fall into Zhang Xuan's trap. All be well. The onlookers once again turned their attention to the light screen, fixated on the unfolding situation involving Zhang Xuan and his companions. At that moment, Lu Rian had fashioned garments from leaves and adorned herself, finally achieving a semblance of modesty. However, the attire was rather crude, merely covering her chest and lower body, leaving her midriff and thighs exposed to the gaze of onlookers. Moreover, the leaf garments were ill-fitting, swaying with their movements and exuding an air of enigmatic allure, especially considering Lu Rian's innate charm. What was intended to be a wild attire somehow transformed Lu Rian into a figure of provocative allure, reddening Jiuyou Yaohong's face with embarrassment. Zhang Xuan, however, maintained an air of nonchalance, and upon seeing her outfit, a flash of inspiration sparked within him. Not bad. Who would have thought you possessed such craftsmanship? Lu Rian felt a swell of frustration. Did she wish to wear such garments? Yet, being under someone else's roof, she could only smile sweetly and say, "As long as the young master is pleased, put away that provocative appearance. I have made it clear that I have no interest in you," Zhang Xuan replied, his brow furrowing. Lu Rian's propensity to seduce others was quite vexing. Were it not for his extensive experience, she would certainly be a formidable challenge. Since you possess this skill, why not create several more outfits, both for men and women? Lu Rian felt exasperated. She had never encountered a man so indifferent to her charms. This young master of the Qingyun Sect was undoubtedly peculiar. "Yes, young master," she replied, though she quickly pondered the purpose of crafting so many leaf garments. She voiced her confusion. Thus, Zhang Xuan reiterated his intention of involving others to Lu Rian, who immediately felt a spark of inspiration. Given her current predicament, which seemed irretrievable, she considered that perhaps it would be better to drag others down with her. With such sentiments, Lu Rian promptly consented to Zhang Xuan's plan and swiftly began gathering leaves to weave garments. However, she had one stipulation. Others must also have their fruit photographs taken. It was unreasonable for her to be photographed while others remained unscathed. Zhang Xuan, of course, acquiesced to this request. "Why are you dawdling? We must be on our way," Zhang Xuan reminded Gu Yufangzeng by giving him a light pat on the shoulder. It was only then that Gu Yufangzeng snapped back to reality, realizing he had been unintentionally swayed by Lu Rian once again. The Yin Moon physique indeed had a peculiar effect on male cultivators. "Brother Zhang," Gu Yufangzeng felt somewhat embarrassed, but upon noticing Zhang Xuan's apparent immunity to the situation, curiosity piqued within him. "Brother Zhang, how is it that you remain unaffected by Lu Rian's enchanting prowess?" Lu Rian, who had finished collecting leaves, perked up her ears at this inquiry. The elders from various sects outside shared in the curiosity. Could it be that the young master of Qingyun Sect simply did not fancy women? Zhang Xuan replied with a smile. Ah, that is my unique secret. Jiuyou Fangzeng understood, recognizing it as Zhang Xuan's personal mystery. I see. Then I shall refrain from further inquiries. While I cannot disclose this to others, we are friends after all. Zhang Xuan, sensing Jiuyou Fangzeng's demeanor, felt a mischievous urge awaken within him. He speculated that the audience outside was likely watching their live broadcast, undoubtedly filled with curiosity. Brother Zhang, are you truly willing to share? Jiuyou Fangzeng's eyes brightened. Of course, but I shall only confide in you, and it must remain a secret. That goes without saying. Jiuyou Fangzeng solemnly clasped his hands in gratitude. I humbly request your guidance. Brother Zhang, Zhang Xuan, with an air of mystery, leaned closer and whispered into Jiuyou Fangzeng's ear. The method is called Qingyun. Qingyun? Jiuyou Fangzeng exclaimed in astonishment. What kind of method is that? Their exchange was not conducted through spiritual transmission, despite Zhang Xuan's deliberate lowering of his voice. Both Lu Rian and the onlookers still caught wind of their conversation. The expressions of the gathered crowd grew a tad awkward, as they had never heard of such a method before. Yet, Zhang Xuan spoke earnestly. Do not underestimate Qingyun. What is enchanting power? It merely stirs the desires within one's heart. And Qingyun precisely hones a cultivator's Tao heart. With diligent practice, repeatedly employing Qingyun allows one to surpass their limits, forging an unyielding Tao heart. Let me assure you, not only will mere enchanting power falter, but even inner demons may prove powerless against you. Seeing Zhang Xuan's sincerity, Jiuyou Fangzeng pondered for a moment and nodded in agreement. That does seem to hold some merit. Of course, why would I deceive you? There is no benefit in that for me. Thank you, Brother Zhang, for your guidance. Lu Ruyan listened in astonishment, wondering if this method could genuinely counter enchanting power. Once the grand competition concluded, she resolved to report this to her sect's elders without delay. Meanwhile, outside, a group of sect leaders and elders contemplated Zhang Xuan's words, finding a semblance of truth within them, especially after witnessing Zhang Xuan's enchanting influence over Lu Rian. It is evident that the latter must have undergone rigorous practice to attain such composure. Could this method indeed be viable? Some individuals resolved to give a try. As there was little to lose, the disciples of the Jiuyou sect were filled with uncertainty. Could their seductive prowess truly be countered? Yet, they found themselves unable to test this theory, leaving them anxious in their hearts. After Zhang Xuan and his companions concluded their discussions, they resumed their journey. Although Zhang Xuan did not return the storage ring to Lu Ruyan, he did provide her with some healing elixirs, as it would not do to impair her combat effectiveness later on. However, throughout the journey, Lu Ruyan appeared somewhat distracted, as if burdened by unspoken thoughts. The trio ventured deeper into the secret realm, collecting resources as they went, yet they encountered neither fierce beasts nor other sect disciples. The secret realm was vast, and with the competition lasting a full 6 months, even with thousands of cultivators scattered across its periphery, it was improbable to cross paths unless they began in close proximity. After 7 days of relentless progression, the trio finally encountered their first fellow cultivator. Clad in black, the individual's sect affiliation was indiscernible. Upon their meeting, the stranger ambled along the path with a nonchalant demeanor, seemingly unperturbed by the possibility of being observed. Upon sensing Zhang Xuan and his companions' approach, the figure was filled with delight. Heir of the Tsangming Sword Sovereign, I have finally found you. Chapter 38. A formidable foe, the demonic prodigy. Strip him of his defenses. Which sect does this disciple belong to? Observing his attire, it bears a resemblance to that of practitioners of the demonic path. He must be from a lesser sect. With a peak golden core cultivation, such prowess should not go unnoticed. Who would have thought that this grand competition would unveil a dark horse? Truly a series of unexpected events. On the plaza of the Ziki sect, the appearance of a peak golden core cultivator in the presence of Zhang Xuan and his companions astonished many. The highest cultivation level among the disciples participating from various sects was merely late golden core. Those at the peak were preparing for breakthroughs to the nascent soul stage within their respective sections. As for the demonic attire of the opponent, given the proximity of the Tai realm to the Luo Tian domain of the demonic clan. It is not uncommon for minor demonic sects to exist in the southern territories, and thus no one overthought it. While they were unaware of the true identity of the youth in black, there appeared to be a collective hope that Zhang Xuan and his companions would falter. A peak golden core? Encountering the youth in black, Zhang Xuan and his party were equally taken aback. Regarding his attire, they too did not ponder much, assuming he to be a disciple from a minor sect. At the 10th level of Qi refinement, noticing Zhang Xuan's cultivation, the demonic youth was likewise surprised. He was indeed the demonic progeny, having swiftly located Zhang Xuan with the aid of the sensory abilities of his sect's tribulation experts. But how could Zhang Xuan possess such meager cultivation? It was truly disappointing to find that the inheritor of the Tsangming Sword Sovereign had such limited prowess. The demonic progeny wore an expression of regret. Having initially wished for a battle of equal realms, it appeared that opportunity had slipped away. Jiuyou Yaohong and Lu Ruyan wore grave expressions, for the opponent's cultivation was rather formidable. Brother Zhang, shall we engage? Young Master Zhang. A peak golden core is no easy adversary. The grand competition has only just commenced, and there is no need to confront a powerful foe this early, Lu Ruyan urged, exhibiting signs of retreat. Zhang Xuan understood her intent. Their adversary's strength exceeded expectations. At the golden core stage, spells had become divine abilities, wielding immense power, exemplified by Jiuyou Yaohong's Thousand Birds technique. Upon reaching the peak of the golden core, divine abilities approach completion, nearly stepping into the nascent soul realm, an opponent far beyond the match of ordinary golden core cultivators. Yet, they were no ordinary cultivators. Fear not, we are many. Well, the peak golden core, Zhang Xuan declared nonchalantly, giving the command to encircle him. Jiuyou Yaohong did not hesitate, transforming into a streak of lightning as he surged forward, his eyes blazing with battle intent. Observing this, Lu Ruyan sighed but followed suit, resolved in her heart that if they faltered, she would ensure their escape. Zhang Xuan circled to the rear of the opponent, flicking his fingers to release a subtle sword chi, leisurely directed toward him. Seeing the audacity of the three to initiate an assault, the youth in black could not help but laugh heartily. What boldness! Remember my name, Jiuyou. To perish at my hands shall be your honor. With that, his surrounding demonic energy surged, and he unleashed a fist towards Jiuyou Yaohong, the first to charge forth. Jiuyou Yaohong similarly met the blow with his own fist, his entire right arm enveloped in a radiant lightning aura, invoking his divine powers to unleash a lethal strike. Bang! However, Jiuyou Yaohong felt as if his fist had collided with an immovable mountain. His right arm immediately went numb, and the lightning aura dissipated in an instant. How could this be? Jiuyou Yaohong, in disbelief, was sent flying backward, barely managing to stabilize himself in midair, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. As Jiuyou prepared to pursue, Lu Ruyan had already appeared before him, activating her enchanting abilities. Unfortunately, her charms had little effect on someone of higher cultivation, and Jiuyou quickly regained his composure, a cold smirk gracing his lips. The body of Yun? Quite intriguing. You need not perish. Simply serve me well from this day forth. With that, he struck Lu Ruyan aside with a single hand and resumed his pursuit of Jiuyou Yaohong, completely disregarding Zhang Xuan. In an instant, Jiuyou was before Jiuyou Yaohong, his speed so formidable that Jiuyou Yaohong could not react in time. From his elevated position, he looked down at Jiuyou Yaohong and spoke with an air of disdain. As a descendant of the Jiuyou family, had your cultivation been on par with mine, you might have had a chance to fight. Alas, you have no such opportunity now. Jiuyou, with an air of superiority, exuded an aura of contempt. As a prince of the demon clan, his prowess was among the strongest of his peers, and even among the many demon princes, he ranked among the top. Although Jiuyou Yaohong and Lu Ruyan were also prodigies, the disparity in their strength was insurmountable. Jiuyou Yaohong was struck with horror, unable to comprehend how such a vast difference in power could exist. It was indeed unfortunate that he had encountered Lu Ruyan, whose cultivation surpassed his own, in the very first battle within the secret realm, and her charms had rendered him unable to unleash his full potential. Now, in this second confrontation, He faced a demon prince at the pinnacle of the golden core stage, utterly crushed from the outset, without any means of retaliation. Lu Ruyan, severely injured and lying on the ground, gazed at the formidable Zhu Ying in disbelief. She and Guyu Fangzheng were no match for him. This individual was undoubtedly not an ordinary peak golden core cultivator. At that moment, a voice resonated. "I say, have you forgotten something?" Zhu Ying recognized it as Zhang Xuan's voice and turned to face him. The inheritor of the Tsangming sword sovereign, Zhu Ying glanced at Zhang Xuan, also noticing the leisurely sword aura approaching him. The sword aura, belonging to the Qi refinement stage, would likely not even breach his protective demonic energy, rendering it unworthy of concern. "With such a trifling sword attack, you dare to harm me?" He wore a look of disdain, raising his hand to swat away both the sword aura and Zhang Xuan. Guyu Fangzheng's expression changed dramatically as he shouted, "Brother Zhang, do not confront him. Flee at once." He knew Zhang Xuan was stronger than himself, but Zhu Ying's cultivation far exceeded theirs, and even together they might not stand a chance against him. The only hope lay in Zhang Xuan escaping to seek assistance from other disciples of the Qingyun Sect. Thinking to escape? Too late. The chaos infinite sword body is not meant for a worthless individual like you. Zhu Ying scoffed, his hand descending with ruthless intent. "Who said I was going to flee?" Zhang Xuan responded with a calm smile, then formed a sword technique with his hands. The sword Qi, which had initially moved leisurely towards Zhu Ying, suddenly accelerated, reaching his opponent in the blink of an eye before striking down upon him. The protective demonic aura surrounding his adversary was utterly ineffective against the sword Qi, which shattered it effortlessly. Thud! Zhu Ying, still in the motion of launching an attack, collapsed onto the ground, unconscious. Guyu Weifang was instantly taken aback, while Lu Ruyan wore a look of disbelief. How could such a formidable opponent be unable to withstand even a single sword Qi from Zhang Xuan? Just how powerful was this individual? Zhang Xuan then approached the unconscious Zhu Ying, placing a foot upon him and spitting disdainfully. "Oomph, how impressive do you think I am? Still acting so arrogant. Brother, come here and strip him of his clothing, leaving not a single piece." Chapter 39. The Wrath of the Demon Clan's Might. Better to be shattered like jade than to remain whole like tiles. In the plaza of the Qingyun Sect, the crowd's lips twitched, their expressions peculiar. They had initially anticipated a fierce battle between Zhang Xuan and the peak golden core demon cultivator. Yet the outcome was unexpectedly swift. The demon cultivator, in a display of folly, underestimated the young master of Qingyun Sect, leading to Zhang Xuan unleashing his full power and subduing him before he could even unleash his divine abilities. Particularly, as they witnessed Zhang Xuan and Guyu preparing to strip the demon's garments, many sighed inwardly. Had this demon cultivator allied with them, their strength would have been significantly augmented. Who could withstand their might in the secret realm then? Was this demon cultivator truly so deluded as to disregard the inheritor of the Tsangming sword sovereign? He deserved to be captured. We recognized the situation in the secret realm because we could see that the young master of Qingyun Sect had concealed his true power. Who among the other disciples was aware of this? It was too late to express regrets now. If they continued to entice disciples from various sects in this manner, the grand competition might yield unforeseen consequences. The elders of each sect wore expressions of concern, inevitably worrying for their own disciples, especially with Zhang Xuan's method of capturing and threatening with incriminating evidence. If their disciples were caught, wouldn't that be a disgrace? However, there were dissenting voices. This demon cultivator was not so easily controlled. Lu Ruyan was threatened merely due to the overwhelming strength of Guyu and Zhang Xuan. Should they employ similar tactics against the demon disciples, once the demon awakened, a fierce battle would likely ensue. Upon hearing these words, the crowd's eyes brightened. Indeed, strength was the fundamental essence. Even if Zhang Xuan possessed evidence against the demon, what of it? If the demon awakened and unleashed a massacre, the threat would become a mere jest. The crowd's spirits lifted, their gaze fixated on the luminous screen above the plaza. Simultaneously, deep within the secret realm, the demon cultivator, originally stabilizing the spatial integrity of the realm, suddenly let out a thunderous roar of fury. the young master of the demon clan. Numerous demon cultivators rushed to inquire about the situation, their expressions darkening upon learning that their young master had been undermined by the inheritor of the Tsangming Sword Sovereign. "I shall rescue the young master at once," a demon cultivator exclaimed angrily. "No," the demon cultivator hastily blocked the way. "We must not act recklessly. Otherwise, not only would this secret realm be unable to withstand it, but we might also attract the attention of the cultivators from the southern wilderness, potentially placing the young master in even greater peril. Currently, the inheritor of the Tsangming Sword Sovereign seems to harbor no intention of taking the young master's life. We must quickly arrange the Blood Plague Great Formation to envelop the entire secret realm. At that time, the young master can rely on his own abilities to turn danger into safety. Moreover, by then, even if the southern wilderness cultivators discover us, it would be of no consequence, as they too would be affected by the Blood Plague Great Formation." Hearing these words, the other demon cultivators calmed somewhat, yet their faces remained flushed with anger. The Blood Plague Great Formation must be completed swiftly. The various cultivators of the demon clan dispersed to arrange their formations, while the transcendent being continued to stabilize the secret realm space, simultaneously sensing the situation of Jiuyou to prevent any unforeseen circumstances. However, upon sensing that Zhang Xuan had actually stripped Jiuyou of his garments and was recording the event with a recording stone, he sprang to his feet in astonishment. "How audacious! To dare to humiliate the scion of our clan!" Yet, as he rose, the surrounding space began to fracture, as if the entire secret realm would collapse in the next instant. He hastily seated himself again to stabilize the space, consumed by impotent fury. "Cursed be the inheritor of the Tsangming Sword Sovereign. You have sealed your own doom. To insult the scion is to slap the face of the demon clan." And he would not let the matter rest. Zhang Xuan, oblivious to the enmity he had incited within the demon clan's powerful figure, merely attributed the sensation of being watched to the external world broadcasting their actions. At that moment, he and Jiuyou had stripped Jiuyou bare, capturing the robust form on the recording stone. As for Lu Ruyan, she had scurried to a corner to avoid suspicion. This lad appears to be a demon cultivator, his bloodline seemingly quite pure. During the recording, Zhang Xuan sensed Jiuyou's bloodline condition but paid it no heed. Merely a prodigy of the demon clan, likely a traveler from the great Luo heavenly domain. Falling into his hands could only be deemed unfortunate for the other party. As for the identity of his adversary, Zhang Xuan was disinclined to concern himself. In his realm, whether one was a dragon or a tiger, they would bow before him, unperturbed even by immortals. "All right, that's enough. Let us awaken him," Zhang Xuan declared, putting away the recording stone. Jiuyou hesitated. "Brother Zhang, this individual possesses formidable strength. Might our actions not be perilous?" It was evident that Jiuyou contemplated the possibility of the other party going berserk upon discovering the truth. Yet, Zhang Xuan remained unconcerned. "Fear not. He cannot stir any significant turmoil. Wake him up." Seeing Zhang Xuan's confidence, Jiuyou nodded, casting a spell to awaken Jiuyou before hastily retreating, his demeanor rife with caution. Jiuyou slowly opened his eyes, swiftly rising and regarding Zhang Xuan with vigilant scrutiny. "You have concealed your true strength." Yet in the next moment, he realized something was amiss. His clothes and storage ring had vanished entirely. "Cursed be you! What have you done to me?" Jiuyou seethed with fury, his eyes ablaze as they fixed on Zhang Xuan, prompting Jiuyou to adopt an even more defensive stance. Zhang Xuan, however, remained composed, revealing the contents of the recording stone. The image depicted Jiuyou lying bare upon the ground, every detail meticulously captured, the photographic quality nothing short of masterful, complete with numerous close-ups. "Young man, you wouldn't want the contents of this recording stone to be disseminated, would you?" Zhang Xuan smiled serenely. "I now present you with two choices. Join us and assist in our endeavors, and I shall return the recording stone to you once the secret realm competition concludes. Or you may depart immediately, but I cannot guarantee the confidentiality of the recording stone's contents." Upon hearing this veiled threat, Jiuyou's expression darkened ominously. How dare they threaten him? They sought to subdue him? Even among the demon clan, Even those of superior strength would not dare to act in such a manner. The proud sons of heaven possess their own arrogance, choosing to shatter like jade rather than remain whole like mere tiles. Seeking death, Absolute Shadow was instantly engulfed in fury, his demonic energy boiling around him, and above his head, a towering demonic finger, 100 feet long, took form. This was his divine ability. With his strike, he unleashed his most formidable attack. Regardless of how much strength Zhang Xuan concealed, this blow would ensure his demise. By eliminating you all, the contents of the Shadow Stone would remain undisclosed. Great Wilderness capturing Heaven Finger, meet your end. Jiuyou's expression was gravely serious, and beside him, Lu Yin also appeared as if facing a formidable foe. The 100-foot divine ability manifestation was a hallmark of the consummation of the golden core divine powers, and they were utterly incapable of withstanding it. There stood Absolute Shadow, unclothed and unadorned, suspended in the void, with a great wilderness capturing Heaven Finger above him, resembling a demonic deity descending upon the world with overwhelming might. However, Zhang Xuan's demeanor in the face of this strike was exceptionally peculiar. The great wilderness capturing Heaven Finger? Was it that the divine ability he had created? Chapter 40. To use the divine abilities I have created against me? Quite simple. I shall counter it myself. In his 17th reincarnation, Zhang Xuan commanded the entire demon clan as the Blood Prison Demon Lord. At that time, he not only established the Crystal Palace nightclub, an extensive intelligence network, but also devised numerous divine abilities for the demon clan, among which the Great Wilderness Prisoner of Heaven Finger stands out. A notable characteristic of the demon clan's divine abilities is that the more powerful the ability, the greater the requirement for bloodline purity, which is similarly true for the demon race. Upon witnessing his adversary employ the Great Wilderness Prisoner of Heaven Finger, Zhang Xuan became increasingly convinced of the opponent's exceptional bloodline, for this ability could only be wielded by those of a primary bloodline within the demon clan. As for the absurdity of using an ability he had created against him, it was laughable. He had a habit of leaving a backdoor in the divine abilities he crafted, rendering them ineffective against him, even in his reincarnated form. However, should his adversary discover that the ability bore no effect on him, it would inevitably raise suspicions about his identity. Damn it, this is undoubtedly a complication initiated by the system. Zhang Xuan had not anticipated that participating in a secret realm competition would carry the peril of identity exposure. He had previously managed to evade scrutiny regarding the matter of the Songming Sword Sovereign through his inheritance. But if the identity of the Blood Prison Demon Lord were to be unveiled, the situation would become exceedingly intricate. Although the myriad races appeared peaceful, clandestine conflicts were rampant. The repercussions of revealing his demon clan identity would transcend mere failure of a system task. Brother Zhang, I will hold him off. You must flee. At that moment, Jiuyou Fangzheng stepped forward, electric serpents dancing around him, and above him manifested a divine ability in the form of a Thunder Kirin. However, this Thunder Kirin was merely around 20 zhang in size, incomparable to the Great Wilderness Prisoner of Heaven Finger wielded by Jiuyou. My good brother, I truly did not misjudge you. Zhang Xuan was somewhat astonished by Jiuyou Fangzheng's courageous stand. The latter's eyes brimmed with fighting spirit. Though he had just been unable to match Jiuyou, he refused to believe the disparity between them was insurmountable, and he was determined to make another attempt. Brother Zhang, it is not so simple to confront this individual. Your strength surpasses mine, and your speed exceeds my own. Hurry and find your fellow disciples from the Qingyun Sect. Only with numbers can we contend against this foe. I shall cover your retreat. Upon hearing this, Lu Rian prepared to depart with Zhang Xuan. He speaks the truth. We must leave swiftly. Zhang Xuan, however, paid no heed to Lu Ruyan and gazed at Jiuyou Fangzheng with heartfelt gratitude. Little brother, Brother Zhang, quickly we must go. Attempt to leave? Not so easily. Jiuyou bellowed furiously, unwilling to permit Zhang Xuan's escape. Should the contents of the recording stone be disseminated, his reputation would be irrevocably tarnished. With a furious sweep of his hand, he unleashed a towering demonic finger towards Zhang Xuan and his companions. To confront Brother Zhang, you must first contend with me. Gu Yufangzheng summoned the thunder Kirin above him to meet the attack, his eyes betraying no hint of fear. He was not sacrificing himself for others. As a scion of the Guyu family, he possessed the skills to preserve his own life. Even if his opponent was stronger, it would not be an easy task to take his life. "Brother Zhang, go!" Gu Yufangzheng called out once more. Lu Rian grasped Zhang Xian's arm, urging him to retreat. However, Zhang Xian shook off Lu Rian, exclaiming, "My brother is fighting with all his might. How could I possibly leave?" Lu Rian, filled with urgency, retorted, "That fellow is beyond our capabilities. He has mastered the pinnacle of the gold core stage, and we are simply no match." Yet, Zhang Xian, with a flick of his sleeve and a fervent expression, declared, "What of the pinnacle of the gold core? Do not underestimate the bond we share." With that, he approached Gu Yufangzheng and pulled him back. The moment Gu Yufangzheng's technique was interrupted, he was met with a backlash, causing blood to spill from his mouth as he stared in astonishment. "Brother Zhang, what are you doing? Without my technique, how can I defend against him?" Lu Ruyan, equally dumbfounded, thought, "What kind of incompetent teammate is this?" With a calm smile, Zhang Xian replied, "It's quite simple. I will take action." Upon finishing his words, he finally let his aura surface, revealing his cultivation level, the early stage of the gold core. In an instant, the battlefield fell silent. Lu Ruyan was utterly stunned. "You, at the early gold core stage, are joking, right?" Zhu Ying burst into laughter. "I was wondering how much strength you had concealed. It turns out you are merely at the early gold core stage. Prepare to meet your end." Gu Yufangzheng appeared despondent. Although he was uncertain of Zhang Xian's true strength, he suspected it would not match Zhu Ying's, unless Zhang Xian could replicate the sword strike that had once repelled the heavenly tribulation at Sword Mountain. Yet he understood that such a feat had been due to the circumstances of Sword Mountain. Now, Zhu Ying's attack was already surpassing the gold core level, nearly reaching the nascent soul realm. How could Brother Zhang possibly withstand it? Brother Zhang. Gu Yufangzheng chuckled bitterly, wondering if they were destined to fail. The great wilderness captive heaven finger descended from the heavens toward Zhang Xian, making his figure appear minuscule in comparison to the 100-foot giant finger. Yet there was no trace of fear upon his face. Suddenly, he began to recite, "From early years, I have known the task is arduous, yet I shall still soar like a wild swan amidst the clouds. A lifetime of pretense, my form like down, a solitary traveler on the path of reincarnation. Enduring countless trials, my heart remains steadfast as iron. The sword returns to my soul. Fate is sealed. Today, I point my sword towards the clouds, severing immortals, slaying demons, and even challenging the heavens." Upon finishing, Zhang Xian grasped the hilt of his modest sword, his eyes flashing with sword light. Realizing he could not allow Zhu Ying to perceive that the great wilderness captive heaven finger was ineffective against him, he decided to reveal a fraction of his strength. Holding the modest sword, he did not unsheath it, but instead used the sheath to strike against the descending demonic finger. A tremendous surge of sword energy erupted from him, akin to a roaring tidal wave, instantly enveloping a 100-mile radius, covering the heavens and the earth. In that moment, all that remained in the cosmos was a singular beam of sword light. Witnessing Zhang Xian's imposing strike, Zhu Ying exerted himself to the utmost. The might of Zhang Xian's technique rivaled that of the great wilderness captive heaven finger, compelling him to give his all. Boom! A thunderous explosion resonated through the air, the terrifying shockwave forcing Gu Yufangzheng and Lu Ruyan to hastily retreat, their eyes wide in disbelief. Is this truly the might that can be unleashed at the gold core stage? The clash of their techniques stirred a colossal cloud of dust, enveloping the surrounding area for dozens of miles, rendering their divine senses incapable of discerning the outcome. Both were filled with uncertainty, pondering who had emerged victorious. As the dust settled, one figure stood with a sword, while the other lay fallen on the ground. "Brother Zhang, young Master Zhang." Gu Yufangzheng and Lu Rian hurried forward, and upon discerning the situation, their expressions changed dramatically. At that moment, Zhang Xian's complexion was ashen, with blood trickling from the corners of his mouth, indicating he had sustained grave injuries. However, the state of Zhu Ying was even more dire. His body appeared to have been ravaged by countless sharp instruments, blood gushing uncontrollably, and he gazed at Zhang Xuan with eyes filled with disbelief. Had he truly been defeated? "Zhang, brother, are you all right?" Gu Yufeng inched closer. Yet, Zhang Xuan raised his hand to halt him, cautiously directing it towards the fallen Jiuyou. "Can you accept this?" Jiuyou, filled with resentment, could hardly fathom his defeat. After all, he was the son of the demon clan. His innate talent and strength were unmatched even among his own kind. Yet, as reality set in, his gaze gradually shifted towards despondency, and he ultimately sighed, "I have lost." The moment these words escaped his lips, Gu Yufeng and Lu Ruyan erupted with joy, their hearts simultaneously overwhelmed with shock. Zhang Xuan had actually triumphed. He had indeed prevailed. To conquer someone at the pinnacle of the Golden Core stage while being merely at its initial phase was nothing short of extraordinary. Equally astonished were the various sect leaders and elders at the Qingyun Sect's plaza. Chapter 41. The advantage still lies with me. Who truly embodies the demonic path? In the square, as Zhang Xuan executed that astonishing sword strike, all present wore expressions of disbelief. Today, with his sword aimed at the clouded skies, was he capable of slaying immortals, demons, and even the heavens? Is this the legacy of the Tsangming Sword Sovereign? In the early stages of the Golden Core, could he truly unleash a strike comparable to that of a nascent soul? Such might is unfathomable. One can only wonder how formidable the Tsangming Sword Sovereign must have been in his prime. The demon cultivator was no weakling either, possessing powers akin to the nascent soul stage. Yet he was utterly defeated by the young master of Qingyun Sect. The crowd was left in shock. While many believed that Zhang Xuan's strength stemmed largely from the Tsangming Sword Sovereign's legacy, no one could deny that he had now ascended to the ranks of true prodigies. In Zhang Xuan, they seemed to glimpse the domineering might of the Tsangming Sword Sovereign from years past. The demon cultivator, despite being more than a match for the scions of the ancient Yu family, fell before Zhang Xuan, a result that no one could have anticipated. Concurrently, curiosity about Jiuyou began to stir among the onlookers. Certain sects appeared to be scheming to win him over once the competition concluded. Only the members of the Qingyun Sect wore grim expressions. "Master, it seems that Jiuyou and Zhang Xuan's prowess may pose a threat to Xiaobai," an elder addressed Li Yuanzhao. The latter's countenance mirrored the elder's concern, as it appeared that each of the two had already displayed strength rivaling that of Li Xiaobai. Particularly, Zhang Xuan seemed intent on courting Jiuyou. Should they form an alliance, Li Xiaobai could find himself in peril. However, this was not the time to diminish one's own prestige. So he reassured the crowd, "Do not worry. Both combatants are now heavily injured, and such wounds cannot be healed in a short span. With only 6 months until the competition concludes, it is unlikely they will regain their full strength. Thus the advantage remains with us." Upon hearing this, the members of the Qingyun Sect felt a wave of relief wash over them. After calming the crowd, Li Yuanzhao's gaze fixated on Jiuyou within the illuminated screen. His brow furrowed. He was aware of certain secrets regarding the bloodlines of the demon race, and Jiuyou's lineage appeared extraordinary. How had such an individual emerged within the secret realm? He discreetly instructed someone to investigate Jiuyou's identity, a sense of unease creeping into his heart. From the Qingyun Sect's direction, noticing Zhang Xuan's injuries, Wang Defa and others wore serious expressions. The young master has acted recklessly. Sustaining such severe injuries at the onset of the competition is far from ideal. They could only hope that the young master's wounds were not too grave. Otherwise, should he encounter formidable foes again, danger loomed. Nonetheless, the young master was undeniably powerful. They believed the sect's ranking would remain intact. Yet they fervently wished he would refrain from further recklessness. The crowd was rife with anxiety, placing their hopes on the healing elixirs prepared for Zhang Xuan. Regarding his strength, while they had anticipated it, they were still left astounded. To triumph over a peak golden core cultivator at the early stage, could it be that the young master truly was invincible within the golden core realm? At this moment, Zhang Xuan's earlier declarations seemed to be validating themselves. Within the secret realm, upon witnessing Jiuyou capitulate, Zhang Xuan exhaled a sigh of relief. It is not due to an injury. The injury is merely a facade, as the opponent's great wilderness prisoner finger could not possibly harm him. However, to prevent the adversary from discerning this truth, he exaggerated his performance, and the outcome was evidently successful in deceiving them. Currently, he feigned injury, providing himself with an excuse to refrain from engaging further with any foes, thus allowing him to continue concealing his true strength. Just accept it and follow me from now on. Zhang Xuan spoke with a pale visage. Absolutely not. To his surprise, Jiuyou stubbornly refused to become a subordinate. Zhang Xuan, upon hearing this, felt a surge of anger. I've already exposed some of my strength for your sake, and you dare to play the martyr with me? Fine, then you can leave, and I shall spread the recording stone far and wide. Zhang Xuan was already convinced that the other party held a significant status within the demon clan and might even be a demon prince. Although he was uncertain why they had appeared here, the threat of the recording stone was undeniably substantial. Should the other party dare to depart, he would ensure their reputation was utterly ruined. Jiuyou, however, lay on the ground with a demeanor akin to a dead pig that fears not boiling water. His eyes vacant. You may kill me. If I fall into your hands, I accept my fate. As for that recording stone, once I'm dead, let it flood the world. Zhang Xuan's fury surged. You little brat are truly insistent, aren't you? At this moment, he genuinely contemplated taking the other's life. This youth undoubtedly held a remarkable status in the demon clan, and should he perish at Zhang Xuan's hands, it was conceivable that the demon clan would soon retaliate against Qingyun Sect, thereby providing him an opportunity to fulfill his mission. Yet, as he recalled the significance of Qingyun Sect, he hesitated to provoke calamity for them, caught in a whirlpool of conflicting emotions. Observing Zhang Xuan's wrath, Jiuyou Yaohong hastily approached to restrain him. Brother Zhang, there's no need for such extremes. Jiuyou Yaohong, now somewhat admiring Jiuyou, added, if he refuses to cooperate, that is his choice. As long as he ceases to be our enemy within the secret realm, that suffices. Did you not assert that we should minimize our foes and maximize our allies? Hearing this, Zhang Xuan's anger flared even more. Are you now lecturing me with my own words? He shoved Jiuyou Yaohong aside, fixing his gaze on Jiuyou. Very well, since you fear not death, I shall refrain from killing you. Jiuyou Yaohong sighed in relief, while Jiuyou remained expressionless. But do not presume I will let you off easily. If you fear not death, I trust you similarly do not fear torment? Zhang Xuan revealed a sinister smile, pointing his sword towards Jiuyou's lower regions. Rest assured, once I sever this part of you, you'll be free to leave. And do not think that once your cultivation level rises again, it will regrow. I possess secret methods to ensure it remains irreparable. Upon hearing this, Jiuyou's face instantly paled, and Jiuyou Yaohong felt a tightening sensation. Brother Zhang, ISNT this a bit. Fear not, I am merely frightening him, Zhang Xuan communicated telepathically. However, this was merely a comfort to Jiuyou Yaohong. Whether it was indeed a threat was not for him to decide. Jiuyou was oblivious to these thoughts. Upon seeing Zhang Xuan's malevolent expression, he felt that the other party was truly capable of such deeds. Kill me if you must. I shall not yield, he declared defiantly. Is that so? Have you truly contemplated this? Zhang Xuan retrieved a small dagger from the space of his sword hilt, gesturing it ominously towards Jiuyou's lower half. If I were to sever it, it would never grow back. I can also leave you the Shadow Stone as a keepsake. A chill ran down Lu Ruyan's spine. The young master Qingyun Sect was excessively ruthless, wasn't he? Jiuyou's heart quivered as he felt the cold sensation emanating from his lower half. At that moment, fear truly gripped him. If he were to be mutilated, he would forever be a laughingstock and a disgrace among the demon clan, far more terrifying than any rumors that might circulate. Yet, Zhang Xuan was relentless, his words flowing like a devil's whisper. Think of your family, think of your friends. You may choose to end your own life afterward, but they will be left to bear the burden of your actions, forever unable to hold their heads high because of you. You will become a stain on their lives. Everyone will regret knowing you and will spit upon your grave. Have you truly considered this? Images of Zhang Xuan's descriptions flooded Jiuyou's mind, a fate more unbearable than death itself. He trembled inwardly, especially upon witnessing Zhang Xuan's smile. Am I the one of the demonic path, or are you? He questioned despairingly. You are a demon, a true demon. Zhu Ying's psyche shattered. Zhang Xuan, however, remained unfazed, his demeanor friendly as he inquired. So, have you made your decision? I agree, Zhu Ying stammered, his lips quivering, his heart extinguished in fear. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xuan displayed a satisfied smile, sheathing his dagger and turning to Guyu Fangzheng and Lu Ruyan. It's settled. Guyu Fangzheng and Lu Ruyan instinctively took a step back, evidently shaken by Zhang Xuan's demeanor. Had this individual truly brought even the formidable practitioners of the demonic path to the brink of despair? Was he genuinely a champion of righteousness? Chapter 42. The Rebellion of Jiuyou? The Illuminati. Zhang Xuan's words to Jiuyou resonated throughout the plaza of the Purple Cheese Sect, where practitioners from various sects gathered. At this moment, the expressions of the crowd turned grim. Even the practitioners of the demonic path were taken aback. Was this truly the demeanor of righteous cultivators? Especially with Jiuyou's addition, the strength of Zhang Xuan and his companions had experienced a remarkable surge. Which disciple from the present sects could stand alone against such a force? Consequently, the various sects joined forces with the Haoyue sect to confront the Qingyun Sect. Wang Defa and others felt a sense of helplessness. The methods employed by their young master were indeed somewhat unscrupulous, yet they remained loyal to him. Their young master merely sought to intimidate the opposition, without any intent to act on his threats. Why all the barking? In the grand competition of the secret realm, where life and death were at stake, what was wrong with employing special tactics? Did the other sects not resort to some underhanded means themselves? Who among them could genuinely claim a clean slate? Wang Defa and his companions engaged in a fierce verbal battle, with saliva flying across the plaza as neither side yielded. Ultimately, the sect leaders and elders found themselves at a loss. They could not enter the secret realm and could only return to their seats. Troubled expressions etched upon their faces as they continued to fixate on the light screen. Their only hope now was for their disciples to regroup swiftly to withstand the onslaught of Zhang Xuan and his allies. Zhang Xuan remained oblivious to these developments, and even if he were aware, he would not bother to elaborate. After countless reincarnations, his bottom line had become exceedingly flexible. As long as he achieved his objectives, that sufficed. When an individual's stature reaches heights unattainable by others, great scholars will naturally rise to defend his arguments. While strength forms the foundation of all, it is sometimes not enough to rely solely on power. Zhang Xuan had long comprehended this truth. Much like Jiuyou, although Zhang Xuan was superior and could easily eliminate him, if the latter refused to listen, how could he be subdued without employing certain tactics? Whether Jiuyou genuinely submitted to him was of no concern to Zhang Xuan. At least for the moment, Jiuyou had come to terms with reality, accepting the healing elixirs provided by Zhang Xuan and beginning to meditate to recuperate his injuries. Guyu Fangzheng and Lu Rian had also sustained injuries and were similarly in recovery, while Zhang Xuan pretended to consume several healing elixirs. Days later, their injuries had largely healed, and Jiuyou, clad in a grass skirt, was the first to open his eyes. Though he had regained much of his strength, his appearance remained disheveled, resembling a wild man as he cast a glance at Zhang Xuan, a fleeting glimmer of murderous intent flickering in his eyes. Now, a surprise attack could potentially yield a decisive blow. However, Jiuyou quickly dismissed this thought, for he could not fathom Zhang Xuan's true capabilities. Over the past few days, he had been replaying the events of that day in his mind, leading to a peculiar realization. His Dahuang Qiuqian strike seemingly had not inflicted any damage upon Zhang Xuan, who might very well be concealing his true strength. Though this conjecture seemed implausible, it rendered Jiuyou hesitant to act recklessly. These humiliations would surely be avenged. Anger simmered within Jiuyou's heart, though not a trace of it appeared on his face. For now, he could only wait for the blood plague formation orchestrated by the greedy wolves to be completed. Only then would he have a chance to confront this adversary. The greedy wolves, after all, were formidable, transcendent beings of the demonic clan. In regard to the blood fiend formation, Jiuyou was imbued with an unwavering confidence. It was, after all, the supreme array crafted by the blood prison demon lord, reputedly capable of influencing even celestial beings in its most potent form. At that moment, Jiuyou was immensely grateful that he was not alone in this secret realm. Otherwise, he might have met his demise. As he had yet to ascertain Zhang Xuan's true capabilities, Jiuyou resolved to follow Zhang Xuan for the time being, to alleviate Zhang Xuan's apprehensions. He even feigned an agreement to let the latter spare him upon their exit from the secret realm. While Jiuyou pondered this, Lu Ruyan suddenly rose, gazing into the distance. This movement did not escape the notice of Zhang Xuan and Guyu Fangzheng, who exchanged glances. "What troubles you, Taoist Lu?" Zhang Xuan inquired. "I sense that disciples from my Jiuyou sect seem to be approaching," Lu Ruyan replied, her expression somewhat grim. Zhang Xuan, however, was elated. "How many? How long until they arrive?" The ability for disciples of the Jiuyou sect to sense one another meant that their ranks could continue to swell. Lu Ruyan turned to Zhang Xuan, hesitating slightly. "The sensing is somewhat vague, but it appears to be around 4 or 5 individuals. Young Master Zhang, would you allow me to persuade the disciples of the Jiuyou sect to surrender?" Lu Ruyan asked, genuinely concerned that Zhang Xuan might unleash his malevolence upon her fellow disciples. Zhang Xuan contemplated for a moment before inquiring, "What is their strength?" Lu Ruyan responded, "Among the participating disciples of the Jiuyou sect, my cultivation is the highest, followed by 6 others at the gold core stage, while the majority are at the foundation establishment stage. It is likely that those approaching are mostly foundation establishment disciples." Zhang Xuan nodded. "I can agree to this. You need not take action yourself. Let Fangzheng and the others confront the Jiuyou sect disciples directly. But all other matters are non-negotiable. No special treatment. If all your Jiuyou sect disciples were to act as you do, how could we lead the subsequent teams? Moreover, do you truly believe they will surrender just because you ask them to? They are merely a group of self-important youth. I have no desire to squander time on verbal persuasion." Lu Ruyan, feeling helpless, recognized that persuading her fellow disciples would indeed be a formidable challenge. Yet she dared not demand too much. It was already commendable that Zhang Xuan would refrain from inciting conflict among her comrades. Jiuyou's eyes brightened. It appeared that the young master of Qingyun Sect intended to employ the same strategy against all. This thought brought him a sense of balance. With Lu Ruyan voicing no further objections, Zhang Xuan turned to Jiuyou and Guyu Fangzheng, saying, "My injuries have yet to heal. I entrust these Jiuyou sect disciples to you." Guyu Fangzheng nodded in agreement, but Jiuyou was displeased. "I am also gravely injured. Why must I take action while you remain idle? Are you attempting to bargain with me?" Zhang Xuan produced a recording stone, playing back an image of Jiuyou. Instantly, Jiuyou's expression darkened, his fists clenched tightly. "Cunning indeed," Zhang Xuan chuckled, stowing away the recording stone. This individual clearly harbored rebellious tendencies, and Zhang Xuan was not inclined to place his trust in him. However, that was of little consequence. He did not intend to recruit him as a subordinate, merely to leverage him as needed. Before long, the group set up their defenses, preparing to await their quarry. With the presence of the traitor Lu Ruyan, both Guyu Fangzheng and Jiuyou had no difficulty dealing with the several disciples of the Jiuyou sect. A total of 5 individuals approached, comprising 1 in the early golden core stage and 4 in the late foundation establishment stage, all of whom were effortlessly subdued. Although the Jiuyou sect seduction techniques were particularly effective against male cultivators, their efficacy diminished when faced with those of superior cultivation levels, allowing Jiuyou to dominate the adversary single-handedly. Once the 5 disciples of the Jiuyou sect were rendered unconscious, the task of stripping their garments was entrusted to Lu Ruyan. She accepted without hesitation, preferring this to the alternative of having Zhang Xuan perform the task. Thus, she swiftly clad the disciples in wild attire. Subsequently, Zhang Xuan produced a recording stone, capturing a series of portrait photographs of the subdued disciples, before awakening them to successfully coerce their allegiance. Naturally, the Jiuyou sect disciples were filled with indignation and embarrassment, vehemently insisting that others should share in this treatment, demanding that everyone partake in the photo sessions. Zhang Xuan readily acquiesced, resulting in the further expansion of their wild ensemble. Moreover, he aptly named their group the Illuminated Society. With the inclusion of the Jiuyou sect disciples, future encounters with others became significantly less arduous, particularly when facing male cultivators, as the disciples proved to be exceptionally effective. Thus, after overcoming the challenging initial phase, the illuminated society began to expand rapidly. Chapter 43. The initiation ceremony and the purpose of the Illuminati time flows swiftly, and 2 months have passed in the blink of an eye. The luminous screen on the plaza of the Purple Qi Sect flickers, with cultivators from various sects intently observing the competition. The individuals present are extraordinary. For them, 2 months is but a fleeting moment. Initially, the battles among the disciples were quite fierce, but as time progressed, a notable calm ensued. After all, the competition spans a full 6 months, and at the outset, participants primarily sought to gather resources among their fellow sect members. It is only in the later stages that the true contest of plunder and supremacy emerges. In the beginning, resources were scarce, and even victories yielded little gain. Sustaining injuries was a significant loss. Consequently, most disciples approached one another with caution, avoiding any further intense confrontations. Yet one particular group stands out. Zhang Xuan reclined lazily on a rudimentary sedan chair, gazing ahead with a relaxed demeanor. The chair was borne by 8 cultivators in grass skirts, their expressions reminiscent of laborers at work. Surrounding these 8 golden core practitioners were various other sect members and independent cultivators. Their ranks swelled to nearly 10,000, spanning from Qi refinement to golden core stages. They all shared a common trait. Clad in garments woven from leaves and grasses, they resembled a fierce band of wild warriors. This motley assembly was known as the Illuminati. Master. Suddenly, a cultivator clad in the garb of the Qingyun Sect approached Zhang Xuan, excitement radiating from him. Master. We've captured several solitary cultivators. Should we hold an initiation ceremony? At this, Zhang Xuan's eyes brightened. Following a period of aggressive expansion, the membership of the Illuminati had now stabilized. Although the secret realm was vast, most cultivators, upon entering, rushed towards its depths, leaving few lingering in the periphery. After 2 months of relentless searching, Zhang Xuan and his companions had nearly recruited all remaining cultivators on the outskirts, and they had not encountered any others for several days. Thus, the prospect of new members joining brought him immense joy. Which sect do they belong to? Zhang Xuan inquired. They are from the Qingyun Sect, all physical cultivators. Oh! Zhang Xuan raised an eyebrow, intrigued. The Qingyun Sect was no ordinary faction. Historically, they had often claimed victory in sect competitions due to the superior combat prowess of their physical cultivators in the early stages of cultivation. After all, physical cultivation demands less intellectual insight and is not overly reliant on innate talent. It merely requires perseverance. Let's go and take a look. Zhang Xuan commanded. The disciples from the major sects tended to venture deep into the secret realm shortly after entering. Thus, the Illuminati had not managed to recruit many from the larger sections. Notably, this encounter with Qingyun Sect disciples was a first. Soon, Zhang Xuan followed the Qingyun Sect disciple to a group of Qingyun Sect members, where Yun Yaohong and Jiuyou stood nearby. The two had become the backbone of the Illuminati, consistently scouting ahead for fellow practitioners. And it was evident that these Qingyun disciples were discovered by them. The Qingyun disciples, stripped bare, were trembling in the presence of the surrounding Illuminati members, desperately shielding their modesty. One of the early-stage Golden Core disciples from the Qingyun Sect, upon seeing Zhang Xuan's appearance, already aware of his leadership, immediately erupted in fury, exclaiming, "Despicable scoundrel! How dare you exploit your numbers against us? If you possess any courage, face us one-on-one." Zhang Xuan, surveying the figure of his opponent, chuckled. The physique of a body cultivator is indeed impressive. At these words, the members of the illuminating society around them exchanged knowing glances, already anticipating the ensuing spectacle. The Qingyun disciple, feeling the unabashed scrutiny from those surrounding him, turned pale. "Do as you wish. After 18 years, I shall still be a valiant man. A gentleman may be slain, but never humiliated. If you have the capability, then slay us. We shall never yield to a pack of despicable knaves." Zhang Xuan approached the Qingyun disciple with a grin. "Say, my friend, there seems to be a misunderstanding. We are here to extend an invitation for you to join the Illuminating Society and assist in clearing the secret realm. Huh, is this what you call an invitation? Attacking us en masse and stripping us of our dignity. Such shamelessness. The Tianqin disciple retorted vehemently. Observing the disciple's obstinance, Zhang Xuan's expression darkened. The members of the Illuminating Society wore smirks, eager for the unfolding drama. Well, I must admit I admire your defiance. I hope you can maintain that spirit. Zhang Xuan coldly declared. Sister from the Jiuyou sect, show them what we can do. Lu Rian, accompanied by her fellow disciples from the Jiuyou sect, stepped forward to unleash their charm technique. Before long, several disciples of the Qingyun Sect became entranced, completely oblivious to covering their bodies, their faces betraying lewd expressions. Zhang Xuan cackled with glee, producing a recording stone to capture the moment. This was the initiation ritual of the Illuminating Society, a rite nearly every new member had endured. Of course, the disciples of the Qingyun Sect were treated differently, maintaining their decorum even in Zhang Xuan's presence. Soon, after Lu Rian retracted her charm technique, the Tianqin disciples regained their senses. Just as confusion overtook them regarding the earlier events, Zhang Xuan began to play the recorded footage. Dear friends, I assume you would not desire the contents of this recording to be made public? So, will you join my Illuminating Society, or shall I ask again? The Tianqin disciples felt as though they had been struck by lightning, their eyes reflecting disbelief, sorrow, and indignation, ultimately brimming with rage. Is this truly within the realm of human capability? In their humiliation, they had no choice but to consent to joining the Illuminating Society, their faces devoid of hope. The members of the Illuminating Society, witnessing the completion of the initiation, approached to offer their consolation. Do not take it to heart. We have all gone through this. If you feel a sense of injustice, simply drag others down with you. Watching a few more times will help. Observing the collective understanding among the crowd, Zhang Xuan couldn't help but smile in satisfaction. However, Guyu Fangzheng approached him and whispered, Brother Zhang, with the increasing number of members in the Illuminating Society, it has become somewhat difficult to manage, particularly since our Qingyun Sect disciples do not undergo this initiation. Many harbor dissatisfaction. Hearing this, Zhang Xuan scanned the faces of the Illuminating Society members. Noticing the peculiar glances directed toward the Qingyun Sect disciples, a cold smile crept upon his lips. Can the disciples of Qingyun Sect be like you? What he plays is the game of differential treatment. Fear not, I have my methods. Transmitting a soothing message to Guyu, Zhang Xuan suddenly raised both hands and clapped, drawing everyone's attention. Esteemed guests, today is a rare occasion as brothers from Tianqin Sect join our Illuminating Society, and I, the president, would like to say a few words. Currently, our Illuminating Society boasts nearly 10,000 members, having gathered more than half of the cultivators in the secret realm. With such power, no one in the entire secret realm can compare to us. I am aware that everyone is here for the sect competition, and I have already devised plans concerning this. The crowd's eyes sparkled with curiosity as they looked towards Zhang Xuan. Indeed, they came here to collect resources and bring glory to their sections. But what did Zhang Xuan mean by having a plan? Speaking eloquently, his tone grew increasingly fervent. In past sect competitions, it was almost always the top-ranking major sects that dominated. Is this fair? It is utterly unjust. Thus, I gathered everyone to form the Illuminating Society, primarily to collect resources together and then distribute them uniformly. This time, we shall bring those major sects down from their pedestals. Why should the strong grow stronger? What nonsense is that? Do nobles and lords possess any innate superiority? As long as we unite, they shall not be our opponents. The Illuminating Society. Our hearts directed towards the light. This is our creed. Zhang Xuan raised one hand, fist clenched defiantly, embodying the determination of all present. This was his method, to shift the conflict. Answer me, do we bring them down? The crowd's spirits surged, echoing, why should the strong grow stronger? Well said. Why should those major sects monopolize strength? They too aspire to grow. Consequently, most cultivators raised one hand, shouting in unison, Illuminating Society, bring them down. Illuminating Society, bring them down. Excellent, such fervor. Observing the crowd's enthusiasm, Zhang Xuan gestured for silence. Now, I shall not conceal my intentions any longer. In this sect competition, Qingyun Sect aims for first place. The resources collected will yield 30% to Qingyun Sect. The remainder I will allocate to the other sects to elevate their standings. Rest assured, I, Zhang Xuan, swear by my heart's demon that I will ensure a satisfactory ranking for every sect. Upon hearing that Qingyun Sect would claim 30% of the resources, some cultivators felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. Yet, upon hearing Zhang Xuan swear by his heart's demon, everyone fell silent, taken aback. Such audacity! No one dared to voice their discontent, especially considering Zhang Xuan's formidable methods. The president was not only ruthless towards others, but also towards himself, invoking a heart's demon oath. Who would dare to provoke him? Besides, the rankings of these smaller sects had never been impressive. Now, the prospect of improving their standings was already considerable. Seeing no objections from the crowd, Zhang Xuan smiled and declared, "Since everyone is in agreement, I shall manage all the resources collected, and we will distribute the rankings once we exit the secret realm. Next, we shall embark on a journey into the depths of the secret realm, forging ahead through the mysteries. The Illuminati, advancing through the secret realm. The Illuminati, advancing through the secret realm." The crowd erupted in excited cheers, as if they could already envision a splendid future. Meanwhile, the leaders and elders of various sects in the outside world were utterly unable to remain composed. Chapter 44. I shall bear all questions. The young master's actions are indeed a great virtue. Another month has passed. We are now halfway through the competition, and the Radiant Society continues its relentless advance into the depths of the secret realm. Along the way, Zhang Xuan and his companions have encountered numerous formidable beasts, including several at the Golden Core stage. Yet, in the face of an army of 10,000 cultivators, these beasts are hardly a match. The Radiant Society has forged ahead, amassing countless resources, all of which have been entrusted to Zhang Xuan. At this moment, Jiuyou Fangzheng and Jiuyou stand solemnly at Zhang Xuan's sides. "Brother Zhang," Jiuyou Fangzheng begins, "while your speech that day successfully united everyone, there remains considerable dissatisfaction regarding the Qingyun Sect's appropriation of 30% of the resources. Although our advance has been smooth, the sheer number of people is becoming unwieldy. With all resources concentrated in your hands, I fear that some may conspire against you. In just a month, the Radiant Society has expanded significantly, now boasting a membership of 13,000, encompassing nearly 70% of the cultivators within the secret realm. Among them are hundreds of Golden Core cultivators, including several in the late stages of Golden Core, and disciples from prominent sects have also been absorbed. Naturally, those disciples from the great sects, now facing a decline in their status, represent the most restless element. Even Jiuyou is taken aback by the sheer size of this cultivator army. Had he encountered a fully formed Radiant Society back then, retreat would have been his only option. No matter how powerful an individual may be, it is challenging to contend with hundreds of peers simultaneously. Curiosity piques Jiuyou as he glances at Zhang Xuan, pondering how one might control such a formidable force. Zhang Xuan, however, merely chuckles nonchalantly. "A trivial matter. I anticipated this." "Oh," Jiuyou Fangzheng furrows his brow. "Then are you not concerned, Brother Zhang? If they band together, we could find ourselves in peril. Why not prevent them from uniting?" Zhang Xuan replies with a confident smile. Jiuyou Fangzheng appears somewhat perplexed. "How might we achieve that?" Zhang Xuan speaks calmly. "Since you have already considered this issue, let it be your responsibility. Disperse the disciples of each sect, ensuring that no more than one from the same sect is present in any given team. Then, engage in conversations with them at irregular intervals, encouraging them to report those who are dishonest. Ideally, we should find 2 individuals to make an example of, to instill fear in the others." Upon hearing this, Jiuyou Fangzheng's eyes brighten, though he soon hesitates. "Brother Zhang, while this plan is commendable, I fear it may be quickly discerned. It may not serve as a long-term solution." Zhang Xuan gazes at Jiuyou Fangzheng, a look of incredulity crossing his face. "And if they do figure it out, brother, do you truly wish to lead them indefinitely?" A moment of realization strikes Jiuyou Fangzheng, and he responds, "Indeed, The current alliance is merely for the sake of the sect competition to topple those great sects in the rankings. Once we exit the secret realm, everyone will return to their respective homes. Why worry so much? Having grasped this realization, Guyu Fangzheng shakes his head in amusement. Thank you for your reminder, Brother Zhang. I have been overly concerned. Zhang Xian waved his hand dismissively, unconcerned. All right, I shall leave this matter in your capable hands. Guyu Fangzheng nodded in response, but did not take his leave. Is there something else? Zhang Xian inquired. Brother Zhang, by proceeding in this manner, we have undoubtedly offended all the major sections. Will the Qingyun Sect? Guyu Fangzheng's voice trailed off with uncertainty. Zhang Xian cast a surprised glance at him. Has this lad truly begun to see himself as a disciple of the Qingyun Sect? This thought prompted him to recall the moment he had suggested Guyu Fangzheng participate in the sect competition, and how readily Xiao Yao had agreed. Was there a deeper intention behind her swift acquiescence? Or perhaps it was merely a matter of his insufficient cultivation, his position too lowly to grasp the entirety of the situation? Zhang Xian shook his head slightly, not out of suspicion regarding Xiao Yao's intentions, but rather a sense that she too might be entangled in her own troubles, and that he was unable to assist her at present. He had relinquished 2 of the sword intents he had bestowed upon her, yet he still held them in memory. Rest assured, this will not implicate the Qingyun Sect. Any issues that arise, I shall shoulder alone. Upon hearing this, Guyu Fangzheng's expression turned solemn. This was precisely the reason he was willing to confide in Zhang Xian and even willingly submit to him. Brother Zhang, you truly are a man of honor. Guyu Fangzheng stated earnestly, you need not bear this burden alone. To this, Zhang Xian offered only a smile, inwardly wishing for someone to provoke trouble for the Qingyun Sect so he could fulfill his objectives. What fervor is this lad exhibiting? Meanwhile, Jiuyou listened intently, finding his perception of Zhang Xian transformed. Though the man's methods were somewhat unscrupulous, he appeared to possess a commendable character. Furthermore, Zhang Xian's perspective and ambition seemed to elevate him above his peers, instilling in Jiuyou a sense of inadequacy. Such individuals were not uncommon in the annals of celestial history, and those who shared similar traits invariably ascended to prominence. Take, for example, his idol, the blood prison demon lord, whose rumored cunning and formidable strength solidified his dominion over the demon realm. Alas, fate was unkind, and the demon lord met his demise prematurely. Of course, Jiuyou had yet to reach the point of likening Zhang Xian to the blood prison demon lord. He merely recognized Zhang Xian's remarkable nature. Once the blood plague formation was completed, perhaps he could attempt to recruit this individual. Jiuyou mused that with such an ally at his side, he too might one day achieve the heights of the blood prison demon lord. In the plaza of the Ziki sect, the leaders and elders of each sect had descended into a cacophony of disputes. They had observed Zhang Xian's actions over the past few months, particularly as they witnessed their disciples being humiliated, prompting many sect leaders and elders to erupt in indignation. While physical confrontations had not yet ensued, the literary battles had persisted for months, with the major sects mounting a campaign against Wang Defa and his cohorts. Initially, the smaller sects had joined in the assault, but after Zhang Xian proposed a plan to undermine the major sects, those sects fell silent. As beneficiaries of the current situation, although they had not yet reached the point of defending the Qingyun Sect, their withdrawal from the confrontation offered a measure of relief to Wang Defa and his companions. Is this how the Qingyun Sect instructs its disciples? Such methods can only be deemed diabolical. I now harbor grave doubts regarding whether the Qingyun Sect is indeed a righteous sect, with its young master possibly being a practitioner of dark arts. This is utterly shameless and despicable. I demand the disqualification of the Qingyun Sect from the grand competition. The prominent sects, directed towards Wang Defa and his ilk, are equally incensed. Presently, the Radiant Society led by Zhang Xian continues to flourish, leaving no other disciples in the secret realm as their contenders. In the past, each sect fought for themselves, yet now, you conspire to unite against these great sects, attempting to diminish their standings? How much can one endure? Wang Defa and his companions argue their case fiercely, showing no signs of retreat, especially considering the young master's current approach. Securing the top rank for the sect seems entirely plausible. What dark arts are you speaking of? Did you not hear my young master proclaim that this is the Radiant Society, a symbol of light and hope? In previous competitions, how many disciples perished? Now, with my young master establishing the Radiant Society, they need not engage in life or death struggles. This is a monumental merit. You great sects simply cannot abide the success of others. My young master has done nothing wrong. The debate rages on, with neither side persuading the other. Regarding the disqualification of the Qingyun Sect, while many of the larger sects agree, the southern region is not entirely under their control. The silence of the smaller and mid-sized sects clearly indicates their dissent. This only intensifies the anxiety of the major sects, particularly those that have historically ranked within the top 10 in competitions. Chapter 45. Zhang Xuan Strategy. Advancing at full speed into the depths of the secret realm. The position of Qingyun Sect, a frequent champion in the sect competition, began to feel the pressure after witnessing Zhang Xuan's remarkable performance. The disciples they sent to this competition were arguably the strongest in a millennium, primarily due to the emergence of several prodigies in this session, such as Li Xiaobai from Ziqi Sect and Zhang Xuan alongside Gu Yuefeng from Qingyun Sect. Initially, they believed their disciples were more than sufficient to contend with these individuals, but the unexpected rise of Jiuyou and the astonishing prowess displayed by Zhang Xuan left them perturbed. Despite their confidence in their disciples, the sheer force of Zhang Xuan's coalition of sect disciples, known as the Radiant Society, and his candid declaration of his intention to surpass the rankings of the larger sects, sent them into a state of panic. No matter how formidable their disciples were, they were ill-equipped to confront such a formidable army of cultivators. With no means to enter the secret realm, they could only hope that their disciples would not cross paths with Zhang Xuan and would instead focus their ire on figures like Wang Defa. The sect most anxious about the situation was undoubtedly Ziqi Sect. Having only settled in the southern frontier for a few thousand years, they still regarded themselves as semi-foreign. Li Yuanzhao initially envisioned Li Xiaobai leading Ziqi Sect to victory in the sect competition, thereby solidifying their foothold in the southern regions. However, Zhang Xuan's actions shattered this plan, causing him considerable distress. Consequently, Ziqi Sect was the most supportive of disqualifying Qingyun Sect from the competition, though regrettably, they lacked the authority to enforce such a decision. Though Zhang Xuan remained oblivious to the external commotion, he could surmise some of it, especially after hearing Gu Yuefeng's remark that his actions had effectively offended all the major sections. This was precisely his intent. He believed that once the competition concluded, the major sects would unleash their wrath upon Qingyun Sect. Sitting languidly in a grand palanquin, Zhang Xuan gazed ahead with an air of nonchalance. When the time came for him, the instigator, the young master of Qingyun Sect, to make a sacrificial gesture, it would be perceived as a noble act of selflessness for the protection of his sect. This had been his plan from the very beginning. As for a retreat for Qingyun Sect, he had devised a strategy involving the smaller sections. After his demise, these smaller sects, as beneficiaries, would not only refrain from aiding the major sects against Qingyun Sect, but would also prevent the major sect from acting too harshly. They would fear that should Qingyun Sect fall, the major sects would demand the return of all they had previously gained. Zhang Xuan believed that everything would reach a resolution with his passing. While this plan was not perfect, it was the most expedient means he could conceive in a short time, minimizing the impact on Qingyun Sect. Time, however, was of the essence. Zhang Xuan sighed inwardly. To subdue the disciples from various sects within the secret realm to a usable extent in just 6 months felt rather inadequate, compelling him to resort to certain measures. Had he more time, he could have ensured that the disciples of the smaller sects would be utterly devoted to him, and upon exiting, they would even advocate for Qingyun Sect. That would have constituted a complete resolution of the aftermath. Nonetheless, he felt that the current situation was still manageable. Zhang Xuan pondered within himself, contemplating the areas that could be further refined while simultaneously envisioning the myriad of unforeseen circumstances that might arise. Suddenly, a thunderous roar resonated from a front. It was a colossal ape-demon beast, towering at 10 zhong, its mid-golden core aura instilling fear in all directions with an imposing presence. Yet, before it stood, dozens of golden core cultivators from various sects. Led by the formidable Jiuyou, a mid-golden core demon beast was hardly a match for such a multitude of cultivators of the same realm. In an instant, the giant ape was obliterated by a single punch from Jiuyou, its head exploding and the demon core flying out. Foundation establishment disciples hurriedly advanced to dissect the various materials from the giant ape, while some cultivators busily harvested the spiritual herbs guarded by the beast, each performing their designated roles with precision. The faces of every cultivator were illuminated with excitement, as it was evident that they had never encountered such an effortless battle. Once the various cultivation resources were gathered, a cultivator approached Zhang Xuan, presenting the collected materials. "President, these are the resources we have gathered this time." Zhang Xuan nodded and accepted the bounty. The Radiant Society, in the present day, had encountered no formidable opponents within the secret realm, whether they be powerful demon beasts or sectarian cultivator teams, effortlessly sweeping through them as if they were locusts ravaging the land, amassing resources that now loomed like a mountain. At that moment, Jiuyou Fangzhong suddenly soared in from a distance. "Brother Zhang, we've encountered other sect cultivators, specifically from the Falling Cloud sect, numbering over 70. Jiuyou Fangzhong approached Zhang Xuan with a smile. "They have already been subdued. Shall we proceed with the induction ceremony?" Shortly thereafter, a group of cultivators escorted the disarmed members of the Falling Cloud sect, over 70 in total, before Zhang Xuan. He surveyed the group, noting that the highest cultivation among them consisted of 3 early golden core practitioners, while the rest were foundation establishment disciples. The Falling Cloud sect was not a major sect, but rather a medium-sized one. It was evident that the number of disciples they could send to the grand competition was already their limit, and now they had been completely captured by Zhang Xuan and his companions. As the Falling Cloud sect disciples arrived, before Zhang Xuan could speak, one of the golden core practitioners erupted with indignation. "You lack martial virtue. How could so many of you ambush us? Return our clothes. A warrior may be slain, but he cannot be insulted." The remaining disciples of the Falling Cloud sect echoed similar grievances toward Zhang Xuan and his comrades. Seeing that these individuals were still oblivious to the situation, Zhang Xuan coldly inquired, "Where are the junior disciples of the Jiuyou sect?" Soon after, the disciples of the Jiuyou sect stepped forward, and following the induction ceremony, the disciples of the Falling Cloud sect fell silent. At that moment, Zhang Xuan advanced, employing both intimidation and the enticing principles of the Radiant Society, which swiftly led to their agreement to join. "Brother, take it lightly. The disciples of the major sects have also undergone similar experiences. We are all in the same boat. Do not dwell on it too much. Once we repeat the process with other sects, it will all feel balanced." As the induction ceremony concluded, the members of the Radiant Society adeptly moved forward to offer comfort, and the Falling Cloud sect disciples soon resigned themselves to their new reality. Particularly, some of them felt a surge of excitement at the thought of having the disciples from those major sects undergo the same induction ceremony. Zhang Xuan meticulously counted the number of members in the Radiant Society, discovering that it had exceeded 18,000, a figure that was indeed formidable. Such a force could very well dismantle some of the weaker mid-tier cultivation sections. As the grand competition had now reached its midpoint, there were not many cultivators remaining in the secret realm who had yet to join the Radiant Society. Most of the remaining individuals were disciples from the major sections. It was likely that they had already ventured deep into the secret realm, amassing considerable resources, and it was imperative that their comfort be disrupted. Thus, Zhang Xuan immediately channeled his spiritual energy and proclaimed loudly, "Brothers, from this day forth, the Radiant Society shall advance at full speed into the depths of the secret realm, seeking out those disciples from the major sects and toppling them." A resounding cheer of enthusiasm erupted from the crowd. In a nearby corner, Jiuyou silently observed the proceedings, his thoughts inscrutable. Days prior, he had surreptitiously received news from the Path Protectors, including the likes of Tan Lang, that the Blood Plague formation had been completed, its reach encompassing the entirety of the secret realm's expanse. Chapter 46. The Clash of the Purple Chi Sect and the Heavenly Heart Sect. In the realm of the Great Tao, the sword's essence shines brightly, The sky was overcast, shrouded in a thick mist, evoking a sense of profound elevation. Upon closer inspection, one might feel as if they were about to be engulfed by it. Boom! The ground trembled violently as the head of a late-stage golden core beast was severed by a single stroke of the sword, its massive body crashing to the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. Li Xiaobai stood with his sword, his expression impassive. Though he had just slain a formidable beast, he appeared unfazed, as if it were merely a trivial task. His white attire bore no traces of blood, untainted by even a speck of dust. Behind him, the disciples of the Purple Qi Sect concealed their astonishment and swiftly approached to harvest materials from the beast's carcass. Displaying remarkable expertise, they had witnessed Li Xiaobai's prowess numerous times over the past few months. The late-stage golden core beast was utterly no match for him, dispatched with a single stroke. This filled the disciples of the Purple Qi Sect with exhilaration. Brother Li's strength is truly terrifying. I suspect even peak golden core cultivators would falter before him. It's quite possible he has yet to reveal his full potential. With Brother Li by our side, the Purple Qi Sect is destined to claim first place in the upcoming sect competition. The disciples busily engaged in their tasks while excitedly discussing this prospect. Upon entering the secret realm, they had immediately ventured deeper, eventually uniting and exploring for an extended period. Under Li Xiaobai's leadership, the resources gathered by the Purple Qi Sect were nothing short of vast, instilling every disciple with confidence regarding the outcome of the sect competition. Li Xiaobai overheard their discussions, yet his face remained devoid of any expression, as if he had lost all emotional connection. He gazed into the distance with a profound look, lost in thought. At that moment, a late-stage golden core disciple of the Purple Qi Sect approached him. "Brother, we just noticed several cultivators from the Heavenly Heart Sect nearby. Upon our discovery, they quickly retreated. It is likely we are being watched." "The Heavenly Heart Sect?" Li Xiaobai turned to the disciple. The disciple elaborated in previous sect competitions. The Heavenly Heart Sect has consistently claimed first place. They are primarily body cultivators, possessing significantly greater combat prowess than ordinary cultivators in the early stages of cultivation. Particularly this time, among their participants, there is one rumored to have reached late-stage golden core, boasting formidable strength. Li Xiaobai nodded in acknowledgement. No matter, let them come. With only 2 months remaining until the competition, continuing to explore the secret realm for resources holds little significance. It would be wiser to seize from others. The vastness of the secret realm makes encounters rare, so if they come seeking us, it will save us considerable effort. "Yes, brother." The disciple did not contest, but instead appeared invigorated. Before entering the secret realm, the elders of the Purple Qi Sect had mandated that they all heed Li Xiaobai's command. Initially, many were dissatisfied, questioning why this sudden arrival should hold such elevated status when their cultivation levels were comparable. Upon entering the secret realm and witnessing the formidable prowess of Li Xiaobai, no disciple dared to voice dissent. What if the physical cultivators of the Qingyun Sect were strong? Their senior brother would undoubtedly be even stronger. If the adversaries dared to confront them, they would not shy away from battle. Thus, the disciples of the Ziki sect continued their exploration into the depths of the secret realm, albeit with substantially less focus on the exploration itself, as their attention increasingly turned to the traces left by other major sections. As the sect competition approached its climactic showdown in the final 2 months, half a month later, the disciples of the Ziki sect soared above a desolate expanse. Suddenly, Li Xiaobai halted his flight, turning to address those behind him with a cold voice. "After following for so long, are you not going to reveal yourselves?" The moment these words were spoken, the majority of the Ziki sect disciples were taken aback. They'd been followed. In the next instant, a group of nearly 100 cultivators clad in the garb of the Qingyun Sect appeared in the distance. At last, the disciples of the Ziki Sect and Qingyun Sect, both major sects, encountered each other. Such keen perception, truly impressive for a genius hailing from the boundless realm. The leader of the Qingyun Sect, a robust young man, remarked, his gaze fixed intently on Li Xiaobai. Li Xiaobai returned the stare, his expression remaining impassive as a surge of battle intent ignited within his eyes. The opponent was formidable, Zhao Guanshan of the Qingyun Sect, The brawny youth introduced himself, bowing respectfully. Li Xiaobai, the boundless sword tomb. Li Xiaobai responded in kind. Zhao Guanshan's pupils constricted. He had certainly heard of the illustrious boundless sword tomb, a revered sanctuary among sword cultivators. He did not anticipate that his opponent would hail from such a prestigious lineage. It seemed the Qingyun Sect was truly investing heavily to secure victory in the sect competition. As the two exchanged pleasantries, the disciples from both factions drew back, becoming increasingly wary of one another. A battle? The fervor of combat surged in Li Xiaobai's eyes, just as he harbored such intentions. Zhao Guanshan was not intimidated by his adversary's lineage. Rather, he felt an equal surge of battle spirit. He was eager to ascertain just how formidable a sword cultivator from the boundless sword tomb could be. In the next moment, Zhao Guanshan transformed into a streak of light, charging towards Li Xiaobai with the unrestrained, overwhelming aura of a late golden core cultivator. The surrounding spiritual energy surged, coalescing around him as he approached Li Xiaobai, unleashing a punch with tremendous force. How swift! Li Xiaobai felt a twinge of surprise, but reacted quickly. Although he could not draw his sword in time, he raised it to block. Bang! In the next instant, Li Xiaobai felt an insurmountable force impacting his sword, and he was sent flying as though struck by a great mountain. Was this the confidence of the Qingyun Sect? Hardly impressive. Seizing the advantage, Zhao Guanshan pressed the attack, not allowing Li Xiaobai a moment's respite as he unleashed a flurry of punches. Simultaneously, the disciples of the Qingyun Sect engaged in fierce combat with those of the Qingyun Sect, revealing the brutal nature of the sect competition. Li Xiaobai snurta disdainfully, offering no response. However, having lost the initiative, he could only passively raise his sword in defense, finding himself at a disadvantage. Yet, there was not a hint of panic on his face. He remained composed and unflustered. In stark contrast, Zhao Guanshan felt increasingly alarmed as he continued to engage in combat. Typically, a cultivator enduring such a barrage of strikes would experience a tumultuous surge of vitality, leading to a flurry of openings in their defense, even if they sustained no injuries. However, Li Xiaobai exhibited remarkable composure, demonstrating no signs of being affected by his onslaught. Could it be that his opponent had also undergone body refinement? As Zhao Guanshan grappled with his astonishment, Li Xiaobai seized the fleeting moment of distraction, swiftly drawing his sword and executing a strike at an exceptionally cunning angle aimed at Zhao Guanshan's neck. Startled, Zhao Guanshan instinctively retreated. Although his physique was formidable, it was insufficient to withstand a cultivator's magical artifact, especially considering that Li Xiaobai's blade could even slice through beasts of the same realm, rendering him hesitant to confront it head-on. However, this retreat instantaneously altered the dynamics of the battle. With the sword unleashed, Li Xiaobai radiated a brilliant aura as the sword energy erupted, engulfing the surrounding space. Rather than retreating, he pressed forward, releasing his sword as it transformed into a flying blade, continuing its assault toward Zhao Guanshan. Simultaneously, he seemed to morph into a razor-sharp sword, propelled by a magnificent surge of sword energy as he charged at Zhao Guanshan. Sword heart clarity. Witnessing this scene, Zhao Guanshan's eyes widened with terror. In the realm of cultivation, beyond the basic divisions of realms, there exists a classification of the Great Tao. However, most low-level cultivators remain oblivious to this. In the sword path, it is categorized into sword heart clarity, sword intent, and sword domain, while the martial arts path is divided into divine fist, fist intent, and fist domain. The myriad paths inherently revolve around these foundational three-tier classifications. The reason such classifications of the Great Tao are unknown to the majority of low-level cultivators is that most have never reached any of these three tiers. In fact, 90% of cultivators in the world struggle to ascend to the first level of the Great Tao. Even legendary immortals sometimes cannot breach the first tier. Nonetheless, the significance of these three tiers is profound. Any cultivator who attains the first level of the Great Tao possesses strength that is wholly unmatched by ordinary cultivators, truly deserving of the title prodigy. To reach the second tier and comprehend intent marks one as a genuine candidate for immortality. With ascension virtually assured, barring any unforeseen demise. As for those who reached the third tier of the Great Tao, Zhao Guanshan had never heard of them, for such power is rarely recorded in immortal chronicles. A mark of disrespect to the mighty. At this moment, Li Xiaobai had attained sword heart clarity, with the next step being the comprehension of sword intent. In contrast, Zhao Guanshan, who practiced martial arts, had yet to even glimpse the first level of fist Tao, placing him on an entirely different plane from Li Xiaobai. Thus, he found himself utterly incapable of countering this strike. Chapter 47. The Arrival of the Illuminati's Army and the Initiation Ceremony. The heart of the sword is clear, and the sword and its wielder are one. Faced with such a breathtaking strike from Li Xiaobai, Zhao Guanshan, despite being profoundly shaken within, did not waver in his resolve for battle. Undoubtedly, he was a prodigy from the boundless sword tomb. Yet what does it matter if your heart is clear? Today, I shall witness just how formidable this clarity truly is. After the initial shock, Zhao Guanshan's eyes revealed no hint of fear. Instead, a surge of madness welled up within him. With a furious roar, his garments disintegrated, revealing his robust physique. His vital energy surged, and the full extent of his late-stage golden core power was unleashed, transforming him into a furnace of vitality. Above his head, a golden fist-shaped phantom materialized, towering at an impressive 90 feet. This was Zhao Guanshan's divine ability, awaiting the moment he ascended to the pinnacle of the golden core stage to reach its full potential. Typically, the divine phantoms of late-stage golden core cultivators range from 70 to 80 feet, but Zhao Guanshan's was a staggering 90 feet, a testament to his superiority among his peers. He was indeed a genius of the Heavenly Heart Sect. In this moment, Zhao Guanshan pushed his divine ability to its utmost limits, his face contorted with a savage frenzy. The mountain-subduing fist. He unleashed a powerful punch, determined to confront Li Xiaobai's radiant sword heart head-on. The mountain-subduing fist comprises three forms: subduing the mountain, subduing the sea, and subduing the heavens. However, as a golden core cultivator, Zhao Guanshan could only execute the first form. It was still sufficient to assert his superiority. Regrettably, it seemed inadequate against Li Xiaobai. As the colossal fist shadow descended, Li Xiaobai's flying sword surged forth, accompanied by an overwhelming sword aura, his expression as calm as still water. The flying sword made contact with a massive fist shadow, which appeared as fragile as paper in comparison, and was instantly pierced through. Following this, Li Xiaobai advanced, and their formidable sword aura collided with the fist shadow. Boom! A thunderous explosion resonated throughout the surroundings, prompting the disciples of the Purple Qi Sect and the Heavenly Heart Sect to distance themselves, gazing toward the site of the fiercest battle. A vast cloud of dust was kicked up, enveloping both Li Xiaobai and Zhao Guanshan. Yet, this cloud did not linger long. In the next moment, it was pierced by countless beams of sword light, revealing the scene within. Li Xiaobai stood firm, his white garments unsullied. Zhao Guanshan, however, knelt several feet away, his chest pierced by a sword, blood flowing profusely. He had been defeated. The clarity of the sword heart truly opened my eyes. Zhao Guanshan accepted his defeat gracefully. Harboring no resentment. The disparity between them was indeed vast. His initial ability to briefly suppress Li Xiaobai was merely a result of the formidable characteristics of his early-stage body cultivation. Once Li Xiaobai's sword heart was unveiled, he was no longer a match. Had he not narrowly avoided a critical strike at the last moment, his heart would have undoubtedly been pierced, leading to his demise. Li Xiaobai regarded Zhao Guanshan, his eyes devoid of battle intent, replaced instead by a hint of disappointment. You are commendable, yet still not my match. To attempt to seize resources with such meager skills is indeed unwise. Slowly, Li Xiaobai raised his sword, poised to deliver a final blow. Zhao Guanshan, feeling utterly helpless, spoke with a pale complexion. Li, do you truly intend to annihilate us completely? He produced a transmission jade slip, appearing ready to shatter it at any moment. I do not believe you can slay me before I break this slip. Allow me to leave, and I can share some of the resources collected by the Qingyun Sect with the Ziki Sect. With over a month remaining until the competition concluded, he was reluctant to concede so easily. Although he was no match for Li Xiaobai, he still had time to gather additional resources. If he exited the secret realm now, the Qingyun Sect's ranking would undoubtedly suffer. Li Xiaobai, contemplating for a moment while scrutinizing Zhao Guanshan, seemed to recognize the impossibility of dispatching him instantly. He nodded. Very well, but I require half of the resources from the Qingyun Sect. Impossible. Zhao Guanshan promptly rejected the notion. These resources were painstakingly gathered by the Qingyun Sect over several months. If you were to take half, I might as well leave the secret realm entirely. 20% at most. 30%, Li Xiaobai countered, intent on diminishing the resources available to Zhao Guanshan for the sake of assisting the Ziki sect in claiming the top position. Zhao Guanshan hesitated. With just over a month remaining, gathering more than 30% of the resources would prove challenging. Finally, he relented. 2.5%. That is my bottom line. Agreed. Li Xiaobai nodded. Although this amount would not significantly impact the Qingyun Sect's ranking, it was worth noting that these 2.5% of resources would bolster the Ziki sect. Thus, the likelihood of the Ziki sect achieving first place increased considerably. Moreover, they might encounter Zhao Guanshan again and seize additional resources. As Li Xiaobai contemplated this, Zhao Guanshan retrieved a storage ring, visibly pained at the prospect of relinquishing it to Li Xiaobai. Just then, a voice echoed from a distance. Oh, quite the lively gathering. Zhang Xuan arrived with Gu Yufangzeng and Jiuyou, landing before the assembled group. What sort of clandestine transaction is taking place here? Zhang Xuan surveyed the scene, perplexed. The inheritor of the Cangming sword sovereign? Li Xiaobai's expression shifted, his gaze fixated on Zhang Xuan, neglecting Gu Yufangzeng and Jiuyou. He sensed that Jiuyou possessed considerable strength. It did not compare to the distinct aura emanating from Zhang Xuan, a sensation intrinsic to sword cultivators. Beside him, Zhao Guanshan noted the arrival of Zhang Xuan and his companions, sensing a shift in the situation, and hesitated to hand over the resources to Li Xiaobai. His gaze shifted to Jiuyou, confusion etched on his face. Peak Golden Core? Which sect does this disciple belong to? I did not recognize them. As for Zhang Xuan, he was merely at the 10th layer of qi refinement, which he did not regard with much significance. Have you heard my story? Zhang Xuan inquired, directing his attention to Li Xiaobai. Li Xiaobai tightened his grip on his sword, his voice growing cold. It is said that the Cangming sword sovereign could suppress all sword cultivators, leaving them unable to raise their heads. My Wujing sword tomb was even deprived of its spirit for an entire era. Though I was not born in that age, now that I stand before his inheritor, I wish to experience the true essence of his swordsmanship. Zhang Xuan raised an eyebrow, a look of realization dawning upon him. Ah, so you wish to engage in a contest with me? He rolled up his sleeves, spat into his palm, and rubbed his hands together, revealing his cultivation at the early stage of the Golden Core without reservation. I offer you this opportunity. It will be a one-on-one duel, and neither of us shall retreat. As he spoke, Zhang Xuan produced a transmission jade slip and hurled it into the distance, shattering it with a single strike of his palm. The space twisted momentarily before returning to its original state. Had he truly severed his escape route? Zhao Guanshan was filled with uncertainty. Zhang Xuan's early Golden Core cultivation indeed astonished him. It was surprising that a practitioner at the early Golden Core stage would challenge someone at the late stage, especially when the latter possessed a clear and profound understanding of the sword. Was this not absurd? Even Li Xiaobai displayed an unusual expression of confusion. Early Golden Core? Is this truly the extent of your hidden power? Are you jesting? He too took out his transmission jade slip and destroyed it. Very well. None shall retreat. However, if your strength is limited to this, I must admit, I am somewhat disappointed. There is no need for a one-on-one. You may all come at me together. Li Xiaobai raised his sword, pointing it defiantly at Zhang Xuan and the others. Seeing that his opponent had indeed destroyed his own transmission jade slip, Zhang Xuan could not help but smile in satisfaction. The youth is still too naive. He had tens of thousands of transmission jade slips stored within his sword's tassel. It was not as if he had destroyed his own. With Li Xiaobai now lacking a means of escape, there was no way for him to flee. Really? Can we fight together? Zhang Xuan asked hesitantly. Yes. Good. Brothers, did you all hear that? Let's all join forces. Zhang Xuan bellowed, and suddenly, A multitude of cultivators surged forth from all directions, darkening the surroundings as they nearly encircled them completely. The sight was particularly striking, as the cultivators were clad in wild man attire. When nearly 20,000 members of the Radiant Society's wild man cultivators fully emerged, both the disciples of the Purple Chi Sect and the Heavenly Heart Sect were left in a state of shock. Zhao Guanshan's mouth gaped open, his eyes glimmering with insight. What is happening? Li Xiaobai's grip on his sword faltered, his mind seemingly caught in a moment of paralysis. Zhang Xuan then addressed the members of the Radiant Society. Now, only the Purple Chi Sect and the Heavenly Heart Sect remain unaligned with us in the secret realm. Brothers, what do you propose we do? Let us hold the initiation ceremony. Let us hold the initiation ceremony, cheered the 2,000 cultivators in ecstatic unison. Chapter 48. Has the president sworn again with the dark arts? Absolute Shadow versus Li Xiaobai. The roars of 20,000 cultivators reverberated through the air, jolting Li Xiaobai back to reality. The scene before him sent shivers down his spine. He was besieged by 2,000 cultivators, and a single spell from any one of them could spell his doom. It dawned on him that Zhang Xuan's earlier suggestion to destroy the transmission jade slip was nothing short of a calculated scheme against him. Particularly alarming was Zhang Xuan's assertion that only the Ziki sect and the Qingyun Sect had not allied with their adversaries, meaning that all disciples participating in the grand competition from the southern wilderness were present solely to assault them. Thoughts raced through Li Xiaobai's mind as he struggled to devise a strategy to break free from this predicament. The mention of an admission ceremony by the crowd sounded ominous. Behind him, the disciples of the Ziki sect and the Qingyun Sect wore equally bewildered expressions, with over 20,000 cultivators advancing upon them to initiate some sort of admission ceremony. What on earth was happening? The strange garb of their opponents bore an uncanny resemblance to that of a certain sinister cult. Yet, the current circumstances were beyond their control. The combined forces of the Ziki sect and the Qingyun Sect numbered barely 200. How could they possibly withstand such an overwhelming assault? Meanwhile, the members of the Illuminati continued to chant, their faces alight with exhilaration. If they could draw the Ziki sect and the Qingyun Sect into their ranks, the competition would conclude, and the reputations of those prominent sects would be thoroughly tarnished. This thought brought a sense of equilibrium to the onlookers, as if their own decision to join the Illuminati was not as unfathomable as it once seemed. Zhang Xuan raised his hand to silence the crowd and turned to Li Xiaobai and the others with a smile, saying, "Little Bai, as you can see, the situation is thus. Everyone hopes you will join us. The Illuminati is a united and harmonious family, where we collectively gather resources and progress together. Our organizational philosophy being remarkably advanced. Of course, if you still wish to compete, we can arrange for a friendly spar after your induction. The admission ceremony is quite simple. Just remove your clothing, and we can meet in earnest. Is that not quite humane?" The disciples of the Ziki sect and the Qingyun Sect were rendered speechless. Disrobing for the sake of candidness? What kind of cultic ritual was this? Being watched by so many while undressing was preferable to death. Li Xiaobai and Zhao Guanshan gaped in disbelief. They had never encountered such absurdity. Were they truly gathered to strip them of their garments? Li Xiaobai's demeanor shifted from icy to profoundly grim as he spoke in a dark tone. Is this the nature of the southern wilderness cultivators? Is this the so-called millennium competition? To unite against us in such a manner? Do you possess no sense of shame? At these words, the previously jubilant members of the Illuminati began to wear expressions of discomfort. All were clad in the garb of savages. What was the implication of his words? Zhang Xuan snorted derisively and pointed an accusing finger at Li Xiaobai, exclaiming, "What do you mean, outsider? Do you look down upon us southern cultivators, upon the Illuminati? Esteemed friends, this individual hails from the boundless domain and appears to hold a disdainful view of us from this humble locale. Observe the brothers of the Purple Chi Sect. Their expressions are undeniably grim, clearly having been subjugated by this fellow. The disciples of the Purple Chi Sect were about to articulate their grievances, asserting that their dismal countenance was not solely due to us. Yet, before they could voice their thoughts, Zhang Xuan continued to sow discord. What is so remarkable about coming from the boundless domain? In the current predicament, do you still dare to act haughty? This is a blatant disregard for us cultivators of the southern wilderness. Tell me, can we endure this? No, we cannot. We shall not tolerate it. The members of the Radiant Assembly roared in unison. The cultivators gathered for this grand competition are all youthful, brimming with vigor. Even a mere glance among themselves could spark conflict, and now, with Zhang Xuan's provocations, it is all too easy to incite them. Li Xiaobai was taken aback by the uproar, instinctively retreating a step, his eyelids twitching uncontrollably. With no means to fight or flee, he found himself genuinely unsettled. Meanwhile, Jiuyou cast an admiring glance at Zhang Xuan, recognizing his ability to sway the emotions of thousands of cultivators with just a few words, truly a talent for leadership. Zhang Xuan regarded Li Xiaobai with a cold smirk, questioning whether the practitioner of the ruthless sword path had truly faltered. Perhaps his cultivation was still lacking. Nonchalantly, he remarked, "Little Bai, although we are numerous, we do not wish to bully you. Let us adhere to our prior agreement, a one-on-one duel. However, it will not be I who faces you, but Jiuyou. Jiuyou, do you accept the challenge against Little Bai?" "Certainly." Jiuyou, clad in a grass skirt, stepped forward, his gaze towards Li Xiaobai brimming with combat fervor. A swordsman from the boundless sword tomb, he would indeed make for an admirable opponent. Zhang Xuan continued to smile. "What say you? If Jiuyou loses, it will be considered our defeat, and we shall allow you to depart." With the sect competition nearing an unexpected conclusion, Zhang Xuan felt no urgency. He could indulge in this encounter with the practitioner of the ruthless sword path. Li Xiaobai turned his attention to Jiuyou, a serious expression adorning his face. The immediate concern was no longer to engage with the heir of the Songming sword sovereign. The priority was to find a way to escape. Thus, he did not hesitate to nod in agreement. "However, if I emerge victorious, you must permit our departure. That is only natural. Should you win, we shall let you go. I swear on my heart, demon." The members of the Radiant Assembly exchanged peculiar glances. How many times had the president sworn on his heart, demon? They could not recall, but it seemed to occur after every initiation ceremony. Surely the president would not jest with such a grave matter, would he? Upon hearing Zhang Xuan's assurance, Li Xiaobai no longer hesitated, brandishing his sword towards Jiuyou. Jiuyou, too, assumed a fighting stance, his demonic energies surging. The crowd stepped back, clearing a space for the two combatants. Zhang Xuan repositioned himself for a better vantage point, casting a disdainful smile at Li Xiaobai. The youth remained too naive. He merely stated that if Li Xiaobai won, he could leave. Yet he did not mention sparing the Purple Chi Sect and the Heavenly Heart Sect. Presently, training Li Xiaobai was merely a means to later extract information regarding Yun Yao's past. "Gentlemen, you may begin," Zhang Xuan proclaimed loudly. In the next moment, Jiuyou vanished from his position, enveloping Li Xiaobai in a tempest of demonic energy. Li Xiaobai let out a cold snort, drawing his sword with equal determination. The essence of his sword was radiant, as he unleashed a strike towards Jiuyou. Both combatants possessed prowess that far surpassed their contemporaries, and as the fierce battle commenced, many spectators found their horizons broadened. Jiuyou Yaohong, observing nearby, discerned that Li Xiaobai had attained the realm of a transparent sword heart, and a flicker of astonishment crossed his gaze. Despite Jiuyou's advanced position in the late Golden Core realm, Li Xiaobai, at the pinnacle of the Golden Core, held his ground remarkably well. The reputation of the transparent sword heart was indeed well-deserved. However, Jiuyou was no ordinary adversary. His demonic lineage was exceptionally pure, and each of his moves carried immense power, resulting in a back-and-forth clash between the two. Jiuyou Yaohong suspected that even the prodigies of the Middle Continent would find it challenging to match such a confrontation. This realization instilled a sense of inadequacy within Jiuyou Yaohong, as he recognized the disparity between himself and these true geniuses. As for Li Xiaobai's transparent sword heart, Zhang Xuan was not the least bit surprised. For those who practice the heartless sword path, failing to attain a transparent sword heart would preclude them from wandering the world beyond the boundaries of the boundless sword tomb. Yet, this fellow was still far from grasping the essence of the heartless sword intent. Subsequent training might allow him to make strides in that direction. Zhang Xuan analyzed Li Xiaobai's circumstances while simultaneously noting a subtle shift in Gu Yuefeng's expression. Sensing the latter's thoughts, he kindly reassured, "Little brother, do not overthink it. Your wind and thunder sacred body is no less formidable, merely in need of refinement. With diligent effort, you may very well stand shoulder to shoulder with them." His words bore the weight of elder wisdom, reminiscent of an elder speaking to a younger relative, prompting a bemused smile from Gu Yuefeng. "You speak of lack of training, but what of you, Brother Zhang?" He mused silently, knowing well that Zhang Xuan was quite proud. "Thank you for your guidance, Brother Zhang," Gu Yuefeng expressed gratefully. Zhang Xuan nodded, indifferent to whether his words resonated with his companion. Suddenly, Gu Yuefeng inquired, "Brother Zhang, who do you think will emerge victorious?" With a smile, Zhang Xuan replied, "Li Xiaobai is likely not a match for Jiuyou. You have witnessed the latter's strength and the limits of his spells and divine abilities, which surpass those of an ordinary golden core. Although Li Xiaobai possesses a transparent sword heart, his comprehension of the heartless sword path is still lacking, particularly in terms of cultivation. Sometimes, a slight difference can lead to a tremendous disparity." Gu Yuefeng pondered Zhang Xuan's words, reflecting on the heartless sword path and the limits of the golden core realm. "Brother Zhang seems to possess considerable knowledge," he thought, as Zhang Xuan's voice carried, capturing the attention of many nearby. Curiosity about Zhang Xuan's true strength began to ripple through the crowd, as the members of the Bright Alliance had mostly never witnessed his prowess firsthand. Li Xiaobai, having caught wind of Zhang Xuan's comments, snorted in defiance, clearly unwilling to concede. He propelled himself into the air, the aura of his sword surging forth, and unleashed his most formidable technique, 10,000 swords returning to the source. In an instant, an overwhelming torrent of sword energy descended upon Jiuyou, a spectacle of grandeur. With a mere cold laugh, Jiuyou summoned his own divine ability, Great Wilderness Prisoning Heaven Finger. A colossal surge of demonic energy ascended skyward, clashing with Li Xiaobai's magnificent sword aura. In that moment, the power unleashed by both sides transcended the Golden Core stage. The confrontation of their formidable abilities left the onlookers in a state of suspense, gasping in exhilaration. Who would emerge victorious? With a thunderous roar, the explosion reverberated through the air, its shockwave cascading through the surrounding void, causing the very fabric of the secret realm to warp as if on the brink of shattering. Observing the spectacle, Zhang Xuan narrowed his eyes. Was there something amiss with the space? The outcome of the battle soon became apparent. Li Xiaobai knelt on one knee, sword in hand, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. In contrast, Jiuyou, despite sharing the same fate of a bloodied lip, stood resolutely in the void, her grass skirt fluttering in the wind, exuding an air of defiance. The disparity was unmistakable. The crowd erupted in astonishment. Zhang Xuan had indeed spoken the truth. Li Xiaobai had lost. The members of the Qingyun Sect could scarcely believe it in their eyes. No one in the same tier could rival their senior brotherly. Where had this demonic cultivator emerged from? "You are no ordinary demon." Li Xiaobai regarded Jiuyou with a grave expression, clearly aware of the implications of the demonic bloodline techniques. The Great Desolation Prisoner's Finger was the signature technique of the Blood Prison Demon Lord, not a skill wielded by an average demon. A loss is a loss. There are no excuses to be made. Zhang Xuan stepped forward, a cryptic smile gracing his features as he gazed at Li Xiaobai. Now that the outcome was settled, it was time to proceed with the initiation ceremony. The members of the Radiant Society, regaining their composure, responded with knowing smirks. Chapter 49. The competition concludes. The secret realm disappears? Upon hearing the announcement of the initiation ceremony, the members of the Qingyun Sect and the Qingyun Sect exhibited a profound change in countenance. Zhao Guanshan, displaying a keen sense of the situation, promptly stepped forward and remarked, "Zhang Xuan, our Qingyun Sect is willing to offer half of our resources. Could we perhaps be spared?" Just moments prior, he had only been willing to part with a mere 25% of their resources in the face of Li Xiaobai. Yet now he was ready to relinquish half, clearly indicating his palpable fear. Zhang Xuan did not respond directly. Instead, he turned to the members of the Radiant Association and inquired, "Brothers, do you concur?" "Absolutely not." The crowd scoffed derisively. "We have all endured the same trials. Do you expect special treatment?" That is preposterous. Should we bring you into our fold, all your resources will become ours. Zhao Guanshan's expression darkened significantly as he fixed his gaze upon Zhang Xuan. Young Master Zhang, do you not fear incurring the wrath of the Qingyun Sect? Zhang Xuan chuckled. The Qingyun Sect? Is it truly that formidable? Just look at the prominent figures from other great sects within the Radiant Association. They are plentiful. Zhao Guanshan raised his eyes and indeed beheld disciples from various major sects, all clad in rugged attire, intensely focused on the Ziki Sect and the Qingyun Sect. Why should we all suffer humiliation while you seek to preserve your dignity? Zhao Guanshan could hardly believe it. Was Zhang Xuan truly prepared to offend everyone? As he contemplated bargaining further, Zhang Xuan grew impatient. Brothers, let us not waste further breath. Let us act together and bring them down. Agreed. The crowd responded in unison. And soon an array of spells rained down upon the members of the Qingyun Sect, unrelenting and merciless. Boom! 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 Following a series of explosive sounds, the Qingyun Sect members lay sprawled on the ground, their robes tattered, their spirits extinguished. Even though they were physical cultivators, they could not withstand such a barrage of attacks. Meanwhile, some members of the Radiant Association, positioned further back, lamented their missed opportunity to strike, for such chances to chastise disciples of major sects were rare. Seeing the Qingyun Sect capitulate, members of the Radiant Association swiftly approached to confiscate their gathered resources and initiate the ceremony. Lu Ruyin and others from the Haoyue sect executed their tasks with practiced efficiency. Zhang Xuan then turned his gaze toward Li Xiaobai and the others, a smile gracing his lips as he addressed the brothers of the Ziki sect. Would you prefer to act on your own, or shall we assist you? Li Xiaobai rose, gripping his sword tightly, veins bulging on his forehead. A soldier may be slain, but he must not be humiliated. I would rather die. The members of the Radiant Association responded with cold laughter, recognizing the glitch in his words. However, the disciples of the Ziki sect appeared remarkably pragmatic, beginning to shed their garments while simultaneously attempting to persuade Li Xiaobai. Brother Li, the circumstances dictate our reality. There is no need for a life and death struggle. Indeed, Brother Li, look at the situation. If we all surrender, it is as if none of us has truly acted against our principles. Rest assured, Brother Li, once we exit the secret realm, this matter shall not be disclosed. You all. Li Xiaobai gazed incredulously at the members of the Ziki sect, astonished by their willingness to compromise. Zhang Xuan, too, was somewhat taken aback by the Ziki sect disciples' flexibility. Yet perhaps, in recognizing the shared plight, they felt it was a matter of indifference. As for Li Xiaobai, it appears that his mastery of the emotionless swordsmanship is rather lacking, leaving him vulnerable. He recalls the days when he was the Songming sword sovereign and the young girl of that era, adept in the emotionless swordsmanship, would remain silent no matter how he bullied her. Little Bai, do you require our assistance? Zhang Xuan inquired with a cheerful smile. Li Xiaobai's face flushed crimson as he fixed a fierce glare upon Zhang Xuan. As the heir of the Songming sword sovereign, I never expected you to resort to such despicable tactics. Bah! Zhang Xuan narrowed his eyes, revealing a fierce spirit. Since you refuse our help, we shall take matters into our own hands. However, should we intervene directly, certain matters may very well reach the Wujing sword tomb. With that, Zhang Xuan produced a recording stone, preparing to document the events. Li Xiaobai's eyes widened in alarm. You dare I not? Zhang Xuan retorted with a cold chuckle. As the members of the Radiant Society slowly encircled him, instinctively, Li Xiaobai stepped back, his complexion pale. You all, brothers, this fellow is quite ungrateful. Let's show him a lesson. Good. The crowd surged forward, swiftly stripping Li Xiaobai bare. Zhang Xuan stood by, recording the event with the stone, chuckling with glee, even playfully flicking the lad's ear. Let's see how arrogant you are now. Meanwhile, the resources collected by the Ziki sect and the Qingyun sect were soon delivered into his hands. Moments later, the initiation ceremony for the Ziki sect and the Qingyun sect was completed, and from that moment forth, the secret realm belonged solely to the Radiant Society. Every face was alight with excitement, for the sect competition had concluded prematurely. Only Li Xiaobai lay prostrate on the ground, burying his face in the soil, howling in anguish. The sect competition is hereby concluded. We may now depart. Once outside, we shall distribute resources and rank ourselves. Zhang Xuan proclaimed loudly. The disciples from the smaller sects were elated, singing in celebration. In stark contrast, the disciples from the larger sects wore expressions of despair. Their merriment had been extinguished. The Qingyun Sect and the Qingyun Sect, still unaware of the unfolding situation, were incredulous upon learning Zhang Xuan's intentions. Such audacity! Zhang Xuan intends to manipulate the ranking of the competition, incurring the wrath of all the major sects. However, given the current circumstances, they had no power to alter events and could only await their exit to address the matter. Naturally, Zhang Xuan would not permit the disciples of the major sects to linger in the secret realm. What if they continued to gather resources after they departed? Thus, they allowed the major sects to leave first, followed by the smaller sects, with Zhang Xuan's Qingyun Sect departing last. Zhang Xuan distributed the transmission jade slips, handing one to Li Xiaobai as well. Li Xiaobai lifted his head from the soil, glaring at Zhang Xuan with intensity. Zhang Xuan, I vow not to rest until this grudge is avenged. Zhang Xuan patted his shoulder, seemingly unfazed. I understand. Once we exit, I have matters to discuss with you. Let us hurry. Li Xiaobai crushed the jade slip in his hand, preparing to escape. However, upon shattering the slip, the surrounding space showed no reaction whatsoever. The two exchanged glances, both feeling an ominous foreboding. In the plaza of the Qingyun Sect, the leaders and elders of various sects wore grim expressions. Master Li, the sect competition has concluded. It is time to summon them forth, exclaimed one voice. What audacity the young master of the Qingyun Sect has shown, manipulating the rankings of the competition, thereby provoking all sects of the southern region. The crowd urged Li Yuanzhao, their words laced with animosity towards Zhang Xuan. Li Yuanzhao, equally somber, prepared to recall the disciples of each sect. He had anticipated that with Li Xiaobai, the Qingyun Sect would undoubtedly claim victory in the competition. However, the outcome was utterly unacceptable. Zhang Xuan must not be let off easily. Yet in the next moment, a frown crossed his brow, his heart sinking. The secret realm had lost contact. Moreover, the luminous screen that once displayed the conditions within the realm above the plaza had abruptly vanished, plunging everything into darkness. Chapter 50. The array is activated. Brother Zhang, how come you are unscathed? What has transpired? Why has the transmission jade slip malfunctioned? Within the secret realm, disciples from various sects shattered their transmission jade slips, only to find them unresponsive, leaving them perplexed. They cast questioning glances toward the disciples of the Qingyun Sect, for it was they who presided over this grand competition. And thus, they were the ones to be questioned in light of this predicament. The disciples of the Qingyun Sect were equally baffled, as their attempts to shatter the jade slips yielded no results. While it was not uncommon for transmission arrays to falter, a malfunction within a secret realm was a grave matter. The secret realm represented a distinct space. Some even functioned as miniature worlds. If the transmission failed, it signified that there might be an issue with the secret realm itself, trapping them within its confines. Esteemed colleagues, there appears to be some irregularity. Zhang Xuan spoke solemnly as he rose to his feet. He had sensed earlier that something was amiss with the spatial integrity of the secret realm. The secret realm for the sect competition was designed to permit only golden core cultivators. Should those beyond this realm enter, it could lead to the collapse of the very fabric of the secret realm. Yet, the battle between Jiuyou and Li Xiaobai had seen both parties exerting power that transcended the golden core stage. Yet the spatial integrity remained intact. Initially, Zhang Xuan had surmised that the Qingyun Sect had implemented stabilizing formations for safety, but it was now evident that this was not the case. There are other forces at play within the secret realm. Zhang Xuan's gaze shifted toward Jiuyou, considering him a prime suspect should anything be amiss. Upon hearing Zhang Xuan's words, the crowd wore expressions of disbelief. Everyone recognized the issue at hand, yet the pressing question remained: how to resolve it? Jiuyou, noticing Zhang Xuan's scrutiny, offered a smile in response. In the next moment, he stepped forward and declared, "Your sect competition has concluded. It is time to settle my affairs." Indeed, it is you, Zhang Xuan exclaimed. The crowd looked on in confusion, pondering the meaning behind their exchange. Esteemed colleagues, the malfunctioning transmission jade slips may very well be the doing of this individual. He is not one of our southern wilderness cultivators, Zhang Xuan proclaimed loudly. At this revelation, the crowd fell silent, seemingly grasping the implications. Indeed, there had been no prior word of such a formidable golden core cultivator from the southern wilderness. Initially, they had presumed he was a dark horse emerging from a minor demonic sect, yet the situation now appeared far more intricate. Jiuyou, taken aback, regarded Zhang Xuan with curiosity. You seem to have discerned my true nature long ago. Pray tell, what gave me away? He recalled that he had meticulously concealed his identity, especially after being defeated by Zhang Xuan, and had maintained the facade of a minor sect disciple. Your abilities are far beyond what an ordinary demonic cultivator could master. Li Xiaobai interjected, stepping forward with a sense of conviction. This demon's origins are indeed extraordinary. Ah, I see. However, I remain curious about how you uncovered this. Jiuyou continued to fix his gaze on Zhang Xuan. The great wilderness prisoner's finger is indeed an unparalleled divine ability of my demonic kin, one that most cannot learn, let alone wield. Li Xiaobai hails from the Boundless Sword Tomb, so I'm not surprised he could see through me. Yet, even Guyu Fangzheng failed to perceive it. How'd you come to know? Everyone was momentarily stunned. From the demon clan? This individual hails from the demon clan? No wonder he possesses such formidable strength. He is indeed a powerful figure from the demon clan. Li Xiaobai also came to a realization, suspecting that the opponent's status within the demon clan was anything but ordinary. However, he was equally curious about Zhang Xuan, pondering how this fellow had come to such knowledge. Particularly during the recent battle with Jiuyou, the insights he had shared were evidently profound. He couldn't believe that a mere young master from a minor sect in the southern wilderness could possess such discernment. Feeling the weight of many gazes upon him, Zhang Xuan's heart raced. He could not simply confess that he had discerned Jiuyou's extraordinary bloodline long ago. Such a revelation would not align with his own background. Damn it, there are risks in pretending to be someone else. Surely these individuals would not doubt my identity, would they? Zhang Xuan felt a twinge of anxiety, but fortunately, the system had not indicated any exposure, so he hoped all was well. Noticing Zhang Xuan's hesitation to clarify, Jiuyou paid it no mind. If he chose not to speak, that was acceptable. Everyone has their own secrets, and he could respect that. However, he expressed his desire for Zhang Xuan to follow him back to the demon clan. You wish to take me as your subordinate? Zhang Xuan laughed. I believe you might be mistaken. Given the number of people present and the knowledge that the Jade Slip's failure is linked to you, how can you still act so arrogantly? The crowd cast disapproving glances at Jiuyou, who remained unfazed as he surveyed them. Indeed, I admit I cannot contend with so many cultivators at once. But do you truly believe I would reveal myself unprepared before you? As he spoke, a sudden surge of demonic energy erupted from him as he shouted, Greedy wolf, activate the formation. Upon hearing this, an ominous feeling swept through the crowd, and Zhang Xuan's brow furrowed. His carefully laid plans for self-destruction seemed to be unraveling unexpectedly. Before he could ponder further, the previously dim sky of the secret realm transformed into a blood-red expanse, as an intricate formation enveloped the entire area. The formation was adorned with densely packed, complex runes that flickered with an eerie crimson glow, striking terror into the hearts of all. As the formation emerged, an overwhelming sense of weakness surged within everyone. What is happening? I suddenly feel drained of strength, and my internal mana cannot be summoned. Me too. What sort of formation is this? It can affect us all simultaneously? This is bad. I feel my cultivation dissipating. The crowd felt as though they had instantaneously lost all their strength, collapsing to the ground in disarray. Even Li Xiaobai was no exception, feeling as if he lacked the strength to lift his sword. Moreover, the decline of his internal cultivation caused his expression to darken. The formation in the sky was siphoning away his power. What kind of defiant, demonic formation is this? Seeing everyone fall, Jiuyou burst into laughter. This is my clan's supreme formation, the Blood Plague formation, created by the Blood Prison Demon Lord of my clan, those trapped within it. unless they possess the bloodline of the demon clan, will find their internal mana utterly unusable, and their cultivation will continue to diminish until they are rendered mortal. The complete formation, capable of even influencing celestial beings, renders you mere ants, insignificant in the face of such power. Jiuyou appeared to be in high spirits as he elaborated to the crowd. Zhang Xuan could comprehend this sentiment, akin to the exhilaration one feels in a game when the opponent's last stronghold is reduced to mere crystals, prompting a taunt at the spring. However, gazing at the formidable array above, Zhang Xuan wore an expression of profound peculiarity. It was his own formation. Upon hearing Jiuyou's words, a wave of dismay swept through the hearts of the onlookers. Most were unaware of the identity of the blood prison demon lord, yet they grasped the implications of the blood plague formation. How could they withstand a formation capable of affecting even immortals? Especially now, when their magical powers were incapacitated and their cultivation waning, they had become nothing more than meat on the chopping block, ready for slaughter. The expressions of the cultivators from various sects turned grim. Was this truly the end? How audacious of the demon clan to wreak havoc in our southern region. Do you dare to oppose all the sects of the south? Fear not. Our sects have always maintained vigilance. Surely they have discovered the anomalies of the secret realm and will soon send elders to our aid. Indeed, I advise you to release us quickly, for when our elders arrive, you shall face dire consequences. The disciples of the major sects spoke to reassure the crowd, exhibiting a semblance of the demeanor expected from such prestigious lineages. Some even began to threaten Jiuyou. However, the Bai, who was well acquainted with the notorious reputation of the blood prison demon lord, did not share their optimism. This was a being comparable to the Tsangming sword sovereign. Could the cultivators of the southern region truly breach the formidable array of the blood prison demon lord? Moreover, it was clear that Jiuyou alone could not have set up such an extensive formation. There were likely formidable allies behind him. Indeed, as if to validate his thoughts, a powerful aura soon enveloped the surroundings. The demon clan's formidable beings, including the likes of Tanlang, made their appearance. We have come to serve Lord Demon's son. Tanlang and his companions presented Jiuyou with garments, and he changed out of his wild attire into a dashing black ensemble, exuding an air of arrogance. The presence of the tribulation transcendence among Tanlang's group was unmistakable. The secret realm had already been firmly entrenched by the blood plague formation, granting them the liberty to act at will. Li Xiaobai's heart plummeted to the depths of despair. It was over. Gui Weifang felt a chilling dread as he hastily inquired, "Brother Zhang, what shall we do now?" Yet, when he turned to Zhang Xuan, he was taken aback. "Zhang, brother, why are you unaffected?" While everyone else succumbed to the influence of the blood plague formation, Zhang Xuan stood there, as if untouched. What is the meaning of this? Chapter 51. Is the young master of Qingyun Sect a demon? Then I shall eradicate the Qingyun Sect. The crowd turned their gaze toward Zhang Xuan, their expressions filled with confusion. Why was Zhang Xuan unaffected by the blood plague array, while everyone else was suffering its effects? At that moment, Zhang Xuan's mouth twitched uncontrollably, unsure of how to explain his situation. Surely, he could not confess that he was the blood-held demon lord and that he had left a backdoor in the very array he created to spare himself from its influence. In the sky, Jiuyou and the others also looked at Zhang Xuan, their expressions a mixture of suspicion and disbelief. How could this be possible? The greedy wolf, unable to comprehend, insisted that the blood plague array could not possibly malfunction. There was something amiss with this boy. Jiuyou narrowed his eyes as he realized that the grand formation created by the blood-held demon lord was undeniably flawless. For all the cultivators present, save Zhang Xuan, were affected. Therefore, it could only mean that Zhang Xuan harbored some secret. Suddenly, Zhang Xuan fell to the ground, wailing dramatically, his expression exaggerated. The crowd's faces darkened. Was his performance not a tad too theatrical? Zhang Xuan, however, had no choice. Initially, he had not realized that the array above was the blood plague array, and it was also due to the abrupt activation of Jiuyou's formation that he had been unable to react in time. Now that he had been discovered, he could only feign distress. "Stop pretending. Do you think we are blind?" Jiuyou exclaimed, his forehead lined with tension as he swiftly struck out a hand toward Zhang Xuan. Zhang Xuan's eyes widened, and he quickly dodged the attack. Is it too much to ask for you all to believe that I too have been affected? Everyone else is lying down, and I'm the only one standing. It makes me feel quite out of place. Jiuyou snorted coldly. It appears you harbor many secrets. In the next moment, the greedy wolf and the others closed in, surrounding Zhang Xuan. With a tribulation stage expert at the helm, accompanied by several great ascension cultivators. Their assembly was indeed formidable. Overkill for a mere golden core cultivator. I am but an ordinary cultivator. What secret could I possibly possess? Zhang Xuan chuckled awkwardly. Jiuyou was unconvinced. Observing Zhang Xuan's unaffected demeanor amidst the chaos of the blood plague array, he suddenly grasped the truth. I see now. Zhang Xuan's heart raced. What had he uncovered? The blood plague array ensured that anyone trapped within, unless possessing the bloodline of a demon, would inevitably be influenced by its power. If Zhang Xuan remained unharmed, it could only mean one thing. Jiuyou's eyes gleamed with revelation. You are one of my demon kin. This declaration sent shockwaves through the disciples sprawled on the ground below. The young master of Qingyun Sect is a demon? I knew it. This fellow's methods were far too sinister for a normal cultivator. He must be a demon. Ah, so the young master of Qingyun Sect is a demon. This implies that Qingyun Sect may very well be colluding with the demon clan. Who would have thought that our southern wilderness harbored such darkness? I've sensed something was amiss with Zhang Xuan for a long time. Once we emerge from this, we must ensure that everyone in the southern wilderness knows the true face of Qingyun Sect. The crowd, filled with righteous indignation, found a breakthrough for their past grievances against Zhang Xuan, possessing a legitimate reason for retaliation, one potent enough to overturn the results of the sect competition. However, it is primarily the disciples of the large sects who speak out, while few practitioners from the smaller sects dare to confront Zhang Xuan. As the promised outcome of the sect competition, he assured them, has yet to materialize. Yet, now that Jiuyou and his companions have taken control of the entire secret realm, everyone's lives are in their hands. It is likely that these individuals will soon rally to denounce Zhang Xuan. Zhang Xuan is not surprised by this development. It is only natural for one to suffer backlash when employing special means to control others. He even feels a sense of relief, grateful that Jiuyou's speculation is not bold enough. Otherwise, the system might have alerted him to his exposure. Zhang Xuan, Jiuyou speaks again. Since you are also one of my demonic kin, now that your identity is revealed, why not return to the demon clan with me? Allow me to be candid. I am the demon prince, and my initial intention in coming to the Tai domain was to seize the chaos-boundless sword body you possess. Yet now, I find you to be of even greater significance. Join me, and should I ascend to power within the demon clan, you shall undoubtedly reap the rewards. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xuan raised an eyebrow. So, this fellow came to the southern wilderness for the chaos-boundless sword body. Initially, he had thought the other was merely a talented wanderer from the demon clan. As for Jiuyou's identity as the demon prince, he was not surprised. He had suspected as much when he sensed the extraordinary nature of the other's bloodline. However, the notion that the other wished to recruit him as a subordinate. Does he think himself so impressive? I refuse, Zhang Xuan replied coolly. Bold. The presence of the greedy wolf and others suddenly intensified, prepared to subdue Zhang Xuan. They were aware of the humiliation the demon prince faced at Zhang Xuan's hands. Now, not only was the prince unresentful, but he also sought to recruit Zhang Xuan. How could one dare to refuse such an offer? Yet, Jiuyou raised his hand to halt the actions of the greedy wolf and others, continuing to counsel Zhang Xuan with kindness. May I inquire about your reason for refusal? Huh, Zhang Xuan scoffed. You think you can be my elder brother? No one in this world holds such a qualification. I am a disciple of the Qingyun Sect, a legitimate human being. I was born a disciple of the Qingyun Sect, and I shall die as a ghost of the Qingyun Sect. I could never return to the demon clan. What a jest! How could he complete his life's mission if he were to join the demon clan? The crowd was unaware of Zhang Xuan's thoughts, but his words stirred their emotions. This young man possesses such backbone. The disciples of the Qingyun Sect were equally moved. Their young master faced the threat of a tribulation expert without the slightest fear, firmly identifying himself as a disciple of the Qingyun Sect. truly a paragon of the sect spirit. Meanwhile, the greedy wolf and others wore grim expressions, finding this individual utterly incomprehensible. Demon Prince, allow us to deal with this brat. I assure you he will comply, the greedy wolf said respectfully. Yet, Jiuyou shook his head once more and spoke again. Zhang Xuan, I understand your talent, strength, and methods. I can comprehend your unwillingness to be subservient. However, what the Qingyun Sect can offer you, I can provide as well, and even what the Qingyun Sect cannot offer, I can't fulfill. Would you care to reconsider? Zhang Xuan resolutely rejected the proposition. I shall never leave the Qingyun Sect. Jiuyou's expression darkened. He was reluctant to employ harsh measures against Zhang Xuan, for every strong individual possesses their own dignity. Forcing one's submission may result in acquiring a worthless follower. Once a strong person's spirit is broken, they become utterly ineffectual. However, Zhang Xuan's blatant disregard for the situation began to wear on Jiuyou's patience. Do you truly fail to grasp the gravity of your circumstances? Do you genuinely believe I am powerless against you? Zhang Xuan, with an air of defiance, retorted with a cold sneer, if you have the ability, then unleash it. A mere frown from your brother Xuan is enough to show my strength. Observing Zhang Xuan's fierce resolve, Jiuyou scoffed. Very well, I shall eradicate the Qingyun Sect. When the Qingyun Sect is no more, I shall see how you continue to call yourself a disciple of the Qingyun Sect. Upon hearing this, the disciples of the Qingyun Sect below felt an immediate tightening in their chests. Could this demon truly possess such formidable power? Yet, with a tribulation-level guardian by his side, and being a member of the demonic clan, it was entirely possible he could follow through on his threat. The disciples of the Qingyun Sect were engulfed in trepidation. Chapter 52. Has Zhang Xuan cowered? Brother, allow me to eliminate them. Are you jesting? Zhang Xuan scoffed. Do you possess the strength to annihilate the Qingyun Sect? Do you dare to believe my master could effortlessly extinguish you? The demon clan doesn't even dare to make a sound. He was unperturbed by the threat posed by the other party, for as the demon prince, Jiuyou could not possibly be unaware of Yun Yao's circumstances. Even the tribulation experts of the demon clan treated Jiuyou with utmost respect. Yet he remained merely one of the demon princes, unworthy of the clan's engagement against a formidable celestial being. If the adversary truly had such capability, he would welcome their assault on the Qingyun Sect. It would allow him to fulfill his mission. The revelation of the threat caused Jiuyou's expression to darken. He was indeed knowledgeable about Yun Yao's true identity, but was taken aback that Zhang Xuan seemed equally informed. This individual possessed remarkable insight. As Jiuyou fell silent, Zhang Xuan began to revel in his bravado. I advise you to release us promptly. If my master learns of the situation here, you shall face dire consequences. The expressions of Tam Lang and the others grew somewhat abnormal. Yet Jiuyou maintained his composure. Do you believe we did not investigate prior to our arrival? The Qingyun Sword Immortal is currently absent from the southern wilderness. Your threats do not intimidate us. This time, Zhang Xuan's countenance stiffened. He anticipated that the opposition was aware of Xiao Yao's absence. Even he was unsure of her current whereabouts, indicating that they had indeed prepared thoroughly. However, Jiuyou did not appear as composed as he seemed. They had discovered that Yun Yao was not in the southern wilderness, but they were oblivious to her exact location. The trails of celestial beings were not within their capacity to trace. Their initial caution, even laying out a blood plague formation, was intended to avoid exposing their tracks and inciting unforeseen consequences. Thus, the longer they delayed, the more unfavorable it became for them. Seeing that Zhang Xuan remained unyielding, Jiuyou lost his patience. Since you refuse to follow me, so be it. He expressed a tinge of regret, then shifted his tone. However, a person like you, if allowed to live, would only trouble my demon clan. As a demon prince, I shall not permit your kind to linger among humanity. Tang Lang, eliminate him. Without hesitation, Tang Lang prepared to strike. The terrifying might of the tribulation surged forth, overwhelming any golden core practitioner. Zhang Xuan's eyes widened. What madness is this? If you cannot possess it, you must destroy it? He was not afraid of death, for the system would allow him to reincarnate. Yet, should he perish, his mission would be rendered futile. Do not act. Zhang Xuan raised both hands, suddenly changing his demeanor. I surrender. I am willing to become your subordinate. This unexpected turn left the others in a state of disbelief. Wait, weren't you just fiercely resolute? You've cowered? The disciples of the major sects erupted in scorn. Qingyun Sect's young master, a lackey of the demon clan, I hold you in contempt. Indeed, you feign such bravado. If you possess the courage, confront us directly. What a farce. I had thought you were a true martyr. The disciples of the Qingyun Sect wore grim expressions but showed understanding. Faced with the threat of death, how many could truly uphold righteousness? One cannot have both fish and bear's paw. Zhang Xuan chose to disregard those rascals, a group of youngsters who understood nothing. His current predicament, surrounded by formidable adversaries, left him with little confidence in breaking free. He could only bide his time and devise a strategy. Jiuyou was taken aback by Zhang Xuan's sudden capitulation, momentarily at a loss for words. Are you truly willing to follow me? He inquired. Zhang Xuan's expression shifted remarkably quickly as he replied with a smile. Of course. I have just come to the realization that it is better to endure than to perish. You claim to be the son of the demonic clan, a title of great significance. Thus, associating with you must be a wise choice. However, we must agree that you will grant me power and status. Upon hearing this, the disciples from various sects grew even more incensed. Indeed, he is a petty man. Look at his face. Damn it, I almost believed this fellow had some backbone. What a fool I was. They cursed vehemently. Shameless scoundrel, bah. The crowd erupted in anger. Not because of any profound enmity, but rather because Zhang Xuan had previously bullied them, and they finally seized the opportunity to vent their frustrations. Zhang Xuan retorted earnestly, You know nothing. A wise bird chooses the right tree to perch upon. What is the Qingyun Sect compared to the demonic clan? I am destined to revel in the pleasures of the demonic realm, and I see nothing but jealousy in your eyes. As Zhang Xuan continued to speak defiantly, the crowd's vitriol intensified. He was unyielding, for he had never feared a battle of wits. Silence. Jiuyou interjected with a cold snort. In the presence of Tan Lang and others, made the onlookers fall silent. Jiuyou turned his gaze to Zhang Xuan, a smile gracing his face. Ah, a wise bird indeed. Rest assured, I shall grant you all that I promise. In the future, when I reign supreme in the demonic realm, you shall stand one step below me, above all others. Zhang Xuan felt as though he had stumbled upon a great fortune, his expression beaming with flattery. Brother, you may call me Xiao Zhang from now on. Henceforth, should you command me to go east, I shall not venture west. I pledge my loyalty to you. Jiuyou found some comfort in Zhang Xuan's words, yet his brow furrowed slightly at the latter's oath of loyalty. This fellow seems to have a penchant for swearing oaths of loyalty, he mused, but no cultivator would jest about such matters, so he dismissed it from his mind. Very well, Tan Lang, Jiuyou commanded, turning to Tan Lang and the others. Prepare the teleportation array. We shall return to the demonic realm. Tan Lang bowed in agreement, but then posed a question. Master of the demonic clan, what about these individuals? Jiuyou cast a cold glance at the various sect cultivators below. Our appearance in the southern wilderness must not be leaked. Therefore, none shall be spared. At these words, the faces of the sect cultivators changed drastically. No, master of the demonic clan, I am willing to submit to you. I seek to align myself with the demonic clan. Spare my life, I implore you. That bastard Zhang Xuan, a traitor to the demonic clan, shall not have a good end. Many began to plead for mercy, while others cursed Zhang Xuan with even greater fervor, as if fearing their demise would silence their voices forever. Jiuyou paid them no heed, and Tan Lang prepared to take action. The demonic clan was known for their decisive and ruthless approach. Observing the unfolding scene, Zhang Xuan hurriedly interjected, Brother, allow me to deal with them. Rest assured, I will leave no trace behind. After all, having just joined, I must establish my credentials, right? The greedy wolf and others raised their eyebrows, noting how swiftly this young man adapted to his role. However, they couldn't shake the feeling that he was not a virtuous character. The absolute shadow, surprised, turned his gaze towards Zhang Xuan, declaring, Well then, I leave this task in your capable hands. Zhang Xuan replied with a smile. Rest assured, I shall fulfill the mission. He then approached the disciples of various sections. With narrowed eyes, Absolute Shadow turned to Greedy Wolf and instructed, "Keep a discreet watch. We must avoid any unforeseen complications." Greedy Wolf nodded in agreement, immediately leaving a subtle thread of consciousness tethered to Zhang Xuan. Absolute Shadow, of course, did not place his complete trust in Zhang Xuan. However, allowing him to handle these individuals would indeed eliminate their reason for remaining in the southern wilderness, compelling them to accompany him back to the demon clan. As for any potential resistance from these individuals, with their magical powers rendered useless, exterminating them would be as effortless as crushing ants. Thus, Absolute Shadow harbored no concerns about unexpected developments. Zhang Xuan naturally sensed the added threat of consciousness upon him, but chose not to dwell on it. He stood before the assembled crowd, where disciples from various sects regarded him with bloodshot eyes. "You scoundrel! If you possess any skill, then eliminate me." One yelled, "President, I am a member of the Radiant Association. I wish to live. May I accompany you back to the demon clan?" Another pleaded, "Zhang Xuan, could you spare me? After all, I once carried your palanquin." Chapter 53. Can Zhang Xuan break the formation? One incompetent ally in the face of life and death. The reactions of the crowd varied dramatically. Some pleaded for mercy, others hurled curses, while a few wore expressions of utter despair. Zhang Xuan's gaze fell upon the disciples of Qingyun Sect, including Jiuyou. Among them, some were similarly begging for clemency, while others vehemently accused Zhang Xuan of treachery. Yet he paid no heed to their words. Instead, he focused on a particularly vociferous cultivator among them, unceremoniously dragging him forth. "Are you enjoying your verbal tirade?" Zhang Xuan exclaimed, delivering a resounding slap to the offender. This individual was a disciple of Qingyun Sect in the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm, known for his fiery temperament. However, in Zhang Xuan's grasp, he offered no resistance, and the brutal strike left him bleeding profusely. "Curse me all you want, but if you have the guts, kill me. Have you not eaten today?" The disciple of Qingyun continued to hurl insults. Zhang Xuan, undeterred, escalated his assault, sending the man flying with a powerful kick, rendering him unconscious at a distance. Witnessing such cruelty, the cacophony of curses from the crowd began to diminish significantly. With a cold snort, Zhang Xuan declared, "If you relish cursing, then continue. Soon, I shall eliminate you all. How dare a swarm of insignificant ants dare to insult me? Watch how I bring about your demise." As he spoke, he discreetly transmitted a message to Li Bai and Jiuyou. "Soon, the blood plague formation will malfunction. At that time, you may utilize your cultivation to swiftly lead everyone to safety, shattering the teleportation jade slips to escape the secret realm." Li Bai and Jiuyou, who had been lying among the crowd, widened their eyes in disbelief. "The blood plague formation is going to have issues? What does that mean? Can Zhang Xuan truly break the formation?" However, Zhang Xuan offered no further elaboration, merely suggesting he might exploit a hidden exit to disable the array. Noticing their intense reaction, he quickly cautioned, "Be careful. Do not draw attention. Someone is watching." Li Bai and Jiuyou glanced towards the likes of Tanlang and others, observing that those powerful figures, while setting up a large teleportation array, were intentionally or unintentionally casting glances in their direction. The figure of Jiuyou was particularly fixated on Zhang Xuan. The two immediately composed themselves, lowering their heads, yet still inquired through their thoughts, "Brother Zhang, are you truly not of the demon race? Damn it. Qingyun Sect has conducted background checks. Do you not know my identity?" Zhang Xuan retorted, "What do you mean by the blood plague formation having issues? Why all these questions? Just ensure everyone escapes quickly when the time comes." "Understood, but how do we inform the others?" "That is your dilemma. I shall gather everyone shortly and create an opportunity for your escape. The rest is for you to figure out." The three engaged in frantic mental communication, while Zhang Xuan maintained a fade of anger towards the crowd. He did not aspire to be a savior, yet he wished to prevent Qingyun Sect from becoming a target due to the demise of these individuals. While he harbored hopes of an assault on Qingyun Sect, he did not want it to become a sacrificial pawn in any context, for the sect held special significance for both him and Xiaoyao. Thus, even at the risk of exposing his identity, Certain actions were imperative. Zhang Xuan delivered a kick to a prominent disciple of a large sect before him. Stand up, all of you. Gather together and lie in a heap. We shall perish together soon enough. With over 20,000 individuals, the killings had dragged on interminably. Zhang Xuan cursed vehemently, and the cultivator he had kicked glared back at him. I have no strength left. How can I stand? With a swift motion, Zhang Xuan delivered a resounding slap. Who do you think you are? If you wish to die now, I can certainly oblige. Grabbing the other's neck, he hoisted him up and flung him into a distant crowd. A tense silence enveloped the onlookers as those at the edges, compelled by Zhang Xuan's aggression, struggled to rise and huddle together, all glaring fiercely at him. At that moment, Jiuyou approached Zhang Xuan. What is the meaning of this? Zhang Xuan, with a fawning demeanor, replied, Brother, there are too many of them. Killing them one by one is quite tedious. I suggest we gather them together, and, with a single spell, we can obliterate them all at once. It would be as spectacular as fireworks. At his words, the faces of the sect cultivators turned pale. What kind of demon is this? Especially given Zhang Xuan's vivid description, it seemed plausible that he had indeed committed such atrocities before. Jiuyou regarded Zhang Xuan with surprise. This lad was indeed a promising candidate for the dark arts. Very well, do it swiftly. We cannot afford any mishaps, Jiuyou instructed, standing back to observe. Zhang Xuan patted his chest in assurance. Rest easy, brother. I will provide you with a grand spectacle shortly. He then turned to the crowd, noticing their intense stares, and cursed again. What are you staring at? Dare to glare, and I'll pluck your eyes out. The crowd hastily lowered their heads, fearing he might just follow through. However, soon many cultivators received messages indicating that the great formation above would soon malfunction, allowing them to use their powers. This news originated from Li Bai and Jiuyou Fangzang, and no one doubted its credibility, given that one hailed from a sacred domain and the other from a lineage of eternal life. Perhaps they had a means to contact the outside world. Was there someone coming to break the formation? A wave of joy surged through the crowd as they prepared to flee at a moment's notice, resulting in an unusual calm. Jiuyou observed this scene, nodding to himself. Zhang Xuan indeed possessed cunning. With a mere display of strength, he had compelled everyone to await their fate obediently. Quite impressive. Seeing the crowd gathered, seemingly in agreement, Zhang Xuan glanced at the distant group, including the greedy wolf, and noted their ongoing efforts to set up a large-scale teleportation array. Clearly, establishing a cross-regional teleportation array was no simple task. He turned to Jiuyou. Brother, it's nearly time. Watch me work my magic. With that, Zhang Xuan ascended into the air, his sword aura radiating outward, enveloping all present. The supreme sword intent erupted forth. Jiuyou raised an eyebrow, aside from their initial meeting. He had not witnessed Zhang Xuan in action. Just from this display, it was clear that Zhang Xuan was at least as formidable, if not stronger. Truly, he was the heir of the Tsangming Sword Sovereign. One could hardly fathom how powerful the original Tsangming Sword Sovereign had been. The same thoughts echoed in the hearts of the others, drawn by the commotion stirred by Zhang Xuan. At this moment, witnessing the magnificent sword aura enveloping the heavens, they felt as though they had transcended time and space, glimpsing the figure of the legendary Tsangming Sword Sovereign from years past. Jiuyou, filled with admiration, felt invigorated. Such a prodigy, would he not choose to follow me? The blood-prisoned demon lord and the Tsangming Sword Sovereign, these extraordinary figures from the annals of immortal history. He would ultimately reach that pinnacle. The disciples of various sects lying on the ground were equally astonished by Zhang Xuan's formidable presence. Li Bai and Yun Yaohong had not disclosed that the information came from Zhang Xuan, leading them to believe he truly intended to kill. His might was formidable, rivaling the unparalleled strike executed by Li Bai with his clear sword heart. It seemed Zhang Xuan was genuinely poised to slay them all in a single blow. Why haven't they begun to break the formation yet? The cultivators of various sects mentally screamed in desperation. Li Bai's eyes glimmered with intensity as he fixated on the sword-wielding figure in the sky. Is this truly the inheritor of the Tsangming Sword Sovereign? The supreme sword intent. I am utterly inferior. At the moment the sword intent manifested, Li Xiaobai realized he was no match for Zhang Xuan. In terms of the Dao realm, Zhang Xuan had already attained sword intent, while he merely possessed a clear sword heart. How could he possibly compare? Observing that all eyes were drawn to him, Zhang Xuan turned to Jiuyou and laughed heartily. Big brother, brace yourself for this strike. He gripped his sword, which remained sheathed, and suddenly slashed towards Jiuyou, who stood nearby. This strike, imbued with an abundance of sword energy and overwhelming sword intent, directly enveloped Jiuyou. Simultaneously, he utilized the hidden passage he had left in the Blood Plague formation to seal it off entirely. Bold move. The faces of Tanlang and the others changed dramatically, shocked that Zhang Xuan dared to strike at the demon sun. They hurriedly rushed towards Jiuyou. The cultivators still on the ground were momentarily stunned. What was happening? Why was Zhang Xuan attacking Jiuyou? Seeing everyone in a daze, Zhang Xuan erupted in a furious shout. What the hell are you all dawdling for? Run! He had not anticipated that he would create such an excellent opportunity to escape, yet this group remained frozen in shock, even Li Xiaobai and Gu Yuefeng included. What a bunch of useless teammates. Chapter 54. This child must not be allowed to live. I still possess a sword. Do you, great cultivators, dare to receive it? Flee? The crowd was momentarily taken aback, only then realizing that the crimson array above seemed to have dimmed considerably. Was the outside world breaking the formation? Could it be that everything Zhang Xuan had just done was merely to buy them time, creating an opportunity for escape? The power can be utilized. Someone suddenly exclaimed with joy. At last, the crowd reacted, transforming into brilliant hues as they hurriedly fled into the distance. There was no other option. Zhang Xuan's earlier strike had been truly spectacular, completely capturing their attention. Zhang Xuan, however, was left speechless, pondering the dull-wittedness of these individuals. He quickly regrouped with Gu Yufangzang and the disciples of Qingyun Sect. Upon his return, many of the disciples bore expressions of deep shame. Young master, we are truly sorry. We misunderstood you earlier. Young master. Seeing that this group still had the leisure to apologize, Zhang Xuan bellowed in anger. Save your apologies for later. Let us make haste. With that, he soared into the distance, followed closely by Gu Yufangzang and the others. Unfortunately, although Zhang Xuan's earlier sword strike was magnificent, it was still insignificant in the eyes of those who had transcended calamity. Zhang Xuan, an enraged roar echoed from the location of Jiuyou, whose body was drenched in blood, severely injured, and his face twisted with fury. Although the likes of Tanlang had rushed to his aid, they were still a moment too late. The might of Zhang Xuan's sword had not been entirely thwarted, leaving him on the brink of death. Yet, the sensation of peril was not what truly infuriated him. What incited his rage was Zhang Xuan's mockery of him. Devil spawn, are you unharmed? Jiuyou glared at Tanlang. Does this look like I'm unscathed? Capture Zhang Xuan for me. Since he refuses to submit, he must be eliminated. Tanlang and the others nodded, prepared to pursue. But their expressions shifted drastically in the next moment. This is bad. The Blood Plague array seems to have been shut down. What is happening? What? Jiuyou nearly thought he had misheard, quickly looking towards the sky, where indeed the array's brilliance had dimmed significantly. How could this be? The Blood Plague array was a grand formation created by the Blood Prison Demon Lord, capable of being influenced even by celestial beings. They had done nothing. So how could the array be deactivated? Could it possibly be Zhang Xuan? Jiuyou was startled by his own thoughts, yet he could not help but ponder further. The timing of the enemy's assault was impeccable. Under the shroud of the Blood Plague array, the cultivators of various sects were utterly unable to contact the outside world, and Zhang Xuan was undoubtedly cut off as well. Moreover, with no celestial beings among the cultivators of the southern wilderness, there was no way the outside could affect the array. Thus, it could only be Zhang Xuan. But how had he accomplished this? This is not good. The space is collapsing. This secret realm is on the verge of shattering. Just as Jiuyou was engulfed in a whirlwind of thoughts, Tanlang's expression changed once more. Without the suppression of the Blood Plague array, the space of the secret realm was indeed fracturing chaotically due to the presence of the transcended beings. Once the space collapsed completely, Tanlang and the others might have a chance to survive, but they would undoubtedly be unable to protect Jiuyou. Without hesitation, the greedy wolf unleashed a surge of tribulation energy to stabilize the surrounding space, promptly instructing the others. The situation has changed. Quickly arrange the teleportation array to escort the demon prince away. However, Jiuyou's countenance darkened as he gazed at Zhang Xuan and his companions, who were nearly escaping into the horizon. Gritting his teeth, he declared, "No, we must eliminate Zhang Xuan. We have already offended him gravely. Such a figure, if left unchecked, will surely pose a significant threat in the future." Upon hearing this, the others exchanged glances, and then two powerful cultivators spoke. "Demon Prince, please wait here. We shall deal with Zhang Xuan." "No, I will accompany you. I want to witness his demise with my own eyes." Jiuyou clenched his fists, seething with rage. The guardians furrowed their brows. It was evident that Zhang Xuan had a profound influence on Jiuyou. If the demon prince did not witness that young man's death, he might become a source of inner turmoil, adversely affecting his future cultivation. Thus, the two esteemed cultivators nodded, taking the injured Jiuyou swiftly in pursuit of Zhang Xuan, while the greedy wolf and others remained behind to fortify the space and finalize the teleportation array. "Not good, they're closing in," Jiuyou Yaohong suddenly exclaimed as the Qingyun Sect members fled at high speed. Zhang Xuan turned to glance behind him and saw the secret realm's space shattering violently, with Jiuyou and the others rapidly pursuing them. Soon, they would be upon them. Seeing this, Zhang Xuan sighed softly. His cultivation level was indeed too low. Although he had unleashed his sword intent and all his sword energy in that last strike, capable of slaying a nascent soul stage cultivator, the disparity against tribulation experts was still too great. On a brighter note, the blood plague array had been deactivated, causing the space to begin collapsing. The greedy wolf and his companions could not launch a full offensive, clearly preparing an escape route. However, the unfortunate aspect was that the spatial collapse prevented them from immediately shattering the teleportation jade slip to exit the secret realm. Otherwise, they risked being drawn into chaotic spatial currents. Furthermore, two esteemed cultivators were hot on their heels, powerful enough to slaughter them all. "You all go ahead. I will hold them off." Zhang Xuan suddenly halted. "Brother Zhang, do not jest. Those are two esteemed cultivators. We must flee quickly. We can shatter the jade slip to escape the secret realm soon," Jiuyou Yaohong urged anxiously. No matter how strong Zhang Xuan was, he could not withstand two esteemed cultivators. The disciples of Qingyun Sect chimed in. "Young master, Elder Wang instructed us to protect you at all costs before entering the secret realm, so you must leave first." "Indeed, young master is the hope for the resurgence of Qingyun Sect. We can perish, but you must not. Young master, hurry and flee. Even if we have to sacrifice our lives, we shall delay them for a moment." At that moment, all the disciples of Qingyun Sect chose to remain behind, even those who had previously criticized Zhang Xuan. Zhang Xuan felt deeply moved. Indeed, the sect established by Xiao Yao was united. Yet, he scolded, "Do not play such emotional games with me. Jiuyou wishes to subdue me. I am not so easily defeated. You staying behind is the true path to death. Get out of here now. Not a single one of you will escape." However, Jiuyou and his companions had caught up, and Jiuyou fixed a fierce gaze upon Zhang Xuan, as if he intended to devour him alive. Zhang Xuan's expression darkened as he positioned Jiuyou and Fang Zheng behind him, coldly commanding, "Leave. I have a way to survive. Your presence here would only be a burden to me." The disciples of Qingyun Sect appeared somewhat distressed at his words, while Jiuyou and Fang Zheng exchanged a profound glance. "Brother Zhang, are you truly serious? When have I ever deceived you? Very well, let us withdraw." Jiuyou and Fang Zheng finally resolved to act, propelling themselves away with all their might. The Qingyun Sect disciples hesitated momentarily, but after Zhang Xuan admonished them to flee once more, they reluctantly took to the skies in retreat. Their only hope now lay in escaping the secret realm and seeking assistance from the powerful figures of the outside world for their young master. In the distance, many disciples from other sects witnessed Zhang Xuan's audacious decision to remain behind and confront Jiuyou and his cohorts. Their expressions were filled with admiration, though their feet moved swiftly to escape. Nevertheless, The image of his solitary figure remained etched in their hearts. Attempt to flee? A powerful figure beside Jiuyou scoffed, preparing to strike at the retreating disciples. Yet, Zhang Xuan was swifter, launching a sword strike toward him. What audacity! The formidable figure snorted, shattering the sword light with a single palm. However, upon examining his hand, his pupils constricted in shock. He had sustained a wound, a blood mark left by a mere golden core cultivator. Is this what it means to possess sword intent? Truly, the inheritor of the Songming sword sovereign's legacy is formidable. The demon child was correct. If he is allowed to grow, he will undoubtedly become a great threat in the future. The great cultivator's gaze toward Zhang Xuan was now filled with murderous intent. This boy must not be allowed to live. Zhang Xuan, however, paid him no heed. He regarded the weak cultivator as nothing more than a mediocre practitioner at the peak of the great ascension stage. Had he been at a higher level, he would have easily slain him with a single strike. Instead, he focused on Jiuyou, contemplating how to buy some time. Kill him. Yet, Jiuyou had lost all interest in conversation, directly commanding his protectors. The two great ascension masters swiftly surrounded Zhang Xuan, one in front and one behind. Zhang Xuan's eyes widened. Was this how they played when the tables were turned? Wait. He hastily raised one hand, while the other gripped the hilt of his sword, slowly drawing the celestial blade from its sheath. I have one more strike. Do you great ascension masters dare to receive it? Chapter 55. Beware of the unsheathing. Have I been deceived again? Zhang Xuan's unparalleled sword intent erupted once more, a majestic sword aura sweeping across the heavens and the earth. The suppression brought forth by the realm of the great Tao instilled a sense of pressure even upon the two great ascension cultivators. However, the crux of the matter lay not in this. It resided in the sword clutched in Zhang Xuan's hand. Jiuyou and the others fixated on the cracked blade, their expressions fraught with uncertainty. They had long noticed the sword, dismissing it as merely a damaged magical artifact. But at this moment, the aura emanating from it caused their hearts to flutter. This was no ordinary artifact. It transcended the realm of supreme artifacts. One of the great ascension masters narrowed his eyes and instinctively took a step back. Magical artifacts are categorized into three grades: upper, middle, and lower. With supreme artifacts surpassing these, and above supreme, there exist celestial artifacts. How could a golden core cultivator possibly possess a celestial artifact? And yet, this individual was capable of wielding it. Jiuyou and his companions were incredulous. Even an upper-grade magical artifact was exceedingly rare, typically employed by great ascension cultivators. Supreme artifacts could only be forged by those who had transcended calamity, and only they were deemed worthy of their use. As for celestial artifacts, even the likes of Jiuyou, a demonic progeny, had never laid eyes upon one, for they belonged to the immortals. Crafted solely by those who had comprehended the essence of the Tao, a privilege not granted even to most immortals. Yet, the aura radiating from the sword in Zhang Xuan's grasp evidently surpassed that of a supreme artifact, leaving only the possibility of it being a celestial weapon. They could hardly fathom the power of such an artifact, and at this moment, they stood on the precipice of dread. I shall wield my sword towards the heavens and laugh, regardless of my fate. With his feet poised above the void, Zhang Xuan gripped the hilt, ready to unsheath the sword at any moment. The celestial aura surged upward, distorting the blood plague formation above. In that moment, he resembled a resplendent sun suspended in the firmament, while Jiuyou and his companions bore expressions of profound solemnity. Could it truly be a celestial artifact? In the distance, disciples from various sects were fleeing, desperately avoiding the impact zone of the collapsing space. As the aura of the celestial sword emerged, a wave of trepidation washed over everyone. It felt as though the very fabric of this realm trembled, and the great Tao recoiled in its presence. What was happening? Many cultivators halted, their faces tense as they cast anxious glances behind them. Some sword cultivators felt their blades quiver uncontrollably, as if sensing the presence of their ancestors. Li Shaobai was equally astounded, fervently suppressing his own sword, before turning to look back. What he beheld would be etched in his memory for a lifetime. Zhang Xuan, wielding the celestial sword, stood poised against the heavens, exerting pressure upon the two great ascension masters. A celestial sword? Li Xiaobai could hardly believe it. Zhang Xuan possessed such a hidden card. To wield a celestial artifact required not only immense cultivation and power, but also a resonance with the great Tao embodied by the artifact itself. What could be the extent of Zhang Xuan's mastery of the sword path to enable him to wield the celestial sword? Gu Yufengzeng also witnessed this scene, his eyes sparkling with newfound clarity, his heart racing with excitement. Zhang Xuan astonishingly managed to restrain two formidable beings of the Great Ascension stage, and he could actually wield a celestial sword. He recognized the sword, which had seemed so unremarkable in Zhang Xuan's hands, was indeed a celestial artifact, a truly unexpected revelation. However, Gu Yuefeng was not overly elated, for Zhang Xuan's ability to wield the celestial sword did not guarantee that he could unleash its full power. His cultivation base was still too low. Thus, he urgently urged the equally stunned disciples of Qingyun Sect, "Hurry! Let us not squander the opportunity Zhang Xuan has created for us." The disciples of Qingyun Sect, jolted back to reality, hastened to escape into the distance, their hearts profoundly shaken. Though they could not discern the aura of the celestial artifact, they understood that Zhang Xuan had indeed accomplished the incredible feat of confronting two great ascension masters head-on with his golden core strength, an extraordinary defiance. The other sect cultivators were equally astounded. Regardless of any past grievances or enmities they held, in this moment, all animosities evaporated. Zhang Xuan had single-handedly halted the advance of beings capable of annihilating them all, thus saving their lives. In their excitement, they shouted praises for their leader, yet they knew it was time to flee. As the aura of the celestial artifact emerged, the collapse of the secret realm accelerated. In the vicinity of the greedy wolves and their companions, they too sensed the presence of the celestial artifact and caught sight of Zhang Xuan's figure in the distance. Overwhelmed by shock, they erupted into furious curses. The spatial collapse is accelerating. We must reinforce the space. The teleportation array is also affected. Stabilize it at once. How could this brat possibly wield a celestial artifact? The once mighty figures were stripped of their imposing demeanor, cold sweat beading on their brows. With the emergence of the celestial artifact's aura, the chaotic currents of shattered space would become even more terrifying, and their survival was uncertain. They had to expedite the establishment of the teleportation array to escape this perilous place. Meanwhile, Zhang Xuan maintained his stance, seemingly poised to draw his sword. The surrounding space shattered violently, yet the fissures dared not approach him. Even the impending collapse of space was forced to stabilize under the aura of the celestial artifact. Zhu Ying and his companions, realizing Zhang Xuan's hesitation to draw the sword, finally grasped the situation. Hold on, he is merely at the golden core stage. Even if he can wield a celestial artifact, how much power can he truly unleash? We have been deceived. Let's act swiftly, Zhu Ying shouted. The expressions of the two great ascension masters darkened. As powerful beings, they were unexpectedly intimidated by a golden core cultivator. With cold scoffs, they prepared to confront the aura of the celestial artifact. Is that so? Then let me see if you can withstand this strike. With a cold smirk, Zhang Xuan indeed drew the sword. In that instant, the world was filled with a singular beam of sword light, cleaving the heavens and the earth, as if to split the entire secret realm in two. The terrifying aura of the celestial artifact caused the space to tremble violently, and the great Tao itself recoiled in fear. The expressions of the two great ascension masters and Zhu Ying changed dramatically. Could it be that he had truly unleashed the power of the celestial sword? This strike rivaled that of an immortal, leaving them devoid of any thoughts of resistance. Alas, after the flash of the sword, Zhu Ying and the two great ascension elders remained rooted in place, while Zhang Xuan had already fled far away. Zhu Ying's words rang true. His current realm was indeed insufficient to unleash the full might of the immortal artifact. Had the sword been whole, he might have been able to harness a fraction of its power. Unfortunately, the sword was damaged, and he could only maintain its form through his sword intent. Although his mastery of the sword path allowed him to activate the artifact, It merely enabled him to amplify its effects through resonance with the Tao. Realizing that his opponent had been deceived, he knew he had to make a hasty retreat. "Zhang Xuan, I will kill you," Jiuyou finally responded. Realizing he had been outwitted, his frustration boiling over. Zhang Xuan scoffed. The youth was still too inexperienced. Even the two great ascension cultivators were somewhat naive in their endeavors against him. He hastened his escape, yet the surrounding space was increasingly fragmented, with rifts appearing everywhere. Although he utilized the aura of the immortal sword to forcibly stabilize the space ahead, the incomplete nature of the sword, coupled with his movement, prevented him from achieving his maximum speed. Behind him, Jiuyou and the others were in pursuit, despite being similarly hindered by the spatial rifts. Their speed surpassed Zhang Xuan's significantly, for their cultivation level was far superior. This realization darkened Zhang Xuan's expression. It was clear that he could not shake them off this way. He needed to devise another plan. As he soared through the air, he pondered and then cast his gaze toward the blood plague formation above. Chapter 56, The Will of the People. Is the young master beyond rescue? On the plaza of the Qingyun Sect, a sudden spatial rift materialized, from which a group of cultivators clad in wild attire descended. These were the disciples from various sects who had participated in the grand sect competition. Having distanced themselves from the collapsing confines of the secret realm, they had finally succeeded in shattering their jade slips to escape. Each face bore the expression of those who had narrowly evaded disaster, a collective sigh of relief echoing in their hearts. At last they had emerged, the elders and leaders of the sects, who had been visibly anxious after the disappearance of the light barrier, now relaxed upon the return of their disciples. It appeared that despite the unforeseen mishaps within the secret realm, the safety of their disciples was paramount. Li Yuanzhao hurriedly scanned the crowd for Li Xiaobai's figure, and upon spotting him among the Qingyun Sect's disciples, he finally exhaled in relief. Had anything happened to Li Xiaobai, he would have been at a loss as to how to explain the situation to the Wujian sword tomb and the Li family. Li Yuanzhao swiftly approached Li Xiaobai, offering him a precious healing elixir and quietly inquiring about his condition. Elder Wang Defa and others quickly joined the Qingyun Sect's disciples, anxiously asking, "Are you all unharmed? Where is the young master?" Gui Weifang, visibly distressed, spoke solemnly. "Brother Zhang is still within the secret realm. The realm has fallen under the control of the demon clan. If Brother Zhang had not held back the demon's formidable warriors, we would never have escaped. Now, with Zhang alone confronting those powerful demons, he surely would not stand a chance. I implore the elders to rescue him." Demon clan? The elders, including Wang Defa, were taken aback and immediately sought clarification on the matter. Simultaneously, disciples from various sects reported the circumstances they had encountered within the secret realm. The expressions of the sect leaders and elders shifted dramatically. The figure known as Daya had turned out to be a demonic offspring, and they had even dispatched a tribulation stage protector to infiltrate the secret realm, laying down a sinister blood plague formation to seize control of the entire domain. Zhang Xuan had single-handedly confronted the demon's powerful warriors, even wielding what appeared to be an artifact of celestial origin. Yet, no one coveted the artifact in Zhang Xuan's possession. After all, its acquisition was uncertain, and merely activating such an artifact required a resonance with the great Tao, a feat none among them could achieve. Thus, the allure of the celestial artifact was not as compelling as one might presume. What astonished the crowd was the revelation that a mere golden core cultivator could contend against a great ascension powerhouse. This was nothing short of astonishing. Furthermore, the various sects expressed their outrage at the demon clan's audacity. How dare they plot against the prodigies of the Tai realm? Did they seek to provoke a war? The fact that the demon's tribulation stage warriors could enter the secret realm and establish their formation suggested premeditation. Such circumstances must be reported to the Celestial Alliance, demanding retribution from the demon clan. The assembly buzzed with fervent discussion, their faces etched with dismay, while only the Qingyun Sect remained in a state of anxious anticipation. Wang Defa soared into the sky, positioning himself at the site from which the disciples had just escaped, unleashing his peak Taoist aura in an attempt to tear through the fabric of space and re-enter the secret realm. However, The space merely quivered slightly, yielding no entrance. Plunging Wang Defa's heart into despair. He turned to Li Yuan Zhao, clasping his hands in a gesture of respect, and implored, Sect Master Li, could you devise a means to breach the secret realm? Our sect's young master remains trapped within. Upon hearing this, Li Yuan Zhao hesitated. Wang Defa grew increasingly anxious. He was merely at the harmonization stage and lacked the ability to forcibly breach the spatial barrier. He could only implore Li Yuan Zhao, who was in the tribulation period, for assistance. Moreover, the secret realm had originally been established by the Qingyun Sect, and they undoubtedly possessed a means to navigate it. Thus, he once again beseeched, his tone tinged with humility, for the sect leader to open the passage to the secret realm, assuring that the elder of the Qingyun Sect would enter to provide rescue. Zhang Xuan was a prodigious talent, a potential immortal. Such brilliance was rare even across the entire southern wilderness, and he could not be permitted to meet with misfortune. Even though the elders accompanying Qingyun Sect did not include a single great ascension master, they felt compelled to rescue the young master, for he was the beacon of hope for the sect's resurgence. The leaders and elders of the various sects exchanged glances in silence, deeply respecting Zhang Xuan's solitary stand against the formidable demon clan, which allowed their disciples to escape, setting aside the questionable tactics of that individual. He was indeed a remarkable talent. However, precisely because of Zhang Xuan's exceptional gifts and capabilities, some opined that it might be better for him to perish within the secret realm, especially for the larger sections. With Zhang Xuan holding all the resources amassed during the sect competition, should he emerge and manipulate the rankings, it would render their participation fruitless. As the high-ranking officials remained mute, a disciple from a lesser sect suddenly spoke up. I implore the Qingyun Sect to open the spatial passage and rescue young Master Zhang. The crowd turned their attention toward the disciple, and some elders furrowed their brows, visibly displeased. Yet, before the higher-ups could react, those disciples who had escaped from the secret realm began to voice their pleas in unison. Young Master Zhang fought valiantly against the formidable enemy to save us. We must go to his aid. Indeed, I had previously misjudged young Master Zhang. While his methods may have been questionable, his heart is undoubtedly noble, and we cannot allow him to perish. Please, Qingyun Sect, open the spatial passage to rescue young Master Zhang. The disciples of various sects echoed the call, fervently requesting assistance for Zhang Xuan. Being young and naive, they were oblivious to the machinations of their elders. All they knew was that Zhang Xuan had saved them, and they were compelled to return the favor. This sudden display of solidarity rendered the leaders and elders of the sects somewhat uncomfortable. Observing the hesitation among their elders, disciples from smaller sects quickly grasped the underlying implications and urged their leaders, sect leader, all the resources we have gathered are in young Master Zhang's hands. If he cannot emerge, then this entire sect competition would lose its significance. Upon hearing this, the higher-ups of the smaller sects began to waver. While Zhang Xuan was indeed formidable, the rivalry lay primarily between Qingyun Sect and the other major sects, with little direct impact on them at present. Hence, it seemed prudent to seize the immediate advantage. Consequently, the leaders of these smaller sects also began to advocate for Zhang Xuan's rescue, prompting grim expressions among the higher-ups of the major sections. In the position of Jiuyou sect, Lu Rian addressed Lu Aihua, saying, Sect leader, young Master Zhang has not wronged our sect in any significant way. He even saved the life of a disciple from Jiuyou sect. I earnestly request the sect leader to take action and assist him. At Tianxin Gate, Zhao Guanshan earnestly approached his sect leader, pleading, Master, could we possibly save Zhang Xuan? Though his methods may be rather unscrupulous, he is certainly not a malevolent individual. At this moment, Li Xiaobai, his complexion ashen, turned to Li Yuan Zhao and implored, Master, Zhang Xuan has saved my life. I must repay him, or my heart will be forever unsettled. I beseech you to open a spatial passage to rescue Zhang Xuan. At that instant, all eyes were fixed on Li Yuan Zhao. Thousands of cultivators and disciples from numerous sects united in their plea, an unprecedented occurrence in the entirety of southern wilderness. Wang Defa, overwhelmed with excitement, marveled at how the young master had garnered such esteem among his peers through a single sect competition. The people's will is unwavering. Truly, he is the young master. We earnestly request, Master Li, to open the spatial passage. Wang Defa once again bowed solemnly to Li Yuanzhao. We implore you to open the spatial passage to save Zhang Xuan. The disciples of various sects spoke in unison, leaving the higher-ups of the major sects speechless. Li Yuanzhao could only smile wryly. Given the circumstances, if he were to remain unyielding, the Ziki sect would find it impossible to maintain its standing in the southern wilderness. However, it is not that I am unwilling to open the spatial passage. It is merely that the secret realm is already beginning to collapse, compounded by the demonic array controlling the realm, leaving the Ziki sect unable to establish contact. Li Yuanzhao shook his head in resignation. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the sect disciples darkened. The elders, including Wang Defa, turned pale, their hearts plummeting to despair. Could it be that the young master truly has no hope of salvation? Chapter 57. Unless he is the creator of the grand formation. Related settings of this book at the end. At this moment, Zhang Xuan was soaring through the secret realm, meticulously evading the treacherous spatial fissures. Behind him, Jiuyou and his companions were relentlessly pursuing, the distance between them noticeably shrinking. It seemed that those individuals had already managed to escape. Upon realizing that he could no longer sense the presence of Gui Weifang and the disciples from various sects, Zhang Xuan felt a wave of relief wash over him. As for how he would escape the secret realm, he had numerous options at his disposal. Thus he was untroubled. Zhang Xuan, stop running. You cannot escape. Jiuyou bellowed from behind. Zhang Xuan merely chuckled. You think just because you tell me to stop, I will? I am not your father. If you have the ability, come and catch me. He continued his flight, yet the collapse of the secret realm's space was evidently accelerating, especially after he unleashed the ethereal aura of his cautious sword. It appeared that before he could flee the reach of the spatial collapse, the entire secret realm would shatter. Although the devastation of the realm would affect more than just him, it also instilled a sense of trepidation in the two demon lords pursuing him. Yet Zhang Xuan's brow furrowed. Was he to traverse the chaotic currents of space? The turbulence generated by the realm's destruction even instilled fear in those undergoing tribulations. But with his cautious sword in hand, he felt confident in his survival. However, navigating through the chaotic currents meant he would lose all certainty regarding his exit point. Who could say where he would land? If he were to end up in another domain, returning to the Qingyun Sect could take an eternity. As he pondered these thoughts, Jiuyou behind him was seething with rage. He felt as though he had been toyed with by Zhang Xuan, his expression growing increasingly ferocious. Forget about the space. Shatter it all. Crush him. Jiuyou commanded the protectors. The two protectors exchanged glances, feeling helpless. A dignified expert was spending such an inordinate amount of time chasing a mere golden core cultivator, which would surely become a source of jest among peers if it were spread. Your Highness, we cannot proceed. The secret realm space is exceedingly fragile. If we exert ourselves too forcefully, the entire realm will collapse, and we shall not escape either. The two grand masters hesitated, contemplating retreat, for they had already distanced themselves from the heart of the secret realm. Should they continue pursuing Zhang Xuan, a complete spatial collapse would render their carefully prepared teleportation array useless. No, he must be eliminated. Jiuyou was aware of the precariousness of the situation, yet he was unwilling to let Zhang Xuan slip away, consumed by impotent fury. Observing that Jiuyou and the others appear to be backing off, Zhang Xuan could not help but laugh. Come chase me. If you catch me, I'll give you a treat. Jiuyou clenched his fists so tightly that his nails nearly pierced his flesh. How dare this fellow mock him? Just as his fury reached its peak, he suddenly received a message from Tanlang. With a malicious grin, he looked at Zhang Xuan and declared, Tanlang has regained control of the blood plague grand formation to suppress the space. It will not collapse any further. Capture him. I intend to seize the chaos infinite sword body. The eyes of the two Grand Master protectors brightened, and they surged forward towards Zhang Xuan without reservation. Zhang Xuan was momentarily taken aback as the two mighty ascendants traversed the spatial rift and materialized before him. seizing him with an iron grip. Zhang Xuan, feeling helpless, recognized that without the constraints of the environment, the disparity between his golden core and their ascendant powers was insurmountable. It seemed he had overestimated his chances. Nevertheless, he remained unfazed. If necessary, he could unleash the aura of the celestial sword to shatter the fabric of space itself and plunge into the chaotic currents of the void. Jiuyou, standing before Zhang Xuan, sneered, "Why aren't you fleeing? Go on, run." Seeing the madness creeping into his adversary's demeanor, Zhang Xuan maintained his composure, even contemplating how to further toy with Jiuyou's psyche. "Are you absolutely certain you wish to proceed in this manner? Do not forget, the recording stone is still in my possession. Do you truly wish for its contents to be exposed?" The absence of Zhang Xuan's desperate pleas for mercy caused veins to bulge on Jiuyou's forehead. How audacious was this man, still daring to threaten him at this juncture? Are you genuinely unafraid of death? Are you truly unconcerned about the implications of the recording stone being revealed? You are courting death. I shall seize your chaos infinite sword body immediately and then subject you to 1,000 torturous deaths. Jiuyou thundered in fury. He realized that further conversation with this individual was futile. He feared that he might succumb to the urge to kill him outright. Now, he was resolute in his intent, once again fixating on the coveted chaos infinite sword body. Observing Jiuyou's frenzied state, Zhang Xuan shook his head. "Is this all it takes to break your defense? I have yet to reveal many of my techniques." Subsequently, Jiuyou and his companions escorted Zhang Xuan back to their original location. The others, including Tan Lang, were still in the process of setting up the teleportation array, though it appeared they were nearing completion. Jiuyou, with an icy tone, commanded, "Utilize the blood plague grand formation to subdue this fellow and extract his chaos infinite sword body for me." The blood plague grand formation not only suppressed the magical power of those within its confines, but also refined their cultivation and physical constitution. This was yet another reason for Jiuyou and his companions to hastily deploy the blood plague grand formation upon their arrival, to directly seize Zhang Xuan's chaos infinite sword body. Upon hearing this, Tan Lang and the others did not hesitate. They promptly activated the formation. Zhang Xuan's brow furrowed, a sense of foreboding washing over him. It was not the fear of losing his chaos infinite sword body that troubled him, but rather the realization that the blood plague grand formation would have no effect on him whatsoever. He intended to utilize the celestial sword to shatter space. Yet Tan Lang and the others were vigilant, preventing him from accessing even that opportunity. In the next moment, two beams of blood-red light descended from the formation high above, enveloping both Zhang Xuan and Jiuyou. This turn of events deepened the pallor of Zhang Xuan's face. Noticing the change in Zhang Xuan's expression, Jiuyou let out a cold laugh. "Have you finally come to fear?" Although the blood plague grand formation was ineffective before, the circumstances have shifted. Once the physical constitution is severed, even your demonic bloodline will be of no consequence. Your innate talents will henceforth belong to me. Jiuyou burst into triumphant laughter, reveling in his impending victory. Amidst his mirth, he suddenly halted and turned to Tan Lang. "Tan Lang, is the formation successfully extracting the fellow's constitution? Why have I not sensed any changes within him despite all this time spent within the bloodlight?" Tan Lang, sensing the situation, replied, "My lord, the formation has been initiated. Is it possible that it is ineffective?" Jiuyou furrowed his brows, sensing something amiss. Zhang Xuan remained silent, hesitant to speak. Jiuyou instructed Tan Lang to inspect the grand formation once more and restart it. Yet, after a considerable time had passed, Jiuyou still felt nothing. The crowd exchanged uncertain glances. Could the formation be malfunctioning? "No, I've checked it thoroughly. There is no issue," Tan Lang asserted. "Shall we check it again?" "It must be due to the spatial fragmentation causing some disruptions in the formation," Zhang Xuan suggested. Tan Lang shook his head. "That's impossible. I've inspected it, and it's definitely fine." Zhang Xuan pressed. "Are you so certain?" "I believe there must be a problem with the formation." Tan Lang retorted, "Impossible. You are questioning my expertise. If I say there is no problem, then there is none." As the two appeared ready to argue, Jiuyou suddenly shouted, "I understand now. There is something wrong with you, Zhang Xuan. A chill ran down Zhang Xuan's spine. No way. Please no. Jiuyou's eyes sparkled with insight as he analyzed the situation. The blood plague formation failed against you the first time, and we initially thought you possessed demonic blood. However, the formation's ability to strip bloodline traits is effective even against demons. Tan Lang is a master of formations. If he says it's fine, then it certainly is. The issue must lie with you. Are you so sure that the formation is intact? Zhang Xuan asked weakly. Tan Lang scoffed. I am a transcendent being who has mastered the art of formations. How could I make such a trivial mistake? The demon prince is right. The issue lies with you. Jiuyou continued his analysis. The failure of the blood plague formation is unprecedented. Such a scenario has never occurred among the demon clan. Furthermore, when you attacked me earlier, the formation was abruptly deactivated at just the right moment. I suspect you were the one who disabled it. The assembled demon experts gasped in astonishment. While they had their suspicions, they were reluctant to believe it, as the blood plague formation was crafted by the blood prison demon lord. Over the years, many formation masters had studied it, and all had praised its perfection, declaring it flawless. Even though they hadn't deployed the complete blood plague formation, it was not something a mere golden core cultivator could easily infiltrate or control. Yet, the analysis provided by the demon prince seemed to lead to only this conclusion. Jiuyou's eyes glimmered with intensity as he turned to Tan Lang. What kind of issue could manifest in him that would cause the blood plague formation to fail and allow him to deactivate it? Tan Lang posed. Aren't you the one analyzing? Why are you asking me? However, he instinctively responded, such a scenario could only arise if you were the creator of the formation. As soon as these words left his lips, the atmosphere fell silent. Warning. The host is about to be recognized as the former blood prison demon lord. The mission is on the verge of failure. Current exposure level of the blood prison demon lord identity. 1. The host's 17th generation talent, the chaotic celestial demon bloodline, is passively activated. Zhang Xuan. Recently, some readers have expressed curiosity regarding the divisions of realms. I shall elucidate the classifications of realms and some related settings. This book adheres to the traditional schema of cultivation literature, categorizing realms as follows: Qi refinement, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, divine transformation, out-of-body, harmonization, true monarch, great ascension, respected one, tribulation crossing, celestial lord, scattered immortal. Those who have cunningly bypassed the tribulations of ascension or have relied on external means to attain immortality. Existing in an abnormal realm, possessing a lifespan akin to immortals, yet lacking comparable strength, unable to progress further on the Tao, and immortal. The Tao realm is further subdivided into 3 tiers: heart and body, with various appellations, such as the sword Tao being referred to as sword heart enlightenment, true intent, such as sword intent, and domain, such as sword domain. Previously, some readers questioned why immortals are unable to comprehend the true intent. I will also clarify this setting. The realm of true intent is intricately linked to the fortunes of the Tao. In simpler terms, although an immortal may perceive the Tao and achieve immortality, it does not guarantee their understanding of true intent. However, those who grasp the true intent of the Tao are assured to comprehend the Tao and attain immortality, thus being referred to as seedlings of immortality. This indicates that understanding the true intent of the Tao is a sufficient yet not necessary condition for achieving immortality. Furthermore, regarding the categorization of magical artifacts, they are classified into 4 grades: low, medium, high, and supreme, with anything above being regarded as celestial artifacts. It is worth noting that the distinctions in magical artifacts may not be rigorously represented in the text, as this narrative does not conform to the traditional trope of leveling up through combat. Low-grade artifacts are predominantly utilized by cultivators below the divine transformation stage, exhibiting average effects. Those crafted to align with a cultivator's unique abilities tend to yield superior results, hence the concept of life-bound artifacts. Medium-grade artifacts are employed from the divine transformation to the out-of-body stage, beginning to integrate with the cultivator's own laws. Imbuing the artifacts with the power of those laws, specifics regarding the cultivation related to these realms will be elaborated upon later in the text. High-grade artifacts are wielded by those in the harmonization and great ascension stages, imbued with a hint of the Tao's essence, wielding boundless power. Supreme-grade artifacts are employed by those crossing tribulations, where the essence of the Tao transforms into a rhythm that resonates with the corresponding Tao. Celestial artifacts are bestowed upon immortals, who imbue them with their own understanding of the true intent of the Tao, allowing them to resonate with the Tao, effectively rendering them as tangible manifestations of the Tao, embedded with concealed Tao patterns. Note that the term artifacts primarily refers to life-bound artifacts, as their enhancement necessitates the cultivator's comprehension of the Tao. However, given the inevitability of damage during combat, it is stated that higher-grade artifacts are increasingly rare. While there are various grades of artifacts that can be directly crafted, the process is exceedingly taxing on the cultivator's energy and requires significant financial and resource investment. A crafted artifact may not perform well for others, as it inherently reflects the laws and rhythms familiar to the creator. Therefore, it is often more prudent to retain such artifacts for personal use. Even ancient sects typically provide their disciples with ordinary artifacts, allowing them to gradually cultivate their own. Although ancient sects possess substantial resources to repair damaged artifacts or to allow disciples to recreate them, this is a time-consuming endeavor, and the gifted are always cognizant of the value of their time. Furthermore, only those who have reached the corresponding realm can forge artifacts of matching caliber, reinforcing the notion that nurturing one's own artifact from the outset is far more beneficial. Ultimately, we arrive at the concept of celestial artifacts. These artifacts can only be elevated to their true potential by enlightened beings who comprehend the essence of the Tao. However, for most celestial beings, grasping this profound truth is a formidable challenge, rendering the creation of celestial artifacts that resonate with the Tao exceedingly rare. Others who obtain such artifacts find themselves unable to harness their genuine power due to a lack of harmonious understanding, resulting in a scenario where, despite their formidable nature, these artifacts may not attract the attention they deserve. Of course, absolutes are elusive. Celestial artifacts inherently possess remarkable prowess, embodying the true essence of the Tao, thus providing opportunities for others to gain insight into its profound teachings. Nevertheless, this path can be considered a borrowed enlightenment, as even achieving celestial status through such means would classify one as a scattered immortal, the weakest among celestial beings. The above outlines certain premises of this narrative. Should there be any oversights or inadequacies, esteemed readers are warmly invited to offer their insights. I extend my heartfelt gratitude for your unwavering support. Chapter 58. Is Zhang Xuan truly the blood prison demon lord? The moment for a test of acting has arrived. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Jiuyou vehemently countered. The creator of the blood plague formation is none other than the blood prison demon lord. If that were the case, would Zhang Xuan not be the blood prison demon lord himself? Jiuyou harbored no belief in Tan Lang's words. He was not alone in his skepticism, as other formidable beings of the demon race shared his disbelief. Indeed, the blood prison demon lord was a figure of immense stature. How could he possibly be associated with this individual before them? Historical records state that in his ascent to the rank of demon lord, the blood prison demon lord vanquished dozens of our kind, solidifying his dominion through sheer strength. Such formidable prowess could not be compared to that of the person present. This fellow was merely the inheritor of the Tsang sword sovereign, utterly unrelated to the demon lord. Even Tan Lang was left momentarily stunned after his words, questioning how he could have uttered such nonsense. No matter how one looked at it, this young man bore no resemblance to the blood prison demon lord. However, in the next moment, a terrifying aura of bloodline pressure erupted from Zhang Xuan. Jiuyou and the others' expressions changed drastically, their eyes widening in astonishment. This bloodline pressure emanated from the demon race. Unlike the human race, the demon and beast races do not possess various extraordinary physiques, placing immense importance on bloodlines, with the suppression among bloodlines being extraordinarily formidable. Jiuyou, a golden core cultivator, commanded the utmost respect from Tan Lang and other tribulation transcending protectors not merely due to his status as a demon prince, but also because of the purity of his bloodline. Were he to exert bloodline suppression, he might not determine the life and death of Tan Lang and the others, but he could certainly render them incapable of striking against him. With bloodline alone, he could suppress those transcending tribulation. This exemplifies the nobility of the true demon bloodline. Unless one ascends to immortality, no demon can resist the suppression of bloodlines. Even among immortal demons, bloodline suppression persists. At this moment, the aura of the demon bloodline erupting from Zhang Xuan was astonishingly purer than Jiuyou's, so potent that various illusory demon gods began to manifest around him, making him appear as though a demon deity had descended. Such a degree of demon bloodline purity has only been achieved by one individual in the annals of demon history: the Chaos Celestial Demon Bloodline. Jiuyou gazed at Zhang Xuan in disbelief. Was this not the very Chaos Celestial Demon Bloodline of the Blood Prison Demon Lord? Thud! As he gasped in astonishment, Tan Lang and the others had already knelt down, utterly incapable of resisting the aura of the Chaos Celestial Demon Bloodline. The assembly of tribulation transcending powerhouses trembled at that moment. Their eyes filled with terror as they lowered their heads, not daring to meet Zhang Xuan's gaze. That was the suppression stemming from a demon lord's bloodline. Only Jiuyou remained upright, albeit he too eventually knelt. His bloodline, though pure, paled in comparison to the Chaos Celestial Demon Bloodline. How could you possibly possess the Chaos Celestial Demon Bloodline? The world seemed to collapse around Jiuyou. The emergence of the Chaos Celestial Demon Bloodline upon Zhang Xuan signified that this fellow was indeed the Blood Prison Demon Lord. This individual was his idol, the pride of the demon race? No, absolutely not. How could a demon lord be such a shameless person? He could not help but reminisce about the legends surrounding the Blood Prison Demon Lord. It was said that the Blood Prison Demon Lord had attained immortality after a millennium, possessing a bloodline that defied the heavens. The chaotic celestial demon bloodline allowed him to transform into a heart demon. As long as his heart remained, his soul would not perish. In the legendary battle that solidified his reign as the demon lord, his chaotic celestial demon bloodline had already reached its pinnacle, a fact supported by poetry, a myriad of calamities, countless lifetimes, fleeting through the ages in the blink of an eye, an undying body, an unextinguished soul, unmatched throughout history. When the balance of yin and yang is disrupted, I shall stain the heavens with my demonic blood. Jiuyou found it utterly incomprehensible that such a transcendent figure as the Blood Prison Demon Lord could be the Zhang Xuan before him. This realization was too much for him to bear. Observing the fluctuating expressions of Jiuyou and his companions, Tan Lang and the others bowed before him. Zhang Xuan, with a bewildered expression, exclaimed, "What is happening? What is this on me?" Upon hearing his words, Jiuyou and the others were momentarily taken aback. Zhang Xuan then began to feign madness. "What have you done to me? Why did something enter my body during the formation? What do you intend to accomplish?" At this moment, the blood plague formation hesitated to ensnare him, and with merely a thought, he could seize control of the formation and suppress Jiuyou and the others. For the foundation of the formation was also rooted in the demonic bloodline. However, Zhang Xuan did not rush to act. He had anticipated the current situation since the blood plague formation first manifested, yet he had not expected it to transpire in such a manner. Now that the chaotic celestial demon bloodline had awakened, he was left with no choice but to activate his contingency plan. I have received the inheritance. As for the thoughts swirling in the minds of Jiuyou and the others, he could surmise that they likely believed the grand image of the Blood Prison Demon Lord had shattered, leaving them unable to accept this reality. Zhang Xuan could only deem their reaction as normal. They remained oblivious to the true nature of the Blood Prison Demon Lord. In truth, the means employed by the Demon Lord during his reign were not much more virtuous. The chronicles of immortals were mere embellishments for when one achieved success. Great scholars would defend their legacy. However, this ignorance served to Zhang Xuan's advantage, as it was far easier to deceive these individuals than to contend with Xiaoyao. Indeed, as Zhang Xuan's cry of astonishment echoed, Jiuyou and the others were immediately engulfed in confusion. Something entered his body during the formation? What could this possibly mean? Could it be that this fellow was not the revered blood prison demon lord? Of course, such a figure as the blood prison demon lord could never be an ordinary demon. Emboldened, Tan Lang and the others lifted their gazes toward Zhang Xuan. Seeing that his tactic was effective, Zhang Xuan felt a surge of delight. The time had come to test his acting skills. "Who are you?" he suddenly exclaimed, feigning terror as he gazed into the air before him. Jiuyou and the others, however, saw nothing and remained utterly bewildered. "What? You claim to be the blood prison demon lord, harboring a fragment of heart demon essence within the formation. And now you have bestowed upon me the chaotic, celestial demon bloodline? The blood plague formation is ineffective against me because of your design?" He began to speak to the air as if in conversation. Jiuyou and the others widened their eyes in shock. Was there truly a fragment of the blood prison demon lord's heart demon essence within the blood plague formation? Was Zhang Xuan conversing with the blood prison demon lord? Their hearts trembled, and they hastily lowered their heads once more, not daring to utter a sound. No. I am merely an ordinary cultivator. How could I possibly qualify to receive such an inheritance? Zhang Xuan solemnly rejected the notion. Do you truly consider me to be exceptionally gifted, the most suitable heir to the legacy? How can I possibly accept such a notion? Jiuyou and the others gasped in astonishment. Could it be that? Oh my, so you have already bestowed upon me the inheritance? I was just pondering why my body underwent such a sudden transformation. Zhang Xuan's expression reflected a dawning realization. Although Jiuyou and the others could not perceive the blood abyss demon lord that Zhang Xuan spoke of, the implications of his words stirred tumultuous waves within their hearts. This young man had acquired the legacy of the blood abyss demon lord? What extraordinary stroke of fortune was this? At that moment, they comprehended that the blood plague array was ineffective against Zhang Xuan. The sudden emergence of the chaotic celestial demon bloodline within him was the reason behind it. The group lamented their oversight. How could there be a legacy left by the blood abyss demon lord hidden within the blood plague array? And they had failed to notice it? As for doubts, the aura of bloodline emanating from Zhang Xuan was undeniably authentic, rendering them hesitant to question it. Unless Zhang Xuan was indeed the blood abyss demon lord himself, the existence of the chaotic celestial demon bloodline could not be rationally explained. Thus they were more inclined to accept the notion of the inheritance. Observing the change in expressions among the crowd, Zhang Xuan exhaled in relief. It seemed he had successfully deceived them. As long as the exposure value did not continue to rise, all would be well. However, Jiuyou suddenly lifted his head and directed a piercing gaze at Zhang Xuan, exclaiming, "No, the blood plague array was set up by the greedy wolf faction. How could there possibly be the will of a demon lord within it? You are deceiving us." Chapter 59. Only the dead can keep secrets. The arrival of Yun Yaohong. As the words of Jiuyou faded, the others, including Tan Lang, began to regain their composure. They had been momentarily stunned, for their bloodlines were somewhat mixed. Upon sensing the chaotic aura of the celestial demon, their capacity for rational thought had diminished significantly. Now, reflecting on the situation, it seemed rather absurd. They had orchestrated the grand formation themselves. How could they be unaware of what lay within? The group turned towards Zhang Xuan, uncertainty etched on their faces. Zhang Xuan furrowed his brow. Was it possible that this young man possessed some intellect? How audacious of you to question the esteemed blood prison demon lord. Zhang Xuan's voice thundered, causing Tan Lang and the others to shudder. Under the oppressive aura of the celestial demon bloodline, his shout rendered them mute. Jiuyou too felt an overwhelming pressure, a suppression born of the bloodline. Lowering his head, he spoke with difficulty. "I would never dare to question the demon lord. Yet I find it hard to believe that the legendary blood prison demon lord would bestow the legacy upon someone like you." As he spoke, Jiuyou struggled against the pressure, lifting his gaze to meet Zhang Xuan's. This exchange stirred a sense of annoyance within Zhang Xuan. What did he mean by implying the legacy was not meant for someone like him? Hadn't he just expressed faith in him? Zhang Xuan understood the underlying sentiment. Most likely, it stemmed from an imbalance, a sense of injustice at not being the recipient of the legacy himself. Thus, he bellowed once more, "Are you not then questioning the demon lord's judgment? If you claim I am deceiving you, Then where do you suppose this celestial demon bloodline originates? Jiuyou fell silent, realizing the contradiction. Indeed, if Zhang Xuan had not acquired the legacy, it would imply that he was the blood prison demon lord himself, a notion even more ludicrous. Seeing Jiuyou rendered speechless, Zhang Xuan sneered, fully aware of the implications. If Jiuyou harbored doubts, it was certain that the matter would reach the ears of the demon clan, and the old-timers familiar with him would be even more troublesome than Xiao Yao. Thus, it was imperative that the information remain concealed from the demon clan. For now, the performance before Jiuyou and the others was merely to prevent the exposure value from escalating. A glint of cold light flashed in Zhang Xuan's eyes as he suddenly turned to the empty space beside him. Demon Lord, did you just say I could directly control the blood plague formation? Zhang Xuan exclaimed with feigned astonishment, then closed his eyes. In the next moment, Tan Lang felt a sudden loss of control over the blood plague formation. The blood-red formation in the sky erupted in a brilliant crimson light, enveloping Zhang Xuan, who gradually ascended into the air. Zhang Xuan opened his eyes, and with a swift motion of his hand, Tan Lang and the others felt their powers completely bound. Their faces paled. In that instant, all doubt evaporated. The authority over the blood plague formation had been seized effortlessly, signifying that the blood prison demon lord truly possessed a remnant of demonic will within the formation. Jiuyou's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Zhang Xuan hovering above, acutely aware of his own power being restrained. He found himself at a loss for words to counter Zhang Xuan's claims. Had the other truly inherited the legacy of the blood prison demon lord? Zhang Xuan paid no heed to the reactions of the others, instead continuing to gaze into the empty space beside him, his brow furrowed as he contemplated aloud. Master of the demon realm, is this truly appropriate? You claim this is for my benefit? Very well, I understand. Zhang Xuan turned his gaze back to Jiuyou and the others, who appeared utterly bewildered. What had the blood prison demon lord uttered? The atmosphere felt ominous. The demon lord had mentioned that his legacy was about to resurface, which would undoubtedly stir considerable upheaval, particularly among the demon clan, potentially inciting turmoil. Therefore, for the stability of the demon race, and for my safety as the heir, the news of this legacy must remain confidential. Zhang Xuan declared with conviction. The others, including Tan Lang, immediately comprehended the gravity of the situation. The current demon lord was rumored to have contended for the title against the blood prison demon lord. Should this information reach him, it could indeed provoke significant unrest, possibly leading to chaos within the demon clan. Consequently, everyone knelt and pledged their silence. Fear not, master of the demon realm. We shall not disclose this matter. Jiuyou, however, furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. If the demon lord truly intended to leave his will within the blood plague formation he had created, what difference would it make to still be alive? Why harbor such concerns? Especially when considering Zhang Xuan's cunning methods in manipulating human emotions, unease began to creep into his heart. Yet, the demon lord had stated that only the dead could keep secrets. Suddenly, Zhang Xuan shook his head. Tan Lang and the others felt a chill run down their spines. What did that mean? Did the demon lord wish for their demise? Their faces turned pale, and they frantically began to bow and plead for mercy. Master of the demon realm, spare us. I swear I will not divulge any information from this place. Master of the demon realm, I am unwaveringly loyal to the demon clan. I beseech you to show mercy. Lord Zhang Xuan, please convey our situation to the demon lord. I vow to serve you tirelessly. Jiuyou's expression darkened. Zhang Xuan had indeed revealed his intentions. Their powers were currently suppressed by the blood plague formation, leaving them utterly defenseless should Zhang Xuan choose to strike. As for Zhang Xuan's words, he now believed none of them and only wished to escape. Jiuyou's mind raced, and he suddenly glanced towards the nearby teleportation array. Although it was not fully prepared, it might still be functional. In response to the pleas of the others, Zhang Xuan appeared helpless. This is the command of the demon lord. I am powerless to change it. Consider this a sacrifice for the demon clan. With that, Zhang Xuan drew his blade, targeting the mightiest among them, Tan Lang, and struck him down, simultaneously activating the suppression of the chaos, celestial demon bloodline. To slay a transcendent being while in the golden core stage, even with the opponent's powers restrained, was no simple feat, thus necessitating certain measures. Tanling clearly did not anticipate Zhang Xuan's sudden aggression. Before he could react, his head was severed by a flash of sword light, rolling far away. A transcendent being had thus fallen. The expression on the severed head was one of disbelief. Unable to fathom that the golden core ant he had once crushed could now turn and slay him. As Zhang Xuan felt a transcendent being, a surge of demonic energy coursed through him, yet his heart remained undisturbed. In that moment, it seemed as though the shadow of the blood-prisoned demon lord had manifested within him. The remaining powerful beings, upon witnessing the scene, hastily pleaded for mercy. Utterly devoid of any desire to resist under the suppression of the chaos, celestial demon bloodline. Lord Zhang Xuan, I vow to reveal nothing regarding the legacy. I implore you, spare my life. I regret this, but I harbor no desire to kill you. It is the blood-prisoned demon lord who compelled me to act thus. Lord Zhang Xuan, I am willing to serve you as a slave. I beseech you to spare me. I would prefer to spare you. Yet the demon lord has decreed your demise, leaving me no choice. Regardless of how these demon clan powerhouses begged for mercy, Zhang Xuan maintained a look of reluctant resolve, executing his strikes without the slightest hesitation, severing heads with a single sword stroke. Previously, they had sought to seize his sword body and take his life. The tables had merely turned. Empowered by the celestial sword and bolstered by the bloodline suppression alongside the blood plague formation, these formidable beings, despite their superior realms, exhibited no capacity for resistance. Akin to pigs awaiting slaughter, as Zhang Xuan prepared to slay the final major demon clan cultivator, Jiuyou suddenly erupted, racing towards the direction of the teleportation array. However, under the pressure of the chaos, celestial demon bloodline, the individual could not fully rise, scarcely managing to crawl toward the teleportation array. Zhang Xuan noted this development, raising an eyebrow. Attempting to flee, he dispatched the last major powerhouse and pursued Jiuyou. Zhang Xuan, you have slain my demon clan strong. And with the demon lord's legacy, you have deceived us. My clan shall not let you go. Jiuyou shouted frantically. Zhang Xuan replied with a smile. I have not deceived anyone. I truly acquire the legacy, and slaying you is indeed the will of the blood-prisoned demon lord. Jiuyou remained unconvinced, continuing to crawl towards the teleportation array. Yet ultimately, his speed faltered, and just a step away from the array, Zhang Xuan caught up to him. Little brother, you cannot escape now, can you? Alas, I do not wish to slay you, but this is the demon lord's command. If you must blame someone, let be the blood-prisoned demon lord after your demise. Zhang Xuan grinned amiably, raising his celestial sword. Despair washed over Jiuyou as he beheld the smile on Zhang Xuan's face, reminiscent of their first encounter when Zhang had threatened him with a memory stone. This fellow is a demon at heart. Just as Zhang Xuan's sword was about to descend, a terrifying beam of sword light suddenly erupted on the distant horizon. The sword light cleaved through heaven and earth, tearing space apart, effectively splitting the entire secret realm in two and shattering the celestial expanse. The blood plague formation above seemed as fragile as paper before this formidable sword light, instantly severed in half. This abrupt turn of events left Zhang Xuan momentarily stunned, while the shattering of the blood plague formation allowed Jiuyou to regain his magical power in an instant. With no time for further contemplation, he dashed into the teleportation array, activating the transport while Zhang Xuan was still in shock. Not good. Zhang Xuan's expression changed drastically as he attempted to forcibly interrupt the teleportation, but he was a moment too late. Zhang Xuan, I shall return. I will seek vengeance. You best await my arrival. The teleportation array glowed brightly as Jiuyou, with a fierce expression, shouted, and with a flash of brilliant light, he vanished. The teleportation array, inadequately set up, collapsed in an instant upon forced activation, erupting in a dazzling display of sparks. Zhang Xuan hurriedly approached to assess the situation, his eyelids twitching uncontrollably. Given the circumstances, it seemed unlikely that the young man would survive. Forcing the teleportation array to activate before its completion rendered the destination uncertain. There was even a perilous risk of being swept into the chaotic currents of space midway through the transfer. Yet, a lingering uncertainty remained, which only intensified Zhang Xuan's frustration. Damn it! Who dared to disrupt at such a critical moment? Zhang Xuan cursed under his breath, directing his gaze towards the direction from which the sword light had just cleaved through the boundaries of the secret realm. Suddenly, Yun Yaohong appeared, her face etched with urgency, materializing before Zhang Xuan in an instant. Upon recognizing Zhang Xuan's appearance, she was momentarily taken aback. Could this be the master? Zhang Xuan, wielding a serrated celestial sword, emanated an ominous aura, his expression of anger frozen upon his face. Why was it little Yao? The atmosphere fell into an abrupt silence. Chapter 60. The Master of the Immortal Alliance. Something seems off with this master-disciple pair. Master, that's enough. Clang. Master, what brings you here? Zhang Xuan felt somewhat flustered, inadvertently dropping his sword to the ground. Yun Yaohong furrowed her brow, sensing that her master had activated a cautious aura, leading her to believe he might be in danger. Hence his hurried arrival. Has master succumbed to demonic influence? Observing the surging demonic energy around Zhang Xuan and glancing at the corpses of the greedy wolf and others on the ground, Yun Yao's frown deepened. The demon clan? A cold glint flashed in Yun Yao's eyes. The demon clan is plotting against master? She could easily discern Zhang Xuan's golden core cultivation level, and logically, one cannot fall into demonic influence at this stage. It typically occurs when one confronts their inner demons during the transition to the nascent soul stage. Now, with demonic energy emanating from master and the bodies of demon cultivators present, it was evident that the demon clan was up to no good. Zhang Xuan stammered his explanation. No, I'm not possessed, I'm unsure how this happened. Perhaps I have been feeling unwell lately. This is not demonic energy, merely a physical discomfort. As cultivators, any ailments will manifest visibly. Physical discomfort? Yun Yao's expression turned peculiar. Did master really come up with such a flimsy excuse? What is he concealing? She quickly pieced it together. Zhang Xuan nodded repeatedly. Indeed, this secret realm does not agree with my constitution, hence the discomfort. I will be fine shortly. As he spoke, Zhang Xuan hastily suppressed the chaotic demonic bloodline within him, putting on a serious facade. The demonic energy surrounding him gradually dissipated as the chaotic bloodline's influence waned. Observing this, Yun Yaohong narrowed her eyes. What is happening with master? That is not mere ordinary demonic energy. It is the manifestation of the bloodline aura from the demon clan. Just then, a gentle voice resonated, followed by a graceful figure descending before the two. The newcomer wore elegant yet unpretentious attire. Her long black hair, styled in a simple bun that revealed her slender neck, exuding an aura of competence. Her appearance was strikingly ethereal, her skin pale as snow, seemingly untouched by the mundane world's toils, with a demeanor that was both aloof and serene. The Tao aura around her flowed continuously, making it difficult for even the fractures in this crumbling secret realm to approach her. An unfamiliar immortal? Zhang Xuan raised an eyebrow. Upon her arrival, the newcomer regarded Zhang Xuan with a hint of curiosity. You are the inheritor of the Songming Sword Sovereign? She inquired lightly. Who are you? Zhang Xuan hesitated. Yun Yaohong introduced. This is the messenger of the Boundless Immortal Alliance, the master of the Tai Immortal Palace, Ling Wuxue. I have been in the Central Continent these past years, and now my identity as an immortal has been revealed. The Qingyun Sect will also be relocating to the Central Continent. Initially, I was in discussions with Master Ling regarding this matter, and upon my arrival, she happened to be nearby, thus we came together. Zhang Xuan understood. So it was true that little Yao had been in the Central Continent these years. As for the relocation of the Qingyun Sect, he was not surprised, merely taken aback by the swiftness of it all, and that little Yao had taken the initiative to facilitate it. The identity of the immortal Xiao Yao establishing a sect in the remote region of southern Jiang is akin to a dimensional blow to other sections. Had Xiao Yao not maintained a low profile and concealed her cultivation, who among the other sects would dare to converse boldly with the Qingyun Sect? Thus, in the realms ruled by humanity across the 9 heavens and 10 domains, any sect or family with an immortal presence would relocate to the central regions, leaving the peripheral areas for the ordinary sects to flourish. The esteemed figures ought to engage in high-level affairs. This is the established rule of the Immortal Alliance, a principle set forth during its founding. In that era, the system allowed him to lead the human race and establish its dominance, initially envisioning the creation of an immortal kingdom with a human emperor. However, he soon realized the human race was far too fragmented into 9 heavens and 10 domains. The presence of humanity was ubiquitous, akin to a pervasive shadow, rendering unification nearly impossible, thus necessitating the formation of an alliance. At present, although Ling Wuxue hails from the Immortal Alliance, Zhang Xuan holds no recollection of this individual, presumably a recent addition to the alliance from the human race, alleviating concerns of discovery. Nevertheless, to err on the side of caution, Zhang Xuan resolved to minimize interactions with the Immortal Alliance. As he contemplated this, Ling Wuxue unexpectedly remarked, "The demonic aura you emitted moments ago is peculiar. It can only be exuded by those of demonic blood. How could a member of the human race possess such a trait?" Upon hearing this, Yun Yaohong furrowed her brow at Zhang Xuan, while Zhang Xuan felt a jolt of alarm. This complicates matters significantly. Who would have anticipated Xiaoyao's return at this moment, accompanied by someone from the Immortal Alliance? A perfect collision of circumstances? What? I don't understand. Zhang Xuan decided to feign ignorance. After all, Xiaoyao was present. Could they truly dissect him? Ling Wuxue narrowed her eyes and coldly stated, "I observe that you are capable of dispelling the demonic aura. Could you attempt to summon it once more?" That seems impossible." Zhang Xuan shook his head. "What if I trigger something you can discern?" Ling Wuxue's gaze turned icy, realizing Zhang Xuan was deceiving her. She solemnly responded, "This is no trifling matter. It may be a scheme by the demonic race against you. Your possession of the legacy of the Songming Sword Sovereign is of grave significance. If the situation is not clarified, it could pose a danger to you." Zhang Xuan appeared startled, hastily replying, "Is that so? But I truly cannot summon it anymore." Observing Zhang Xuan's stubbornness, Ling Wuxue's displeasure grew. Yun Yaohong, too, anxiously inquired, "Master, what truly transpired during the recent sect competition?" She nearly let slip the truth, but managed to restrain herself in time. Although Yun Yaohong was almost certain that Zhang Xuan was her master, revealing his identity was indeed inconvenient. Merely being the bearer of the Songming Sword Sovereign's legacy had already attracted the attention of the demonic race. If her master's identity were fully exposed, the repercussions could be even more troublesome. The powers that once conspired against her master during the tribulation still lingered, some even among the human factions. However, Yun Yao's unusual behavior caught Ling Wuxue's attention. "Is there something peculiar about this master-disciple relationship? Master, shall we step outside to discuss?" Zhang Xuan suggested. "It seems this secret realm is on the verge of collapse." Yun Yaohong and Ling Wuxue surveyed their surroundings. The arrival of the celestial being had exacerbated the already unbearable burden of the secret realm, which had now collapsed significantly. Only the area around them remained relatively intact due to the influence of the celestial aura. However, it was hardly an appropriate setting for conversation. "Very well. Let us step outside to discuss further." Ling Wuxue cast a lingering glance at Zhang Xuan before vanishing without a trace. Zhang Xuan exhaled a sigh of relief, contemplating how to explain the events that had transpired within the secret realm. His initial plan to offend all major sects, provoking them to retaliate against the Qingyun Sect, while he sacrificed himself to fulfill the system's task, now seemed impractical. This scheme relied on the other sects being unaware of the identity of the little fairy, and on her absence. With her return and her intention to reveal her celestial status to relocate the Qingyun Sect, how could the other sects dare disrespect it? Furthermore, Zhang Xuan had to deal with the mess left behind by Jiuyou and the others, which was utterly infuriating. "Damn it, Jiuyou, you better not be dead, or I swear I will end you." Zhang Xuan raged internally, but then reconsidered. If Jiuyou were to relay the news back to the demon clan, wouldn't that create even greater trouble? "Perhaps it's better if you just stay dead," he thought helplessly, picking up the small sword from the ground, preparing to leave with the little fairy. Yun Yao's brow furrowed upon seeing the small sword. What happened to it? Zhang Xuan froze, examining the jagged blade of the small sword, fumbling for words. Well, according to the guidance from the inheritance of the Tsang Ming swordmaster, when I arrived at the Sword Mountain and acquired this sword, it appeared this way. So this sword is called Xiao Xian? Was it not like this before? Zhang Xuan questioned, somewhat perplexed. 3 black lines appeared on Yun Yao's forehead as she regarded Zhang Xuan in silence. Feeling a bit awkward, Zhang Xuan quickly regained his composure. As long as I'm not embarrassed, it is others who should feel that way. Indeed, moments later, Yun Yao succumbed to the situation. Regardless, it is originally Master S sword. Do as you please. She huffed lightly, leading Zhang Xuan out of the secret realm. The two vanished from the spot, yet their voices continued to resonate in the void. So this is Master S' treasured sword. No wonder it is so extraordinary. Surely, Master S' own master must be remarkable as well. Master, is it amusing to boast about yourself? Master is jesting. I am praising the Tsang Ming sword master. What does that have to do with me? Master, that is enough. In the next moment, the secret realm completely collapsed, all traces submerged in the void. Chapter 61. Zhang Xuan Square, do you possess any manners? At the Qingyun Sect Square, the various sects from the southern frontier had yet to depart, engrossed in fervent discussions regarding the secret realm. The first matter at hand was the issue concerning the demon clan, as the sects resolved to report to the Celestial Alliance, demanding an explanation from the demons. The second matter pertained to the results of the sect competition. The resources gathered by the disciples were now in the hands of Zhang Xuan, who had narrowly escaped death, implying that the sect competition had yielded no definitive outcome, much to the distress of the higher-ups of each sect. Had this competition been for naught? Within the Qingyun Sect, Elder Wang Defa and the other elders, along with the disciples, wore expressions of deep sorrow. The young master is gone. How shall we explain this to the sect leader upon their return? One elder lamented. What is there to explain? Wang Defa replied, filled with rage. The young master was the hope for the resurgence of our Qingyun Sect. The demon clan has ruthlessly oppressed our human race. We must urge the Celestial Alliance to impose pressure and make the demons pay a price. The elders nodded in agreement, and the disciples were equally incensed. The premature demise of such a prodigy was indeed lamentable. The demon clan was truly despicable. Jiuyou Yaohong was also enveloped in despair. The secret realm remained inaccessible, and time had elapsed to such an extent that it was feared the entire realm might have collapsed. Has Brother Zhang truly perished? He found himself struggling to accept. At that moment, a spatial passage suddenly opened above the square, emanating a formidable aura. The expressions of the sect leaders shifted dramatically as they gazed in astonishment at the spatial portal. Emerging from it was Ling Wuxue, her demeanor icy and proud. A celestial being? The gathered sect leaders, all of considerable cultivation, recognized the celestial aura that surrounded Ling Wuxue. Li Yuanzhao furrowed his brow and stepped forward, respectfully clasping his hands. May I inquire, esteemed senior, who you are? Tai Celestial Hall, Ling Wuxue replied coldly, gesturing to produce a token. Upon receiving it, Li Yuanzhao's countenance changed upon recognizing the insignia of the Celestial Alliance's Tai Celestial Hall, with the title of Hall Master inscribed on the reverse. It is indeed Hall Master Ling Wuxue. The Qingyun Sect has failed to extend a proper welcome. We hope for your understanding. The leaders of the other sects were equally taken aback and quickly bowed in reverence. We pay our respects to the Hall Master. Ling Wuxue gave a slight nod, directing her gaze toward Li Yuanzhao. It seems there have been unforeseen developments in the Southern Frontier Sect competition. I require clarity on what has transpired. The higher-ups felt a surge of joy, astonished at how swiftly the Celestial Alliance had received information, especially with the Hall Master of Tai, Celestial Hall, arriving in person. Just then, the spatial passage behind Ling Wuxue stirred once more, causing everyone to pause in surprise, particularly as the celestial resonance began to emerge from within. 2 celestial beings have descended? Li Yuanzhao pondered, perplexed by the rapid dissemination of news. Moreover, the presence of the Hall Master felt somewhat unsettling. Amidst the excitement, Yun Yao stepped through the spatial passage, accompanied by Zhang Xuan. Hello. I'm back. Did you all miss me? Zhang Xuan laughed heartily. He had anticipated a grand reception of flowers and applause upon his return, especially since he had saved everyone in the secret realm, and all the resources collected during the sect competition were still entrusted to him. Yet, the response was one of silence, except for the joyous exclamations emanating from the Qingyun Sect. Young Master! It is the Young Master! You are unharmed! What a delight! The sect master has returned. Surely he has rescued the Young Master. The disciples of Qingyun Sect were filled with joy, and Yun Yaohong finally unveiled a smile. The elders, including Wang Defa, breathed a sigh of relief, but were taken aback by the ethereal aura surrounding Yun Yao. Has the sect master ascended to immortality? The silence among the other sects stemmed from the same realization. Everyone recognized the master of Qingyun Sect, but how could he suddenly achieve immortality? The crowd stood in a state of shock. Some of the larger sects, such as the Yuan Zhao and others, were not surprised, having already been privy to the circumstances. Upon seeing Yun Yao return with Zhang Xuan, Li Yuan Zhao was the first to clasp his hands in greeting. Greetings, Qingyun Sword Immortal. Qingyun Sword Immortal? The unacquainted sects were momentarily startled, sensing that it did not appear as if he had just attained immortality. Yun Yao offered no explanation and disregarded their confusion, knowing they would eventually understand. Zhang Xuan felt somewhat disgruntled, as if he was being sidelined. I say, has the sect competition concluded? Have you determined the rankings? Upon hearing this, the high-ranking members of each sect regained their composure. The smaller sects looked at Zhang Xuan with palpable excitement, while the larger sects furrowed their brows. With Zhang Xuan returning alive, would the rankings of the sect competition not be influenced by his perspective? Yet, gazing at the Qingyun Sword Immortal standing quietly behind Zhang Xuan, they refrained from voicing any objections. Congratulations, congratulations! I knew the young master of Qingyun Sect was destined for great fortune and would be unharmed. Indeed, what could the mere demon race pose against someone as accomplished as young Master Zhang? Youthful Master Zhang, what ranking can my sect achieve? We were contemplating a rescue for you. A chorus of laughter erupted from the leaders of the smaller sects, as their fortunes seemed to have turned. The sect master of Qingyun was an immortal, existing on a plane beyond their reach, making flattery impossible. However, the young master of Qingyun was approachable enough for them to curry favor with. What? You think it's shameful to flatter a junior? His master is an immortal, and he possesses considerable talent himself. How could that be disgraceful? Moreover, it is for the development of our sect. The leaders of the smaller sects felt no embarrassment. On the contrary, their enthusiasm grew. This left their disciples bewildered, as their sect master and elders were not typically so effusive. Nevertheless, they were genuinely pleased to see Zhang Xuan return safely, for he was indeed their savior. Ha! Merely a stroke of luck. Just luck. Zhang Xuan basked in the praises of the crowd, relishing the sweet words. Since everyone was so eager, the time had come to reveal the rankings of the sect competition. I declare that Qingyun Sect ranks first. Does anyone have any objections? Zhang Xuan proclaimed with authority, transforming the plaza of Ziki Sect into Zhang Xuan Plaza. A multitude of smaller sects shook their heads in unison. No objections, of course not. With someone like young Master Zhang in Qingyun Sect, they must take the first place. Indeed, Qingyun Sect cannot be anything but first. Whoever dares to oppose me shall face my wrath. Zhang Xuan nodded in satisfaction, and then proceeded to announce the second name. He listed the names of various small and medium-sized sects, distributing the resources from the secret realm. The leaders of the sects called out were filled with astonishment. Our Falling Cloud Sect actually made it into the top 10. My heavens, I wouldn't have dared to dream of this. The Blasting Heaven Sect has also entered the top 10. What a tremendous profit. The Axe Sect ranks 11th. Our ancestors have truly blessed us. The leaders of the small and medium-sized sects were so excited that they danced with joy. It was as if a pie had fallen from the sky. A truly magnificent pie. Of course, they all understood that this was Zhang Xuan's achievement. Had he been a disciple of their sect, they would have undoubtedly inscribed his name on the first page of their ancestral records. If it weren't for the inappropriateness of the situation, some leaders of minor sects would have even considered bowing to him, as the resources they receive could sustain their sects for hundreds of years. Meanwhile, the leaders of the major sects wore increasingly grim expressions, for not a single one of their names had been called by Zhang Xuan. Was he truly intending to exclude them from the rankings? Yet, the ethereal presence of Yun Yaohong compelled them to suppress their anger within. Li Bai and Zhao Shan, along with other outstanding disciples from the major sects, could only manage bitter smiles, although they had anticipated Zhang Xuan's emergence. They never expected it to unfold in such a farcical manner. The ranking of the sects in the southern wilderness was astonishingly determined by a mere golden core stage cultivator, a precedent that had never occurred in the history of the southern wilderness. Yet here it was, brazenly displayed before all. The major sects dared not voice any objections, for Zhang Xuan had committed no transgressions. Enough. Just as Zhang Xuan continued with the rankings, Ling Wuxiu suddenly spoke up, seemingly displeased at being left on the sidelines. I am indifferent to your southern wilderness sect ranking. What I wish to know is what truly transpired within the secret realm. The leaders of the major sects felt a surge of joy. Before Zhang Xuan's return, this year's sect competition might have been in vain for them. Although they were somewhat uncomfortable with this realization, they were now eager to disrupt the proceedings. Consequently, some leaders of the sects prepared to speak. However, Zhang Xuan preemptively interjected. Do you have no manners? Can't you see I am announcing the rankings for the sects? If you're uninterested, you need not listen. But the Southern Wilderness Sect Competition is a monumental event that occurs once every 1,000 years. You ought to respect local customs, do you not? You show not the slightest bit of respect. As these words fell, the square fell into an immediate silence. Chapter 62. Zhang Xuan positioned himself protectively in front of the members of Qingyun Sect. If you possess the courage, come to Qingyun Sect and test your might. How audacious this young man was to challenge an immortal. All eyes turned toward Zhang Xuan, filled with disbelief. How could he be so disrespectful to an immortal? A heavy silence enveloped the crowd, while the higher-ups of the major sects observed with an amused expression. Although the sect master of Qingyun Sect was also an immortal, Ling Wuxiu was the master of the Immortal Hall, the highest law enforcement authority in the Tai domain. Her power stood at the pinnacle of the Tai realm. Even the ancient, everlasting families had to show her some respect. Zhang Xuan, a mere golden core cultivator, daring to defy Ling Wuxiu was akin to courting death. Even Gu Yufangzang furrowed his brow, sensing Zhang Xuan's impulsiveness. While he was aware of Zhang Xuan's general disregard for immortals, Ling Wuxiu was no ordinary immortal. She was backed by the Human Immortal Alliance. At that moment, Gu Yufangzang recalled the words spoken to him by Gu Yuanshan before his departure. This young man's lack of respect for immortals would inevitably lead to calamity. What did you say? I lack manners? Ling Wuxiu gazed at Zhang Xuan, seemingly unable to fathom that a mere golden core cultivator would dare to address her in such a manner. Isn't it true? Zhang Xuan retorted, frowning. The sect competition of the southern wilderness occurs once every millennium, and you dare to interrupt? On a small scale, it is disrespectful to individuals. On a grand scale, it disregards the entirety of the southern wilderness. Is this how the Immortal Alliance conducts its affairs? He felt a surge of displeasure. Was Ling Wuxiu not a bit too haughty? When he established the Immortal Alliance, those involved were not so arrogant. While any organization may succumb to decay over time, especially in this realm where human power is magnified infinitely, it was disheartening when it affected him directly. Yet, upon reflection, Zhang Xuan considered this an opportunity. He silently urged, Are you angry? Do you wish to contend with me? Do you wish to annihilate Qingyun Sect? If you do, then make your move, as long as you obstruct Xiaoyao. I shall not shy away from death. Feeling that his words lacked sufficient weight, he stoked the flames further. You are an immortal. Has the Immortal Alliance not taught you the most fundamental principles of courtesy and morality? Zhang Xuan scoffed. A collective gasp echoed through the crowd. His words were a blatant affront to the entire Immortal Alliance. Was this fellow always this fearless? It seemed so otherwise. He would not have accomplished such feats in the secret realm. Ling Wuxiu's expression darkened. How audacious for a mere golden core cultivator to lecture her on manners and ethics, elevating it to encompass the entire Immortal Alliance. The audacity was staggering. Her immortal aura began to emanate, and the surrounding laws of nature fell into disarray, causing the expressions of the onlookers to shift dramatically. When an immortal is enraged, the heavens and earth can be turned upside down. In the next moment, another wave of immortal energy erupted, casting a heavy gloom over the world, as if heralding the end of days. Yun Yao spoke calmly. Masterling, please remain composed. Such an important event as the Millennium competition in the southern wilderness should not be interrupted. If you wish to understand the developments of the competition, it will be more prudent to wait until the rankings conclude. I trust that Master Ling is not short on time. The confrontation of their auras rendered the surrounding onlookers pale, swiftly dispelling any thoughts of mere amusement. Yun Yao's words unequivocally supported Zhang Xuan, signaling an intention to confront directly. They had underestimated the complexity of celestial beings. Should the two truly engage in battle, not a single cultivator present would escape unscathed. A sense of dread enveloped the crowd, with some disciples even succumbing to fear. Ling Wuxuan narrowed her eyes. Despite the apparent parity in their confrontation, she knew that Yun Yao was not her equal. Having sparred with her in Zhongzhou before, she had anticipated that Yun Yao would yield, perhaps offering conciliatory words, allowing her to chastise Zhang Xuan without further consequence. After all, Zhang Xuan had openly defied her, showing contempt for the Celestial Alliance. As the leader of the alliance, she could not simply stand by. Yet now, Yun Yao's unwavering stance left her feeling cornered. Was a physical clash truly imminent? A defeat would not only bring her shame, but would also tarnish the alliance's reputation. Cursed be this master-disciple duo. Ling Wuxue cursed internally, yet a sense of unease crept in. Yun Yao had always exhibited courtesy and propriety. Why was she so irrational when it came to that young man? Ling Wuxue recalled how Yun Yao had sensed Zhang Xuan's peril earlier and had hastily returned to Nanjiang, disregarding everything else. The reckless journey through the void, even for a celestial being, was perilous, as one could easily become lost. Was that young man truly of such significance? There was something amiss with this master-disciple pair. Ling Wuxue scoffed inwardly. However, this was neither the time to ponder such matters nor to consider an exit strategy. The two faced each other with cold gazes, while Zhang Xuan's eyes sparkled with fervor. Let the battle commence. He eagerly wished for them to clash, thinking that he would leap into the fray at the first sign of residual energy. Moreover, he needed to invoke the name of Qingyun Sect. Thus, with a feigned expression of outrage and indignation, he shouted, "Are you truly going to strike against me? Against Qingyun Sect? Is this what the Celestial Alliance stands for? As the heir of Qingyun Sect, have I spoken in error? Should you wish to attack, know that even if you are a celestial being, I shall not cower." Zhang Xuan stood resolutely, shielding his sect behind him. The members of Qingyun Sect were deeply moved, recognizing their young master's willingness to stand at the forefront, even in the face of celestial beings. Only Jiuyou Yaohong appeared alarmed, feeling an unsettling sense of déjà vu at the unfolding scene, reminiscent of when their own ancestor had visited Qingyun Sect. The other sect cultivators watched in awe, reflecting upon Zhang Xuan's underhanded tactics, yet acknowledging his commendable character. Even when confronting celestial beings, he prioritized his sect above all else. They could not help but fantasize about having such a disciple in their own ranks. Meanwhile, Ling Wuxue's expression darkened as she wondered who had suggested attacking Qingyun Sect. Was this young man being deliberately provocative? Yet, she could not openly refute him. Doing so would diminish her authority, leading others to perceive her, the leader of the Celestial Hall, as intimidated by Yun Yao. The two continued to confront each other, the aura of the immortals steadily rising, suggesting that they were truly on the verge of striking. The crowd's expressions grew increasingly fearful. Yet Zhang Xuan wore a look of excitement. Let the battle commence. Let the confrontation begin. Fortunately, at that moment, Li Yuanzhao, under immense pressure, stepped forward and said, "Esteemed immortals, I implore you to refrain from using your divine powers. If the Master Ling wishes to understand the specifics of the secret realm in the competition, I am more than willing to provide the information. There is no need to interrupt the allocation of rankings for the disciples of the Qingyun Sword Immortal. We can discuss this matter in detail aside." He had no desire to intervene, as stepping in at such a moment could serve neither party well. Although the Immortal Alliance was formidable, Yun Yao was not an ordinary immortal, and the Ziki sect having traversed the boundless domain, was somewhat aware of the circumstances. However, this was within his own Qingyun sect. If a genuine conflict were to erupt, it would spell disaster for his sect. Yun Yao remained silent, her gaze fixed intently on Ling Wuxue. The latter mirrored her intensity, but after sharing a brief glance with Yun Yao, she turned her attention to Li Yuanzhao. Very well. You shall explain to me the particulars of the situation. Ling Wuxue gritted her teeth. The embarrassment she felt was palpable, but if a fight were to ensue, it would only amplify her humiliation. As for any potential reparations afterward, they would merely serve to salvage the face of the immortal alliance, bearing no relevance to her personally. Thus, it was better to halt matters here. Naturally, she would remember this master and disciple, particularly that lad named Zhang Xuan. Phew, that was terrifying. I almost thought I was going to perish. Is this what it means to be an immortal? Truly dreadful. With the two refraining from battle, the crowd collectively exhaled, as though they had narrowly escaped the jaws of death. Zhang Xuan, however, wore a face of disappointment, having discerned that Ling Wuxue seemed hesitant to engage, likely out of fear of being bested by Yun Yao. This prompted an internal monologue of derision. Another coward. As for Ling Wuxue's final glance in his direction, Zhang Xuan paid it no heed. With many harboring envy toward him, and a fair share of immortals among them, he was unperturbed by one more cowardly woman. If she had the courage, let her come to the Qingyun Sect and test her mettle. He would welcome her challenge. Chapter 63. The lingering effects of the blood plague formation. Why is the young master of Qingyun Sect unharmed? Zhang Xuan continued to rank the sects in the grand competition, while Yun Yao and Ling Wuxue followed Li Yuanzhao to a secluded area to comprehend the occurrences within the secret realm. After Zhang Xuan's intervention, the major sects, despite their dissatisfaction with the results of the competition, dared not express their grievances openly. Meanwhile, the higher-ups of several prominent sects could not help but marvel. The leader of Qingyun Sect bore no resemblance to one who had just ascended to immortality, as he stood his ground against the master of the immortal palace without yielding an inch. Who would dare provoke Qingyun Sect now? Nonetheless, everyone understood that since Yun Yao had openly displayed her celestial cultivation, Qingyun Sect would likely no longer remain in the southern wilderness. The rules of the immortal alliance were not to be defied by the human race, which brought a sigh of relief to the various sections. The disciples of each sect, however, were less concerned with such matters. They gazed at Zhang Xuan with envy, coveting his immortal master, especially since his master was so protective of him, willing to confront the master of the immortal palace on his behalf. How fortunate they would be to possess such a blessing. Before long, the rankings of the sect competition were finalized, bringing joy to some and sorrow to others. The smaller sects that secured a place in the rankings were all smiles, nearly elevating Zhang Xuan to a position of worship. In contrast, the larger sects remained silent, their demeanor reflecting the somber atmosphere of the Qingyun Sect square. Zhang Xuan, satisfied with the outcome, applauded and returned to the Qingyun Sect side. Elders like Wang Defa and numerous disciples surrounded him, expressing their warmth and concern, creating a lively scene. Gui Weifang stood nearby, smiling, feeling an overwhelming sense of peace. It appeared that Qingyun Sect was subtly beginning to revolve around Zhang Xuan as its core, though none of them realized it. Just as matters seemed to reach a temporary conclusion, a sudden exclamation arose from Ling Wuxue among the conversing group of Yun Yao and others. Are you saying that the demon clan has set the blood plague formation within the secret realm? At the sound of her voice, many turned to look. Li Yuanzhao wore a puzzled expression, questioning whether there was an issue. Ling Wuxue scoffed. The implications are significant. She turned to the crowd. Disciples from each sect who were affected by the blood plague formation, hurry and check if you can still absorb spiritual energy for cultivation. Upon hearing this, the cultivators from various sects were somewhat perplexed. Yet since it was the immortal speaking, the disciples complied without hesitation. Zhang Xuan suddenly grasped the gravity of the situation and urgently looked towards the disciples of Qingyun Sect and Gui Weifang. Fangzheng, you must cultivate and test it now. And everyone else, quickly see if you can still cultivate. Hearing their young master's urgent command, the disciples of Qingyun Sect were increasingly bewildered, but obeyed nonetheless. Gui Weifang, too, was baffled, But when he attempted to absorb spiritual energy and circulate it, his expression changed dramatically. Wait, I can absorb spiritual energy, but my cultivation and magical power show no signs of increase. What is happening, Brother Zhang? Yun Yaohong quickly turned to Zhang Xuan. The other disciples of Qingyun Sect also recognized the troubling situation, their faces filled with terror. I can no longer cultivate. What is this situation? Me too. I can absorb spiritual energy, but my magical power and cultivation have not increased in the slightest. How could this happen? Does it mean we are destined to become useless? Not only the Qingyun Sect, but disciples from other sects who have entered the secret realm have also discovered this alarming situation. The faces of the disciples were filled with terror, and the sect leaders and elders turned pale, all casting anxious glances at Ling Wuxue. Observing the unfolding situation, Ling Wuxue coldly declared, "The blood plague formation was created by the blood-prisoned demon lord in the annals of the demonic race. This formation can refine the cultivation of practitioners, suppress their magical powers, and strip away their bloodline and physical constitution. A complete blood plague formation can even affect immortals. It is exceedingly malevolent. The most dreadful aspect is that the effects of the formation do not dissipate upon leaving it. Instead, they persist, akin to a malignant plague, which is the origin of its name." At this point, Ling Wuxue's gaze turned icy as she addressed the crowd. If my conjecture is correct, the disciples of all sects are not only unable to cultivate, but their internal powers will regress over time until they ultimately become mere mortals. The crowd erupted in shock, horrified by the viciousness of the formation. However, the most critical issue was that all disciples were continuously affected by the blood plague formation. The participants of the grand competition in the secret realm were the elite of their respective sects. If what Ling Wuxue said were true, that they would be unable to cultivate henceforth and might eventually revert to being ordinary humans, then this generation of disciples would be doomed. Particularly concerning was that the sects participating in the secret realm competition hailed from all across the southern wilderness, which meant that the elite disciples of this generation would face extinction. Zhang Xuan's expression darkened as he realized he had overlooked this detail. In truth, Ling Wuxue's statement was not entirely accurate. The blood plague formation's effect of continuously refining a practitioner's cultivation was only present at its inception, during a time when the demon lord was not yet in power. To fulfill certain objectives, his methods were indeed somewhat unscrupulous. However, once he ascended to the position of demon lord, he eliminated this effect, as one must preserve their reputation after achieving success, even if their methods were somewhat tainted. It was simply unexpected that Zhu, Ying, and others would reinstate this effect while setting up the formation. Was this not an utter affront? Such maliciousness from the demonic race aimed to sever the roots of the southern wilderness. The demon lord who created the blood plague formation must undoubtedly be a fiend. For how else could one conjure such a malevolent array? Is there any way to counter the plague of the blood plague formation, Master Ling? The higher-ups of the various sects condemned the demonic race and the blood-prison demon lord, while some turned to Ling Wuxue in search of a solution. Particularly from the Ziqi sect, Li Yuanzhao was in a state of panic upon learning the news. This was because Li Shaobai was also affected, being one of the candidates for the Wujing Sword Tomb and not a disciple of the Ziqi sect. If there was no way to resolve this, how could he explain it to the Li family and the Wujing Sword Tomb? The crowd looked at Ling Wuxue with hopeful eyes. Ling Wuxue shook her head in resignation. The blood plague formation would not be easily activated even within the demonic race, as its effects were fundamentally unsolvable. I suspect that Zhu, Ying, and others set up the blood plague formation specifically targeting the young master of the Qingyun Sect, intending to seize the inheritance of the Sangming Sword Sovereign and the Chaos Wujing Sword Body. The leaders of various sects were indifferent to the intentions of the likes of Zhu Ying. Upon hearing the insurmountable effects of the blood epidemic formation, their hearts sank. The disciples affected by it wore expressions of utter despair. Li Yuanzhao's complexion turned ashen in an instant. It was over. He was finished. And it seemed that Ziqi sect would also suffer greatly. Zhang Xuan furrowed his brow, casting a hesitant glance at the equally despondent Jiuyou. In truth, the effects of the blood epidemic formation were not insurmountable. His chaotic celestial demon bloodline could resolve the issue, for he was indeed the creator of the formation, and thus possessed the means to dismantle it. However, should he assist the disciples of Qingyun Sect and others in alleviating the effects, it would inevitably expose his own predicament. What a vexing situation. Zhang Xuan found himself in a quandary. Even if he discreetly aided the disciples of Qingyun Sect, traces could remain, leading to potential discovery. It was utterly frustrating. At that moment, Ling Wuxue suddenly turned her gaze towards Zhang Xuan, her eyes filled with curiosity. I am rather intrigued as to why the young master of Qingyun Sect remains unscathed. According to Sect Master Li, when the disciples of all sects were suppressed by the blood epidemic formation within the secret realm, you appeared unaffected. It seems you still remain so. Might you elucidate this matter? Upon her words, the leaders and disciples of various sects began to realize the implications. Indeed, the young master of Qingyun Sect appeared consistently unaffected by the blood epidemic formation. What could this possibly signify? All eyes turned toward Zhang Xuan. Chapter 64. The various sects of the southern regions besiege the Qingyun Sect. Is Qingyun Sect facing a great calamity? Zhang Xuan sighed deeply, realizing that there was no way to gloss over this matter, especially since so many witnesses had been present in the secret realm. Nevertheless, he chose to feign ignorance. I am uncertain. Perhaps each person possesses a different constitution, he replied with a puzzled expression. The crowd was evidently unconvinced, and several disciples began to speak up. No, I recall that Jiuyou mentioned the blood plague formation targets everyone except those with demonic bloodlines. Indeed, Jiuyou speculated that you possessed demonic blood. You must be one of them. I suspect this entire affair was colluded between you and the demon race. Otherwise, why would you remain unscathed? You are undoubtedly a spy for the demons. The voices of dissent came from various sects, including several disciples from smaller sects who had recently benefited from Zhang Xuan. Now that they were aware of their bleak future, destined to become mere mortals, they desperately sought an outlet for their frustrations, and Zhang Xuan conveniently became the target. Zhang Xuan's expression darkened. Was this an outright slander? Yet, before he could retort, a disciple from Qingyun Sect spoke on his behalf. How can you defame him in such a manner? The young master single-handedly fought against the mighty demon cultivators in the secret realm to save you all. Exactly. A bunch of ingrates. If the young master truly had ties to the demon race, would he need to act in such a manner? Gui Weifang added just now. The Hall Master has stated that the demon race set up the formation to seize Brother Zhang's sword body. Jiuyou has also openly declared this objective. You cannot slander without evidence. What grounds do you have to claim Brother Zhang is connected to the demons? However, the disciples from various sects disregarded this, launching into a fierce confrontation. Who knows if he is merely acting alongside Jiuyou? A gold core cultivator opposing a great ascension is absurd. I suspect he has long colluded with the demon race. His despicable threats in the secret realm indicate he is certainly one of them. I even suspect Qingyun Sect has ties to the demon race. The verbal battle escalated, with disciples from Qingyun Sect engaging in a literary duel against all the sects of the southern regions, the arguments becoming increasingly heated. The higher-ups of each sect cast dark looks at Zhang Xuan, evidently harboring similar suspicions. However, due to Yun Yao's celestial authority, they refrained from speaking out. It showed no intent to quell their disciples' accusations. Initially, Zhang Xuan was affected by the heated exchange, but he soon regained his composure. Observing the united front against Qingyun Sect, he realized this was precisely the opportunity he needed to fulfill his task. However, acknowledging the slander and offering a deathly apology would sacrifice Qingyun Sect's reputation, leaving him in a moment of hesitation. System, if I were to perish to uphold the sect's honor, would that count as completing the task? Zhang Xuan inquired internally. That does not count. The Qingyun Sect must face a life-and-death crisis, and the host must die to protect the sect to complete the task. Currently, even if the Qingyun Sect's reputation is tarnished, it will not lead to its demise. Upon hearing the system's response, Zhang Xuan appeared to breathe a sigh of relief. Yet, he soon recognized a troubling question: what constituted a life-and-death crisis for the sect? As the leader of the sect, Xiao Yao has ascended to the realm of immortals, and her formidable power is unquestionable. Neither the ancient ancestor of the Jiuyou family nor the master of the immortal palace can contend with her. What kind of crisis could possibly threaten the Qingyun Sect? Is it conceivable that a great calamity awaits them? Zhang Xuan felt a surge of apprehension. Indeed, this task was far from the simplicity it initially appeared. Amidst his contemplation, Yun Yaohong suddenly spoke. The aura of an immortal erupted, instantly imposing an overwhelming pressure upon the assembly, rendering everyone silent with trepidation. Zhang Xuan came to his senses. It seemed that Xiao Yao was incensed. Was he not aware of his ties to the demon race? Did she think him a fool? What malice lay behind their slander of the Qingyun Sect's young master? With a frigid gaze, Yun Yaohong surveyed the crowd, her expression as cold as frost. Had it been when she first attained immortality, she would have effortlessly dispatched anyone daring to defame her master. Seeing Yun Yaohong's wrath, no one dared to utter another word. However, many high-ranking members and disciples of the various sects continued to cast doubtful glances at Zhang Xuan, clearly intimidated by Yun Yaohong's might, yet harboring lingering skepticism. "Dear Taoist Yun, please remain calm," Ling Wuxiu interjected, stepping forward. She had discerned that Zhang Xuan was a sensitive subject for Yun Yaohong. In less than a decade since their bond as master and disciple, had their relationship truly deepened to such an extent? Ling Wuxiu felt perplexed. Her curiosity piqued regarding Zhang Xuan's circumstances. Whether Zhang Xuan had any connection to the demon race was a matter for another time. Yet his immunity to the blood plague formation within the secret realm raised significant concerns. Moreover, she recalled that when she and her companions arrived at the secret realm, the demon cultivators had already perished. Zhang Xuan, on the other hand, was enveloped in demonic energy. What could have transpired? According to Sect Master Li, all the disciples had exited the secret realm, save for Zhang Xuan and those demon cultivators. Zhang Xuan, could you elucidate what occurred during this process? Ling Wuxiu turned her gaze toward him. Her tone was exceedingly measured. She did not directly accuse Zhang Xuan of being a demon, yet the implications were undeniable. Zhang Xuan's expression soured. He sensed that this woman was targeting him. Surely, she bore a grudge after losing face moments earlier, now intent on making his life difficult. The high-ranking members and disciples of the sects visibly shifted in their demeanor, particularly upon hearing that the demon cultivators had died before Ling Wuxiu and Yun Yaohong's arrival. How could this not provoke speculation? Was it conceivable that Zhang Xuan, a mere golden core cultivator, could have vanquished those in the tribulation and great ascension stages? Once more, the assembly turned their eyes toward Zhang Xuan. Though Zhang Xuan was not taken aback by their scrutiny, for he had already prepared his response. He was interrupted as Yun Yaohong spoke first. "Those demon cultivators were slain by me. I cleaved open the secret realm with a single sword strike, disrupting the blood plague formation, which also affected the demon cultivators." She clarified that Ling Wuxiu had arrived a step too late to witness the event. Without hesitation, she took the matter upon herself. She was unaware of how her master had defeated the demon cultivators, but this was a secret she intended to safeguard. After all, the secret realm had collapsed, leaving no trace behind. Ling Wuxiu, upon hearing this, suddenly realized the truth. Indeed, I had arrived a step late to the secret realm, which makes perfect sense now. The other cultivators from various sects nodded in agreement. However, Zhang Xuan felt a sense of exasperation within. "Little Yao, what clever tricks are you attempting?" He had been prepared to assert that those individuals had perished due to the backlash of the blood plague formation, and that he had sensed certain occurrences only because he was ensnared by the formation. Yet, if he were to fabricate a lie, any subsequent discovery of the truth would solely reflect upon him. Now that little Yao had intervened, the situation had become complicated, for an immortal had aided him in concealing the matter, and should any discrepancies arise, it could potentially attract the immortal's attention. Particularly since this incident was not entirely unknown to others, the fate of Jiuyou remained uncertain. Nonetheless, Zhang Xuan understood that little Yao was merely trying to assist him, which touched him deeply. The girl had a good heart. "Zhang Xuan, my young friend, could you elaborate on the events that transpired in the secret realm?" Ling Wuxiu inquired once more. Zhang Xuan sighed inwardly and had no choice but to slightly alter his original wording. He did not modify the progression of events too drastically. From his release of the aura of the immortal weapon to being captured by Jiuyou, he recounted truthfully the moment when the other party sought to seize his sword body. However, He revised the segment concerning the awakening of the chaos celestial demon bloodline, stating instead that just as Jiuyou was about to claim his sword body, little Yao appeared and saved him, resulting in the demise of Jiuyou and his companions. Now, Zhang Xuan could only hope that Jiuyou was indeed dead, for otherwise it would truly be troublesome. Upon hearing his account, Ling Wuxiue and the others found no flaws. Everything was coherent and reasonable. Although Zhang Xuan's ability to evoke the aura of the immortal sword astonished everyone, his explanation of possessing the sword intent inherited from the Cangming sword sovereign made the summoning of the sword sovereign's aura seem quite normal. Thus, they had nothing further to contest. Just when it seemed that matters could reach a conclusion, Ling Wuxiue inquired again, "Wait, you have yet to explain why you were not affected by the blood plague formation. Moreover, when I first saw you, there was demonic energy emanating from you, a manifestation only the bloodline of the demon race could exhibit. Why did it appear upon you?" Chapter 65. The Valley of the Medicine King, is it merely coincidence? Master, please don't. Ling Wuxiue's inquiry was particularly incisive, prompting everyone to cast their gaze upon Zhang Xuan once more. Zhang Xuan shook his head and replied, "I have already stated that I do not comprehend why the blood plague formation has no effect on me. It may be due to the variations in individual constitutions. As for Ling Dian's witnessing the demonic aura surrounding me at that time," he paused, seemingly lost in contemplation. "I surmise it is related to the blood plague formation." At that moment, Jiuyou was preparing to seize my sword body using the formation, but my master arrived and dismantled the array, resulting in Jiuyou's immediate demise. It seems a portion of the demonic energy from him was feedback to me, but it has since dissipated. Upon hearing this, many furrowed their brows. They were unfamiliar with the blood plague formation and could not ascertain the veracity of Zhang Xuan's claims. They could only conclude that his logic was sound. Ling Wuxiue also frowned, evidently unsatisfied with this explanation. "You Ling Dian's." Just as Ling Wuxiue was poised to press further, Yun Yaohong interjected, cutting her off. "Shouldn't we be focusing on how to alleviate the effects of the blood plague formation? Why delve into these matters? Must Zhang Xuan also be afflicted by the formation for you to be content?" Noticing Yun Yaohong's rising ire, Ling Wuxiue clasped her hands and replied, "Taoist friend Yun, that is not my intention. This matter must be thoroughly investigated. Furthermore, I am powerless to resolve the plague of the blood plague formation." At this, a wave of despondency swept through the crowd, with the disciples of various sects growing increasingly hopeless. However, Yun Yaohong spoke with a calm demeanor. "I know of a place that may provide a solution to this predicament." Her words ignited a spark of interest among the sect leaders and elders, while hope glimmered in the eyes of the disciples. If there truly exists a remedy for the effects of the blood plague formation, our Ziki sect would be immensely grateful. Li Yuanzhao was the first to bow in reverence to Yun Yaohong. His urgency was palpable, should Li Shaobai be rendered incapable. Both he and the Ziki sect would face ruin. Other high-ranking members from various sects also bowed in agreement. "Yun Zong's, if you can resolve this issue. Qingyun Sect owes Qingyun Sect a favor. Yun Zong's, where is this remedy for the plague? We shall depart at once. Might you disclose the location to us, Yun Zong's?" All eyes turned towards Yun Yaohong, filled with anticipation. Zhang Xuan felt a twinge of confusion. Was there truly another solution to mitigate the effects of the blood plague formation? Yun Yaohong sighed inwardly, knowing she must reveal her friend's celestial identity for the sake of her master. She did not hesitate to speak plainly. "The Valley of the Medicine King. The Valley South Master is my close friend, and she possesses celestial prowess. Perhaps she can resolve this matter." Upon hearing this, the high-ranking members of various sects were taken aback, for they were familiar with that location. The Valley of the Medicine King, a sect of alchemy in the southern wilderness, had always remained aloof from worldly disputes, never participating in the southern wilderness sect competition. The Valley's master, Bai Li, was rumored to rarely leave the sect, with whispers suggesting she was merely a great ascension cultivator. Yet now, the master of Qingyun Sect claims she is also a celestial being? When did the southern wilderness come to harbor such a multitude of concealed celestial beings? The high-ranking members of various sects were taken aback. However, Since the leader of the Qingyun Sect asserted that the other party could resolve the issue of the blood plague formation, it was presumed to be true. Yet, given that the master of the Medicine King Valley was an immortal, it was uncertain whether they would be granted any favor upon visiting. Consequently, all eyes turned towards Yun Yao. With a hint of resignation, Yun Yao reassured them there is no need for concern, esteemed colleagues. Disciples from all sects affected by the blood plague formation may accompany my disciples to the Medicine King Valley. I shall plead with my friend to provide treatment for everyone. The crowd rejoiced, bowing in gratitude towards Yun Yao. Hope ignited in the eyes of the disciples from various sects. Surely, with an immortal taking action, salvation was at hand. Jiuyou let out a sigh of relief, feeling a sense of reprieve. He glanced at Zhang Xuan, only to find him wearing a peculiar expression, his complexion somewhat pallid. "Zhang, what troubles you?" Jiuyou inquired. Zhang Xuan turned to him. "Are you familiar with the Medicine King Valley?" Jiuyou pondered momentarily before responding. "I have heard of it during my travels in the southern wilderness. It is said that the master of the Medicine King Valley, Bai Li, is a cultivator of the alchemical path, but I never imagined she was actually an immortal." Elation enveloped Jiuyou as he exclaimed, with an immortal alchemist intervening, "We should surely be saved." Meanwhile, a sense of foreboding gripped Zhang Xuan. The Medicine King Valley? Bai Li? The names were eerily identical. Could it truly be the Bai Li he feared? Surely, the odds could not be that fortuitous. The Bai Li he knew practiced the art of gu cultivation rather than alchemy. Perhaps it was mere coincidence? No. Regardless of the likelihood of coincidence, he could not afford to venture to the Medicine King Valley. There could not be the slightest risk. Anxiously, Zhang Xuan looked to Yun Yao and said, "Master, may I refrain from going to the Medicine King Valley?" Yun Yao's brows furrowed. "That is out of the question. As the current inheritor of the Tsangming Sword Sovereign's legacy, my master has already attracted the attention of the demonic clan. Should she be separated from me, who knows what dangers may arise? Therefore, I have decided to keep her by my side for protection." "Why?" Zhang Xuan was perplexed. "No means no. From this day forth, you must remain by my side. What if I refuse? That is not a matter for you to decide." With a decisive wave of her hand, Yun Yao employed her celestial power to bind Zhang Xuan. Under the influence of this celestial force, should Zhang Xuan stray more than 100 miles from her, he would be instantly teleported back to her side. Zhang Xuan recognized the implications of this celestial power and exclaimed in alarm, "Master, please don't." Yet Yun Yao paid him no mind, believing it to be for her master's own good. Zhang Xuan felt tears welling up in his eyes. "Oh, disobedient disciple, now I have no choice but to go. I can only hope that the Medicine King Valley in the southern wilderness and Bai Li are not the ones I dread. Otherwise, calamity will surely ensue." Not far off, Ling Wuxue observed the master-disciple duo with narrowed eyes. There was definitely something amiss with them. The sky loomed dark. Heavy clouds, swirling as flashes of lightning, sporadically illuminated the scene. The air was thick with spiritual energy, tinged with faint traces of demonic aura. Suddenly, with a resounding roar, the thunder above raged violently, and amidst a cacophony of deafening sounds, a rift in space tore open, from which emerged a figure drenched in blood. A figure fell to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust, appearing as though it had succumbed to death, and only after a long while did it stir slightly. "In the realm of the Luo Tian, I have returned. I am not dead." Zhang Xuan struggled to utter a few words before losing consciousness entirely. In the depths of the southern wilderness, within the valley of the Medicine King, the valley's mistress, Bai Li, adorned in resplendent red garments, possessed delicate brows and starry eyes. Her graceful figure accentuated by a porcelain-like face radiating an air of enchanting intelligence. At this moment, she sat before her chamber's bed, gazing at the lifeless body with slightly parted crimson lips. "My dear husband, did you truly think I would believe you were dead?" She chuckled softly. "You are the god of medicine. As long as you desire to live, how many in the 9 heavens and 10 domains could truly bring about your demise? My beloved, we have yet to be wed. How could you leave me like this? How could you die?" The chamber resonated with Bai Li's tender, crystalline voice, her tone fluctuating between gentle cooing and sharp lament, reminiscent of a heartbroken lover. The body on the bed remained unresponsive, a faint smile gracing its lips. Bai Li's delicate fingers caressed the cheek of the corpse, her eyes brimming with affection. "My beloved, it is late. We should rest now." With that, she lay down beside the lifeless form, embracing it as they drifted into a slumber together. Chapter 66. A Desperate Escape. On a vessel departing from the Purple Qi sect, en route to the Medicine King Valley, disciples from various sects of the southern wilderness gathered, accompanied by numerous elders. "Rest assured, I have contacted my friend. She has agreed to assess the situation for the disciples of each sect. If there is hope, she will undoubtedly intervene," stated Yun Yaohong in a calm voice. Ling Wuxue coldly added, "I have also sent a message back to the Immortal Alliance, requesting information on methods to resolve the blood plague array. I believe news will arrive shortly." Upon hearing this, the leaders of various sects, including Li Yuan Zhao, sighed in relief and expressed their gratitude towards Yun Yaohong and Ling Wuxue, while the faces of the disciples were filled with hope. Only Zhang Xuan wore a pained expression, his heart heavy with anxiety. Though he was uncertain whether this Medicine King Valley was indeed the one he feared, the saying goes that a gentleman does not stand beneath a perilous wall. He truly wished to avoid going there. What if the Valley Master was the one he dreaded, Bai Li? He would be walking into a den of tigers. Yet, he found himself trapped, unable to extricate himself from the influence of Xiao Yao's celestial power. The awakening of his chaotic celestial demon bloodline had entirely resolved the issue of his slow cultivation due to his inferior five-element spirit roots. However, relying on his own progress while attempting to dispel Xiao Yao's celestial energy was a futile endeavor. It could take an eternity. "I must find a way to escape," Zhang Xuan mused. He glanced at Yun Yaohong and the others conversing nearby, his mind racing to devise an escape plan. The vessel, provided by the Purple Qi sect, was designed to accommodate a large number of passengers due to the many disciples seeking treatment for the plague, yet maintained a decent speed, capable of reaching the Medicine King Valley in a month. This meant he had to find a way to resolve the celestial energy left by Xiao Yao within that time frame. Only a celestial being can dispel celestial power. Zhang Xuan turned his gaze towards Ling Wuxue. She was the only immortal present with the ability to assist him. But how could he persuade her to help? He found the situation rather challenging, especially since he had just offended her. "Brother Zhang," at that moment Jiuyou approached, followed by Li Xiaobai and Zhao Guanshan. Even Lu Rian was present. As they approached, Zhao Guanshan spoke up first. "In the secret realm, young Master Zhang saved us. We have yet to express our gratitude. Thank you, young Master Zhang." Li Xiaobai and Lu Rian also cupped their fists in acknowledgement. Zhang Xuan waved his hand dismissively. "It's a trivial matter. I merely acted to save my own Qingyun Sect disciple. Regardless, you saved our lives. I owe you a favor," replied Li Xiaobai coldly. Lu Rian nodded in agreement. Unable to cultivate now, their powers, though usable, dwindled like unanchored reeds, yet this woman had refrained from using her charms. Zhang Xuan wished to ignore these individuals. He needed to devise a means of escape. However, upon seeing Li Xiaobai, a thought struck him, and he said, "By the way, Xiaobai, I have something I wish to inquire about." "Xiaobai?" Li Xiaobai's lips twitched. "Although you saved my life, are we that familiar?" However, in order to maintain his aloof demeanor, he refrained from saying much, merely nodding and stating, "Young Master Zhang, you may speak your mind. I recall you expressed a similar sentiment in the secret realm. What is it that you wish to know?" Zhang Xuan did not rush to respond. Instead, he cast a glance at Jiuyou and the others. Jiuyou immediately understood, recognizing that Zhang Xuan wished to keep their conversation private, and promptly led Zhao Guanshan and Lu Rian aside. Observing their departure, Zhang Xuan silently approved, thinking the young lad is quite perceptive. He then draped an arm around Li Xiaobai's shoulder and quietly inquired, "How much do you know about my master?" Li Xiaobai glanced at the hand resting on his shoulder, took a deep breath, and replied, "What aspect does young Master Zhang refer to?" "Surely you mean my master's past," Zhang Xuan responded with a smile. "As you know, my master is an immortal and seemingly quite formidable, so as a disciple, I naturally wish to learn more about his illustrious history." He chose to approach the subject indirectly to avoid raising any suspicions. Li Xiaobai, not overthinking it, recalled, "As for the Qingyun Sword Immortal, my knowledge is rather limited. As much of her story dates back hundreds of thousands of years. I have only gleaned some information from the records of immortals, and it is not particularly comprehensive. When the Zhangming sword sovereign fell, the Qingyun sword immortal had yet to attain immortality. In fact, she remained in obscurity for a considerable time, following the sword sovereign's demise. Later, upon attaining immortality, she immediately sought out many ancient powers from the boundless domain, including my boundless sword tomb, but all her efforts were in vain. In the ensuing hundreds of thousands of years, there were no significant events to speak of. Hearing this, Zhang Xuan felt a stirring within. What did Xiao Yao seek from those ancient powers? Could it be related to my own demise? Indeed, at that time, he was merely in his first life, lacking the experience to navigate the schemes surrounding his downfall, leaving numerous vulnerabilities. Given his strength at the time, the tribulations of immortality were certainly no match for him. However, there were many who wished to thwart his passage through them. Sensing some machinations at play, he opted to play into their hands and succumb to death, a decision that now seemed rather hasty. What ancient powers did my master inquire about? Zhang Xuan pressed further. Li Xiaobai pondered briefly, but shook his head. I cannot recall clearly. There were many, but my engagement with that segment of immortal history was rather cursory, and my impressions are not very vivid. Had it not been for my own boundless sword tomb being included, I might not have delved deeper. Zhang Xuan nodded, choosing not to press further. He had a general idea of the forces that had conspired against his tribulation. It was likely that those same entities had troubled Yun Yao. He merely sought confirmation. A cold smirk curled on his lips. I shall inevitably reclaim her dignity. Subsequently, Zhang Xuan posed several other inquiries regarding Yun Yao to prevent Li Xiaobai from growing suspicious. However, Li Xiaobai indeed possessed little knowledge, as the events were far too distant, and this lad was merely a golden core cultivator. Simultaneously, he scrutinized Li Xiaobai, contemplating how to orchestrate a scheme against the boundless sword tomb. Without a doubt, the boundless sword tomb had once caused difficulties for Xiao Yao, and Zhang Xuan would not let them off the hook. Then he suddenly spoke. Xiaobai, I see that your understanding of the sword has reached a profound clarity. Would you like to comprehend the essence of sword intent? Just express your desire, and I shall guide you. You? Li Xiaobai gazed at Zhang Xuan with skepticism. Although your prowess indeed surpasses mine, and you have inherited the sword intent of the Zhangming sword sovereign, I doubt your comprehension of the sword path is significantly superior to mine. Moreover, directly inheriting another sword intent is akin to borrowing a path, rather than following the rightful way. Zhang Xuan raised an eyebrow, unable to suppress a chuckle. You dare to challenge my understanding of the sword path? You are the first to do so. Let me enlighten you. I understand your sentiment, but while you may question me, you cannot possibly question the Zhangming sword sovereign. Can you? To be frank, when I received the legacy of the Zhangming sword sovereign, I also inherited his insights into the sword path. Among his revelations, many pertain to the emotionless sword path. I believe that is the very path you seem to be cultivating. Am I correct? Upon hearing this, Li Xiaobai was indeed taken aback. Although the Wujing sword tomb harbored some animosity towards the Zhangming sword sovereign, considering a rivalry in the pursuit of the great Tao, there was still a measure of respect. As a practitioner of the Wujing sword tomb, Li Xiaobai was naturally influenced, perceiving the sword sovereign as a transcendent figure in the realm of swordsmanship. Given that Zhang Xuan had even inherited the sword sovereign's insights, perhaps he could genuinely offer him some guidance? Li Xiaobai's expression grew serious, though he still hesitated. Then, may I ask, how should one cultivate the emotionless sword path according to the sword sovereign's perspective? Seeing his interest piqued, Zhang Xuan grinned mischievously. It's simple. Just make more female friends. Chapter 67. The True Path of the Heartless Sword, the Passionate Swordsman, and the Heartless Blade. Cultivating more romantic relationships. Li Xiaobai's eyes widened in disbelief. He had anticipated that Zhang Xuan would articulate some profound insights, but he never expected such a ludicrous suggestion. It was utterly preposterous. The Heartless Sword Path emphasizes the severance of emotions to achieve a swift and unencumbered strike. Are you jesting at my expense? Li Xiaobai fumed, feeling as though Zhang Xuan was mocking him. Hold on, let me explain. How could I possibly be making light of you? Zhang Xuan reassured him, patting Li Xiaobai on the shoulder. Li Xiaobai scoffed, eager to see what elaborate reasoning Zhang Xuan would conjure. I ask you, How much can a person's emotions encompass? Zhang Xuan inquired. Li Xiaobai furrowed his brow, perplexed. How could I possibly know? Such a thing cannot be quantified. Zhang Xuan nodded. Indeed, it cannot be quantified, but it can be broadly assessed. He extended a finger. Consider this. An individual's emotions can be likened to the number 1. If one invests their emotions solely in one person, is that not a complete entity? Li Xiaobai nodded in agreement, but soon questioned. But what does this have to do with the heartless sword path? Patience, Zhang Xuan continued. Observe this one. When it is whole, it is ample. However, if it is infinitely divided, does each fragment not approach insignificance? You have stated that the heartless sword path necessitates the severance of emotions. Thus, when you infinitely dilute your emotions, does that not equate to their absence? Upon hearing this, Li Xiaobai paused, contemplating the validity of Zhang Xuan's argument. Perhaps there is some merit to this? Zhang Xuan, noticing Li Xiaobai's contemplation, pressed on with a smile. Now, let me ask you, how have the sword cultivators of your Wujing sword tomb practiced the heartless sword path? Li Xiaobai reminisced. They distanced themselves from worldly desires, cultivating a tranquil heart to achieve the severance of feelings. Incorrect. Zhang Xuan shook his head vehemently. You are gravely mistaken. How can one sever desires without ever having experienced them? It is akin to declaring a distaste for a fruit you have never tasted. Does that reasoning hold any weight? Li Xiaobai fell silent, deep in thought, realizing the validity of this assertion. However, he quickly countered. So, by your logic, are you suggesting that my esteemed predecessors at the Wujing sword tomb erred? Yet, some indeed comprehended the essence of the heartless sword. How do you reconcile that? Zhang Xuan understood that mere sophistry would not suffice to convince Li Xiaobai, so he proceeded with gentle persuasion. I am not asserting that your predecessors were wrong. Undeniably, they succeeded through their methods, but I contend that their understanding of the heartless sword path is flawed. The heartless sword path should not entail an absolute lack of feeling. Even your predecessors at the Wujing sword tomb could not achieve that. Otherwise, why would they practice swordsmanship? Why would they draw their blades? Cultivators pursue immortality. Does that not represent desire? Sword cultivators seek to attain the Tao. Should that not also be considered a desire? Thus, if you aspire to comprehend the essence of the heartless sword while simultaneously pursuing the Tao, does that not present a contradiction? Li Xiaobai was rendered speechless, struck by the apparent contradiction. However, doubts lingered in his heart, prompting him to inquire, are you suggesting that the path of the heartless sword cannot possibly exist? Zhang Xuan waved his hand. Not at all. I believe the heartless sword is merely devoid of emotion at the outset. Ultimately, it should evolve into the path of emotion. As I mentioned earlier, by infinitely diversifying your emotions, you can achieve a state of detachment. Yet, the emotions you disperse do not vanish. Instead, they deepen your concerns, thereby enriching the motivations behind your swordsmanship. This is the essence of great love. As the saying goes, when one achieves greatness, they benefit the world. When your swordsmanship reaches its zenith, your love will encompass all beings, and your sword will harness the collective strength of the masses. This is the true path to enlightenment. Li Xiaobai was utterly astonished. The path of emotion? The way of great love? Indeed, Zhang Xuan nodded. How could one truly sever all ties and desires? Even immortals cannot achieve that. If one were to completely eradicate the 7 emotions and 6 desires, would they still be human? What purpose would cultivation serve? And what reason would there be for living? Zhang Xuan posed classic philosophical questions. Who are you? Where are you headed? Why do you live? After listening, Li Xiaobai found himself lost in contemplation. He had never considered these questions before, as his elders had always told him that attaining clarity of heart and understanding the essence of the sword was sufficient. Now, Zhang Xuan had ignited a spark of reflection within him, leading him to recognize the contradictions in his previous beliefs. So, does this mean I should indeed pursue more romantic relationships? Li Xiaobai hesitated. A teachable youth. Zhang Xuan chuckled. The heartless sword should ultimately lead to the way of great love. True detachment is, in fact, selflessness. The way of heaven is indifferent, treating all things as mere fodder. Thus, the heartless sword should embody this essence. This is the true meaning of the heartless sword. I encourage you to engage in more romantic pursuits. This is the tempering of the heart in the mortal realm. As the saying goes, a passionate swordsman wields a heartless sword. If you succeed in tempering your heart, the heartless sword will naturally flow forth. Boom! A thunderous realization struck Li Xiaobai's mind. Theoretically, the heartless sword indeed seems non-existent. The way of heaven is indifferent. This is the true essence of the heartless sword, the way of great love. The notion that a passionate swordsman wields a heartless sword enlightened him profoundly. The elders of his sect had been mistaken. This is the authentic heartless sword. He gazed at Zhang Xuan, his eyes filled with reverence as he solemnly clasped his hands in gratitude. Truly, the understanding of the sword path by the sword master of Tsangming is extraordinary. I am honored to learn from you. In that moment, he began to comprehend why the sword master of Tsangming had achieved such heights in swordsmanship. His philosophical perspective was fundamentally different. Zhang Xuan smiled and nodded, pleased that the young man had finally grasped the essence. However, such sentiments would only resonate with Na'vi youths like Li Xiaobai. Those who have already established their paths will be impervious to persuasion, as they had formed their own theoretical frameworks. Cultivators are, in essence, obsessive. For what else could compel one to persist for thousands of years in pursuit of a singular goal? Now that you understand, all is well. However, you must refrain from sharing these thoughts with the elders of your sect upon your return to the Boundless Sword Tomb, Zhang Xuan advised. Li Xiaobai was instantly perplexed. Why? They had strayed from the righteous path, and as a disciple of the Boundless Sword Tomb, I felt it was my duty to guide them back. Zhang Xuan sighed. The insights I have shared regarding the emotionless sword path are derived from Master Tsangming. As you are aware, the Boundless Sword Tomb holds a certain disdain for him, and they may completely dismiss my words as a result. I understand your loyalty to the Boundless Sword Tomb, but until you achieve success, they will not heed your words. It will be far more persuasive to point out their mistakes after you have truly succeeded. He felt compelled to issue a warning to this young man. Otherwise, what would happen if, after having just indoctrinated him, the Boundless Sword Tomb forcibly suppressed him? The theory behind his argument was indeed sound. If Li Xiaobai truly mastered the art, and emotionless sword practitioners gathered numerous partners, parading before the immortals of the Boundless Sword Tomb, and then declared, "You have all taken the wrong path," the scene would be quite amusing to envision. Li Xiaobai absorbed this advice, his expression reflecting a hint of gloom, clearly contemplating the stubbornness of his elders in the sect. I understand now. Thank you for your guidance, young Master Zhang. Zhang Xuan smiled and nodded. I have offered you my counsel, and we are beyond formalities. Call me Brother Xuan. Li Xiaobai felt a twinge of embarrassment. Transitioning from emotionless sword path to the emotional sword path was a bit overwhelming for him. Nonetheless, Zhang Xuan's guidance had indeed been immensely beneficial, akin to a rebirth. Thus, he stammered, "Xuan, Brother Xuan." "Excellent," Zhang Xuan replied with satisfaction. The current generation of emotionless sword practitioners had undergone preliminary training. As for what lay ahead, once this young man tasted the sweetness of desire, would he truly abandon his path? Since you've come to this realization, why not start looking for a girlfriend now? I think Lu Ruyan would be a fine choice. She could serve as your practice partner, Zhang Xuan encouraged. Li Xiaobai's expression stiffened. So soon? Of course. You're destined to spread love across the world. If you don't seize the moment, when will you? But I don't even know how to go about it. Fear not. I will teach you. You? Li Xiaobai questioned, filled with doubt. Brother Xuan, no offense, but you don't have a girlfriend yourself. How can you teach me? Zhang Xuan was momentarily taken aback. What are you saying? You may not realize, but I'm a master in the realm of romance. I glide through the flowers without a single petal clinging to me. He proclaimed confidently, hands clasped behind his back. Although he had never dated, he had certainly observed enough to understand the dynamics. Li Xiaobai paused in contemplation, recalling how Zhang Xuan remained unfazed even in the face of the charms of the Jiuyou sect. Perhaps he truly was a master in this regard? He remained skeptical, but replied, "Then I will rely on you, Brother Xuan. Rest assured, I will take care of everything," Zhang Xuan declared with exuberance. The two engaged in a hushed exchange, while Li Xiaobai's hesitations only deepened. Brother Xuan, is this really going to work? Absolutely. Trust me, you won't regret it. Chapter 68. Li Xiaobai's bold maneuver. The Master's secret? Soon, Zhang Xuan and his companion finished their discussion. Brother Xian, are we really going for it? Li Xiaobai asked timidly, casting a glance at Lu Ruyan, who was engaged in conversation with Gui Weifang and Zhao Guanshan. Of course. Take that courageous first step and believe in yourself. You are remarkable. Zhang Xuan encouraged him. He had not expected this seemingly confident fellow to exhibit such timidity in matters of the heart. Nevertheless, understanding that Li Xiaobai was inexperienced, Zhang Xuan remained supportive. Taking a deep breath, Li Xiaobai nodded. All right, Brother Xian, I shall go. Go with confidence, you'll be fine. With Zhang Xian's encouragement, Li Xiaobai strode towards Lu Ruyan and the others, trying to appear nonchalant. As he approached, the group noticed him, and Gui Weifang spoke first. Have you finished your conversation with Brother Zhang, Daoistly? Li Xiaobai did not respond. He even turned his back to them, gazing coldly into the distance. The others were taken aback. What was he doing? Lu Ruyan frowned slightly and inquired softly. Could it be that Daoist Li did not enjoy his chat with young Master Zhang? Of course I did. Zhang Xuan quickly interjected with a smile, bewildered by Li Xiaobai's behavior. What was this guy up to? Was this how he was taught? Li Xiaobai slowly turned around, still not looking at them, merely caressing the sword in his hand. Alas, in this vast world, among my peers in the southern regions, it seems only Brother Zhang stands as my rival. What a pity. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruyan and the others were left speechless. Was he out of his mind? Zhang Xian's expression darkened. Were you playing at? You fool. Li Xiaobai continued his lament, turning to Zhang Xuan. Brother Zhang, do you know the origin of the sword I wield? Zhang Xuan was momentarily taken aback. What did he mean? Li Xiaobai mused aloud. This sword was crafted by a master blacksmith from my Wujing sword tomb, though it is merely a low-grade magical artifact. Its materials are exceedingly precious, crafted from celestial essence stone, purple sand, and dreamless marrow, among other rare materials. Its sharpness rivals that of a mid-grade magical artifact. It shall grow alongside me, waiting for the day I comprehend the sword's intent and ascend to immortality, at which point it shall become an immortal weapon. As he spoke, he suddenly directed his attention to Lu Ruyan, resembling a foolish air. The expressions of Lu Ruyan and the others darkened. Is he flaunting his wealth? Zhang Xuan slapped his forehead in exasperation. What an idiot. Li Xiaobai's antics did not cease. He waved his hand and produced a pile of spirit stones and elixirs from his storage ring, dazzling the onlookers with the sheer volume of his hoard. Oh, how shall I spend all these spirit stones? It would be splendid if someone could assist me in enjoying them. He continued, and these elixirs are of exceptional quality for enhancing cultivation, some even possessing elixir patterns. Who could help me share the burden? The group could no longer contain themselves. Zhao Guanshan's lips twitched uncontrollably as he said, Everyone, I have some matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. Lu Ruyan also clasped her hands and remarked, It seems an elder from my Qingyun Sect is calling for me. I must go see. The two hurriedly fled the scene, wondering if Li Xiaobai's mind had been affected, perhaps dulled by his sword training. Upon seeing Lu Ruyan depart, Li Xiaobai was taken aback and turned to Zhang Xuan. Brother Xian, why didn't tea at work? Zhang Xian's expression darkened. What the hell are you doing? Is this how I instructed you? But Brother Xian, didn't you say that when pursuing a girl, one should focus not on how to chase her, but on how to attract her, showcasing one's own strengths and charm? And you mentioned that money is for women to see, not for them to spend. I was simply following your advice. Li Xiaobai raplia, utarli parplaksha. Zhang Xuan was at a loss for words. Is this truly your way of demonstrating charm? Truly your talent. Resigned, he decided to impart some specific tactics. Zhang Xuan was left with no choice. Aside from swordsmanship, this lad seemed utterly clueless. Brother Xian? Gui Weifang, who had been observing, appeared to sense something amiss and inquired. Did you instruct Li Daoyu to act this way? Yes, I am teaching him how to pursue Lu Ruyan. Zhang Xuan confirmed with a nod. He then recounted his guidance to Li Xiaobai, realizing he also needed to devise an escape plan, perhaps enlisting Gui Weifang to keep an eye on this boy. Gui Weifang was astonished. A heartless swordsman seeking a girlfriend? A romantic swordsman with a cold blade? Is it possible to approach it this way? However, Zhang Xian's profound understanding of the sword path left Gui Weifang speechless. After some contemplation, he found some merit in this theory. Perhaps it could indeed work. He couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret that the insights of the sword master of Songming were solely focused on the sword path. Otherwise, Brother Zhang might have been able to guide him as well. Ignoring Gu Yuefeng's thoughts, Zhang Xuan resumed, instructing Li Xiaobai. Remember, when encountering her, approach at a 45-degree angle, ready to advance or retreat. During conversation, you must pique her interest while maintaining your charm, leading her to follow your rhythm. This time, he meticulously detailed every action, expression, and tone Li Xiaobai should adopt when facing Lu Ruoyan. Li Xiaobai nodded vigorously, his eyes shining. It seemed Brother Xian truly possessed remarkable skills. Gu Yuefeng was equally impressed, never expecting Brother Zhang to have such expertise. Meanwhile, in the distance, Yun Yao and her companions appeared to have concluded their discussion. Come with me for a moment, Yun Yao called out to Zhang Xuan. Zhang Xuan nodded, quickly reminding Li Xiaobai and Gu Yuefeng. Did you remember everything? You must do as I instructed this time. Brother Fangzheng, please keep an eye on him. Both nodded in agreement. Don't worry, Brother Xian, this time it will be flawless. Gu Yuefeng assured. Brother Zhang, I will help watch over him and follow your instructions. Although Zhang Xuan still felt a twinge of doubt, he knew Yun Yao was summoning him for a reason and decided to see what was amiss. All right, remember what I said. Don't improvise this time, he reiterated as he walked toward Yun Yao, while the two watched him depart with nods of encouragement. Upon following Yun Yao into the cabin of the flying vessel, Zhang Xuan inquired with a hint of perplexity, Master, is there something you need? I am rather occupied at the moment. However, upon entering the room, Yun Yao waved her hand to envelop the entire space in a soundproof barrier. Master, what are you doing? Zhang Xuan immediately grew cautious. Yun Yao gazed at Zhang Xuan and asked, Does it seem that you are reluctant to visit the Medicine King Valley? Caught off guard, Zhang Xuan hesitated and, with a weary expression, admitted, Indeed, I have endured quite a bit in the secret realm. I feel somewhat fatigued and wish to return to the Qingyun Sect for some rest. Yun Yao nodded in understanding. Do not worry, Master. You can still rest at the Medicine King Valley, but for your safety, I would kindly ask you not to wander about during this time. Zhang Xuan forced a smile. Please, do not address me in such a manner. You are my master, and what danger could I possibly face? Master, Yun Yao's tone suddenly elevated. I do not understand why you refuse to acknowledge your own identity. I shall no longer pressure you to do so. Zhang Xuan could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. Was it possible that little Yao had come to terms with this? Yet, the fact that his identity as a mere inheritor had already drawn the covetous gaze of the demon clan left her feeling uneasy about allowing him to roam freely. Yun Yao's demeanor softened, no longer as frigid as when in the presence of outsiders. She looked at Zhang Xuan with gentle eyes and said, In the past, it was you who protected me, and now it is my turn to safeguard you. I understand that you may harbor certain secrets, and while I may overlook them, I only hope that in the future, when you regain your strength, you will formally acknowledge me. Zhang Xuan sighed inwardly. It became clear that little Yao's insistence on not letting him leave stemmed from this concern. Master, I assure you, I am not that Songming sword sovereign. A flicker of disappointment crossed Yun Yao's gentle gaze, but it quickly vanished. Do not worry, I do not expect you to admit it now. However, it does seem that you are indeed facing some issues. Once we reach the Medicine King Valley, perhaps my friend can examine you. Zhang Xian's heart tightened. Indeed, the demonic energy within him had caught little Yao's attention. Yet, the prospect of undergoing such scrutiny at the Medicine King Valley was fraught with peril. What if the immortal were to uncover something? He resolutely declined. No, I cannot allow that. Yun Yao was taken aback. Sensing her tone had been overly assertive, Zhang Xuan quickly added, There is no need for an examination. I am well aware of my own condition. There is nothing amiss, so you need not worry, Master. Is that so? Yun Yao hesitated, her suspicions aroused regarding the connection to his secrets. Of course, what could possibly be wrong? I can run and jump just fine. Zhang Xuan laughed. I understand your concern for my safety, but visiting the Medicine King Valley would serve no purpose. Perhaps I should simply return to the Qingyun Sect? Rest assured, I will not stray. Yun Yao narrowed her eyes slightly. Master's aversion to the Medicine King Valley and the examination was undoubtedly suspicious. This will not do. You must remain by my side. If you refuse to be examined, so be it, but you must go to the Medicine King Valley. After this matter is resolved, I shall take you to the central state along with the Qingyun Sect." Upon hearing this, Zhang Xuan realized that persuading Xiao Yao was an impossible task, leaving him to devise his own solutions. However, Yun Yao seemed to perceive his thoughts and suddenly remarked, "If Master wishes for Palace Master Ling to assist in dispelling the celestial energy from your body, it would be futile to entertain such hopes. I have already spoken with Palace Master Ling. She will not offer her aid." Zhang Xuan's eyes widened in response, pondering whether a visit to the Medicine King Valley was indeed unavoidable. Noticing his expression, Yun Yao felt a twinge of satisfaction. "Master, do I not know you well enough? Once we arrive at the Medicine King Valley, I must ensure that Bai Li conducts a thorough examination for you." Chapter 69. The 36 Stratagems of Love. A romance for two, joy for three. Zhang Xuan dejectedly exited the cabin, his countenance resembling that of a bereaved soul. The ethereal energy left on him by Xiao Yao, though not insurmountable, could not be easily dispelled within a month. The only one aboard the flying vessel capable of swiftly resolving this celestial force, Ling Wuxue, had been forewarned by Xiao Yao, leaving Zhang Xuan momentarily at a loss. Perhaps this Medicine King Valley is not the one I envision, Zhang Xuan consoled himself internally. Moreover, even upon reaching the valley, as long as I avoid an audience with the Valley Master, I should be fine. Yet, it is imperative to prepare for other contingencies. I must not harbor any illusions. With a furrowed brow, Zhang Xuan began contemplating how to navigate the potential challenges ahead. However, he soon realized a pressing concern. If the Medicine King Valley could not resolve the plague of the blood epidemic formation, he would need to discreetly lend assistance. For disciples of the Qingyun Sect were also susceptible to the affliction. Truly vexing. At that moment, Jiuyou Fangjing approached. "Zhang Xuan, you have returned." Zhang Xuan nodded. "Woli Xiao Bai." Jiuyou Fangjing chuckled. "He has gone to find Lu Ruyan. The two are conversing quite well. I must say, you truly are remarkable." At this, Zhang Xuan's eyes brightened. "Finally, some good news. Were they? Take me to see them. I must keep a watchful eye." "Certainly. They are at the bow of the ship." The two hastened toward the front, where Li Xiaobai and Lu Ruyan were indeed engaged in conversation, utterly engrossed in their own world, devoid of any onlookers. Zhang Xuan marveled at the scene. Not bad. They've directly arranged a rendezvous. This lad isn't quite as dim-witted as I thought. All thanks to your excellent guidance, Zhang Xuan. Yet, I am curious, how is it that you yourself remain without a partner while espousing such theories? Jiuyou Fangjing inquired, puzzled. Zhang Xuan's expression darkened. "If you cannot speak wisely, it would be better to remain silent." He swiftly changed the subject. "Come, let's draw nearer and eavesdrop on their conversation." They edged closer, and soon the faint sounds of their dialogue reached them. "Miss Lu, the weather is quite pleasant today. Indeed, it has been nice lately. Do you have any hobbies?" "Hobbies? Does cultivation count?" "Certainly. I too enjoy cultivation." "Is that so?" Hearing their exchange, Zhang Xuan's face fell. He turned to Jiuyou Fangjing. "You call this a good conversation?" Jiuyou Fangjing nodded. "Indeed, they are conversing." Zhang Xuan smacked his forehead in disbelief. This was nothing short of awkward small talk. Had he truly expected an emotional novice to transform into a master of romance overnight? Nevertheless, the fact that they were engaging in dialogue was a sign of progress, and Zhang Xuan felt it unnecessary to demand more. "Very well. I shall take it one step at a time. Once Li Xiaobai concludes, summon him to me. I must provide him with further instruction." After listening for a while longer, Zhang Xuan found it unbearable and returned to the cabin. Jiuyou Fangjing nodded, remaining in place to eavesdrop, appearing as if he were earnestly seeking knowledge. In response, Zhang Xuan could only shake his head in helplessness. Subsequently, during the day, Zhang Xuan instructed Li Xiaobai and Jiuyou Fangjing, while at night, he arranged for Li Xiaobai to invite Lu Ruyan for practical training. As for Ling Wuxue, despite Zhang Xuan's persistent attempts to reach out, she showed no inclination to assist him and even inquired about his circumstances. Realizing that this avenue was entirely blocked, Zhang Xuan ceased to harbor any hopes and focused on teaching Li Xiaobai instead. The specific content of his lessons was devised as the 36 Stratagems of Love. He emphasized the importance of emotional interplay between two individuals, highlighting the art of attraction, sometimes advancing while retreating, sometimes retreating while advancing, akin to the delicate dance of a pipa partially concealed, evoking an insatiable yearning. This is the essence of enticing allure. Women are inherently emotional beings, and it is crucial to stimulate their sentiments. This is akin to cutting off the fuel to the fire. Furthermore, when pursuing a woman, the right timing, location, and social harmony are all essential. For instance, a hero rescuing a damsel requires the presence of a crisis. If none exists, one must create it, even feigning injury to elicit sympathy. This is the strategy of planting flowers on a tree and the art of self-sacrifice. Zhang Xuan imparted all the romantic techniques he had acquired prior to his transmigration without reservation to Li Xiaobai and Jiuyou Fangzheng. The two displayed the demeanor of earnest students during each lesson, listening intently and even taking notes. This filled Zhang Xuan with immense satisfaction. He feared not dull students, but rather lazy ones. Under Zhang Xuan's meticulous guidance, Li Xiaobai's prowess in wooing blossomed, and his relationship with Lu Ruyan indeed grew closer. "Brother Xian, I am off to invite Lu Ruyan," Li Xiaobai announced as the class concluded, greeting Zhang Xuan before departing. Jiuyou Fangzheng attempted to follow suit, but was halted by Zhang Xuan. "Wait a moment," he called out. Jiuyou Fangzheng, puzzled, asked, "What is it, Brother Zhang?" "Speaking of which, I'm teaching Li Xiaobai how to pursue girls. He is doing so to hone his swordsmanship. You study so diligently each day, yet you sneakily listen in on his dates at night. What is your purpose?" Zhang Xuan inquired. Jiuyou Fangzheng froze, stammering an explanation. "This isn't it to help you keep an eye on Brother Li? Besides, you previously mentioned that I lack social acumen. Am I not learning? Is that so?" Zhang Xuan questioned skeptically. "Of course. I shan't linger, Brother Zhang. I must keep an eye on Brother Li. I will report back to you with any developments." Jiuyou Fangzheng replied, swiftly darting away. Zhang Xuan's expression turned peculiar. Something is amiss. How can one learn about social nuances through the pursuit of women? Is this reasonable? He gazed in the direction Jiuyou Fangzheng had departed, pondering deeply. At the bow of the flying boat, beneath a starry moonlit sky, two figures sat side by side, their proximity intimate. Li Xiaobai, admiring the moonlight, smiled and remarked, "The moonlight tonight is truly splendid." "Indeed, it is beautiful." Lu Ruyan nodded with a smile, gazing at the moon above. At that moment, Li Xiaobai suddenly turned to Lu Ruyan, reaching out to gently tuck a loose strand of hair behind her ear. Lu Ruyan stood frozen in surprise, her cheeks flushing. "No moonlight can compare to your beauty." Li Xiaobai gazed into Lu Ruyan's eyes, filled with tenderness, reaching out to gently caress her face. Lu Ruyan shyly turned her head away. "Senior Brother Li, please don't." Li Xiaobai flusha a charming smila. "Don't what?" "You." Lu Ruyan was both embarrassed and irritated. Li Xiaobai felt a surge of joy within. Indeed, Xian Ji's words rang true. Men who are a bit wicked are often more appealing to women. Whether he could win over Lu Ruyan would be determined this very night. He firmly grasped her shoulders, turning her to face him, and with a smile, inquired, "Junior Sister Lu, I invite you out every night. Could it be that my intentions remain unknown to you?" Lu Ruyan's face flushed deeper, her voice barely a whisper. "What intentions does Senior Brother speak of? How could I possibly know?" She was well aware of Li Xiaobai's feelings and, to be honest, harbored a certain fondness for him. He was quite handsome, had a formidable background, and how could she not feel a flutter when he took the initiative? Yet, having never encountered such a situation before, her mind was a chaotic tangle. Li Xiaobai abruptly pulled Lu Ruyan into his embrace, resting her head against his chest, his voice low and soothing. "Then, Junior Sister, just listen and behold. The moon represents my heart." With a flick of his finger, he unleashed a simple illusionary spell. Though it was merely a basic enchantment, it was perfectly suited for the moment. At that instant, the moon in their eyes transformed into a heart shape. Although Lu Ruyan had practiced enchanting arts as a disciple of the Qingyun Sect, she had never witnessed such a scene before, causing her heart to race uncontrollably. She was utterly captivated. "Senior Brother, don't speak, kiss me." Under the moonlight, the two shared a passionate kiss, while in the shadows, Jiuyou Yaohong watched in exhilaration. Wow, incredible! He actually succeeded in winning over Li. Zhang must have truly taught him well, though he too had learned those techniques. He had never considered using them. To him, watching others pursue romance seemed far more interesting and thrilling than chasing after girls himself. As for whether this was morally questionable, initially, Gui Weifang had such thoughts, but upon recalling Zhang Xian's escapades in the secret realm, his little indulgence seemed trivial by comparison. In that moment, though it was a love shared between two, all three found joy. Chapter 70. How we tilted our eye? Arrival at the Valley of the Medicine King. After successfully winning over Lu Ruyan, Li Xiaobai's confident sword, this marked a significant advancement in his path of the ruthless sword, a milestone achievement indeed. Zhang Xian also expressed his approval, encouraging Li Xiaobai to boldly pursue other female cultivators. He was officially on a mission. Li Xiaobai did not disappoint. Within a mere month, he had charmed over a dozen disciples from the Qingyun Sect. Zhang Xian could not help but be astonished. Could the technique suggested in short videos truly be that effective? Little did Li Xiaobai know, however, that each of his dates was being closely monitored by a pair of watchful eyes. One day, the three stood upon the deck of the flying vessel, gazing ahead. Brother Xian, Brother Fangzhong, you have no idea how delightful it is to kiss a woman. That sensation. TSK, 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 Li Xiaobai reminisced, smacking his lips. At that moment, he had shed his former aloof demeanor. The cold, unfeeling Li Xiaobai was a thing of the past, though his current roguish persona was equally infuriating. Zhang Xian's expression darkened. Are you still savoring that? Realizing his slip of the tongue, Li Xiaobai quickly corrected himself. My apologies, Brother Xian. You must already know this. I spoke out of turn. Only then did Zhang Xian's demeanor soften. It seemed that Li Xiaobai had undergone a complete transformation. After several days of courtship, he had even forgotten the initial reasons for pursuing romance. He turned to Guyu Fangzhong, only to find him lost in thought, a reminiscent expression on his face, which left Zhang Xian bewildered. What are you up to? He inquired. Huh? Guyu Fangzhong snapped back to reality. I was pondering what Li Ji's feelings were like. Zhang Xian's face darkened further, taken aback that this fellow had also been led astray. Well, at least this way you won't struggle to find a partner in the future. Communicate amongst yourselves. Do not disturb me, Zhang Xian admonished, feeling a twinge of anxiety as they approached the Valley of the Medicine King. Oblivious to Zhang Xian's concerns, Li Xiaobai and Guyu Fangzhong continued their conversation. Brother Fangzhong, let me tell you, during those intimate moments, is it like this? I still find it hard to imagine. Perhaps, Brother Li, you could capture the moment with a recording stone, so I might experience it vicariously. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? Fear not, we shall record it discreetly. No one will ever find out. As their discussion grew increasingly inappropriate, Zhang Xian hastily intervened. Enough. If you continue down this path, you might truly be committing a crime. The two immediately fell silent, recognizing that such conversations were indeed improper in public. However, the exchange of glances between them indicated that they were eager to explore this topic further in private. Zhang Xian, exasperated, rubbed his forehead, questioning if these two had gone too far. Meanwhile, in the distance, Zhao Guanshan observed Zhang Xian and the others with a look of confusion, pondering when their relationship had become so amicable. As everyone's thoughts diverged, Yun Yaohong suddenly emerged from the cabin of the flying vessel, accompanied by Ling Wuxue and other elders from various sections. We have arrived at the Valley of the Medicine King, Yun Yaohong announced coolly. The crowd's expressions shifted. They had finally reached their destination. Zhang Xian also gazed ahead, where a valley shape emerged faintly amidst the mist in the distance. Towering peaks rose majestically on either side, their splendor striking, with snow beginning at their midsections, exuding an aura of vitality. The depths of the valley were shrouded in clouds and fog, obscuring visibility, yet wafts of medicinal fragrance wafted through the air. Although referred to as a valley, the distance between the two peaks was immense, spanning several 100,000 miles, their great heights lending a slightly more pronounced shape to the valley. As the flying vessel drew nearer, the valley transformed, resembling a substantial landmass, and it came to a halt before the valley's entrance. The vessel, originally capable of carrying over 20,000 cultivators, now appeared as insignificant as a speck of dust before the valley. At that moment, the clouds and mist within the valley suddenly dispersed, revealing the inner workings of the Medicine King Valley, which had been concealed by an illusionary array. Within the valley, spirit beasts galloped, and spirit herbs flourished, presenting a scene reminiscent of an ethereal paradise. However, certain areas remained obscured by clouds, clearly off-limits to outsiders. Just observing this sight tightened Zhang Xuan's heart. This was problematic. The Medicine King Valley before him bore an almost identical layout to the one he remembered, albeit with some differences in scale. Yet, wasn't that Medicine King Valley situated within the Tailing realm? At this moment, he was nearly certain that the valley's master, Bai Li, was likely the same Bai Li from his recollections. Otherwise, such a coincidence would be unfathomable. Fortunately, he had prepared himself. As the disciples of various sects were astounded by the spectacle of the Medicine King Valley, a young woman suddenly flew forth from within, clad in a flowing green dress, her skin as delicate and translucent as gossamer, with her hair styled in a bun. Her round, charming face was adorned with bright, lively eyes. Yin Zhongzhu. Upon emerging from the valley, the young woman gracefully bowed before Yun Yaohong. Though she exuded only the aura of a transformation stage cultivator, she faced the high-ranking individuals and the two immortals, Yun Yaohong and Ling Wuxue, with unflinching composure. "Achi," Yun Yaohong replied with a smile, introducing her to the assembly, "is a medicinal attendant of my dear friend Bai Li." The crowd understood and returned her greeting with a respectful gesture. "Where's Bai Li?" Yun Yaohong inquired. "The master is aware of your arrival today and is waiting for you within the valley," the young woman, named Achi, replied cheerfully, her demeanor seemingly quite innocent. "However, the master has stated that only you, Zhongzhu, and the head of the immortal hall may enter the valley. The others must remain outside." Upon hearing this, the elders of various sects exchanged uneasy glances. Yet, considering that the valley's master might be an immortal and that they were here seeking assistance, they refrained from further comment. Yun Yaohong was not surprised and nodded in acknowledgement. Just then, however, Ling Wuxue abruptly turned to Achi and coldly remarked, "Has the immortal pill gained sentience?" At this, the elders and disciples were taken aback. An immortal pill? Was this young woman before them an immortal pill? Their eyes widened in astonishment, their hearts racing with intrigue. Could it be that this girl was the immortal pill crafted by the master of the Medicine King Valley? It was rumored that once a pill reached the immortal grade, it could potentially develop intelligence and cultivate autonomously. To discover such a phenomenon was truly astounding. Refining immortal elixirs is a feat achievable only by those celestial beings who have grasped the true essence of alchemy. Could it be that the master of the Apothecary Valley is indeed such an immortal? The elders of various sects engaged in fervent discussions, their gazes towards Aki growing increasingly fervent. It is said that these elixirs possess the power to resurrect the dead and even grant one insight into the great Tao. However, the presence of two immortals nearby, including the master of the Apothecary Valley, quelled any audacious thoughts among the crowd. The disciples of various sects were equally astonished, expressing their newfound enlightenment, realizing that elixirs could indeed attain sentience. If the master of the Apothecary Valley is truly an immortal adept in alchemy, does that not signal hope for their salvation? Zhang Xuan, however, narrowed his eyes as he regarded Aki. He recalled that Bai Li was a master of the Gudao. Could it be that she had since cultivated the path of alchemy and comprehended its profound truths? Indeed, before his downfall, he had imparted some insights on alchemy to her. Perhaps that was the catalyst for her success in this domain. Furthermore, witnessing the actions of Xiao Yao and Ling Wuxue allowed Zhang Xuan to exhale in relief, as he need not venture further. While thoughts varied among the crowd, Aki's expression shifted subtly. Few were privy to her identity as the essence of the immortal elixir. Yet this woman before her had discerned it at a glance. Is this the master of the celestial palace? Now, stepping outside felt daunting. Aki, lead the way. Yun Yaohong spoke with an air of nonchalance, clearly aware of Aki's true identity. Aki nodded, yet suddenly interjected, "By the way, Sect Master Yun, my master has requested that you bring along your newly accepted disciple as well." As she spoke, she scanned the crowd, seemingly searching for Zhang Xuan's presence. A sudden chill gripped Zhang Xuan's heart. "Bai Li wishes to see me? What could this mean? Surely, I have not been discovered? Chapter 71. Indeed, it is Bai Li. Has my disciple and fiancé, you become best friends? Please come in with us, Yun Yaohong said, glancing at Zhang Xuan. Qi, noticing this, also turned his gaze, filled with curiosity. Is this the heir of the Tsangming sword master? He seemed rather ordinary apart from his handsome appearance. Master, you are having a conversation with your elders. I shall not intrude. Zhang Xuan quickly waved his hand in refusal. I have been feeling unwell these past 2 days. It would be best for me to stay here and rest. Upon hearing this, Yun Yao's brows knitted together. Master, what ails you? Just as Zhang Xuan was about to explain, Ling Wushu interjected, feeling unwell is just perfect. The master of Yaohong Valley is a divine alchemist. She can take a look at you. Her eyes sparkled with a teasing glint, clearly still probing into Zhang Xuan's demonic aura. Yun Yaohong nodded in agreement. Indeed, it would be beneficial for Bai Li to examine your health. Zhang Xuan was aware that he could not evade this situation, yet he felt no sense of self-sabotage, for he had intentionally made that statement. Both Xiao Yao and Ling Wuxue were evidently concerned about the demonic energy surrounding him, so rather than continuing to conceal it, he thought it best to allow an examination. He had spent the past month striving to hide his chaos demon bloodline, and he believed that even an immortal would be unable to discern anything amiss. As the blood prison demon lord, he had built his prowess on bloodlines, making him quite authoritative in this regard. If Bai Li of Yaohong Valley truly was the Bai Li, Zhang Xuan had grown less anxious after a month of contemplation. Each incarnation bore a different visage. As long as it did not reveal any telltale signs, he was confident he would not be recognized. The exposure of his identities as Sword Master and Demon Lord had been entirely accidental. With this thought, Zhang Xuan lowered his head and flashed a charming smile. I refuse to believe that surprises will occur every time. Seeing Zhang Xuan's agreement, Yun Yaohong and Ling Wuxue were somewhat taken aback. They had anticipated that persuading Zhang Xuan to undergo an examination would require considerable effort, but he had unexpectedly acquiesced so readily. Could it be that the master had prepared in advance, confident that the immortal would not discern any issues? Yun Yaohong hesitated momentarily, but then shook her head internally. Perhaps the master had no issues at all. Perhaps it was merely her overthinking. Follow me. With the decision made, Qi spoke first, leading the way into the valley. Zhang Xuan and the others followed closely behind, while the others remained on the flying vessel, awaiting news. Before long, Zhang Xuan and his companions entered Yaohong Valley alongside Qi. The scenery around them resembled what they had seen outside, albeit with more intricate details. The ground was dotted with spiritual herbs and plants, and the valley's forest was lush and verdant, showing little sign of human alteration, exuding a primitive charm. As they flew within Yaohong Valley, a faint aroma of medicinal herbs permeated the air, combined with the natural beauty surrounding them, creating a refreshing and serene atmosphere. They encountered several disciples of Yaohong Valley, though these disciples were not of the human race. Their appearances merely bore a resemblance to humans. Upon seeing Zhang Xuan and his companions, they all greeted them, mostly acknowledging Qi and Yun Yaohong, indicating that the majority of the disciples recognized Yun Yaohong. As they journeyed onward, Zhang Xuan felt a slight heaviness in his heart. If it was previously a mere 6 or 7/10 certainty that this Medicine King Valley was indeed the renowned Medicine King Valley, now he possessed a confidence of 90%. His recollection of that Medicine King Valley did not belong to the human factions, but rather to the spiritual entities of the Tai Ling realm. The spiritual beings, known as the Ling clan, are akin to nature's essence, primarily comprising flora, fauna, and even the spirits of inanimate objects that have awakened consciousness. All beings that originate from lifeless matter and have gained sentience are classified as the Ling clan, while some mortals refer to the awakened flora and fauna as demons. This classification is not entirely incorrect. In ancient times, demons were divided into beastly and natural categories. However, the ancestors of the Ling clan distanced themselves from those bloodthirsty demon beasts, eschewing the emphasis on bloodlines, thus adopting the title of Ling clan. As time progressed, the term Ling clan gradually gained recognition within the realm of cultivation, leading to the current distinction where demons specifically refer to the demon beast lineage. while the natural spirits fall under the Ling clan. Regarding Zhang Xuan's recollection of the entity known as Bai Li, she too is a practitioner of the Ling clan. Legends whisper that her ancestors were the first to cultivate a celestial herb, awakening its sentience, and thereby possessing an innate affinity for certain natural principles. Nonetheless, the transmission of Ling clan bloodlines is far more arduous compared to that of the demon and devil clans, rendering such uniqueness difficult to perpetuate. Yet, this very rarity allows Bai Li's lineage to engage more effortlessly with the pathways of Gu Dao and Dan Dao, which align closely with nature. In the realms of the 9 heavens and 10 domains, aside from human practitioners, other races possess peculiar traits that enable them to connect with certain grand pathways, attributed to their bloodlines or innate gifts. Conversely, humanity enjoys the advantage of not being confined by such exceptional talents or bloodlines, allowing for the pursuit of any path of cultivation. The so-called spiritual roots merely serve to regulate the pace of their training, and humans also boast various unique physiques. This is why other races often choose human forms during their transformations, as the human body is revered as the embodiment of the grand pathways. During Zhang Xuan's 5th reincarnation, he was reborn within the Ling clan, mastering the art of alchemy and ultimately attaining the title of medicine god. Thus, it seems that this Medicine King Valley must have been relocated here by Bai Li from the Tai Ling realm. What purpose could she possibly have for coming to the Tai realm? Zhang Xuan found himself somewhat speechless. Although he had yet to meet the esteemed leader of the Medicine King Valley, he had nearly confirmed her identity. She was indeed one of the most troublesome individuals in his life, for she could be considered his betrothed. When he fell as the medicine god, it was most abrupt, even somewhat reckless. He had choked to death on water. This unfortunate incident led Bai Li to search for him across the 9 heavens and 10 domains for countless years, utterly unconvinced of his demise. However, had he not perished, he would have been obliged to wed her. How could that have been permissible? While he pondered these matters, Qi had already guided Zhang Xuan and the others to a palace. The palace was not lavish, even somewhat unkempt, constructed entirely from unique stones. Yet it exuded a distinct natural beauty. The entire structure was not particularly large, measuring merely 1,000 feet in length and width, serving as Bai Li's residence. Master, the Cloud Sect leader and the others have arrived. Before the palace, Qi called out loudly, continuing his stride toward the interior. Zhang Xuan and the others followed suit. Upon entering the palace, they beheld a woman clad in red seated at the main position of the hall, her aura exuding a cold and ethereal elegance, creating an impression of distance that was not entirely unapproachable. Indeed, it was she. Upon encountering Bai Li, Zhang Xuan felt a sudden tightening in his heart. It was indeed surprising that she was present in the Tai realm. However, he displayed no emotion on his face, mindful to conceal any signs of his feelings. At that moment, he retracted his previously nonchalant demeanor, adopting a serious countenance that starkly contrasted his prior attitude. Bai Li, Yun Yaohong, she greeted with a graceful bow, a hint of remorse evident on her face. I sincerely apologize for disturbing the tranquility of your Medicine King Valley. Zhang Xuan and Ling Wuxue also returned the gesture, albeit without uttering a word. You have already communicated with the Celestial Alliance. What more can I do? Bai Li lamented as she rose, her voice tinged with melancholy. I can only hope that the Celestial Alliance permits the Medicine King Valley to remain in the southern wilderness. We assure you that we will not compete with the local cultivators. We merely seek a modest space for our cultivation. As she spoke, Bai Li turned her gaze towards Ling Wuxue, her expression impassive as she remarked, "It is a pleasure to meet you." Palace Master Ling Wuxue nodded with a smile, reassuring her, "Rest assured, as long as the Medicine King Valley adheres to the regulations of the Celestial Alliance, remaining in the southern wilderness is certainly feasible. The Alliance can accommodate this request. According to the rules of the human race Celestial Alliance, the Medicine King Valley, being home to an immortal, should ideally relocate to the central continent. However, given that the Medicine King Valley is not a traditional sect of the human race and has not engaged in competition with the sects of the southern wilderness in recent years, indeed, they have not even recruited disciples from the human race, The regulations are not particularly stringent. Nonetheless, the Celestial Alliance could have forcibly expelled the Medicine King Valley. Yet, as the disciples of various sects in the southern wilderness required the medical services of the Medicine King Valley, the Alliance chose to take a step back, permitting the valley to remain in the region. This concession was contingent upon the Valley's ability to treat the disciples effectively and would come with continued oversight from the Celestial Alliance. These matters had been settled during their journey, unbeknownst to Zhang Xuan, which was why Yun Yaohong felt somewhat guilty toward her friend. "Oh, you truly have brought misfortune upon my Medicine King Valley," Bai Li reproached Yun Yaohong with a playful glare. Yun Yaohong offered a wry smile, genuinely apologetic. "I had no choice in the matter." Observing that Bai Li, while teasing Yun Yaohong, bore no real anger, it was evident that their relationship was quite amicable, prompting Zhang Xuan to ponder a curious question. How did they come to know one another? His first disciple and his fifth fiancée, he seemed to have become close friends, evoking an odd sensation within him. At that moment, Bai Li suddenly turned her gaze towards Zhang Xuan. Her curiosity piqued as she inquired, "Is this your newly accepted disciple?" She had not closely observed Zhang Xuan earlier, but now, upon a more focused glance, she furrowed her brow slightly. Zhang Xuan inexplicably evoked a sense of familiarity within her. Could it be that they had met before? Chapter 72. Who, indeed, is the master? The true crisis of Qingyun Sect? Strange. Bai Li gazed at Zhang Xuan. Her brow furrowed. She was certain that the two had never met before. This was their first encounter, yet an inexplicable sense of familiarity enveloped her. "No, indeed. This is precisely my disciple," Yun Yaohong remarked, her expression somewhat unnatural. Beside her, Ling Wushue's demeanor shifted slightly, sensing that the atmosphere felt rather peculiar. Noticing Bai Li's unwavering gaze upon him, Zhang Xuan felt a twinge of anxiety. However, seeing that she did not speak further, he breathed a sigh of relief. As expected, she did not recognize him. As long as he did not reveal his true identity, everything should be fine. "Greetings, Senior Bai." Zhang Xuan clasped his hands in a formal salute, embodying an air of decorum. His behavior elicited surprise from both Ling Wuxue and Yun Yaohong. Why has this fellow suddenly become so serious? Indeed, Bai Li smiled and nodded. "It is no wonder you have garnered the legacy of the Songming Sword Sovereign. It is precisely this that prompted Yun Yaohong to reveal her celestial identity and relocate the Qingyun Sect to Zhongzhou." Upon hearing this, Zhang Xuan was taken aback. Could there be other reasons behind Xiao Yao's decision to move the sect? "As Senior Bai, what does this mean?" he inquired hastily. Bai Li raised an eyebrow, glancing at Yun Yaohong with surprise. Does he truly not know? "Bai Li," Yun Yaohong interjected urgently, appearing somewhat tense. This only piqued Zhang Xuan's curiosity further. He had previously wondered why Xiao Yao had proactively sought out the Celestial Alliance in Zhongzhou to discuss the relocation of their sect. It now seemed there were hidden motives. "My master has not spoken of this to me. I implore you, Senior Bai, to enlighten me," Zhang Xuan stated earnestly. Yun Yaohong shot a warning glare at Bai Li. Bai Li stifled a laugh, returning the glare. "You have already implicated me with the Medicine King Valley. Do you still expect me to keep your secrets?" Truth be told,